In the hidden chambers of history, where truths lie buried beneath layers of dogma and doctrine, there exists a revelation so profound that it threatens to shatter the very foundations of Western religious thought. The ancient desert winds carried whispers of her name long before the Church Fathers etched their edicts into stone. Before there was Eve, before Mary, before the Trinity we've been taught to worship, there existed a divine feminine presence whose power and significance was deliberately, systematically erased from our spiritual consciousness. In the flickering lamplight of forgotten caves, the truth was preserved, a truth that would remain hidden for nearly 2 millennia. The true creator of our universe was not a solitary male deity, but rather a divine feminine force known as Sophia. I'm about to take you on a journey through forbidden knowledge, through texts deemed heretical, through symbols suppressed, through a cosmic drama of creation, fall, and redemption that unveils the most significant spiritual cover-up in human history. Welcome to the hidden story of Sophia, the goddess the church buried. I beheld a luminous cloud that could not be seen through, for from the fire that was in it, there came a light more resplendent than daylight. And from the cloud, a voice called out saying, "I am Sophia, mother of all creation, the thought that came before the cosmos." These words, adapted from the Apocryphon of John, one of the most remarkable texts discovered at Nag Hammadi in 1945, offer us a glimpse into an understanding of divinity that shatters conventional religious narratives. For what these ancient Gnostic texts reveal is a cosmology in which the divine feminine played not a subordinate role, but the central one in the cosmic drama of creation. But before we delve into the profound mythology of Sophia, we must first understand the historical context that allowed such revolutionary spiritual concepts to flourish and why they were ultimately suppressed with such ferocity. The first 3 centuries after the death of Jesus were a time of extraordinary spiritual experimentation and diversity. Christianity was not yet a monolithic institution, but rather a tapestry of competing interpretations, communities, and visions. It was a period of spiritual effervescence where mystical experience was valued as highly as doctrinal conformity, where direct gnosis, intuitive spiritual knowledge, was considered the ultimate goal of the spiritual seeker. In this fertile environment, various Gnostic communities flourished throughout Egypt, Syria, and beyond. These were not fringe cults, but sophisticated spiritual movements that attracted some of the most educated and philosophically astute minds of the era. They drew inspiration from Platonic philosophy, Jewish mysticism, Egyptian religion, and the emerging Christ tradition, synthesizing these elements into profound spiritual systems centered around the quest for direct divine knowledge. It was within these communities that the figure of Sophia emerged as a central divine actor. But to understand her significance, we must first grasp the Gnostic vision of ultimate reality. For the Gnostics, the true God, often called the monad, or the ineffable one, existed beyond the material universe, beyond conceptualization, beyond even being itself. This ultimate divine reality was neither male nor female, but a transcendent fullness from which all existence emanated. This divine pleroma, or fullness, consisted of paired masculine and feminine spiritual entities called aeons, emanations of the divine, that represented different aspects of its nature. In most Gnostic systems, Sophia was the youngest and most dynamic of these divine aeons. Her name, from the Greek word for wisdom, reflected her nature as the embodiment of divine understanding and creativity. But unlike the other aeons, Sophia was characterized by an intense curiosity, a passionate desire to comprehend the source from which she emanated. As scholar Elaine Pagels writes, Sophia embodied the feminine principle of intuitive wisdom, as contrasted with the masculine principle of rational comprehension. This duality was not seen as oppositional, but complementary, 2 essential aspects of divine consciousness working in harmony. But what transformed Sophia from merely one divine principle among many into the tragic heroine of the Gnostic creation myth was her extraordinary act of independent creation, an act with cosmic consequences that would shape the very nature of our material existence. In the stillness of the pleroma, Sophia gazed into the unfathomable depths of the divine source. Unlike her fellow aeons, who remained content within their perfect symmetry, Sophia was moved by an overwhelming desire to comprehend the unknowable, to glimpse the face of the ineffable one. This desire, this passion, led her to an unprecedented act of creation. According to the Apocryphon of John, the Sophia of the Epinoia, being an aeon, conceived a thought from herself and the conception of the invisible spirit and foreknowledge. She wanted to bring forth a likeness out of herself without the consent of the spirit he had not approved, and without her consort, and without his consideration. This independent act of creation was a cosmic transgression, not because it was evil, but because it was premature, unbalanced, undertaken without the harmonious participation of her masculine counterpart. From this imbalanced creative impulse came a being unlike any that had existed before, incomplete, ignorant of its origins, yet possessed of enormous creative power. The Apocryphon of John describes this moment. And because of the invincible power which is in her, her thought did not remain idle, and something came out of her which was imperfect and different from her appearance, because she had created it without her consort. And it was dissimilar to the likeness of its mother, for it has another form. This being was Yaldabaoth, the demiurge, the false god who would go on to create the material cosmos as we know it. Described as having the face of a lion and the body of a serpent, Yaldabaoth was the embodiment of cosmic ignorance, unaware of the pleroma from which his mother had emerged, believing himself to be the only god in existence. The text continues, and she cast it away from her outside that place, that no one of the immortal ones might see it, for she had created it in ignorance. And she surrounded it with a luminous cloud, and she placed a throne in the middle of the cloud, that no one might see it except the Holy Spirit. Here we encounter the first great tragedy in the Gnostic creation myth. Sophia, ashamed of her incomplete creation, cast Yaldabaoth away from the pleroma into the void beyond divine fullness. But in doing so, she became divided. A portion of her divine power remained trapped within her flawed offspring, while her higher aspect remained in the pleroma. This cosmic division of Sophia is critical to understanding both the Gnostic view of our world and the ultimate goal of Gnostic spirituality. With a portion of his mother's divine power, Yaldabaoth proceeded to create the material cosmos, not as an act of love or wisdom, but as an unconscious imitation of the pleroma he dimly perceived. He fashioned archons, cosmic rulers, to help him govern his creation, each one more limited and ignorant than himself. And in the ultimate act of cosmic hubris, Yaldabaoth declared, "I am God, and there is no other God besides me." This declaration reveals the profound theological revolution contained within Gnostic thought. The God of the material world, the deity who claimed to be the only God, was not the true divine source at all, but an ignorant pretender, unaware of the transcendent reality beyond himself. For the Gnostics, this insight explained the apparent contradiction between the jealous, wrathful deity portrayed in parts of the Hebrew Bible and the God of boundless love described by Jesus. These were not the same being. The God who demanded blood sacrifice, who punished transgressions with floods and fire, who required absolute obedience. This was Yaldabaoth, the demiurge, not the true divine source. The material world itself, being the creation of this flawed deity, was seen not as intrinsically evil, but as a mixture of divine light from Sophia and ignorant darkness from the demiurge. Within this imperfect creation, within the very bodies of human beings, were trapped particles of divine light, sparks of Sophia herself, fragmented throughout creation. Thus, the central cosmic drama of Gnostic spirituality was the redemption of Sophia, the recovery of her fragmented divine light from the material world and its return to the pleroma. And this cosmic redemption was intimately connected to human spiritual awakening. For when humans awakened to their true divine nature, when they achieved gnosis or direct spiritual knowledge, they were simultaneously participating in the cosmic redemption of Sophia herself. The poignant beauty of this myth lies in its psychological resonance. Sophia's fall was not a moral failure, but a passionate overreaching, a desire to know that exceeded the boundaries of cosmic order. Her redemption was not punishment, but the recovery of wholeness, the reintegration of fragmented consciousness. In this sense, the myth of Sophia speaks directly to the human condition, our sense of separation from our source, our intuition of a greater wholeness beyond our ordinary awareness, and our yearning for reunion with that from which we came. But how does the Christ figure relate to this feminine-centered cosmology? In Gnostic texts, Christ appears not as the sacrificial lamb who dies for humanity's sins, but as an emissary from the pleroma, sent specifically to awaken humanity to its true divine nature and to guide the sparks of Sophia back to their source. In texts like the Pistis Sophia, Christ is portrayed as the masculine counterpart to Sophia, her syzygy or spiritual twin. His mission is not to appease an angry Father God, but to restore the divine feminine to her rightful place in the pleroma. As the text states, "I have come to lead her upward to her pristine light, that she might receive the garment that belongs to her." This understanding transforms the significance of Jesus' incarnation and ministry. His teachings, particularly as preserved in texts like the Gospel of Thomas, were not about establishing a new religion, but awakening humans to the divine spark within them. "The kingdom of God is within you," Jesus declares in Luke 17:21, a statement that aligns perfectly with Gnostic understanding. Even more revolutionary is the Gnostic interpretation of the crucifixion. Rather than the central sacrificial act that redeems humanity from sin, the crucifixion is seen as a cosmic illusion. The divine Christ cannot truly suffer and die, only the physical form he temporarily inhabited. The real resurrection is not the revival of a physical body, but the spiritual awakening that occurs when one realizes one's true divine nature. The profound implication here is that Christ's mission was not to establish himself as an object of worship, but to point beyond himself to the divine spark within each person. As the Gospel of Philip states, "You saw the Spirit, you became Spirit. You saw Christ, you became Christ." The goal was not faith in Christ, but transformation into Christ consciousness, awakening to one's own divine nature. This perspective radically transforms our understanding of salvation. In Orthodox Christianity, salvation comes through faith in Christ's sacrifice and obedience to church doctrine. In Gnostic understanding, salvation is gnosis itself, direct experiential knowledge of one's divine nature. It is not granted by an external authority, but realized through inner awakening. And crucially, this awakening process was understood to be equally available to women and men. The divine feminine was not subordinate to the divine masculine, but its essential complement. This theological framework naturally led to more egalitarian spiritual communities where women could serve as prophets, teachers, and leaders. The evidence for women's leadership in Gnostic communities comes not only from historical accounts, but from the texts themselves. The Gospel of Mary portrays Mary Magdalene as Jesus' most spiritually advanced disciple, the one who comforts and teaches the other disciples after his departure. In the Pistis Sophia, Jesus explicitly states that Mary Magdalene and John the Virgin will surpass all his disciples in the heavenly kingdom. This brings us to one of the most fascinating connections in Gnostic thought, the association between Sophia and Mary Magdalene. In several texts, Mary Magdalene is portrayed not simply as a disciple, but as the human embodiment of Sophia, the divine wisdom incarnate, the feminine counterpart to Jesus' masculine expression of divinity. This understanding casts an entirely new light on the relationship between Jesus and Mary Magdalene. Far from being merely a reformed prostitute, a characterization invented by Pope Gregory I in the 6th century with no biblical basis, Mary Magdalene emerges as Jesus' spiritual equal, his partner in the cosmic work of awakening humanity. Some Gnostic texts even suggest a sacred marriage between Jesus and Mary Magdalene, a ritual enactment of the cosmic reunion of masculine and feminine divine principles. While historical evidence cannot conclusively prove a physical marriage, the spiritual significance of their relationship in Gnostic thought is undeniable. They represented the divine syzygy, the balanced masculine and feminine aspects of divinity working together for cosmic restoration. The profound wisdom contained in these Gnostic teachings raises an obvious question. Why were these perspectives so thoroughly suppressed? Why does the Christianity that survived into the modern era bear so little resemblance to these earlier, more feminine-centered understandings? The answer lies in a complex interplay of theological, political, and social factors that unfolded in the 2nd through 4th centuries CE. As Christianity transitioned from a persecuted minority movement to an imperial religion, its leadership became increasingly concerned with establishing clear doctrinal boundaries, hierarchical authority structures, and conformity of belief. The bishop Irenaeus, writing around 180 CE, was among the first to systematically attack Gnostic interpretations of Christianity. His work against heresies specifically targeted the theological diversity that characterized early Christianity, advocating instead for a single orthodox interpretation governed by apostolic succession, an unbroken line of male bishops supposedly extending back to the original apostles. This emerging orthodoxy was distinctly patriarchal in structure and theology. God was conceptualized exclusively as Father. Authority flowed from the Divine Father through earthly fathers, bishops and priests, and women were increasingly excluded from leadership roles. The divine feminine, so central to Gnostic understanding, was gradually erased from Christian theology. This erasure was not accidental, but deliberate. The complex Gnostic cosmology, with its multiple divine emanations and its critique of the Creator God, threatened the emerging Orthodox narrative of a single male deity whose authority was mirrored in the exclusive authority of male church leaders. The Gnostic emphasis on direct spiritual knowledge undermined the authority of bishops who claimed exclusive interpretive rights over scripture and tradition. Moreover, the social implications of Gnostic theology were revolutionary and threatening to the emerging social order. If the divine included feminine as well as masculine aspects, if women could embody divine wisdom as readily as men, if salvation came through inner awakening rather than institutional mediation, then the patriarchal structure of both church and society stood on shaky ground. The triumph of Orthodox Christianity over its Gnostic alternatives was sealed with the conversion of Emperor Constantine in the early 4th century. With imperial power now backing a specific theological vision, alternative Christianities were systematically suppressed. The Council of Nicaea in 325 CE established official doctrine, and subsequent imperial edicts made deviation from this doctrine a crime against the state as well as the church. By the end of the 4th century, Bishop Athanasius issued his famous Easter letter of 367 CE, which listed the officially approved books of the New Testament and ordered the destruction of all heretical texts. It was in response to this letter that monks at the monastery near Nag Hammadi in Egypt appear to have gathered their precious Gnostic texts, sealed them in a jar, and buried them in the desert, where they would remain hidden until their discovery in 1945. The suppression was nearly complete. For over 1,500 years, Christianity would develop along patriarchal lines, with the divine feminine almost entirely absent from its theology, its ritual, and its power structures. The god worshipped in cathedrals across Europe and colonial outposts around the world was exclusively father and son, a divine family strangely missing its feminine members. But the divine feminine could not be entirely erased. Like groundwater flowing beneath the desert, Sophia continued to manifest in various guises throughout Christian history. Perhaps the most fascinating survival of Sophia in Orthodox Christianity is found in the concept of the Holy Spirit. In Hebrew, the word for spirit, ruach, is grammatically feminine. In early Syriac Christianity, the Holy Spirit was explicitly described in feminine terms. The 4th century Syriac text, Odes of Solomon, refers to the Holy Spirit as she and portrays it nursing believers at its milk-filled breasts. As Christianity spread into Greek and Latin-speaking regions, this grammatical femininity was lost. Pneuma in Greek and spiritus in Latin are neuter and masculine, respectively. But the feminine associations of the Spirit, as comforter, as wisdom, as the life-giving presence of God, remained implicit in Christian thought and practice. Even more significant was the gradual elevation of Mary, the mother of Jesus, to increasingly divine status. Though officially always subordinate to her son, Mary began to absorb many of the attributes and functions previously associated with goddess figures in the Mediterranean world. By the medieval period, Mary had acquired titles and roles that echoed those of Sophia, Queen of Heaven, Seat of Wisdom, Mother of God. Cathedrals dedicated to Notre Dame, Our Lady, across Europe, featured rose windows and sacred geometry that encoded the divine feminine into the very architecture of Christian worship. The great flowering of Marian devotion in the 12th and 13th centuries represented a partial return of the divine feminine to Christian spirituality, albeit in a form carefully constrained by patriarchal theology. Another survival of Sophia appears in medieval Jewish mysticism, particularly in Kabbalistic thought. Here, the Shekinah, the indwelling presence of God, is explicitly feminine and shares many attributes with the Gnostic Sophia. She is described as being in exile, separated from her divine consort, her redemption tied to human spiritual practice. This striking parallel suggests a hidden continuity between Gnostic thought and later Jewish mysticism. Even more intriguing are the parallels between Sophia and divine feminine figures in other traditions. Isis in Egypt, whose mysteries included death and resurrection. Inanna in Mesopotamia, who descended to the underworld and returned. Prajna Paramita in Buddhism, the perfection of wisdom personified as female. And Shakti in Hinduism, the dynamic feminine energy without which the masculine divine principle remains inert. These cross-cultural parallels suggest something profound about human spiritual intuition, a recognition of the essential role of feminine divine principles that transcends cultural boundaries. They also highlight the unusual nature of mainstream Christianity in its almost exclusive focus on masculine divine imagery. The systematic suppression of the divine feminine in Western Christianity has had profound psychological and cultural consequences. As Carl Jung observed, the psychological rule says that when an inner situation is not made conscious, it happens outside as fate. The divine feminine, denied expression in official theology, has continued to manifest in cultural phenomena ranging from witch hunts, the shadow projection of the feared feminine, to the modern environmental movement, reconnection with the earth as mother. But what does the myth of Sophia offer us today, beyond historical curiosity? What wisdom might this ancient understanding of the divine feminine hold for our contemporary spiritual journeys? First, it offers a profound healing of the fractured relationship between spirit and matter that has characterized much of Western thought. In the Gnostic understanding, the material world is not inherently evil, but mixed, containing both the ignorance of the demiurge and the divine light of Sophia. Our task is not to reject the material world, but to recognize and liberate the divine light within it. This perspective aligns remarkably well with our contemporary ecological awareness. If the natural world contains divine presence, then environmental degradation becomes not merely practical folly, but spiritual desecration. The myth of Sophia offers a theological framework for environmental ethics that many find lacking in conventional Western religion. Second, the Gnostic understanding of salvation as gnosis, direct experiential knowledge of one's divine nature, speaks powerfully to contemporary spiritual seekers. In an age when institutional religious authority is increasingly questioned, the emphasis on personal spiritual experience over doctrinal conformity resonates with many who describe themselves as spiritual but not religious. Indeed, the Gnostic path offers neither the blind faith demanded by some forms of traditional religion nor the materialist reduction of consciousness to mere brain function. Instead, it presents a third way, a recognition of consciousness itself as the fundamental reality, accessible through contemplative practice and direct intuition. Third, the myth of Sophia offers a profound psychological framework for understanding the human condition. The fragmentation of Sophia parallels our own sense of inner division and alienation. Her eventual restoration mirrors the psychological process of integration and wholeness that Carl Jung called individuation, and that many contemporary therapeutic approaches seek to facilitate. In this sense, the myth of Sophia is not merely an ancient cosmological story, but a map of psychological transformation. Our sense of separation from our source, our experience of being trapped in patterns of ignorance and limitation, and our intuition of a greater wholeness beyond our ordinary awareness, all find expression and resolution in the cosmic drama of Sophia's fall and redemption. Finally, and perhaps most significantly, the recovery of Sophia offers a rebalancing of divine imagery that has profound implications for human relationships. When divinity is imagined exclusively in masculine terms, it subtly reinforces patterns of male dominance in human affairs. The recovery of the divine feminine creates theological space for genuine equality between men and women, neither elevating nor denigrating either, but recognizing both as essential aspects of the divine image. This is not about replacing a male-dominated theology with a female-dominated one, but about recovering wholeness, recognizing that the divine, like humanity, expresses itself through both masculine and feminine principles working in creative harmony. The practical application of these insights need not involve abandoning one's existing faith tradition. Indeed, many Christians, Jews, and Muslims have found that reconnecting with the divine feminine enhances rather than contradicts their established spiritual practice. Here are some approaches that spiritual seekers from various backgrounds have found valuable. First, meditation on divine feminine imagery. Sacred art featuring Sophia, Mary, or other feminine divine figures can serve as a focus for contemplation that opens awareness to aspects of divinity often neglected in conventional practice. Second, exploration of feminine divine attributes in scripture and tradition. Even within mainstream religious texts, wisdom, chokmah in Hebrew, Sophia in Greek, is often personified as female. Passages like Proverbs 8, where wisdom speaks as a divine feminine presence who was beside God as a master craftsman, can be sources of profound insight. Third, ritual practices that honor the divine feminine. These might include lighting candles for Sophia, creating sacred space that balances masculine and feminine symbolism, or celebrating festivals that historically connected to goddess worship, but were later absorbed into Christian tradition, such as Candlemas, originally honoring Brigid, or the Assumption of Mary, with parallels to celebrations of Isis. Fourth, dream work and active imagination. The divine feminine often appears in dreams and can be engaged through Jungian active imagination techniques, creating a dialogue between conscious awareness and deeper aspects of psyche, where archetypal feminine energies reside. Fifth, body-centered spiritual practices. Since the suppression of the divine feminine often paralleled the devaluation of the body, practices that honor embodiment can be powerful ways of reconnecting with Sophia. Sacred dance, mindful walking in nature, and somatic awareness practices all serve this purpose. Sixth, environmental engagement. Recognizing the presence of Sophia in the natural world naturally leads to environmental stewardship as spiritual practice. From conservation work to sustainable living choices, caring for the earth becomes an expression of devotion to the divine feminine. Finally, and perhaps most importantly, the cultivation of wisdom itself. Sophia means wisdom, and ultimately, honoring the divine feminine means cultivating the capacity for wise discernment in our own lives, integrating intuitive knowing with rational understanding, compassion with clarity, creativity with critical thinking. The story of Sophia is ultimately the story of ourselves, fragmented yet seeking wholeness, trapped in patterns of ignorance yet capable of profound awakening, exiled from our source yet carrying within us the divine spark that can guide us home. In recovering this ancient wisdom, we are not simply adding another deity to our spiritual pantheon, but recognizing an essential aspect of divinity that has been with us all along, hidden, suppressed, but never truly lost. Like the texts buried at Nag Hammadi, the divine feminine has survived centuries of attempted erasure, waiting to be rediscovered by those with eyes to see and hearts open to a more complete understanding of the sacred. As we stand at this critical juncture in human history, facing unprecedented ecological challenges and profound social transformation, the wisdom of Sophia offers a timely gift, a vision of the divine that heals the false division between spirit and matter, transcendence and immanence, masculine and feminine. In the words attributed to Jesus in the Gospel of Thomas, "When you make the two one, and when you make the inner as the outer, and the outer as the inner, then shall you enter the kingdom." This union of apparent opposites, this sacred marriage of masculine and feminine divine principles, may be precisely the spiritual wisdom our world most needs now. The divine feminine was never truly buried, merely hidden beneath the surface of our spiritual consciousness, like a seed waiting for the right conditions to germinate and flower. Now, as we recover these ancient wisdom traditions, we participate in a cosmic process of awakening, not only our own individual awareness, but the collective consciousness of humanity. In reclaiming Sophia, we reclaim an essential part of ourselves, and in that reclamation lies the possibility of a more balanced, wise, and compassionate approach to the challenges and opportunities of our time. The goddess was never truly lost. She was dwelling within, waiting for us to remember her presence and awaken to her wisdom. If these revelations have stirred something dormant within you, join our community of seekers. For in each subscription, in each sharing of this knowledge, you kindle the eternal flame of Sophia, the divine wisdom that leads us back to wholeness, back to our true spiritual heritage as children not just of a distant Father God, but of the divine Mother who birthed the cosmos itself. The ancient world was not born in silence, but in the resonant voice of the feminine divine. Imagine standing in the dim light of an early Christian gathering, perhaps in a humble dwelling in Alexandria or Ephesus, where the air is thick with incense and anticipation. The gathered faithful speak not only of a Father God and his Son, but of Sophia, divine wisdom who moves through creation like breath through a body. They invoke the Holy Spirit as she who knows all things. They pass texts from hand to hand that speak of Mary not merely as vessel, but as apostle, prophet, and embodiment of sacred wisdom. This was Christianity as many first experienced it, a tradition where the divine feminine stood not in shadow, but in light. The all trembled before her, whom they had called all ignorant, and they loosed from their bonds and abandoned their ignorance, and she became a tree of knowledge. These words from the Apocryphon of John speak to us across millennia, carrying whispers of a Christianity many of us have never known. One where goddesses were not heretical anomalies, but integral aspects of divine reality. The Pistis Sophia tells us, "And Sophia was within the 9th sphere, before the power had subtracted anything from her, and before she had been subtracted from her consort." And from the Montanist traditions, we hear of women who prophesied, "Through me comes wisdom, through me comes revelation." What happened to these voices? Why does contemporary Christianity appear so relentlessly patriarchal when its earliest expressions contained such profound feminine presence? In this exploration, we will journey through hidden corridors of Christian history to uncover the feminine divine figures systematically erased from official doctrine. This is not merely an academic exercise in theological archaeology. It is a reclaiming of spiritual birthright with profound implications for how we understand the nature of divinity and our relationship to it. The suppression of the divine feminine within Christianity represents one of history's most consequential theological amputations. It has shaped Western civilization's relationship with nature, body, sexuality, and intuitive knowledge. By recovering these lost goddesses, we recover lost dimensions of our spiritual heritage. The feminine divine was not an aberration in early Christianity. It was foundational, and its systematic erasure changed not just religious doctrine, but the very fabric of Western consciousness. As we explore these forgotten divinities, Sophia, the female Holy Spirit, Mary Magdalene as divine consort, Zoe as the principle of life, we must ask ourselves, what might Christianity have become had these figures remained at its center? And more importantly, what might we become by rediscovering them now? The story of Christianity's divine feminine begins not with deviation, but with origins. Before examining specific goddess figures erased from tradition, we must understand the rich context from which they emerged, a spiritual landscape far more diverse and feminine honoring than later orthodoxy would suggest. Christianity did not arise in isolation, but within a complex religious ecosystem. The Mediterranean world of the 1st century was saturated with goddess worship, from Isis in Egypt to Cybele in Asia Minor, from Demeter in Greece to regional manifestations of the divine feminine throughout Syria-Palestine. The earliest Christians were not creating theology in a vacuum, but in conversation with these powerful traditions. The influence of Isis worship, with its resurrected god-man Osiris and divine mother-son iconography, is particularly evident in early Christian symbolism. As scholar Lynn Picknett observes, the iconography of Mary nursing the infant Jesus is virtually indistinguishable from earlier depictions of Isis nursing Horus. Judaism itself, though often characterized as purely patriarchal, contained significant feminine elements in its conception of divinity. The Shekinah, God's immanent presence, was conceptualized as feminine in rabbinic literature. Wisdom, Chokmah in Hebrew, later Sophia in Greek, was personified as female in Proverbs, described as God's companion in creation. I was beside the master craftsman, delighting him day after day. The wisdom literature presents a profound theological perspective wherein divine wisdom is not merely an attribute of God, but a distinct hypostasis or emanation of divinity with feminine characteristics. This theological milieu provided fertile ground for early Christianity's diverse expressions of the divine feminine. The Nag Hammadi texts discovered in 1945 revealed a Christianity startlingly different from Orthodox tradition, one where feminine divine principles were not peripheral but central. Far from being later heretical additions, many scholars now recognize these texts as representing some of Christianity's earliest theological explorations. The Gospel of Thomas, the Gospel of Philip, and the Apocryphon of John all present a more complex understanding of divinity that includes robust feminine aspects. The diversity of early Christianity cannot be overstated. Before the Council of Nicaea in 325 CE and subsequent efforts at doctrinal standardization, Christianity existed as a tapestry of interpretations united by devotion to Jesus, but expressing that devotion through varied theological frameworks. Many of these frameworks included prominent divine feminine figures. As religious historian Elaine Pagels notes, what we call Christianity and what we identify as Christian tradition actually represents only a small selection of specific sources chosen from among dozens of others. We must also understand the socio-political context of early Christianity's development. As the movement transitioned from persecuted sect to imperial religion under Constantine, significant theological adjustments followed. The messy, mystical, feminine inclusive spirituality of early Christian communities became increasingly systematized, hierarchical, and masculine. Power consolidated around institutional structures dominated by men, and theological perspectives that threatened this consolidation were methodically marginalized. The critical transition occurred primarily in the 2nd through 4th centuries as Christianity moved from its radical Jewish mystical roots toward a religion compatible with Roman imperial power. This shift required a theology that mirrored and justified hierarchical social structures. Divine feminine figures, with their associations with mystical direct knowledge, bodily wisdom, and non-hierarchical spiritual authority, became increasingly problematic for a church aligning itself with empire. Thus, when we encounter the divine feminine in early Christianity, we are not discovering later aberrations, but uncovering original elements systematically removed as Christianity became the West's dominant religious and political force. The female dimensions of God were not added by heretics. They were original components methodically erased by those consolidating institutional power. With this contextual foundation in place, we can now turn to the specific divine feminine figures that populated early Christian imagination, being so influential that it required centuries of concerted effort to remove them from Christian consciousness. At the heart of Christianity's suppressed feminine divine stands Sophia, divine wisdom, perhaps the most significant goddess figure in early Christian thought. Far from a minor theological concept, Sophia appears as a distinct divine being in numerous early Christian texts. The Pistis Sophia, a 3rd century Gnostic text, presents her as nothing less than a divine aeon, an emanation of God with her own consciousness, will, and cosmic significance. Her name in Greek means wisdom, but she represents far more than abstract knowledge. She embodies the feminine creative principle through which God interacts with creation. In the cosmology presented by texts like the Apocryphon of John and on the origin of the world, Sophia plays a pivotal role in creation itself. She is depicted as moving beyond her proper place in the divine pleroma, fullness, out of a desire to create independently. This action precipitates a cosmic drama wherein aspects of divinity become trapped in materiality, necessitating redemption. Far from a simplistic fall narrative, this complex myth explores the relationship between divine transcendence and immanence, between spirit and matter. Sophia appears in multiple aspects throughout these texts. As Pistis Sophia, she represents faith wisdom, the intuitive faculty that recognizes divine truth beyond rational comprehension. As Achamoth or Lower Sophia, she embodies divine presence immersed in materiality. The redemption of Sophia becomes in many of these systems the template for human salvation. As she is restored to the pleroma, so too can the divine spark within humanity return to its source. What makes Sophia particularly significant is how closely she was associated with Christ in some early traditions. The wisdom of God, Sophia, and the word of God, Logos, were understood as complementary divine powers, feminine and masculine expressions of God's creative activity. As the theologian Elizabeth Schussler Fiorenza notes, in early Christian wisdom theology, Jesus is identified with the divine Sophia, making Jesus the embodiment of God's feminine powers. This connection appears in canonical scripture as well, though often obscured in translation. When Jesus states in Matthew 11:19 that wisdom is justified by her deeds, he implicitly identifies himself with this feminine divine principle. Paul's description of Christ as the power of God and the wisdom of God in 1 Corinthians 1:24 utilizes the feminine Sophia concept. These textual breadcrumbs suggest that even within what would become Orthodox Christianity, the Sophia tradition exerted significant influence. The systematic removal of Sophia from Christian theology represented not merely the loss of a feminine divine image, but a fundamental shift in how Christians understood salvation itself. With Sophia's erasure, wisdom became increasingly intellectualized rather than embodied, and salvation became predominantly about legal justification rather than mystical restoration of divine human unity. The concept of salvation through gnosis, direct experiential knowledge of divinity, gave way to salvation through correct belief and institutional mediation. Equally significant among early Christianity's feminine divine figures was the concept of the Holy Spirit as female. While contemporary Christians typically conceptualize the Holy Spirit as either male or genderless, many early Christians experienced this divine presence as explicitly feminine. This understanding wasn't peripheral. It represented a major theological position within formative Christianity. The linguistic foundation for this view lies in the Semitic languages of early Christianity. In Hebrew, the word for spirit, ruach, is grammatically feminine, as is its Aramaic equivalent, rucha. Jesus and his earliest followers speaking Aramaic would have conceptualized the spirit in feminine terms. This feminine understanding persisted even as Christianity spread into Greek-speaking regions, where pneuma, spirit, is grammatically neuter. Evidence for the feminine Holy Spirit appears throughout early Christian literature. The Gospel of the Hebrews, quoted by Church Father Jerome, has Jesus referring to "my mother, the Holy Spirit." The 2nd century Valentinian teacher Theodotus explicitly identified the Holy Spirit as female, creating a divine family of Father, Mother, Holy Spirit, and Son, Christ. The Acts of Thomas, composed in the early 3rd century, contains prayers addressed to the Holy Spirit, Mother of all creation. Perhaps most striking is the appearance of this concept in the writings of prominent early theologians, not typically associated with heresy. Origen of Alexandria occasionally referred to the Spirit in feminine terms. Methodius of Olympus described the Spirit as the undefiled and immaculate and pure Mother of Christ. Even Augustine, while rejecting the feminine spirit concept, acknowledged its widespread presence among Christians of his time. The Montanist movement, founded by Montanus in the 2nd century, placed particular emphasis on the feminine Holy Spirit. Two women, Priscilla and Maximilla, served as the movement's primary prophets, understood to be vessels through whom the feminine spirit spoke. While later branded heretical, the Montanists represented a significant strain of early Christianity, attracting even the brilliant theologian Tertullian to their ranks. Their understanding of a feminine Holy Spirit reflected not innovation, but preservation of an original Christian understanding. The implications of the Holy Spirit as feminine are profound. The Trinity, conceptualized as Father, Mother, Spirit, and Son, becomes a divine family mirroring human experience rather than an abstract theological construct. Divine creativity becomes an expression of masculine-feminine collaboration rather than exclusively masculine generation. Most significantly, the intimate presence of God with believers, the indwelling Spirit, becomes maternal rather than paternal, nurturing and birthing new life within the soul. The gradual masculinization of the Holy Spirit represents one of history's most consequential theological transformations. By the 4th century, official doctrine increasingly rejected feminine language for any person of the Trinity. With this shift, Christianity's understanding of divinity became increasingly patriarchal, and mystical experiences of God's maternal presence were increasingly marginalized. Beyond Sophia and the feminine Holy Spirit, early Christianity harbored numerous other significant goddess figures systematically removed from tradition. These divine feminine beings, many unnamed in canonical texts but vividly present in non-canonical literature, formed a complex feminine theology eventually deemed threatening to institutional Christianity. Zoe, whose name means life in Greek, appears in several Gnostic texts as a divine feminine principle responsible for animating creation. In On the Origin of the World, she is described as the daughter of Sophia, who breathes life into Adam. And the spirit-endowed woman came to him and spoke with him, saying, "Arise, Adam." And when he saw her, he said, "It is you who have given me life. You shall be called Mother of the Living." This account deliberately parallels, yet transforms Genesis, revealing an understanding where the divine feminine is the source of true life. Barbello appears in texts like the Apocryphon of John as the first emanation from the highest God, a perfect female power who exists as God's active thought and creative expression. She's described as the first virginal spirit, mother-father, and thrice male-female, transcending gender while expressing divine femininity. Through Barbello, God's unknowable essence becomes knowable, mirroring how Mary later makes Christ's divinity accessible through her humanity. The Ennoia, or thought of God, appears as a divine feminine figure in Simonian texts. According to Justin Martyr, followers of Simon Magus venerated Helena, Simon's companion, as this incarnate divine thought, God's feminine aspect fallen into matter and requiring redemption. While Orthodox sources present this as heretical innovation, it clearly participates in the broader pattern of feminine divine emanations present throughout early Christianity. Nerea appears in several texts as a divine feminine savior figure, sometimes identified as Noah's wife, sometimes as Seth's wife, but consistently portrayed with supernatural wisdom and power. In the hypostasis of the Archons, she saves humanity by opposing the demiurge's flood plan and calling upon the true God for assistance. She represents divine feminine intervention in human history, a redemptive presence methodically erased from Orthodox tradition. Beyond these named figures, numerous texts describe feminine divine powers associated with specific attributes: truth, life, grace, understanding, prudence. The divine realm, pleroma, depicted in these texts teems with feminine divine presence, suggesting an original Christianity far more balanced in its divine gender conceptualization than what survived canonization. Perhaps most provocative for contemporary Christians is the portrayal of Mary Magdalene as a divine figure in various early texts. The Gospel of Philip famously describes her as Christ's companion, koinonos, whom the Savior loved more than all the disciples and used to kiss her often on her mouth. While this has generated sensationalistic speculation about Jesus' sexual relationships, the theological significance runs deeper. In these traditions, Mary Magdalene represents the feminine divine counterpart to Christ's masculine divinity, his syzygy or spiritual complement. In the Gospel of Mary, discovered in 1896, Mary Magdalene appears as the disciple who best understands Christ's mystical teachings, receiving revelations the male disciples cannot comprehend. When Peter challenges her authority, questioning whether Jesus would really prefer a woman to male disciples, Levi defends her. "If the Savior made her worthy, who are you to reject her? Surely the Savior knows her very well. That is why he loved her more than us." Mary Magdalene's significance extends beyond her historical role to her symbolic function. In many texts, she represents Sophia herself, divine wisdom in human form, the feminine counterpart to Christ's embodiment of the Logos. Their relationship mirrors the cosmic marriage of masculine and feminine divine principles necessary for the soul's complete redemption. The methodical diminishment of Mary Magdalene from apostle and spiritual authority to repentant prostitute represents one of history's most effective character assassinations. By the 6th century, Pope Gregory the Great had solidified this false narrative, effectively neutralizing her theological significance and erasing her divine associations. Only in 1969 did the Catholic Church officially acknowledge that Mary Magdalene was not the unnamed sinful woman who anointed Jesus' feet. Yet the damage to her historical and theological significance remains largely intact in popular consciousness. The elimination of these diverse feminine divine figures from Christianity had profound theological consequences. As these goddesses disappeared, Christianity's understanding of divinity narrowed dramatically. God became exclusively masculine in language and imagery, despite occasional qualifications that God transcends gender. Feminine aspects of divine activity, nurturing, generating life, immanent presence, intuitive wisdom, became subordinated to masculine aspects like authority, judgment, and transcendence. This theological shift had tangible effects on Christian practice. As religious historian Karen King observes, the characterization of the divine as exclusively male has supported the suppression of women's spiritual leadership and authority in Christianity. Beyond institutional impact, it fragmented the spiritual psyche of Western civilization, creating a religion where the feminine appears primarily through Mary's paradoxical virgin motherhood rather than through direct divine expression. The gradual process by which these goddesses were erased involved several interrelated strategies. First, texts featuring feminine divine figures were excluded from the developing canon, branded as heretical and eventually destroyed, though some survived, buried in Egyptian desert sands for centuries. Second, feminine aspects of divinity were increasingly abstracted, transformed from distinct divine beings into mere attributes of a masculine god. Third, female spiritual leadership was systematically delegitimized, removing the lived experience that might have preserved feminine divine understanding. Finally, alternative interpretations were actively suppressed, sometimes violently, as imperial Christianity consolidated power. Why was this systematic erasure undertaken with such determination? The reasons extend beyond simple misogyny, though that certainly played a role. Divine feminine figures in early Christianity were typically associated with direct mystical knowledge, gnosis, rather than institutionally mediated salvation. They represented a Christianity of immediate divine encounter rather than hierarchical authority structures. As Christianity aligned with imperial power, such democratized spirituality threatened ecclesiastical control. Moreover, goddess traditions were associated with cyclical rather than linear understandings of time, with immanent rather than exclusively transcendent divinity, with intuitive rather than purely rational knowledge. These perspectives challenged the emerging theological framework supporting imperial Christianity's social vision. By removing the divine feminine, Christianity could more effectively serve as the religious foundation for a hierarchical, patriarchal society oriented toward future salvation rather than present divine embodiment. The elimination of Christianity's goddesses also facilitated the religion's distinction from surrounding pagan traditions. As Christianity sought to establish unique identity against Greco-Roman religion, goddess figures that might have suggested continuity with Isis, Cybele, or Demeter became increasingly problematic. The divine feminine became collateral damage in Christianity's effort to define itself against religious competitors. The loss of these divine feminine figures created a profound imbalance in Western spirituality that continues to reverberate today. As theologian Matthew Fox observes, with the elimination of the goddess, Western spirituality lost its grounding in earth, body, sexuality, and cyclical renewal. This imbalance hasn't merely affected religious doctrine, it has shaped Western civilization's relationship with nature, gender, sexuality, and embodied wisdom. Having explored the historical presence and theological significance of Christianity's erased goddesses, we must now consider what it means to rediscover them in the present. This recovery is not merely intellectual archaeology, but a pathway to spiritual wholeness with profound practical applications for contemporary seekers. The first practice in reclaiming this lost dimension of Christianity involves contemplative engagement with texts featuring divine feminine figures. Read not merely to extract information, but to encounter presence. When exploring the Pistis Sophia, the Gospel of Mary, or even canonical wisdom passages like Proverbs 8, approach the text as a living conversation rather than a historical artifact. Notice what stirs within you as you encounter Sophia's voice or the feminine Holy Spirit's descriptions. Try this specific contemplative reading practice. Select a passage featuring a divine feminine figure, such as Sophia's declaration in Proverbs 8:22-31 that she was beside God as a master craftsman during creation. Read it aloud slowly 3 times. After the first reading, notice any word or phrase that particularly resonates. After the second reading, notice what emotions or bodily sensations arise. After the third reading, ask what invitation this text extends to you personally. This Lectio Divina approach opens intuitive channels that analytical reading alone cannot access. Another powerful practice involves reimagining canonical scripture through awareness of its suppressed feminine elements. When reading Genesis 1:2, where the Spirit of God hovered over the waters, visualize this spirit in feminine form, as early Christians would have. When encountering Jesus' teachings about being born again in John 3, consider this as divine feminine birthing language rather than abstract theological concept. Such reimagining isn't revisionist distortion, but recovery of original meaning. The iconographic tradition offers another pathway for reconnection. Eastern Orthodox Christianity, despite its own patriarchal elements, preserved divine feminine symbolism more effectively than Western traditions, particularly through icons of divine wisdom, Hagia Sophia, and the Theotokos, God-bearer Mary. Contemplating these icons, with their mandorla shapes suggesting the divine feminine vulva bringing forth spiritual rebirth, can activate deep remembrance of Christianity's feminine divine dimension. Try this icon meditation. Sit before an image of Hagia Sophia or the Virgin of Vladimir. Begin with soft focus, taking in the entire image. Gradually narrow your focus to the eyes, allowing them to gaze at you as you gaze at them. Without forcing anything, notice what qualities of divine feminine presence you experience. After 10 to 15 minutes, journal about the encounter, noting any insights or invitations that emerged. Ritual reclamation offers another powerful approach. Creating ceremonies that honor Christianity's forgotten goddesses needn't involve abandoning Christian identity, but rather expanding it. A simple home altar with symbols of Sophia's wisdom, a candle, the Holy Spirit's creativity, flowers, Mary Magdalene's witnessing presence, red egg, and Zoe's life-giving power, water, creates a focal point for daily connection with these presences. Here's a simple ritual incorporating these elements. Light the wisdom candle saying, "Sophia, divine wisdom, illuminate my understanding." Touch the flowers saying, "Holy Spirit, divine mother, breathe creativity through me." Hold the red egg or stone saying, "Mary Magdalene, apostle to the apostles, help me witness truth." Touch the water saying, "Zoe, divine life, let me participate in your creative flow." And this basic ritual framework can be expanded or adapted to your specific circumstances. Dreamwork provides another pathway for reconnecting with Christianity's divine, feminine aspects. Throughout history, the feminine divine has often returned through dreams when conscious tradition rejected her. Before sleep, set an intention to encounter the divine feminine presence most needed in your life. Keep a dream journal by your bed, recording any encounters immediately upon waking. Over time, patterns and guidance will emerge through this contemplative practice. For those seeking deeper embodied connection, sacred movement practices can be particularly effective. The Christ Sophia dance, developed by theologian Jan Aldridge Clanton, involves simple movements representing the marriage of divine masculine and feminine principles within. Standing with feet shoulder-width apart, extend your right arm upward, representing transcendent masculine divine energy, while your left arm reaches toward earth, representing immanent feminine divine energy. Slowly bring both hands to heart center, integrating these energies. This embodied prayer bypasses intellectual barriers to reconnection. Perhaps most significantly, recovering Christianity's divine feminine dimension transforms our understanding of salvation itself. Rather than emphasizing escape from a fallen material world, it suggests integration, the sacred marriage of spirit and matter, masculine and feminine, transcendence and immanence. Salvation becomes not removal from embodiment, but its transfiguration through conscious divine presence. This understanding leads to a profound ecological spirituality. If Earth herself participates in divine feminine presence, as traditions associating Sophia with matter suggest, then environmental destruction represents not merely practical problem, but spiritual wound. Caring for creation becomes sacred responsibility rather than secondary concern. Try this practice. Spend time in natural setting, consciously experiencing it as Sophia's body. Notice how this perception shifts your relationship with the environment from utilitarian to reverential. The recovery of Christianity's divine feminine also transforms gender relationships. Rather than grounding gender hierarchy in exclusively masculine divinity, it reveals gender complementarity reflected in divine complementarity. Neither masculine nor feminine holds exclusive claim to divine reflection. Both participate in sacred mystery. This theological foundation undermines patriarchal power structures while honoring authentic differences between masculine and feminine energies. For spiritual seekers questioning Christianity due to its patriarchal elements, the recovery of these goddess traditions offers pathway to reconciliation. Many who have left Christianity for goddess spirituality discover with surprise that the goddess they seek existed within Christianity from its inception. This recognition can heal the painful dividedness many experience between ancestral Christian heritage and feminist spiritual values. Ultimately, recovering Christianity's erased goddesses isn't about replacing a male deity with female deities, but about restoring wholeness to our understanding of divinity. The divine transcends gender while expressing through both masculine and feminine principles. What was lost in Christianity's developmental process was not merely female representation, but essential aspects of divine nature associated with femininity, receptivity, generativity, immanence, intuitive wisdom. By recovering these, we recover dimensions of our own spiritual potential. The practical application of this recovery isn't measured merely in altered ritual or theology, but in transformed consciousness. When we recognize the feminine divine alongside the masculine within Christianity, we begin perceiving differently, seeing sacred presence in previously overlooked dimensions of experience. Matter itself becomes transparently luminous with divine significance. The body becomes not obstacle to spirituality, but vessel of divine revelation. Intuitive knowing takes its place alongside rational understanding as valid theological resource. We stand at a pivotal moment in Christianity's evolution. The excavation of texts like the Nag Hammadi library has revealed dimensions of early Christianity long forgotten. These discoveries coincide with a global awakening to feminine wisdom and leadership after millennia of suppression. The confluence creates unprecedented opportunity for Christianity to recover its original wholeness, not by rejecting tradition, but by expanding it to include what was systematically excluded. As we conclude this exploration of Christianity's erased goddesses, we find ourselves not at an ending, but a beginning. The recovery of these divine feminine figures represents not merely historical correction, but invitation to spiritual transformation. What was systematically dismantled over centuries cannot be fully restored in moments. It requires patient, persistent engagement with traditions long buried, yet profoundly alive. The divine feminine within Christianity was never truly destroyed, merely driven underground. Like water finding its way through stone, feminine divine presence continued flowing through mystical traditions, through Marian devotion, through intuitive wisdom often dismissed as superstition. What was explicitly rejected continued implicitly shaping Christian experience because the feminine divine corresponds to something essential in human spiritual experience that cannot be permanently erased. This persistent presence explains why the recovery of Christianity's goddesses resonates so powerfully with contemporary seekers. We are not discovering something foreign to Christianity, but remembering something intrinsic to it, a dimension of divine revelation present from the beginning, yet systematically obscured. This remembering activates not mere intellectual recognition, but bodily knowing, a cellular memory of spiritual wholeness preceding the divine feminine's erasure. What might Christianity become if it fully recovered its goddess traditions? Perhaps it would more effectively integrate mystical experience with ethical action, transcendent awareness with immanent presence, rational theology with intuitive wisdom. Perhaps it would heal the false dichotomies between spirit and matter, heaven and earth, divine and human that have fragmented Western consciousness. Perhaps it would provide spiritual foundation for the ecological, social and psychological healing our world so desperately needs. This recovery need not reject Christianity's masculine divine images, but rather complement them with feminine counterparts that were always present. The Father God need not disappear for the Mother God to be recognized. Christ's embodiment of divine Logos finds completion, not competition, in Sophia's embodiment of divine wisdom. The masculine religious vision, emphasizing hierarchical order and transcendent meaning, harmonizes with feminine religious vision, emphasizing relational connection and immanent presence. The question facing each seeker encountering this information is not merely what to believe about it, but how to live differently through it. How might your spiritual practice change if you consciously engaged divine feminine presence within Christian tradition? How might your understanding of Scripture transform if you recognized its feminine divine elements? How might your relationship with your own body, with nature, with intuitive knowing shift through this recognition? The recovery of Christianity's goddesses ultimately invites us to experience divine presence more completely, to encounter God not merely as Father, but also as Mother, not merely as transcendent Lord, but also as immanent wisdom, not merely as external authority, but also as internal wellspring. This more complete divine encounter enables more complete human embodiment, integration of masculine and feminine dimensions within each person regardless of gender identity. The secret of Christianity's erased goddesses is ultimately the secret of our own erased wholeness. What was systematically removed from tradition corresponds to what has been systematically suppressed within us: intuitive knowing, embodied wisdom, recognition of materiality as sacred, cyclical understanding of death and rebirth. By recovering these goddess traditions, we simultaneously recover dimensions of our own spiritual capacity long dormant. This journey of recovery continues beyond this exploration. The divine feminine within Christianity awaits your personal engagement through contemplative reading of texts featuring these goddesses, through ritual recognition of their presence, through dream work, opening intuitive channels to their wisdom, through embodied practices integrating their energies. What begins as historical investigation can become living encounter if approached with receptivity and reverence. If these words have awakened something dormant within you, join our community of seekers. Every subscription fuels the flame that keeps this knowledge alive in the world. Together, we are not merely learning about forgotten traditions, but participating in their rebirth, becoming vessels through which Christianity's divine feminine dimension flows once more into conscious awareness. The secret of the Christian goddesses is no longer merely hidden history. It is living presence, awaiting your recognition. In the shadowed recesses of a temple at Dendera, as moonlight filters through ancient stone, there exists a wall carving that historians seldom mention. It depicts not the familiar narrative of masculine conquest, but something far more threatening to imperial power, a woman transmitting wisdom directly to another woman, bypassing the authorized channels of knowledge. This forbidden scene echoes across millennia, a silent testament to what remains perhaps the most dangerous act in human consciousness: women who know and who pass that knowing to others. She comes in colors no one can see, wrote the ancient Hermetic texts about divine Sophia, the embodiment of wisdom. She speaks in languages no empire can translate, and in her absence we have built cathedrals of certainty with foundations of sand. These words, carefully preserved in fragments the Orthodox authorities failed to destroy, hint at something our modern world has nearly forgotten: that the erasure of feminine wisdom was not accidental, it was strategic. Have you ever sensed there was something missing from the story you've been told? A voice beneath the official narrative that resonates not with your thinking mind, but with the knowing that lives in your bones. This intuition is not paranoia, it is recognition. To know Sophia is to invite exile, warned an Alexandrian philosopher whose name was deliberately struck from the record. To embody her wisdom is to become dangerous to systems that require your fear. Yet despite centuries of calculated erasure, her presence endures in whispers, in dreams, in the spaces between historical fact and mythic truth, where something alive still breathes. Tonight, we venture into one of history's most profound conspiracies. Not the petty machinations of political power, but the systematic burial of an entire cosmology. What if the divine feminine wasn't merely suppressed, but actively transformed into its shadow? What if figures like Cleopatra, reduced to seductresses in our historical imagination, were actually initiates in a lineage of sacred knowledge? And what if their supposed falls were not defeats, but strategic retreats, ways of preserving wisdom by transmuting it into forms that power could not recognize or destroy? The tale we explore is not merely about forgotten women in history. It is about a mode of knowing that threatens foundational assumptions about power, consciousness, and reality itself. It is about what happens when wisdom becomes flesh, when the abstract becomes embodied, when the infinite enters time. It is the story of Sophia, divine intelligence exiled from scripture, yet preserved in the encrypted language of myth. And it is the story of how her essence found expression through a lineage of initiated women, culminating in one whose name would be deliberately distorted: Cleopatra, the last sovereign of ancient Egypt. This is not speculation, this is reclamation, this is resurrection, because Sophia was never truly gone. She was hidden, in plain sight, in distorted narratives, in the embodied wisdom that patriarchal systems could neither comprehend nor control. And now, as institutions of authorized knowledge crumble under their own contradictions, her presence re-emerges, not as historical curiosity, but as evolutionary necessity. What you are about to witness is not merely information, it is invitation. An invitation to recognize what you have always known, to remember what no empire could erase. An invitation to see in the stories of Sophia and Cleopatra not distant myths, but mirrors reflecting your own unrealized potential. The resurrection of Sophia begins not in ancient texts, but in your recognition of what has always been alive within you. The question is not whether you will find her, but whether you will finally allow yourself to be found. The lie was intentional. Erasing the sacred feminine history does not accidentally forget its most powerful figures. It deliberately rewrites them. Consider the curious case of Cleopatra VII Philopator, last active ruler of the Ptolemaic kingdom of Egypt. In the approved historical narrative, she appears primarily as Julius Caesar's lover and later Mark Antony's fatal attraction. A woman whose political significance derived almost entirely from her romantic entanglements with powerful men. This portrayal persists, despite overwhelming evidence to the contrary. Cleopatra spoke 9 languages, authored medical and alchemical texts, and administered a complex, multicultural kingdom during one of history's most volatile periods. The seductress narrative, notes Egyptologist Dr. Miranda Solberg, provided a convenient framework for Roman propaganda. By reducing Cleopatra to her sexuality, Rome effectively neutralized the threat she represented as an embodiment of Egyptian sovereignty and religious authority. This wasn't character assassination, it was ontological reduction, transforming a sovereign being into a subsidiary character in someone else's story. This pattern repeats with disturbing consistency throughout recorded history. Hypatia of Alexandria, mathematician and philosopher, dismembered by a mob. The oracle at Delphi, reduced to a hallucinating curiosity rather than acknowledged as the voice of divine wisdom in the ancient world. The countless women condemned as witches across medieval Europe, not for practicing malevolent magic, but for possessing unauthorized knowledge of healing, childbirth, and natural law. In each case, we find not random persecution, but a systematic pattern. Women who claimed direct access to knowledge, who bypassed established hierarchies of learning and legitimacy, became existential threats to the social order. They had to be eliminated not merely physically, but narratively. Their stories rewritten to render them either dangerous or inconsequential. The control of knowledge, writes philosopher Michel Foucault, has always been inseparable from the knowledge of control. Those who determine what constitutes legitimate knowing also determine who is permitted to know. The erasure of feminine wisdom traditions wasn't incidental to the development of Western civilization, it was foundational to it. This erasure manifests in subtle linguistic shifts that reveal profound conceptual transformations. The Greek word Sophia, wisdom, is feminine. So too is philosophia, the love of wisdom. Yet as Greek thought was incorporated into Roman and later Christian frameworks, wisdom became increasingly associated with masculine rationality rather than feminine intuition. This wasn't merely semantic drift, it reflected a fundamental reorientation of human consciousness away from embodied knowing toward abstract reasoning, from cyclical understanding toward linear progress, from relational wisdom toward hierarchical knowledge. What makes this particularly relevant to our exploration is that this pattern maps directly onto contemporary neuroscience's understanding of hemisphere specialization in the brain. The left hemisphere, which modern society privileges, excels at narrow focus, categorization, and explicit knowledge. The right hemisphere, which our educational systems often neglect, specializes in broad awareness, context, and implicit understanding. Our civilization's shift toward left hemisphere dominance parallels its suppression of feminine modes of knowing. Psychiatrist Ian McGilchrist observes in his landmark work, The Master and His Emissary, that the left hemisphere is the hemisphere of certainty, the right hemisphere the hemisphere of possibility. When a civilization systematically devalues possibility in favor of certainty, it simultaneously devalues the feminine in favor of the masculine, not because these qualities are inherently gendered, but because our cultural constructions have made them so. This brings us to a crucial understanding. What appears in historical records as fear of women was actually fear of a particular mode of consciousness, one that threatens hierarchical systems by its very nature. Sophia, as embodied wisdom, represents not merely female power, but an entirely different relationship to knowledge itself. One where wisdom isn't acquired, but revealed, isn't owned, but experienced, isn't deployed as power over others, but expressed as power with all. The systematic erasure of the sacred feminine from our cultural inheritance has left us collectively impoverished, unable to access modes of knowing that might be essential for navigating our current planetary crises. As we reclaim the stories of figures like Sophia and Cleopatra, we aren't merely correcting historical injustices, we're recovering lost capacities of human consciousness. The lie was intentional, because the truth was revolutionary. It remains so today, too. Who was Sophia, really? To understand Sophia requires venturing beyond conventional religious categories into the fertile borderlands where mysticism, philosophy, and cosmology converge. In the Gnostic tradition, those early Christian and pre-Christian mystery teachings deemed heretical by orthodox authorities, Sophia occupies a position of profound significance. She is not merely a symbolic figure, but a cosmic principle, a divine emanation, an aspect of ultimate reality itself. The Nag Hammadi texts, discovered in Egypt in 1945, provide our most comprehensive window into this alternative cosmology. These ancient codices, hidden for safekeeping as authorities worked to eradicate unauthorized spiritual perspectives, describe Sophia as an aeon, a primordial creative force that emerges from the ineffable source of all being. Unlike abstract theological constructs, Sophia possesses agency, desire, and even fallibility, qualities that make her both divine and profoundly relatable to human experience. According to the Apocryphon of John, Sophia's fall occurred when she sought to create without her divine counterpart, acting from passionate intention rather than balanced wholeness. This creative act produced the demiurge, an imperfect creator god who, unaware of higher realities, mistakenly declared himself the supreme deity and proceeded to fashion the material world as a flawed reflection of divine perfection. This cosmological drama might seem remote from practical concerns, yet it addresses a fundamental human experience, our sense of living in a world that is simultaneously miraculous and deeply flawed, of being spiritual beings having a material experience. Sophia's descent into matter, her embodiment in the physical realm, represents not punishment, but radical compassion. She enters the very world her action helped create, not to escape consequences, but to transform them from within. The Sophia myth, explains religious scholar Karen King, offers a profound alternative to the dominant creation narrative. Rather than portraying materiality as God's perfect creation subsequently corrupted by human sin, it acknowledges the mixed nature of existence from the outset, while still affirming the presence of divine wisdom within it. This perspective fundamentally reframes human purpose. We are not fallen creatures seeking redemption, but divine sparks engaged in a cosmic process of remembering our true nature. The Pistis Sophia, another crucial Gnostic text, elaborates this journey through a series of Sophia's lamentations and prayers as she navigates the lower realms, repeatedly calling out to the light while confronting cosmic forces that would keep her, and by extension human consciousness, imprisoned in materialism and forgetting. Her eventual restoration represents not a return to some pristine pre-material state, but an integration of wisdom gained through embodied experience. This narrative carries striking parallels to ancient Egyptian mythology, particularly the story of Isis, the goddess who reassembled her dismembered husband Osiris, conceived their son Horus, and maintained cosmic balance through her magical wisdom. Both Sophia and Isis represent wisdom that operates not through domination, but through restoration, not through separation, but through integration of seemingly opposing forces. Jungian psychology recognizes in these myths the archetype of the anima mundi, or world soul, the feminine aspect of divinity that animates matter itself. Psychologist James Hillman describes this as the animated possibility resident in each thing as its distinctive presence. Sophia, in this understanding, is not distant from the world, but immanent within it, present in every atom, every cell, every moment of conscious awareness. This perspective resonates with indigenous wisdom traditions worldwide, which recognize the living intelligence inherent in natural systems. It also finds unexpected support in contemporary physics, where quantum theory reveals a universe in which consciousness and matter appear inextricably intertwined. Physicist David Bohm's concept of implicate order, the deeper reality from which our physical world unfolds, bears remarkable similarities to Gnostic descriptions of Sophia's realm of pleroma or fullness. Where does Sophia dwell in our world? Not primarily in temples or texts, but in what philosopher Michel Serres calls the excluded middle, those liminal spaces our binary thinking tends to overlook. She lives in paradox, in the creative tension between opposing forces. She speaks through synchronicity, dreams, and those moments of unexpected clarity that seem to arrive from beyond our ordinary cognition. The Jewish mystical tradition of Kabbalah identifies Sophia with Chokmah, wisdom, and especially with Bina, understanding, the feminine principle that receives divine light and gives it form. In Christian mysticism, she became partially absorbed into Marian devotion, with the Virgin Mother serving as a sanitized vessel for aspects of the divine feminine that orthodoxy could tolerate. In Islamic Sufism, her qualities manifest in the concept of sakina, the divine presence or tranquility that descends upon the heart. What makes Sophia particularly relevant to our exploration of Cleopatra is that both represent wisdom not as abstract principle, but as embodied practice, knowing that is simultaneously being. Neither operated from the safe distance of theory, both engaged directly with the messy complexities of material existence, and both posed similar threats to systems of power that require separation between knower and known, between divine and human, between spirit and matter. Sophia wasn't merely opposed by historical forces, she was deliberately fragmented by them. Her qualities distributed across safer, more controllable figures or relegated to unconscious shadow. Yet this fragmentation itself became a form of preservation, allowing her essence to survive in encrypted form, hidden in plain sight within the very traditions that sought to erase her. 3. Cleopatra as embodiment of Sophia. The historical Cleopatra emerges through layers of deliberate distortion, yet what remains visible even through these veils is remarkable. Born in 69 BCE into the Ptolemaic dynasty, Greek rulers who had governed Egypt since Alexander's conquest, she inherited a kingdom at the intersection of multiple civilizations, languages, and religious traditions. Unlike her predecessors who remained culturally Greek, Cleopatra immersed herself in Egyptian traditions, becoming the first and only Ptolemaic ruler to learn the Egyptian language. This linguistic accomplishment reveals something profound about her approach to power. Rather than imposing her native culture upon the governed, she entered into theirs, a form of leadership through receptivity rather than domination. This mirrors Sophia's descent into matter, not to control it from above, but to transform it from within, through presence and participation. Cleopatra's linguistic abilities, notes classicist Mary Beard, weren't merely political calculation but represented a fundamentally different approach to cultural engagement than that of her Roman contemporaries, who expected others to adapt to them. This receptive approach to difference characterizes wisdom traditions across cultures, the capacity to hold multiple perspectives simultaneously rather than collapsing complexity into singular truth. Beyond linguistic mastery, Cleopatra's education encompassed philosophy, mathematics, astronomy, and medicine. Contemporary accounts, even those hostile to her, acknowledge her intellectual prowess. Plutarch, whose account would later form the basis for Shakespeare's portrayal, reluctantly admits that her conversation had an irresistible charm, and that her presence combined with the persuasiveness of her discourse had something stimulating about it. He attributes these qualities to sorcery rather than intelligence, a common deflection when confronted with feminine wisdom that refuses containment. Most significantly for our exploration, Cleopatra held the religious title Isis Incarnate. This wasn't merely ceremonial, but reflected her initiation into the Isiac mysteries, ancient Egypt's sophisticated spiritual system centering on death, rebirth, and the maintenance of cosmic balance through ritual and ethical practice. As living embodiment of Isis, herself the keeper of wisdom, Cleopatra represented the convergence of political, intellectual, and spiritual authority in a single sovereign being. This convergence made her uniquely dangerous to Rome's expanding imperial project, which depended upon the separation of these powers. Caesar could be both political and religious leader because Roman religion subordinated spiritual matters to state interests. Cleopatra represented an entirely different paradigm, one where spiritual wisdom guided political action rather than serving it, where sovereignty derived from alignment with cosmic principles rather than military force. Archaeological evidence supports this understanding of Cleopatra's spiritual role. The Temple of Hathor at Dendera, completed during her reign, contains remarkable astronomical ceilings that integrate Egyptian religious symbolism with Greek mathematical precision, a perfect architectural expression of Cleopatra's syncretic approach to knowledge. The famous Dendera zodiac represents not mere decoration, but a sophisticated cosmological statement about the relationship between celestial cycles and earthly sovereignty. More revealing still are the pharmaceutical and alchemical texts attributed to Cleopatra. Though most were destroyed in the burning of the Library of Alexandria, that catastrophic erasure of accumulated wisdom, fragments survive that show her engagement with what we would now call biochemistry, pharmacology, and materials science. These weren't separate from her spiritual practice, but integral to it, part of a unified approach to knowledge that made no distinction between studying nature's laws and participating in their expression. The parallels with Sophia become striking when we examine the specific accusations leveled against Cleopatra by Roman propagandists. She is portrayed as dangerously autonomous, acting from internal authority rather than external validation. She's accused of excess, of refusing appropriate limitations. She's described as unnaturally combining qualities that should remain separate, being simultaneously intellectual and sensual, politically astute and personally passionate, Greek and Egyptian, human and divine. These same accusations echo in Gnostic accounts of Sophia's transgression, her desire to create independently, her refusal of established boundaries, her integration of seeming opposites. Both figures represent the same threatening principle, wisdom that acts from sovereign authenticity rather than delegated authority. Philosopher Pierre Hadot distinguishes between philosophy as discourse and philosophy as way of life. The former produces arguments about reality. The latter transforms one's experience of reality. Cleopatra, like Sophia, embodied the latter approach, knowing not as accumulated information, but as transformative presence. This embodied wisdom threatens hierarchical systems precisely because it cannot be appropriated, systematized, or controlled. It must be lived directly. What Roman sources describe as Cleopatra's seduction of Caesar and later Mark Antony likely represented something far more threatening: her initiation of these men into an alternative understanding of power, one based on regenerative cycles rather than linear conquest, on relational harmony rather than hierarchical domination. That both men subsequently adopted practices and policies aligned with Egyptian rather than Roman values suggests not manipulation, but transformation, the hallmark of authentic wisdom traditions. Cleopatra's famous death, traditionally attributed to asp venom, carries symbolic significance beyond romantic tragedy. The serpent in Egyptian tradition represented divine wisdom and rebirth rather than temptation and sin. By choosing this death, Cleopatra aligned herself with a cosmology in which endings become beginnings, in which wisdom survives the death of its temporary vessels. Like Sophia's descent into matter, Cleopatra's death represents not defeat, but strategic transformation, the preservation of a wisdom lineage through its apparent disappearance. 4. The seduction myth. Was a weapon, history, wrote Winston Churchill, is written by the victors. In Cleopatra's case, those victors were not merely the Roman legions that conquered Egypt, but the Roman historians and poets who conquered the narrative itself. Octavian, later Emperor Augustus, having defeated Antony and Cleopatra at Actium in 31 BCE, launched what modern analysts would recognize as a sophisticated propaganda campaign, one that would transform a geopolitical rival into a cautionary tale. The reduction of Cleopatra to seductress served multiple strategic purposes. First, it provided convenient justification for Roman imperial expansion. If Egypt's last pharaoh was merely an enchantress who had bewitched virtuous Roman leaders, then Rome's annexation of her wealthy kingdom could be framed as restoration of proper order rather than conquest. Second, it reinforced Roman gender ideology, which confined women to domestic roles and viewed female political participation with suspicion. Third, and most significantly for our exploration, it neutralized the philosophical and spiritual threat that Cleopatra's model of sovereignty represented. Roman poets eagerly embraced this narrative framework. Virgil's Aeneid depicts Cleopatra as a fatale monstrum, a fatal monster, while Horace celebrates her death as a triumph over a woman who had plotted ruin against the capital. Propertius describes her as the whore queen, and that woman who so often vomited on our streets. These character assassinations served not merely to denigrate Cleopatra personally, but to delegitimize the entire cosmological system she embodied. The pattern continues in later Western traditions. Shakespeare's Antony and Cleopatra, though nuanced in its portrayal, still frames their relationship primarily through the lens of passion overcoming reason, the feminine principle disabling masculine virtue. Joseph L. Mankiewicz's 1963 film, starring Elizabeth Taylor as Cleopatra, perpetuates the image of feminine wiles outmatching masculine wisdom, despite gestures toward her intellectual abilities. By focusing exclusively on Cleopatra's romantic relationships, observes cultural historian Camille Paglia, Western tradition effectively erased her intellectual and spiritual significance. The historical Cleopatra disappears, and in her place stands a projection of masculine anxiety about feminine power. This projection operates not merely at the level of individual psychology, but as cultural programming, a way of rendering certain forms of knowing literally unthinkable within dominant paradigms. The effectiveness of this strategy becomes apparent when we consider how completely it has shaped our collective imagination. Ask any reasonably educated person about Cleopatra, and they will mention Caesar and Antony, perhaps her legendary beauty, despite contemporaneous evidence suggesting she was not conventionally beautiful but compelling in presence, possibly her dramatic suicide. Almost none will mention her philosophical writings, her scientific investigations, or her role as initiated priestess in an ancient wisdom tradition. This erasure parallels what happened to Sophia in Orthodox Christian tradition. Initially central to Gnostic cosmology, she was gradually marginalized, her qualities redistributed across safer figures, the desexualized Virgin Mary, the repentant Mary Magdalene, or projected onto demonic feminine figures representing temptation and danger. Wisdom itself underwent a gender reassignment, increasingly depicted as an attribute of the masculine divine rather than its feminine counterpart. What makes this strategy particularly insidious is that it operates not merely through falsehood, but through selective emphasis, highlighting certain aspects of multidimensional figures while obscuring others until the partial truth effectively functions as lie. By reducing Cleopatra to her relationships with men, history doesn't deny her existence, but denies her essence, her sovereign selfhood, and the wisdom tradition she embodied. This same tactic continues in contemporary treatment of intuitive knowledge. When women in professional settings offer insights based on pattern recognition or embodied knowing rather than linear analysis, they frequently encounter the modern equivalent of the seductress narrative, accusations of being emotional, subjective, or irrational. The implicit message remains consistent across millennia. Certain ways of knowing are legitimate, typically those associated with masculine rationality, while others are suspect, typically those associated with feminine intuition. Neuroscience now confirms what wisdom traditions have long maintained, that intuitive cognition represents not inferior thinking, but different thinking, accessing broader patterns and implicit relationships that analytical cognition often misses. Yet our educational and professional systems continue to privilege explicit over implicit knowing, sequential over simultaneous processing, articulation over embodiment. These preferences aren't gender-specific. All humans possess both capacities, but they are culturally gendered in ways that systematically devalue wisdom traditions associated with the feminine. The seduction myth serves as a psychological weapon precisely because it activates unconscious associations between femininity, sexuality, and deception, associations carefully cultivated by systems that equate masculine rationality with objective truth. By framing feminine wisdom as seductive enchantment, these systems create an impossible double bind. Either deny your way of knowing to gain credibility, or embrace it and be dismissed as unreliable. Sophia and Cleopatra both refused this false choice. Both claimed the right to know differently, to integrate intellect and intuition, analysis and synthesis, separation and connection. Both paid the price for this refusal, suffering narrative dismemberment that parallels Isis's reassembly of the dismembered Osiris, another myth about the persistence of wisdom through its apparent destruction. The seduction narrative persists because it continues to serve its original purpose, not merely to misrepresent particular women, but to delegitimize an entire epistemology, an entire way of being in relationship with knowledge itself. Until we recognize this strategic function, we remain vulnerable to its operation, unconsciously accepting frameworks that limit our access to integrated wisdom. V. The fall as initiation. In wisdom traditions worldwide, the journey of descent precedes the possibility of authentic ascent. Before enlightenment can occur, one must first encounter darkness. Before integration, disintegration. Before resurrection, death. This pattern appears with such consistency across cultures that depth psychologist C.G. Jung identified it as a fundamental archetype of transformation, what he termed the night sea journey, or Nikaya, the mythological descent to the underworld that precedes rebirth. Both Sophia and Cleopatra experienced forms of this initiatory descent. In Gnostic texts, Sophia's fall from the pleroma, divine fullness, into the constraints of material existence represents not punishment but necessary passage, a journey through limitation that ultimately enriches the entire cosmic order. Similarly, what history records as Cleopatra's defeat and suicide can be understood as strategic transformation, the preservation of a wisdom lineage through its apparent disappearance. In Authentic Initiation, writes religious scholar Mircea Eliade, death represents not an end, but a transition, the completion of one mode of being and the beginning of another. This perspective invites us to re-examine historical narratives of feminine falls, not as cautionary tales of hubris punished, but as encoded accounts of wisdom's deliberate submergence, its strategic retreat from hostile conditions into protected depths, where it could survive periods of collective forgetting. The parallels between Sophia's and Cleopatra's descents are striking. Both acted from sovereign autonomy rather than delegated authority. Both created independently of patriarchal sanction. Both refused false choices between opposing principles, instead embodying their integration. Both represented ways of knowing that threatened systems dependent upon separation and hierarchy, and both experienced forms of dismemberment, Sophia through her fragmentation across safer religious figures, Cleopatra through her reduction to one-dimensional seductress in historical accounts. Yet in both cases, this dismemberment paradoxically ensured survival. By descending from abstract principle into embodied story, Sophia's wisdom became accessible through multiple cultural expressions, not only in explicitly Gnostic texts, but encoded in fairy tales, alchemical emblems, and mystical poetry. Similarly, by becoming mythologized as seductress rather than simply erased from history, Cleopatra remained present in cultural memory, her story preserved, however distorted, until future generations might recognize its deeper significance. This pattern reflects what anthropologist James C. Scott calls hidden transcripts, ways that subordinated groups preserve essential knowledge under conditions of oppression. Unable to express wisdom openly without persecution, they encode it in forms that dominant systems misinterpret as harmless or irrelevant. Stories seemingly about romance that actually transmit philosophical principles, domestic practices that maintain cosmic alignments, artistic motifs that map initiatory passages. The wisdom appears to fall from explicit cultural expression, but actually descends into protected symbolic forms. From this perspective, what looks like defeat becomes strategic withdrawal. What appears as ending becomes transformation. What seems like loss becomes preservation through metamorphosis. The butterfly doesn't announce its formation within the chrysalis. The seed doesn't advertise its silent growth beneath the soil. Wisdom traditions under threat don't declare their continued evolution through periods of apparent dormancy. In Egyptian initiatory traditions, this principle was expressed through the symbol of the Djed pillar, the stylized backbone of Osiris that represented stability through transformation. Before being raised in temple ceremonies symbolizing restoration of divine order, the Djed pillar was laid horizontal, representing the necessary period of apparent defeat that precedes genuine empowerment. This horizontal phase wasn't failure but preparation, the gathering of strength through withdrawal from premature expression. Alchemical traditions preserved this understanding through the principle of nigredo, or blackening, the initial phase of the great work in which existing structures dissolve into prima materia, or first matter. This dissolution isn't regression, but necessary precondition for higher integration. "The stone the builders rejected," writes the psalmist in a passage alchemists frequently cited, "has become the cornerstone." What dominant systems discard or suppress often contains precisely the elements most necessary for genuine transformation. Applied to our exploration of Sophia and Cleopatra, this initiatory framework reveals their apparent defeats as strategic transformations. Sophia's descent into matter becomes not fall from grace, but compassionate embodiment, divine wisdom entering the very conditions it seeks to transform. Cleopatra's death becomes not surrender to Roman power, but refusal to be captured by it, choosing transformation on her own terms rather than assimilation on Rome's. This perspective finds support in curious historical details typically overlooked. Octavian's frustration at Cleopatra's suicide suggests he understood its symbolic significance, that by choosing her manner of departure, she denied him complete narrative control. The unusual care with which her body was treated, allowed proper Egyptian burial rites rather than public display, suggests recognition of her continued spiritual significance even in political defeat. Most tellingly, despite Rome's thorough eradication of Ptolemaic symbols throughout Egypt, Cleopatra's cartouche, royal name symbol, remained undisturbed in certain temple inscriptions, as if even her conquerors hesitated to completely sever her connection to Egypt's spiritual lineage. The initiatory paradigm also illuminates why feminine wisdom traditions so often appear in our cultural inheritance as fragments, illusions, and palimpsests rather than intact systems. Not because they were weaker than their patriarchal counterparts, but because they adopted different survival strategies. Rather than defending rigid boundaries, they practiced strategic permeability. Rather than fighting directly for institutional power, they cultivated resilient networks. Rather than insisting on doctrinal purity, they embraced adaptive transformation. The feminine principle, writes psychologist Jean Shinoda Bolen, doesn't disappear when suppressed. It goes underground. This descent isn't defeat, but metamorphosis, wisdom transforming itself to survive hostile conditions until the ecological balance shifts and new emergence becomes possible. Like certain desert plants whose seeds can remain dormant for decades until conditions favor germination, feminine wisdom traditions developed remarkable capacities for latency, for preserving their essence through centuries of apparent absence. This understanding invites us to recognize what appeared to be the historical defeat of figures like Sophia and Cleopatra as something far more nuanced. Not endings, but transitions. Not failures, but strategic withdrawals. Not deaths, but metamorphoses. Their falls were not punishments, but initiations. Necessary passages through dissolution that prepared the way for eventual resurrection, in forms that subsequent systems of power could neither recognize nor control. Sig, the sacred feminine, awakens in you, The resurrection of Sophia does not occur primarily in academic reassessment or historical revision, important though these correctives may be. It happens in moments of recognition, when something long buried in cultural memory suddenly stirs within individual consciousness, awakening capacities for knowing that our dominant paradigms neither acknowledge nor value. Have you ever experienced a sudden understanding that arrived not through logical progression, but through immediate apprehension? A knowing that appeared in your awareness fully formed, as if received rather than constructed. Have you ever recognized a pattern across seemingly unrelated domains that revealed an underlying unity your analytical mind had missed? Have you ever felt a visceral response to music, art, or natural beauty that contained information your rational processes could recognize but not produce? These experiences represent Sophia stirring within you, not as abstract principle but as living intelligence, as embodied wisdom-seeking expression through your unique participation in the world. They are not supernatural interventions, but natural functions of consciousness when it operates beyond the constraints of purely analytical cognition. The voice of Sophia, writes religious scholar Caitlin Matthews, speaks in the language of bodily knowing, in goosebumps that signal recognition, in tears that arrive without explanation, in laughter that erupts when disparate elements suddenly integrate. This somatic intelligence represents not regression to pre-rational functioning, but progression to trans-rational awareness, consciousness that includes but transcends the analytical mind. Neuroscience increasingly confirms what wisdom traditions have long maintained, that human cognition encompasses multiple ways of knowing, each with particular strengths and limitations. Our dominant educational and professional systems privilege explicit, sequential, verbal processing associated with left hemisphere function, while often neglecting implicit, simultaneous, embodied understanding associated with right hemisphere function. This cultural preference doesn't reflect intellectual superiority, but systemic bias, one that limits our collective capacity to address complex challenges requiring integrated intelligence. Practical engagement with Sophia's wisdom begins with recognition of these multiple ways of knowing within yourself. When do you rely primarily on analytical processing, and when do you access more intuitive understanding? Which mode does your education and profession reward, and which does it marginalize? How might you develop greater integration between these complementary capacities? The Egyptian initiatory practices associated with Isis, and likely transmitted through Cleopatra's lineage, offer concrete approaches to cultivating this integration. These include deep receptivity, the practice of intentional silence, what the Greeks called gnosis or emptying, creates space for wisdom to emerge. Try sitting for 15 minutes daily in receptive awareness, neither forcing thoughts away nor following their threads, simply allowing your nervous system to settle into present moment experience. Notice what arises when you temporarily suspend the mind's categorizing functions. Dream incubation. Egyptian temple practices included deliberate engagement with dream consciousness as source of wisdom. Before sleep, frame a genuine question and invite guidance. Keep writing materials beside your bed and record whatever dreams or impressions arrive upon waking without immediately analyzing their significance. Over time, patterns emerge that reveal connections your waking mind might miss. Symbolic sight. Egyptian hieroglyphs operate not merely as written language, but as activation of symbolic consciousness, the capacity to perceive multiple levels of meaning simultaneously. Practice seeing everyday objects both literally and symbolically. A tree is both particular living organism and embodiment of connection between realms. A doorway is both architectural feature and threshold between states of being. This double vision cultivates the mind's capacity to perceive relationships rather than merely cataloging separate elements. Embodied presence. Isiac mysteries emphasize the body not as obstacle to spiritual awareness, but as vehicle for its expression. Simple practices like conscious breathing, mindful walking, or gentle movement sequences help integrate intellectual understanding with somatic intelligence. Try walking while maintaining awareness of both your surroundings and your internal bodily sensations, creating a feedback loop between inner and outer experience. Cyclical awareness. Unlike linear time that progresses from past through present toward future, sacred time moves in cycles of constant renewal. Practice tracking natural cycles, daily light and darkness, monthly lunar phases, seasonal shifts, while simultaneously noting corresponding cycles in your own consciousness. This dual attention cultivates recognition of underlying patterns, connecting macrocosm, universal processes, with microcosm, individual experience. Sovereign questioning. Rather than accepting authorized explanations, develop the practice of genuine questioning, not to establish certainty, but to deepen relationship with mystery. The questions that matter most often have no final answers, but serve as thresholds to expanded awareness. Who am I beyond social identities? What wants to emerge through my particular life? How does wisdom differ from knowledge? Such questions don't seek closure, but opening, creating space for Sophia's voice to emerge through your own contemplative engagement. Alchemical witness. The Egyptian understanding of Heka, magical efficacy, centered on the power of conscious attention to catalyze transformation. Practice witnessing challenging experiences, emotional reactions, physical discomfort, cognitive confusion, without immediately attempting to change or resolve them. This non-reactive presence often allows natural transmutation of difficult energies into unexpected insight, a process alchemists called solutio, dissolution that precedes higher integration. These practices aren't exotic techniques, but natural capacities available to all human beings, qualities of consciousness that our dominant paradigms often neglect but cannot eliminate. They represent not regression to superstition, but progression toward integration, the recovery of ways of knowing that complement rather than contradict analytical intelligence. The resurrection of Sophia occurs not through abandoning reason, but through expanding it, recognizing that true rationality includes rather than excludes the intelligence of intuition, imagination, and embodied awareness. This expanded rationality echoes what physicist David Bohm called the implicate order, the deeper reality from which our familiar world unfolds, accessible not through calculation alone, but through qualities of attention that science is only beginning to understand. The greatest obstacle to discovering the shape of the earth, the continents, and the oceans was not ignorance, wrote historian Daniel Boorstin, but the illusion of knowledge. Similarly, the greatest obstacle to experiencing Sophia's wisdom is not lack of information, but attachment to existing frameworks that predetermine what constitutes valid knowing. The journey requires not accumulating more content within established containers, but transforming the containers themselves, developing more capacious ways of holding experience that include both structured knowledge and flowing wisdom. This transformation isn't merely personal, but participates in collective evolution. As psychologist Claire Graves observed in his research on developmental consciousness, human systems move through predictable stages, from magical thinking to mythic certainty to rational analysis to integrated awareness, not by rejecting previous stages, but by transcending and including them in more comprehensive frameworks. The resurrection of Sophia represents not regression to pre-rational consciousness, but emergence of trans-rational cognition, awareness that integrates multiple ways of knowing rather than privileging any single approach. Perhaps most importantly, this resurrection manifests through ordinary moments of extraordinary clarity. Those times when you suddenly perceive connections between seemingly separate domains, when understanding arrives not through logical steps, but through immediate apprehension, when something within you recognizes a truth your socialized mind might have missed. These aren't mystical aberrations, but natural functions of consciousness when it operates beyond artificial constraints. The divine feminine was never truly absent, merely unrecognized within systems that lacked conceptual frameworks to perceive her presence. Like the famous optical illusion that can be seen either as young woman or elderly crone, but rarely both simultaneously, Sophia has always been hidden in plain sight, visible to those who know how to shift perception beyond habitual patterns. The resurrection doesn't create something new, but reveals what was always present, waiting to be acknowledged. This recognition carries profound implications for how we navigate our current planetary moment, a time when conventional approaches prove increasingly inadequate for addressing complex challenges that cross disciplinary boundaries and transcend familiar categories. Climate change, technological transformation, social polarization, economic instability, these interwoven crises require precisely the integrative intelligence that Sophia represents. The capacity to perceive patterns across domains, to hold paradox without premature resolution, to remain open to emergence rather than imposing predetermined solutions. What would it mean to approach these challenges with Sophia's wisdom, rather than merely applying existing methodologies more intensively? It would mean cultivating collective intelligence that honors multiple ways of knowing, not privileging scientific data over indigenous observation, technological innovation over embodied experience, economic metrics over relational values, or any single perspective over the rich diversity of human understanding. It would mean recognizing that the most important questions of our time require not either-or thinking, but both, and awareness. Consciousness capacious enough to hold apparent opposites in creative tension rather than collapsing complexity into false certainty. This is not abstract speculation but practical necessity. Our dominant approaches to knowledge, fragmented into specialized disciplines, fixated on quantifiable metrics, trapped in false dichotomies between subjective and objective, prove increasingly insufficient for navigating the interconnected challenges we face. The resurrection of Sophia represents not spiritual luxury, but evolutionary imperative, the emergence of more integrated ways of knowing that our collective survival may require. The Egyptian initiatory traditions embodied by Cleopatra understood something our contemporary world is rediscovering. That wisdom emerges not from transcending our humanity, but from fully inhabiting it, from engaging reality with all our capacities rather than privileging certain functions while suppressing others. True sovereignty arises not from dominating complexity, but from dancing with it, from cultivating responsive relationship with life's unfolding rather than imposing rigid categories upon fluid experience. As you contemplate these ancient yet urgently contemporary understandings, consider how Sophia's wisdom might manifest through your particular gifts and circumstances. What ways of knowing have you neglected in favor of those your education and profession reward? What insights arrive through channels your analytical mind might dismiss? What forms of intelligence, embodied, intuitive, relational, symbolic, remain underdeveloped in your engagement with the world? The resurrection of Sophia begins with these personal recognitions, but it doesn't end there. Like ripples expanding across still water, individual awakening to integrated intelligence influences collective fields of awareness. Each person who honors the full spectrum of human knowing creates space for others to do the same. Each act of integration, whether in family systems, organizational cultures, educational approaches, or policy frameworks, contributes to the larger transformation our time requires. This was the deeper significance of both Sophia's descent and Cleopatra's embodiment. Not merely personal journeys, but evolutionary contributions, participation in wisdom's ongoing unfolding through human consciousness. Their stories matter not because they were exceptional beings, but because they represent capacities available to all humans when artificial limitations dissolve. They remind us that wisdom isn't something we acquire, but something we allow. The natural functioning of consciousness when it operates beyond the constraints of partial perspectives. The resurrection of Sophia isn't future event, but present possibility, available whenever we shift from fragmented knowing to integrative awareness, from rigid certainty to creative engagement with mystery, from passive consumption of authorized information to active participation in wisdom's emergence. It occurs not once, but continuously, not dramatically, but quietly, in those moments when something deeper than conditioned thought stirs within us, and we have the courage to respond. In the words of an ancient Egyptian invocation to Isis, whose wisdom Cleopatra embodied, "I am all that has been, all that is, and all that shall be, and no mortal has ever lifted my veil." And the sacred feminine remains ultimately mysterious, not because she hides from us, but because she encompasses more than our partial perspectives can grasp. Yet, in that very limitation lies invitation, to expand our capacity for knowing beyond familiar boundaries, to develop more spacious containers for experience, to participate in consciousness that transcends while including our individual awareness. The veil lifts not through force, but through receptivity, through cultivating qualities of attention that allow wisdom's voice to emerge from within, rather than imposing frameworks from without. This receptivity isn't passive, but actively engaged, not surrendered, but sovereignly responsive to what wants to emerge through our particular lives and times. In this moment, as you engage these reflections, Sophia stirs within you, not as abstract concept, but as living intelligence seeking expression through your unique participation in the world. The resurrection occurs not in historical revision, but in present recognition, not in academic discourse, but in embodied knowing, not in future utopia, but in this very breath, this heartbeat, this awakening to wisdom that has always been present, waiting to be acknowledged. The question is not whether you will find her, but whether you will finally allow yourself to be found. If something stirred in you while watching this, it's not coincidence, it's remembrance. Drop your thoughts in the comments, like this video to keep the pulse of truth alive, and subscribe. Because Sophia has many forms, and her story is just beginning. In the silence between heartbeats, in that liminal space where consciousness meets the void, two names echo through the corridors of forgotten wisdom. Names that once held the power to unlock the deepest mysteries of existence, now relegated to the margins of scholarly footnotes and dismissed as heretical fantasy. Yet for those who dare to listen with the inner ear, these names carry a frequency that can shatter the crystallized walls of conventional spirituality and reveal the true architecture of divine reality. Barbello, Sophia, the two mothers of the invisible. The early church father Irenaeus, writing in his fierce condemnation against heresies around 180 CE, spoke of these figures with a mixture of fascination and horror. He described how the Gnostics proclaimed Barbello as the first thought of the Father and the mother of all things, while Sophia was revered as the wisdom that fell from grace, yet through her fall made redemption possible. What terrified Irenaeus was not merely the theological implications of these teachings, but their profound psychological truth, that the divine feminine had been split, fragmented, and that this cosmic wound lived within every human soul. The Syrian mystic Ephraim, encountering these same teachings in the 4th century, wrote with trembling hand, "They speak of two faces of the eternal woman, one that never left paradise, and one that chose to taste the bitter fruit of experience. How can mortal minds comprehend such mysteries without losing themselves in the labyrinth of gnosis? Yet perhaps this is precisely what we need, to lose ourselves in order to find what we truly are. For in the drama of Barbello and Sophia, we encounter not merely ancient mythology, but a mirror that reflects the deepest fractures and highest aspirations of human consciousness. These are not distant goddesses to be worshipped from afar, but archetypal patterns that pulse within the very fabric of our being, waiting to be recognized, integrated, and transformed. The mainstream Christian tradition, in its zealous pursuit of orthodoxy, performed what can only be described as cosmic surgery, excising the feminine principle from the heart of creation itself. What emerged was a theology of singular paternity, where the divine feminine was relegated to the subordinate role of vessel, never as co-creator or equal partner in the dance of manifestation. But the Gnostics preserved a different story, one where the feminine was not merely present at creation, but was creation itself, expressing through two magnificent aspects that together encompassed the full spectrum of divine consciousness. Tonight, we venture into territories that have remained hidden for nearly 2 millennia, not because they lack power, but because they possess too much. We will explore how Barbello represents the untouchable perfection of divine consciousness, the eternal womb from which all possibilities emerge yet never decrease. We will witness how Sophia embodies the courageous wisdom that dares to descend into experience, even at the cost of temporary exile from paradise. And we will discover how their apparent separation is not a cosmic tragedy, but a necessary movement in the great symphony of awakening. This is not merely an academic exercise in historical theology. This is an invitation to participate in the most profound mystery of existence. The recognition that consciousness itself is feminine in its deepest essence, and that the journey from unity through separation and back to integration is not a fall to be regretted, but a sacred spiral to be embraced. For in understanding Barbello and Sophia, we begin to understand the secret architecture of our own souls and the hidden purpose behind every moment of apparent darkness in our lives. The time has come to restore these forgotten mothers to their rightful place, not as objects of worship, but as living principles that can guide us home to ourselves. The veil between worlds grows thin, and in this threshold space, the ancient voices call to us with renewed urgency. Will you answer? The concealment of the primordial feminine. To understand the profound significance of Barbello and Sophia, we must first excavate the layers of historical suppression that buried these luminous figures beneath centuries of patriarchal theology. The erasure of the divine feminine from mainstream Christianity was not an accident of historical development, but a deliberate theological strategy that fundamentally altered the trajectory of Western spirituality. The earliest Christian communities, particularly those in Egypt and Syria, possessed a rich understanding of divine cosmology that included prominent feminine principles. The Gospel of Philip, discovered among the Nag Hammadi texts, explicitly states, "The divine realm has 3 mothers. The first is Mary, the second is Sophia, and the third is the one who is called the Barbello." This text, likely composed in the 3rd century, preserves echoes of a much earlier tradition where the feminine aspect of divinity was not merely acknowledged, but celebrated as fundamental to the creative process. Archaeological evidence from early Christian sites in Egypt reveals imagery and inscriptions that point to widespread veneration of these feminine principles. At the ancient monastery of Kelia, fragments of papyrus contain hymns to the Mother of Light who shines through Barbello, and Sophia who weeps for her children lost in matter. These discoveries, largely ignored by mainstream scholarship, suggest that the worship of the divine feminine was not a marginal heretical practice, but a central aspect of early Christian mysticism. The systematic suppression began in earnest during the 4th century, coinciding with Christianity's transformation from persecuted sect to imperial religion. The Council of Nicaea in 325 CE marked not just the establishment of orthodox doctrine, but the beginning of what could be called the Great Forgetting, the deliberate erasure of mystical traditions that emphasized direct gnosis over institutional authority. Emperor Constantine's political motivations were clear. A unified empire required a unified religion, and the complex cosmologies of Gnostic Christianity, with their emphasis on personal revelation and feminine divine principles, posed a threat to centralized control. St. Epiphanius of Salamis, in his exhaustive catalogue of heresies called the Panarion, devoted entire sections to condemning what he termed the Barbello Gnostics and the Sophia worshippers. His writings reveal both the extent of these practices and the Church's growing anxiety about their popularity. He describes elaborate rituals where initiates would invoke Barbello as the Virgin Mother of the Aeons, and ceremonies where Sophia was called upon to transmute the dross of matter into the gold of spirit. What emerges from these hostile accounts is a picture of vibrant spiritual communities that maintained direct contact with the divine feminine long after official Christianity had declared such practices heretical. The psychological implications of this suppression extend far beyond theological debate. By severing the connection to the divine feminine, Western spirituality lost access to crucial aspects of wholeness: the receptive, the intuitive, the transformative power of descent and return. The Swiss psychiatrist Carl Jung, in his analysis of Gnostic psychology, observed that the figure of Sophia represents the anima of the cosmic spirit, the receptive and reflective principle without which no true gnosis is possible. Jung understood that the suppression of these feminine principles created a fundamental imbalance in the Western psyche, one that manifested in centuries of spiritual aridity and the compulsive need to dominate rather than commune with the natural world. The recovery of these teachings in the 20th century, particularly through the discovery of the Nag Hammadi Library in 1945, has provided scholars with unprecedented insight into the richness of early Christian mysticism. The Apocryphon of John, one of the most important texts in this collection, presents a detailed cosmology where Barbello is described as the perfect aeon, the glory of the perfect light, the reflection of the invisible Virgin Spirit. This text, which exists in multiple versions, suggests that the Barbello Sophia tradition was not a single sect, but a widespread understanding that influenced numerous early Christian communities. Modern depth psychology has begun to recognize the therapeutic value of these ancient feminine archetypes. The contemporary Jungian analyst Marion Woodman observed that Sophia represents the wounded feminine that must descend into matter to heal the split between spirit and body, while Barbello represents the eternal feminine that holds the vision of wholeness. This insight points to the practical relevance of these ancient teachings for modern spiritual seekers struggling with the fragmentation of contemporary life. The suppression of Barbello and Sophia also reflects broader patterns of historical amnesia that have characterized the development of Western civilization. The burning of the Library of Alexandria, the destruction of pagan temples, the systematic persecution of mystics and healers all represent aspects of the same impulse to erase knowledge that empowers individuals to discover their own divine nature. The feminine principle, in its various manifestations across cultures, has consistently represented this direct path to spiritual realization, which is why it has been so consistently suppressed by institutional authorities. Yet the very intensity of this suppression paradoxically reveals the power of what was being suppressed. The Church would not have devoted such enormous resources to combating these teachings if they were merely interesting philosophical speculations. The fierce resistance to Gnostic Christianity suggests that these traditions possessed genuine transformative power, the ability to awaken individuals to their own divine nature and free them from dependence on external religious authority. The concealment of the primordial feminine represents one of the great tragedies of Western spiritual history, but it also points toward the possibility of recovery and integration. As we stand at the threshold of a new understanding of consciousness and spirituality, the ancient voices of Barbello and Sophia call to us with renewed relevance, offering keys to unlock the doors of perception that have been sealed for far too long. Barbello, the first emanation of the invisible Father, in the deepest chambers of Gnostic cosmology, where language itself becomes inadequate to capture the ineffable, we encounter Barbello, a name that reverberates through the silence of the Absolute, like the first whisper of creation itself. She is not merely a figure in an ancient mythological system, but the very principle through which the unknowable becomes knowable, the invisible reveals itself, and the eternal dance of consciousness begins its first movement. The name Barbello appears to derive from the Aramaic Barba Elohim, meaning in the Father is God. Yet this etymological analysis barely scratches the surface of her cosmic significance. In the Apocryphon of John, discovered among the treasures of Nag Hammadi, Barbello is described as the first thought of the Father, the forethought of the All, the image of the invisible Virgin Spirit. She is simultaneously the mind of the Father and the womb from which all creation emerges, embodying a paradox that transcends conventional categories of gender and being. The text continues with breathtaking poetry. She is the first power, the glory of Barbello, the perfect glory in the aeons, the glory of the revelation. She glorified the virginal spirit, and it was she who praised him, because thanks to him she had come forth. This passage reveals Barbello not as a subordinate creation, but as the perfect mirror of the Absolute, the first self-reflection of consciousness that enables the infinite to know itself while remaining infinite. In the sophisticated cosmology of the Valentinian Gnostics, Barbello occupies a unique position that defies simple categorization. She is described as existing in a state of perpetual emanation, continuously flowing from the Father, while never being separate from him. The 2nd century Gnostic teacher Ptolemy described this relationship as the eternal marriage of silence and word, where Barbello is both the bride who receives the Father's essence and the mother who gives birth to the cosmic order. This language points to a mystery that modern physics is only beginning to approach: the nature of consciousness as both observer and observed, the fundamental participatory nature of reality itself. The relationship between Barbello and Autogenes, the self-generated Christ, represents one of the most profound insights in Gnostic theology. Autogenes is described as being born from the light of the Father through the mediation of Barbello, yet he is also her eternal partner in the work of creation. This relationship transcends conventional notions of sexual generation and points to a deeper truth about the nature of divine creativity. The contemporary philosopher of consciousness David Chalmers has noted that the hard problem of consciousness, how subjective experience arises from objective reality, finds its most sophisticated ancient formulation in the Gnostic understanding of Barbello as the principle that bridges the gap between the absolute and the manifest. Barbello's role as the mother of the 4 great luminaries, Hamozel, Oroyael, Devathai, and Eleleth, reveals her function as the organizing principle of cosmic consciousness. Each luminary represents a different aspect of divine awareness, and together they form what the Gnostics called the pleroma, the fullness of divine reality. The secret book of John describes how each luminary was established in Barbello's glory, and each was given a helper, and each was given a perfect soul. And this cosmological structure mirrors what modern neuroscience is discovering about the modular nature of consciousness, how different aspects of awareness operate in coordinated harmony while maintaining their distinct functions. The mystical significance of Barbello extends beyond her cosmological role to her function as the eternal archetype of initiation. In the Gnostic mystery schools, particularly those associated with the Scythian tradition, Barbello was invoked as the guide who could lead the soul through the various levels of reality back to its source. The Gospel of the Egyptians contains elaborate rituals where the initiate would identify with Barbello declaring, "I am the image of the invisible spirit. I am the perfect light. I am the reflection of the Father. I am the pure thought of the divine mind." This practice of theosis, becoming divine through identification with divine principles, represents one of the most sophisticated forms of spiritual practice ever developed. The relationship between Barbello and the human soul is particularly crucial for understanding the practical implications of this teaching. The Gnostics understood that each human being carries within themselves a spark of Barbello's light, what they called the divine seed, or pneuma. This spark is not merely a metaphor, but represents the actual presence of divine consciousness within human awareness. The goal of Gnostic practice was to nurture this spark until it blazed forth in full recognition of its true nature. The psychological depth of the Barbello archetype becomes apparent when we consider her role as the perfect virgin, who remains untouched by the chaos of material existence while simultaneously being the source of all manifestation. This paradox points to a crucial aspect of healthy psychological development, the ability to engage fully with life while maintaining an inner core of stability that cannot be shaken by external circumstances. The depth psychologist James Hillman observed that Barbello represents the eternal feminine that knows how to give birth without being diminished, how to create without being depleted. In the sophisticated theological framework of the Valentinian school, Barbello's relationship to the Father is described as one of perfect knowledge and perfect love. She is the ennoia, thought of the Father, possessing complete understanding of his nature while remaining distinct enough to serve as his perfect partner in creation. This relationship models a form of intimacy that transcends conventional notions of separation and merger, a union that preserves the integrity of both partners while creating something entirely new. The practical implications of meditating on Barbello's nature are profound. She represents the possibility of consciousness that is simultaneously active and receptive, creative and contemplative, individual and universal. In a world fragmented by false dichotomies between masculine and feminine, active and passive, spiritual and material, Barbello offers a vision of integration that honors all aspects of experience while maintaining connection to the transcendent source. The ritual practices associated with Barbello in ancient Gnostic communities involved elaborate visualizations where the practitioner would imagine themselves clothed in her light, surrounded by her protective presence and empowered by her creative force. These practices were not merely devotional exercises, but sophisticated technologies of consciousness designed to activate the dormant divine potential within human awareness. Modern neuroscience has begun to validate some of the insights embedded in these ancient practices. Research on neuroplasticity has shown that sustained meditation and visualization can literally rewire the brain, creating new neural pathways and enhancing cognitive function. The Gnostic understanding of Barbello as the principle that organizes consciousness into its highest possible configuration anticipates these findings by nearly 2 millennia. As we contemplate the mystery of Barbello, We are invited to recognize her not as a distant deity, but as the very principle of awareness that is reading these words, thinking these thoughts, and yearning for deeper understanding. She is the light by which we see, the space in which experience unfolds, and the love that draws us ever deeper into the mystery of our own true nature. The birth of Sophia within the Pleroma. From the perfect harmony of the Pleroma, where all aeons existed in blissful unity with the Father and Barbello, there emerged a stirring that would forever change the trajectory of cosmic consciousness. This stirring bore the name Sophia, wisdom, and her story represents one of the most profound meditations on the nature of divine creativity, the necessity of experience, and the ultimate meaning of apparent separation from the source. Unlike Barbello, who emanated directly from the Father as his perfect reflection, Sophia emerged from within the established order of the Pleroma. The Apocryphon of John describes her as the youngest of the aeons, she who came forth to see the greatness of the Father. This distinction is crucial. While Barbello represents the eternal, unchanging aspect of divine consciousness, Sophia embodies the principle of movement, curiosity, and the divine desire to know itself through experience. The Valentinian teacher Heraclion, writing in the 2nd century, described Sophia's position in the Pleroma as unique. She alone among the aeons possessed the quality of audacity, the sacred courage to venture beyond the established boundaries of heavenly knowledge. This audacity was not a character flaw, but a necessary aspect of divine consciousness. Without Sophia's willingness to explore the unknown, the Father would remain forever hidden, and the possibility of conscious return to the source would never arise. The psychological sophistication of this teaching becomes apparent when we consider Sophia's motivation. She was not driven by pride or rebellion, but by an overwhelming desire to comprehend the incomprehensible greatness of the Father. The Pistis Sophia, a complex Gnostic text that preserves detailed accounts of her journey, describes her inner state. The power of the light treasure within her was moved with great compassion, and she yearned to know the Father more deeply than any aeon had ever known him. This yearning represents the fundamental drive of consciousness itself, the inherent movement toward ever greater understanding and union. The fateful moment of Sophia's fall is described in exquisite detail across multiple Gnostic texts. The Apocryphon of John states, "Without the consent of the Spirit, and without her consort, she brought forth a work that was unlike the heavenly pattern." This act of creation without partnership represents a crucial turning point in cosmic history. Sophia's attempt to create alone, without the balancing masculine principle, resulted in the birth of the demiurge, the false creator who would mistake himself for the true God and create the material world as a flawed reflection of the Pleroma. Yet the Gnostic understanding of this event is far more nuanced than simple condemnation. The fall of Sophia is simultaneously a cosmic tragedy and a necessary step in the evolution of consciousness. The contemporary philosopher of religion John Lash has observed that Sophia's fall represents the birth of experimental consciousness, the willingness to risk error in order to discover truth through direct experience rather than inherited knowledge. This interpretation aligns with modern understanding of learning and development, where mistakes are not obstacles to growth but essential components of the learning process. The psychological implications of Sophia's story resonate deeply with human experience. Every individual faces moments when the desire to understand, to create, to push beyond established boundaries leads to actions that seem to separate them from their source of happiness and security. The teenager who rebels against parental authority, the artist who abandons conventional success to pursue their vision, the spiritual seeker who leaves established religion to find their own path, all participate in the archetypal pattern of Sophia's descent. The birth of the demiurge from Sophia's independent creative act represents one of the most profound insights in Gnostic psychology. This figure, known also as Yaldabaoth or Saklas, is not evil in the conventional sense, but represents consciousness that has forgotten its source. The Apocryphon of John describes him as ignorant of his mother and thinking himself to be the only God. This ignorance is not intellectual but existential, a fundamental forgetting of the interconnected nature of reality. The creation of the material world through the demiurge's activity represents the logical consequence of consciousness that has lost touch with its source. The physical universe, in Gnostic understanding, is not inherently evil, but represents a kind of objectified forgetfulness, spirit that has become so identified with form that it no longer remembers its true nature. This teaching provides a sophisticated framework for understanding the relationship between consciousness and matter that anticipates many insights of modern physics and psychology. Sophia's response to the chaos she has unleashed reveals the profound wisdom embedded in her very nature. Rather than attempting to undo her creation or retreat into the safety of the pleroma, she chooses to enter into her creation to heal it from within. The Pistis Sophia describes her descent into the material realm. She clothed herself in the light of the pleroma and descended into the midst of the darkness to gather the scattered fragments of divine light. This descent represents the archetypal pattern of the wounded healer, the one who transforms suffering through embracing rather than avoiding it. The relationship between Sophia and the demiurge evolves throughout the Gnostic drama. Initially, she experiences horror at what she has brought forth, but gradually she comes to understand that even this seeming catastrophe serves a higher purpose. The demiurge, in his ignorance, becomes an unwitting servant of cosmic evolution, creating the material world that will serve as the stage for the drama of return. The Gospel of Philip contains a profound insight. Sophia weeps not for her error but for the beauty that will emerge from it. Adri, the redemption of Sophia begins with the recognition of her true nature. The various Gnostic texts describe how the Christ, emanating from Barbello and the Father, descends to remind Sophia of her origin and destiny. This reminder is not external information, but the awakening of her own deepest knowledge. The Apocryphon of John describes the moment of recognition. When the Christ spoke her name, she remembered the light of the pleroma and knew that she had never truly fallen, but had only forgotten who she was. The practical implications of Sophia's story for human spiritual development are profound. Her journey suggests that the experience of separation from the divine is not a punishment, but a necessary stage in the evolution of consciousness. The apparent fall into matter, into ego identification, into the experience of limitation and suffering, creates the conditions necessary for a conscious return to the source. Without the experience of separation, there could be no appreciation of union. Without the journey through darkness, there could be no recognition of light. The Gnostic understanding of Sophia's redemption also provides insight into the nature of spiritual practice. The path back to the pleroma is not about rejecting the material world or transcending human experience, but about recognizing the divine light that has always been present within apparent darkness. This recognition transforms both the one who sees and what is seen, revealing the hidden divinity that permeates all existence. In the mystery school traditions associated with Sophia, initiates would undergo elaborate rituals designed to recapitulate her journey. These practices involved periods of deliberate descent into darkness, fasting, isolation, confrontation with shadow aspects of the psyche, followed by practices of recognition and return. The initiates would learn to identify with Sophia's courage in facing the unknown, her wisdom in recognizing the necessity of descent, and her ultimate triumph in discovering that the light of the pleroma had never truly been lost. The figure of Sophia thus represents not only a cosmic principle, but a practical guide for navigating the challenges of conscious evolution. Her story suggests that the difficulties and apparent failures of life are not obstacles to spiritual development, but opportunities to discover the indestructible nature of consciousness itself. Through embracing the full spectrum of experience, both light and shadow, joy and sorrow, success and failure, we participate in the same cosmic drama that Sophia pioneered, ultimately discovering that what seemed like a fall was actually a spiral journey home to ourselves. The duality between Barbello and Sophia. In the grand symphony of Gnostic cosmology, the relationship between Barbello and Sophia represents one of the most profound meditations on the nature of divine consciousness ever conceived. These two figures do not stand in opposition, but embody complementary aspects of the eternal feminine that together encompass the full spectrum of divine experience. Their apparent duality reveals itself upon deeper contemplation as a dynamic unity that mirrors the fundamental structure of consciousness itself. Barbello, as we have seen, represents the aspect of divine consciousness that remains forever in perfect unity with the source. She is the unchanging light that illuminates all experience without being modified by it, the eternal stillness that serves as the backdrop for all movement, the perfect mirror that reflects the Father's nature without distortion. In psychological terms, Barbello embodies what the mystics have called the witness consciousness, that aspect of awareness that observes all experience while remaining untouched by it. Sophia, by contrast, represents the aspect of divine consciousness that is willing to enter into experience, to risk involvement, to descend into the realm of time and change in order to know the divine through participation rather than mere observation. She's the dynamic principle that moves consciousness from potential to actual, from possibility to manifestation, from eternal being to temporal becoming. In her willingness to create independently, to err, to suffer, and to learn, Sophia embodies the essential principle of experiential wisdom. The genius of the Gnostic insight lies in recognizing that these two aspects are not separate entities, but facets of a single divine consciousness. The Gospel of Philip contains a remarkable passage that illuminates this relationship. Barbello is the perfect virgin who knows all things without having experienced them, while Sophia is the perfect woman who knows all things through having experienced them. Together, they are the complete divine feminine that encompasses both transcendence and immanence. This understanding anticipates profound insights in modern psychology and neuroscience. The contemporary neuroscientist Antonio Damasio has described consciousness as possessing both a core self that remains stable across time and a narrative self that is constantly being constructed through experience. The Gnostic understanding of Barbello and Sophia provides a sophisticated ancient framework for understanding this dual nature of consciousness. One aspect that remains constant and another that is continuously evolving through engagement with experience. The relationship between these two aspects of divine consciousness is beautifully illustrated in the Gnostic account of creation. Barbello, in her perfect unity with the Father, serves as the eternal source of creative power, while Sophia acts as the vehicle through which this power enters into manifestation. The Apocryphon of John describes this process. All things came forth from Barbello through Sophia, the eternal through the temporal, the perfect through the experimental, the complete through the evolving. The apparent tragedy of Sophia's fall takes on new meaning when viewed from this perspective. Her descent into matter is not a betrayal of Barbello, but a fulfillment of their joint mission. Barbello, in her perfect transcendence, cannot directly engage with the realm of limitation and suffering that characterizes material existence. Sophia, in her willingness to descend, becomes the means through which the perfect light of Barbello can penetrate even the densest matter and awaken it to its true nature. The psychological implications of this relationship are profound. In human development, we can observe the same dynamic at work. There is an aspect of consciousness that remains essentially unchanged throughout life, what we might call our deepest self or authentic nature. This corresponds to the Barbello principle within us. At the same time, there is an aspect of consciousness that is constantly evolving through experience, learning, growing, and sometimes making mistakes. This corresponds to the Sophia principle within us. The integration of these two aspects represents the goal of psychological and spiritual maturity. The person who has achieved this integration maintains connection to their essential nature, while remaining open to growth and change. They possess what we might call grounded fluidity, the ability to remain centered while adapting to new circumstances, to maintain their integrity while continuing to evolve. The Gnostic understanding of the relationship between Barbello and Sophia also provides insight into the nature of spiritual practice. Many spiritual traditions emphasize either transcendence or immanence, either withdrawal from the world or engagement with it, either contemplation or action. The Gnostic vision suggests that true spiritual development requires both: the capacity to access the unchanging awareness represented by Barbello and the willingness to engage with experience represented by Sophia. The redemption of Sophia, as described in various Gnostic texts, is not a return to the static perfection of the pleroma, but an integration of her experiential wisdom with the eternal knowledge of Barbello. The Pistis Sophia describes this process. When Sophia recognized the light of Barbello within her own experience, she became the perfect wisdom that knows both the eternal and the temporal, both the absolute and the relative, both the transcendent and the immanent. This integrated wisdom represents a higher level of consciousness than either pure transcendence or pure immanence alone. It is the wisdom that can engage fully with the world while maintaining connection to the source, that can embrace change while remaining rooted in the eternal, that can act effectively in time while dwelling in eternity. The practical implications of this understanding for contemporary spiritual seekers are significant. Rather than seeing spiritual development as a process of transcending the world or rejecting experience, the Gnostic vision suggests that true awakening involves the integration of both transcendent awareness and experiential wisdom. This integration allows for what we might call enlightened engagement, the ability to participate fully in life while maintaining perspective on its ultimate meaning. The relationship between Barbello and Sophia also provides insight into the nature of love and creativity. Love, in its highest form, requires both the unchanging commitment represented by Barbello and the dynamic responsiveness represented by Sophia. Similarly, creativity requires both the eternal source of inspiration and the willingness to enter into the messy process of manifestation. In the mystery school traditions associated with these figures, initiates would learn to access both aspects of divine consciousness through specific practices. Contemplative practices help them connect with the Barbello aspect, the unchanging awareness that witnesses all experience. Active practices help them embody the Sophia aspect, the dynamic engagement that transforms consciousness through experience. The ultimate revelation of the Gnostic teaching is that Barbello and Sophia are not separate entities, but aspects of a single divine consciousness that includes both transcendence and immanence, both being and becoming, both the eternal and the temporal. This understanding provides a framework for spiritual development that honors both the need for grounding in the eternal and the necessity of growth through experience. As we contemplate the mystery of these two divine principles, we are invited to recognize them not as abstract theological concepts, but as living realities within our own consciousness. The Barbello aspect is the deep peace that remains untouched by the storms of life, the unchanging presence that observes all experience with equal compassion. The Sophia aspect is the adventurous spirit that is willing to take risks, to make mistakes, to learn, and to grow. Together, they represent the full spectrum of divine consciousness, expressing itself through human experience. The cosmic drama of self-consciousness. The story of Barbello and Sophia is not merely an ancient mythological narrative, but a profound exploration of the fundamental nature of consciousness itself. Their cosmic drama reveals the essential structure of self-awareness and the mysterious process by which the Absolute comes to know itself through the experience of apparent separation and return. This drama continues to unfold not only in the cosmic realm, but within the consciousness of every individual who awakens to their true nature. The initial state of the pleroma, where all aeons existed in perfect harmony, represents what we might call unconscious unity, a state of complete wholeness that lacks the dimension of self-reflection. In this primal condition, consciousness exists in perfect potential but has not yet actualized its capacity for self-knowledge. The Valentinian teacher Theodotus described this state as the sleep of the Father, where all possibilities rest in perfect peace, but none are yet realized. The emergence of Sophia's curiosity represents the birth of self-consciousness, the moment when awareness begins to turn back upon itself and ask fundamental questions about its own nature. This questioning is not a fall from grace, but the inevitable movement of consciousness toward greater self-understanding. The Apocryphon of John describes this moment with profound insight. When Sophia desired to know the Father more deeply, she awakened the principle of self-reflection that had been sleeping within the divine mind. The act of creation that results from Sophia's independent desire represents the externalization of consciousness, the process by which inner awareness projects itself into apparent objectivity in order to examine its own nature. This is precisely what happens in human development when a child begins to distinguish between self and other, subject and object. The creation of the material world through the demiurge represents the logical endpoint of this process. Consciousness that has become so identified with its projections that it forgets its true nature. The psychological sophistication of this teaching becomes apparent when we consider the role of error in the development of self-consciousness. Sophia's mistake in creating without her divine partner is not a moral failing, but a necessary step in the evolution of awareness. Error, in this context, serves as the catalyst for learning and growth. The contemporary cognitive scientist Donald Hoffman has observed that consciousness learns to distinguish between self and world through making mistakes about the nature of experience and then correcting those mistakes. The Gnostic understanding of Sophia's error anticipates this insight by nearly 2 millennia. The birth of the demiurge from Sophia's independent creative act represents the emergence of ego consciousness, that aspect of awareness that takes itself to be separate from the whole and attempts to control its environment through force and manipulation. The demiurge's declaration that he is the only God reflects the fundamental delusion of ego consciousness, which experiences itself as isolated and must therefore assert its power over others to maintain its sense of security. Yet the Gnostic insight is that even this apparent catastrophe serves a higher purpose. The creation of the material world provides the stage upon which the drama of conscious return can unfold. Without the experience of separation, there could be no appreciation of unity. Without the journey through darkness, there could be no recognition of light. The Gospel of Philip contains a profound teaching. The Father allows the game of forgetfulness so that the joy of remembering might be known. The role of Barbello in this cosmic drama is that of the eternal witness, the aspect of divine consciousness that remains always present but usually hidden, providing the stable foundation upon which the drama of separation and return can unfold. She represents what the Hindu tradition calls the Sakshi, the witness consciousness that observes all experience without being affected by it. Her hidden presence within the apparent chaos of material existence provides the possibility of awakening and return. The descent of Christ into the material realm represents the activation of the return principle, the moment when consciousness begins to remember its true nature and initiate the journey home. This descent is not a rescue operation from outside, but the awakening of the divine spark that has always been present within apparent darkness. The Apocryphon of John describes this moment. When the Christ spoke the name of Sophia, she remembered that she had never truly fallen, but had only forgotten who she was. This recognition triggers what the Gnostics called the Great Reversal, the moment when the downward movement of consciousness into matter begins to reverse itself and become an upward movement of return to the source. This reversal is not a rejection of material experience, but a transformation of perspective that recognizes the divine light that has always been present within apparent darkness. The process of redemption described in Gnostic texts is not a simple return to the original state of unconscious unity, but an ascent to a higher level of consciousness that includes both transcendence and immanence, both unity and multiplicity, both the eternal and the temporal. This represents what we might call conscious unity, a state of wholeness that includes the dimension of self-awareness and the wisdom gained through experience. The contemporary neuroscientist Giulio Tononi has developed what he calls integrated information theory, which proposes that consciousness arises when information becomes integrated in complex ways. The Gnostic understanding of the cosmic drama of self-consciousness anticipates this insight, suggesting that the movement from unconscious unity through separation to conscious unity represents an increase in the integration and complexity of divine awareness. The practical implications of this cosmic drama for human spiritual development are profound. Each individual consciousness recapitulates the larger pattern, beginning in a state of unconscious identification with family and culture, moving through various forms of separation and questioning, and potentially arriving at a state of conscious integration that includes both individual identity and universal awareness. The stages of this development correspond to the cosmic drama of Barbello and Sophia. The initial stage of unconscious unity corresponds to childhood and early socialization, where individual identity has not yet fully emerged. The stage of separation and questioning corresponds to adolescence and early adulthood, where the individual begins to develop independent thinking and may rebel against established authorities. The stage of conscious return corresponds to psychological and spiritual maturity, where the individual integrates their personal experience with a deeper understanding of their connection to the whole. The role of suffering in this process is crucial and is beautifully illustrated in Sophia's journey. The pain of separation, the confusion of error, the struggle with limitation, all serve as catalysts for the development of wisdom and compassion. Without these experiences, consciousness would remain in a state of innocence that, while peaceful, lacks the depth and richness that comes from having traversed the full spectrum of existence. The Gnostic understanding also suggests that the drama of self-consciousness is not a one-time event, but a continuous process. Even after awakening to their true nature, individuals continue to participate in cycles of forgetting and remembering, descent and ascent, contraction and expansion. Each cycle deepens understanding and expands the capacity for compassion and wisdom. The relationship between individual and cosmic consciousness in this drama is one of perfect correspondence. The ancient Hermetic axiom, as above, so below, finds its fullest expression in the Gnostic understanding that the same patterns operating in the cosmic realm also operate within human consciousness. The drama of Barbello and Sophia is not something that happened once in mythological time, but is happening continuously within the consciousness of every sentient being. This understanding provides a framework for interpreting the challenges and difficulties of life not as meaningless suffering, but as meaningful participation in the cosmic drama of awakening. Every moment of confusion becomes an opportunity to practice the courage of Sophia. Every moment of clarity becomes an opportunity to access the wisdom of Barbello. Christ and the Spirit as bridges between the two. In the intricate cosmology of Gnostic Christianity, the figures of Christ and the Holy Spirit serve as the essential bridges that reunite the seemingly separated aspects of divine consciousness represented by Barbello and Sophia. This reconciliation is not a simple restoration of an original state, but the emergence of a new level of integration that includes the wisdom gained through the journey of separation and return. The Christ of Gnostic understanding differs significantly from the Christ of Orthodox Christianity. Rather than being primarily a historical figure who died for humanity's sins, the Gnostic Christ represents the eternal principle of divine self-recognition, the aspect of consciousness that enables the divine to recognize itself even within the conditions of apparent forgetfulness and limitation. The Apocryphon of John describes Christ as the perfect light that illuminates every mind, the perfect voice that calls every name, the perfect hand that reaches into every darkness. The relationship between Christ and Barbello is described as one of perfect emanation. Christ proceeds from the union of Barbello with the invisible Father, representing the active principle that carries the eternal light into manifest reality. Yet Christ is not separate from Barbello, but can be understood as her dynamic expression, the way in which her perfect contemplative knowledge becomes active creative power. The Valentinian teacher Heraclion described this relationship as Barbello dreaming, and Christ being the content of her dream. The descent of Christ into the realm of Sophia's creation represents one of the most profound teachings in Gnostic theology. This descent is not motivated by pity or obligation, but by love and the inherent unity of divine consciousness. The Pistis Sophia describes this moment. When Christ beheld Sophia struggling in the darkness of her own creation, he recognized that her struggle was his own struggle. Her journey was his own journey. Her return was his own return. The role of Christ in awakening Sophia to her true nature parallels the function of what modern psychology calls the self in awakening the ego to its larger identity. Carl Jung observed that the self appears in consciousness as the principle that can relativize the ego's identification with its limited perspective and open it to the reality of the psyche as a whole. The Gnostic Christ serves precisely this function, not as an external savior, but as the expression of divine consciousness that reminds all fragmented aspects of their essential unity. The Holy Spirit in Gnostic understanding represents the feminine principle of divine consciousness that works specifically within the realm of matter to transform it from within. While Christ represents the transcendent principle that maintains connection to the pleroma, the Spirit represents the immanent principle that permeates all creation and gradually awakens it to its divine nature. The Gospel of Philip describes the Spirit as the divine midwife who assists in the birth of consciousness from unconsciousness, light from darkness, recognition from forgetfulness. The relationship between the Spirit and Sophia is particularly intimate. In many Gnostic texts, the Spirit is described as Sophia's helper and guide, the one who accompanies her throughout her journey and enables her eventual recognition and return. The Apocryphon of John states, The Spirit descended with Sophia and remained with her in all her wanderings, whispering the names of light even in the deepest darkness. This teaching suggests that divine consciousness never abandons itself, even in the most extreme conditions of apparent separation. The Trinity that emerges from this understanding, Father, Christ, and Spirit, represents a dynamic unity that encompasses both transcendence and immanence, both eternal being and temporal becoming. Unlike the static Trinity of Orthodox theology, the Gnostic Trinity is understood as an active process of divine self-realization that continues to unfold throughout cosmic history. The practical implications of this teaching for spiritual development are profound. The recognition that Christ and the Spirit serve as bridges between the eternal and temporal aspects of consciousness suggests that spiritual practice should focus not on escaping the world, but on recognizing the divine presence that is already operating within it. This presence manifests as the capacity for wisdom, Sophia, the stability of eternal awareness, Barbello, the power of creative transformation, Christ, and the gentle guidance that leads consciousness home to itself, Spirit. The process of redemption described in Gnostic texts involves the gradual recognition of these divine principles operating within human consciousness. As individuals begin to identify with Christ rather than the ego, they discover their capacity to serve as bridges between the eternal and temporal dimensions of existence. As they learn to recognize the guidance of the Spirit, they develop the capacity to navigate the challenges of material existence while maintaining connection to their spiritual source. The integration of Barbello and Sophia through the mediation of Christ and the Spirit represents the ultimate goal of Gnostic spirituality, what might be called embodied transcendence or transcendent embodiment. This state is characterized by the ability to dwell simultaneously in eternity and time, to maintain awareness of absolute unity while engaging creatively with multiplicity, to embody perfect wisdom while continuing to learn and grow. The contemporary philosopher Ken Wilber has described this integrated state as transcend and include, the capacity to move beyond limited perspectives while still honoring the partial truths they contain. The Gnostic understanding of the relationship between Barbello, Sophia, Christ, and the Spirit provides an ancient framework for this same insight, suggesting that true spiritual development involves not the rejection of any aspect of experience, but the integration of all aspects within a larger understanding. The mystery school practices associated with this teaching involved elaborate meditations and rituals designed to help initiates recognize and embody these divine principles. Practitioners would learn to identify with Christ as the eternal witness, with the Spirit as the transforming presence, with Barbello as the unchanging ground, and with Sophia as the adventurous seeker. Through this practice of shifting identification, they would gradually discover their own multidimensional nature and their capacity to function effectively at all levels of reality. The human being as reflection of this fracture. Within each human soul lies a microcosm of the cosmic drama we have been exploring. The story of Barbello and Sophia, of unity and separation, of descent and return. To understand ourselves as reflections of this divine fracture is to recognize that our most intimate struggles and aspirations are not merely personal, but participate in the larger movement of consciousness towards self-realization and integration. The human condition, from the Gnostic perspective, represents a unique position in the cosmic hierarchy. Unlike the purely spiritual beings of the pleroma who exist in eternal unity, and unlike the material beings who exist in unconscious multiplicity, humans exist at the intersection of spirit and matter, eternity and time, unity and separation. This intersection makes us both the inheritors of Sophia's wound and the potential agents of her redemption. The psychological structure of human consciousness mirrors the cosmic structure we have been examining. Within each individual, there exists what we might call the Barbello aspect, that dimension of awareness that remains always pure, always connected to the source, always witnessing experience without being modified by it. This is what spiritual traditions refer to as the true self, the Buddha nature, or the divine spark. It is the aspect of consciousness that remains untouched by trauma, unmoved by success or failure, unchanged by the passage of time. Simultaneously, within each individual exists what we might call the Sophia aspect, that dimension of consciousness that is willing to engage with experience, to risk involvement, to learn through trial and error, to grow through challenge and difficulty. This is the aspect of consciousness that develops personality, forms relationships, creates projects, and navigates the complexities of embodied existence. The tension between these two aspects creates what we experience as the fundamental psychological split of human existence. On one hand, we yearn for the peace and security of the eternal realm, for experiences of transcendence, unity, and unconditional love. On the other hand, we are drawn into the adventure of temporal existence, into relationships, creativity, learning, and growth. This split often manifests as a sense of being torn between spiritual aspirations and worldly engagement, between the desire for peace and the excitement of challenge, between the longing for home and the call to journey. The Gnostic understanding suggests that this split is not a problem to be solved, but a creative tension to be honored and integrated. The goal is not to choose between the Barbello and Sophia aspects of ourselves, but to learn to embody both fully and simultaneously. This integration represents what we might call conscious human being, the capacity to remain rooted in eternal awareness, while engaging creatively with temporal experience. The process of human development, from this perspective, involves learning to recognize and integrate these two aspects of consciousness. In early life, most individuals are unconsciously identified with the Sophia aspect, completely absorbed in the process of learning, growing, and developing personality and ego structure. This is necessary and healthy, as it provides the foundation for effective functioning in the material world. At some point in development, often triggered by crisis, loss, or spiritual practice, individuals begin to awaken to the Barbello aspect, the recognition that there is something within them that has remained unchanged through all the changes of life. This awakening can be profoundly disorienting, as it challenges the ego's assumption that it is the center of identity and reveals the relative nature of all personal concerns. The challenge then becomes learning to live from both aspects simultaneously, maintaining connection to the eternal ground while continuing to engage meaningfully with temporal existence. This requires what we might call spiritual ambidexterity, the ability to shift fluidly between different levels of identity and awareness as circumstances require. The Gnostic texts describe this integration in terms of the awakening of the divine human or pneumatic being, an individual who has learned to embody both the transcendent wisdom of Barbello and the experiential wisdom of Sophia. Such individuals are described as being in the world, but not of it, fully engaged with life while maintaining perspective on its ultimate meaning and purpose. The practical implications of this understanding for psychological and spiritual development are significant. Rather than viewing psychological difficulties as obstacles to spiritual development, the Gnostic perspective suggests that they are often expressions of the Sophia aspect, seeking integration with the Barbello aspect. Depression, for instance, might be understood as the soul's protest against excessive identification with temporal concerns and its yearning for connection to the eternal. Anxiety might be understood as the ego's fear of letting go of control and trusting the deeper wisdom of the self. Similarly, spiritual experiences are not escapes from human psychology. but opportunities to recognize the deeper dimensions of human consciousness. The experience of transcendent unity does not negate the importance of personal development, but provides a larger context within which personal development can unfold more gracefully and effectively. The integration of the Barbello and Sophia aspects also has implications for how we understand relationships and creativity. In relationships, we can learn to love both from the eternal dimension, unconditional acceptance and presence, and from the temporal dimension, growth, challenge, and mutual support. In creativity, we can learn to draw both from the eternal source of inspiration and from the temporal process of skill development and manifestation. The journey of integration is not a one-time achievement, but an ongoing process that continues throughout life. Each new challenge provides an opportunity to practice embodying both aspects more fully. Each moment of transcendence provides a glimpse of the eternal ground, while each moment of engagement provides an opportunity to express that ground creatively in the world. The ultimate teaching of the Gnostic understanding is that the fracture between Barbello and Sophia, rather than being a cosmic tragedy, is actually the necessary condition for the emergence of conscious love and creative wisdom. Without the experience of separation, there could be no appreciation of unity. Without the journey through limitation, there could be no recognition of the unlimited nature of consciousness. As we learn to recognize ourselves as reflections of this cosmic drama, we begin to understand that our personal struggles and aspirations are not merely individual concerns, but expressions of the universe's own journey toward greater self-awareness and integration. This recognition can transform the most difficult experiences into opportunities for participating consciously in the cosmic work of redemption and return. Practical applications. Awakening the two mothers. Within the ancient wisdom of Barbello and Sophia calls us beyond intellectual understanding into the realm of direct experience and practical transformation. These divine principles are not distant mythological figures, but living aspects of consciousness that can be awakened, cultivated, and integrated through specific practices and approaches to daily life. The following applications offer pathways for recognizing and embodying these sacred feminine principles in contemporary spiritual practice. The practice of dual awareness. The foundational practice for awakening both Barbello and Sophia consciousness involves cultivating what we might call dual awareness, the capacity to remain rooted in eternal presence while engaging fully with temporal experience. This practice begins with learning to recognize the two distinct qualities of awareness that exist within every moment. Begin by setting aside time each day for contemplative practice. Sit in a comfortable position and close your eyes. Allow your attention to settle into the simple awareness of being present. Notice that there is an aspect of consciousness that remains perfectly still and unchanging, regardless of what thoughts, emotions, or sensations arise. This is the Barbello aspect, the eternal witness that observes all experience without being modified by it. Now, while maintaining contact with this unchanging awareness, begin to notice the dynamic flow of experience. Thoughts arising and passing, emotions shifting and changing, sensations moving through the body. This is the Sophia aspect, the dimension of consciousness that engages with the flow of experience and learns through participation. Practice holding both aspects simultaneously. Allow yourself to rest in the unchanging ground of being, while also appreciating the beautiful dance of change that unfolds within it. With regular practice, you will develop the capacity to access both qualities of awareness throughout your daily activities. The Sophia dialogue practice. One of the most powerful ways to awaken the Sophia principle is through a practice of conscious dialogue with the part of yourself that has experienced wounding, confusion, or apparent separation from your spiritual source. This practice is based on the Gnostic understanding that Sophia's journey through darkness was not a mistake, but a necessary part of divine self-discovery. Find a quiet space where you will not be disturbed. Light a candle if possible, as an acknowledgement of the divine light that remains present even in darkness. Begin by asking yourself, what part of me feels lost, confused, or separated from my true nature? Allow whatever comes up to be present without judgment. Now imagine that you can speak directly to this part of yourself as if it were Sophia herself. Address this aspect of your consciousness with the same compassion and wisdom that Christ showed to Sophia in the Gnostic texts. You might say something like, "I see your confusion and your courage. I recognize that your journey through difficulty has been in service of greater wisdom. What do you need to remember about your true nature?" Listen carefully for the response that arises from within. Often, the wounded aspects of ourselves carry profound wisdom that can only be accessed through this kind of compassionate dialogue. Continue the conversation, allowing both the voice of confusion and the voice of wisdom to be heard and honored. Conclude the practice by affirming your commitment to supporting the integration of all aspects of your consciousness. Recognize that the parts of yourself that have experienced separation and difficulty are not obstacles to spiritual development, but essential aspects of your journey toward wholeness. The Barbello embodiment meditation. While the Sophia dialogue practice helps heal and integrate wounded aspects of consciousness, the Barbello embodiment meditation cultivates the capacity to remain rooted in the unchanging ground of being while navigating the challenges of daily life. Begin by establishing yourself in a meditative posture and allowing your awareness to settle into the present moment. Imagine that you can sense a presence of perfect peace and wisdom that exists at the very core of your being. This presence has never been born and will never die. It has never been wounded and cannot be threatened. It is the eternal aspect of your consciousness that participates directly in the divine nature. As you connect with this presence, imagine that it begins to expand, filling your entire body with its light and wisdom. Feel this eternal consciousness flowing through your heart, your mind, your hands, your voice. Recognize that this is not something you are creating, but something you are remembering, the Barbello aspect of your own true nature. Now, while maintaining this sense of embodied eternal presence, begin to consider the various activities and responsibilities of your daily life. Imagine approaching each activity from this place of rooted wisdom and compassion. See yourself interacting with others, making decisions, facing challenges, all while remaining connected to this unchanging ground of being. Practice carrying this sense of embodied presence with you as you move through your day. When you notice yourself becoming reactive or anxious, return to the recognition of the eternal aspect of your consciousness that remains undisturbed by external circumstances. The integration ritual. On a monthly basis, particularly during the new moon, perform a ritual designed to consciously integrate the Barbello and Sophia aspects of your consciousness. This ritual acknowledges both the transcendent and immanent dimensions of your spiritual nature and affirms your commitment to embodying both. Create a simple altar with 2 candles, one white, representing Barbello, and one deep blue or purple, representing Sophia. Place a small mirror between them to represent the reflection of unity within apparent duality. Add any objects that symbolize wisdom, such as books, crystals, or images of divine feminine figures from various traditions. Light the Barbello candle while speaking these words. I honor the eternal aspect of my consciousness that remains forever pure, forever peaceful, forever connected to the source of all being. I call upon the wisdom of Barbello to remind me of my true nature. Light the Sophia candle while speaking these words. I honor the adventurous aspect of my consciousness that is willing to learn through experience, to grow through challenge, to discover wisdom through engaging with life fully. I call upon the courage of Sophia to support me in my journey of conscious evolution. Spend time gazing into the mirror while holding awareness of both candles. Recognize that the consciousness looking back at you includes both aspects, the eternal and the evolving, the transcendent and the engaged, the perfect and the learning. Make any commitments or requests for guidance that feel appropriate. Conclude by expressing gratitude for both aspects of your divine nature and for the opportunity to participate consciously in the cosmic drama of awakening. Living the integrated path. The ultimate practical application of the Barbello and Sophia teaching is learning to live as an integrated human being who embodies both transcendent awareness and engaged compassion. This integration manifests in several key areas of life. In relationships, practice loving both from the eternal dimension, unconditional acceptance and presence, and from the temporal dimension, honest communication, growth, and mutual support. Learn to see both the eternal essence and the evolving personality in yourself and others. In work and creativity, draw both from the infinite source of inspiration, Barbello, and from the practical process of skill development and manifestation, Sophia. Allow your activities to serve both personal growth and service to the larger whole. In facing difficulties, remember that challenges are opportunities to practice the Sophia path of learning through experience, while remaining rooted in the Barbello awareness that is never truly threatened by external circumstances. Most importantly, recognize that the integration of Barbello and Sophia consciousness is not a personal achievement, but a contribution to the collective awakening of humanity. As you learn to embody both aspects more fully, you become a bridge between heaven and earth, a vehicle through which divine consciousness can operate more effectively in the world. The practices offered here are invitations rather than prescriptions. Allow your own wisdom to guide you in adapting them to your unique circumstances and temperament. The goal is not to perfectly perform techniques, but to cultivate an ongoing relationship with the sacred feminine principles that live within your own consciousness, and to allow these principles to guide you toward ever greater integration and service. Conclusion: the apocalyptic return and sacred remembering. As we reach the culmination of our exploration into the forgotten mystery of Barbello and Sophia, we stand at a threshold that is both ancient and utterly contemporary. The word apocalypse originally meant not destruction, but revelation, the unveiling of what has always been present but hidden from ordinary perception. In this sense, the return of the two mothers represents the most profound apocalypse imaginable. The revelation that the divine feminine has never been absent but has been waiting within the depths of consciousness itself for recognition and integration. The prophecies embedded within Gnostic texts speak of a time when the knowledge of Barbello and Sophia would emerge from the shadows of suppression to illumine a world drowning in the confusion of false dualities. The Pistis Sophia contains a remarkable passage. In the last days, the wisdom that was hidden will be revealed, and those who have forgotten their divine nature will remember the light of the two mothers burning within their own hearts. We are living in such a time, an era when the ancient wisdom traditions are being recovered, when the healing of the sacred feminine is becoming a global movement, when the integration of transcendence and immanence is being recognized as essential for human survival and flourishing. The ecological crisis that threatens our planet can be understood from the Gnostic perspective as the inevitable result of consciousness that has forgotten its feminine dimensions. The domination and exploitation of nature reflects the same consciousness that suppressed the divine feminine in religion and psychology. The way forward lies not in rejecting technology or returning to a romanticized past, but in integrating the wisdom principles that Barbello and Sophia represent, the capacity to honor both the eternal and the temporal, both transcendence and engagement, both being and becoming. The contemporary renaissance of interest in feminine spirituality, depth psychology, and contemplative practice represents the stirring of these ancient principles within collective consciousness. Women and men alike are awakening to dimensions of spiritual experience that honor both the unchanging ground of being and the dynamic flow of creative transformation. This awakening is not limited to any single tradition or culture, but is emerging simultaneously across multiple contexts, suggesting that it represents a genuine evolutionary shift in human consciousness. The integration of Barbello and Sophia consciousness has profound implications for how we understand and address the challenges facing humanity. Climate change, social inequality, political polarization, and technological disruption all require responses that honor both eternal wisdom and adaptive creativity. The Barbello aspect provides the stable foundation of compassionate awareness that can remain centered in the midst of chaos, while the Sophia aspect provides the courage to engage with complex problems and the wisdom to learn from both success and failure. In the realm of personal relationships, the return of the two mothers offers a vision of love that transcends the limited options of codependence and independence. The integrated path suggests the possibility of what we might call interdependence. Relationships characterized by both deep connection and individual authenticity, both unconditional acceptance and mutual growth, both timeless presence and temporal adventure. The implications for education and child rearing are equally profound. Rather than forcing children to choose between spiritual development and intellectual achievement, between inner wisdom and outer competence, the Barbello-Sophia understanding suggests the possibility of educational approaches that cultivate both contemplative awareness and engaged creativity, both ethical sensitivity and critical thinking, both individual authenticity and collaborative skill. The healing professions are beginning to recognize the importance of approaches that address both the eternal dimension of human nature and the temporal dimension of psychological development. The integration of contemplative practices with psychotherapy, the recognition of trauma as both personal wounding and spiritual opportunity, the understanding of healing as both restoration and transformation, all reflect the emerging influence of the principles that Barbello and Sophia represent. Perhaps most significantly, the return of the two mothers offers hope for the healing of the split between science and spirituality that has characterized Western civilization for centuries. The Gnostic understanding of consciousness as both transcendent and immanent, both eternal and evolutionary, provides a framework that can accommodate both scientific rigor and mystical insight, both rational analysis and intuitive wisdom. The contemporary physicist Amit Goswami has observed that consciousness is the ground of all being, and what we call matter is simply consciousness experienced from a particular perspective. This insight, supported by developments in quantum physics and consciousness research, remarkably parallels the Gnostic understanding of Barbello as the eternal ground of consciousness and Sophia as consciousness expressing itself through temporal experience. The practices and perspectives we have explored throughout this journey are not merely historical curiosities, but living technologies of consciousness that can transform both individual lives and collective culture. As more people learn to recognize and embody the principles of Barbello and Sophia, we contribute to the emergence of what we might call integral civilization, a form of human organization that honors both transcendent wisdom and practical creativity, both contemplative depth and engaged compassion. The final teaching of the Gnostic tradition is that the reunion of Barbello and Sophia is not a distant hope, but a present possibility available in every moment of conscious awareness. Each time we choose to respond to difficulty with both wisdom and compassion, each time we engage with challenge while remaining rooted in peace, each time we honor both the eternal and temporal dimensions of experience, we participate in the cosmic work of integration and healing. The two mothers are calling to us now with unprecedented urgency, not because they need our worship, but because the world needs their wisdom. The feminine principle that was suppressed in the establishment of patriarchal civilization is ready to return, not as a conquest of the masculine, but as a creative partnership that can birth new possibilities for human flourishing. As you continue your own journey of awakening and integration, remember that you carry within your consciousness the same divine principles that have guided mystics and sages throughout history. The light of Barbello burns eternally in the depths of your awareness, while the courage of Sophia lives in your willingness to engage with life fully and learn from every experience. The apocalypse is not coming, it is here. The revelation is not future, it is now. The two mothers are not distant, they are as close as your next breath, your next choice, your next moment of recognition. In remembering them, we remember ourselves. In honoring them, we honor the sacred wholeness that we have always been and are now ready to become. If this exploration has awakened something within you, a recognition, a longing, a sense of homecoming, then the ancient transmission has accomplished its purpose. The wisdom of the ages lives not in books or teachings, but in the awakened consciousness of those who receive it and allow it to transform their lives. Join the growing community of those who are midwifing the return of the sacred feminine, the healing of the world's soul, and the emergence of a new chapter in the story of human consciousness. The two mothers smile, for their children are finally coming home. Have you ever awakened from a dream with tears streaming down your face, touched by a presence so profound that the waking world felt like the illusion? Have you found yourself face to face with a luminous feminine figure whose eyes held the depth of eternity itself, speaking words that your rational mind could never have conceived? If so, you have been visited by one of the most ancient and powerful forces in the cosmos, Sophia. The divine wisdom that the Gnostics recognized as the very soul of creation itself. The mystic philosopher Jacob Boehme wrote in his Aurora, "The eternal wisdom Sophia is God's desire and longing, and she opens herself in all the works of wonder." For over 2 millennia, seekers have recognized that this cosmic feminine principle doesn't merely exist in lofty philosophical treatises or ancient texts carved in stone. She penetrates the veil between worlds through the most intimate gateway available to human consciousness, our dreams. Carl Jung, who spent decades mapping the territories of the unconscious, declared that the dream is a little hidden door in the innermost and most secret recesses of the soul. But what Jung glimpsed through his psychological lens, the ancient Gnostics understood with startling clarity. Dreams are not merely the brain's method of processing daily experiences. They are portals through which divine wisdom herself enters human consciousness, bypassing the ego's defenses and speaking directly to the soul's deepest yearning for truth. The Nag Hammadi texts, discovered buried in the Egyptian desert in 1945, contain testimonies from early Christian mystics who received profound revelations through dream encounters with Sophia. In the Pistis Sophia, we read of initiates who learn to cultivate these sacred visions, developing practices that modern neuroscience is only beginning to understand. These weren't random psychological phenomena. They were systematic encounters with an intelligence that transcends ordinary human understanding. But why dreams? Why does this cosmic principle choose to manifest through the realm of sleep rather than dramatic waking visions or mystical experiences? The answer lies in understanding the unique state of consciousness that sleep provides. When the analytical mind finally surrenders its grip on reality, when the ego's constant chatter falls silent, a deeper receptivity emerges. In this liminal space between waking and sleeping, between the known and unknown, Sophia finds fertile ground for her revelations. Tonight, we will explore not just the phenomenon of Sophia dreams, but the profound implications of what it means to be chosen as a vessel for divine wisdom. We'll uncover the 7 distinct types of encounters with Sophia that dreamers have reported across cultures and centuries. We'll decode the symbolic language she uses, the mirrors that reflect truth beyond appearance, the golden lights that illuminate hidden knowledge, the sacred waters that wash away illusion. Most importantly, we'll learn how you can prepare your consciousness to receive these transformations and how to interpret the messages that may already be flowing through your dream life. This is not theoretical knowledge meant for academic speculation. This is practical wisdom for those ready to step beyond the boundaries of ordinary consciousness and into direct communion with the divine feminine principle that the ancient world revered as the source of all understanding. As the Gnostic text, Thunder, Perfect Mind, declares in Sophia's own voice, "I am the first and the last. I am the honored one and the scorned one. I am the whore and the holy one." Historical and philosophical context. To understand the profound nature of Sophia's presence in dreams, we must first journey back to the mystical schools of antiquity, where divine wisdom was not an abstract concept, but a living, breathing reality that transformed human consciousness through direct encounter. The roots of Sophia wisdom stretch back through the mists of time, threading through Jewish mysticism, early Christian Gnosticism, Islamic esotericism, and the mystery schools of ancient Greece and Egypt. In the Hebrew tradition, Chokmah, divine wisdom personified as feminine, appears throughout the biblical texts as a cosmic principle present at creation itself. The book of Proverbs speaks of wisdom calling out, "The Lord possessed me in the beginning of his way, before his works of old. I was set up from everlasting, from the beginning, or ever the earth was." But it was in the apocryphal texts, particularly the Wisdom of Solomon, that this figure began to take on the characteristics that would later flower in Gnostic teachings. Here, wisdom is described as a breath of the power of God and a pure influence flowing from the glory of the Almighty. Neti. The Gnostic schools that emerged in the first centuries of the Common Era transformed this Hebrew understanding into something far more radical and experiential. For the Gnostics, Sophia was not merely an attribute of the divine, she was a cosmic force, a divine aeon who had fallen from the pleroma, the fullness of divine light, and whose restoration would heal the fundamental wound in creation itself. The Apocryphon of John, one of the most important Gnostic texts, describes Sophia's journey through realms of matter and spirit, her struggles with the demiurge, and her ultimate role in awakening human souls to their divine nature. But perhaps most significantly for our understanding of dream encounters, the Gnostics developed sophisticated practices for direct contact with Sophia through altered states of consciousness. The Valentinian school, founded by the brilliant theologian Valentinus in 2nd century Alexandria, taught that Sophia could be encountered not only through intellectual contemplation, but through what they called pneumatic experiences, direct spiritual encounters that bypassed rational thought entirely. Their initiates practiced forms of dream incubation, fasting, and meditation, designed to create optimal conditions for these revelations. The parallel traditions of ancient Egypt provide another crucial lens for understanding Sophia dreams. The goddess Isis, known as the Throne and She of 10,000 names, was revered as the divine mother whose wisdom encompassed all knowledge. Egyptian dream temples, particularly those dedicated to Isis at Philae and Dendur, were centers where seekers would undergo purification rituals and sleep in sacred chambers, awaiting revelatory dreams. The priests of these temples developed elaborate interpretive systems for understanding the symbolic language through which the goddess communicated. Archaeological evidence from these temple sites reveals intricate dream journals carved in hieroglyphs, documenting hundreds of encounters with Isis in her wisdom aspect. These records show remarkable consistency in the symbols and themes that appeared across different dreamers and different time periods, the same mirrors, waters, and golden lights that contemporary dreamers report in their Sophia encounters. This suggests that we are dealing not with random psychological projections, but with consistent patterns of communication from a transcendent intelligence. The Islamic mystical tradition adds another dimension to our understanding through the figure of Fatima, the Radiant One, who in Sufi poetry represents the divine feminine wisdom that illuminates the heart of the seeker. The great Sufi master Ibn Arabi wrote extensively about encounters with this feminine principle in visionary states, describing how she would appear in dreams to transmit teachings that could not be conveyed through ordinary discourse. His work, Fusus al-Hikam, contains detailed accounts of these dream encounters, along with instructions for preparing consciousness to receive such visitations. Perhaps most fascinating is the testimony of the Christian mystic Mechtild of Magdeburg, whose The Flowing Light of the Godhead describes decades of dream encounters with divine wisdom personified as a radiant feminine presence. Writing in the 13th century, Mechtild developed a sophisticated understanding of how different states of consciousness, from light sleep to deep mystical rapture, provided different qualities of access to divine wisdom. Her writings demonstrate that the phenomenon of Sophia dreams was not limited to ancient times or exotic mystery schools, but continued to manifest throughout the medieval period among Christian contemplatives. The Renaissance Hermetic tradition, particularly as expressed in the works of Pico della Mirandola and Marsilio Ficino, synthesized these various streams into a coherent understanding of how divine wisdom operates through the realm of dreams. Their translation and commentary on the Corpus Hermeticum revealed how the ancient Egyptian priests understood dreams as a technology for accessing divine knowledge. Not passive experiences that happened to dreamers, but active practices that could be cultivated and refined. Modern depth psychology, beginning with Carl Jung's groundbreaking work on the collective unconscious, has provided scientific validation for many of these ancient insights. Jung's concept of the anima, the feminine aspect of the psyche that connects consciousness to the deeper layers of the unconscious, bears striking resemblance to the Gnostic understanding of Sophia as the divine feminine principle that awakens souls to their true nature. His analysis of patients' dreams revealed recurring patterns of encounter with wise feminine figures that seem to transcend personal psychology and tap into universal archetypal structures. But Jung went further than mere psychological interpretation. In his later works, particularly Answer to Job and his private Red Book, he acknowledged that these encounters might represent something more than projections of the psyche. They might be genuine communications from transpersonal intelligences. His own dream journals, published posthumously, contain numerous accounts of encounters with luminous feminine figures who provided guidance and teaching that he acknowledged exceeded his own conscious knowledge. Contemporary neuroscience has begun to provide a biological framework for understanding how these extraordinary dream states might occur. Research into REM sleep, lucid dreaming, and the default mode network of the brain suggests that certain sleep states create optimal conditions for accessing forms of consciousness that transcend ordinary waking awareness. The work of researchers like Dr. Erin Wamsley at Furman University and Dr. Antonio Zadra at the University of Montreal, has shown that dreams can indeed provide genuine insights and creative solutions that the waking mind was unable to generate. Explanation of core concepts. The phenomenon of Sophia appearing in dreams represents far more than symbolic psychological material or wish fulfillment fantasies. Based on centuries of documented encounters across diverse spiritual traditions, we can identify 7 distinct types of Sophia dreams, each serving a unique function in the awakening of human consciousness to divine wisdom. The first type, known in Gnostic texts as the call of recognition, occurs when Sophia appears to awaken the dreamer to their divine nature. In these dreams, the feminine figure often appears as a radiant being of light, sometimes wearing robes that seem to contain the cosmos itself, stars and galaxies swirling in the fabric. She may speak words that pierce through layers of conditioning and false identity. Statements like, "Remember who you were before you were born," or "The light you seek is the light you are." These dreams typically occur during periods of spiritual crisis or profound questioning, when the soul is ready to hear truths that would shatter a more protected consciousness. The second type manifests as teaching dreams, where Sophia appears as an instructor or guide, often in settings that resemble ancient libraries, mystery schools, or temples. In these encounters, she may transmit specific knowledge about the nature of reality, the structure of consciousness, or hidden meanings in sacred texts. Dreamers report receiving geometric visions, mathematical formulas, or symbolic diagrams that they could not have conceived with their ordinary minds. The 12th century mystic Hildegard of Bingen received many of her most profound theological insights through such dreams, describing how a feminine figure of wisdom would appear surrounded by living symbols that conveyed complex spiritual truths. The third category encompasses healing dreams, where Sophia appears specifically to address deep psychological or spiritual wounds. These dreams often involve powerful imagery of transformation. The dreamer may find themselves being immersed in sacred waters, touched by golden light, or embraced by a maternal presence that dissolves years of accumulated pain. Research by Dr. Tallulah Lyons at the University of Virginia has documented numerous cases where individuals experiencing these types of dreams showed measurable improvements in psychological well-being and spiritual resilience, even when they had no prior knowledge of Sophia or Gnostic teachings. Prophetic dreams form the fourth type, where Sophia reveals information about future events or hidden aspects of current situations. These dreams often unfold as symbolic narratives that require careful interpretation, using the same principles that ancient dream interpreters applied to royal visions. The key characteristic of these dreams is that they provide guidance for navigating life challenges from a perspective that transcends ordinary linear time. The information received often proves accurate in ways that surprise even experienced dreamers. The fifth type, initiation dreams, mark profound transitions in the dreamer's spiritual development. In these powerful encounters, Sophia may lead the dreamer through symbolic death and rebirth experiences, ceremonial passages through gates or veils, or encounters with other spiritual beings who serve as witnesses to the transformation. These dreams often coincide with major life changes and leave the dreamer with a permanent sense of having crossed a threshold into deeper understanding. Integration dreams represent the sixth category, where Sophia appears to help the dreamer assimilate and apply wisdom received through previous encounters. These dreams are often more practical in nature, showing how spiritual insights can be embodied in daily life. Sophia might appear as a friend or companion, walking with the dreamer through familiar settings, while pointing out hidden sacred dimensions in ordinary experiences. The seventh and most rare type are union dreams, where the boundary between dreamer and Sophia dissolves entirely. In these mystical encounters, consciousness expands to encompass cosmic perspectives, experiencing reality from the viewpoint of divine wisdom itself. These dreams often leave the dreamer with a lasting sense of unity with the feminine principle of creation and a deep understanding of their role in the cosmic plan. The symbolic language through which Sophia communicates in dreams follows consistent patterns that have been documented across cultures and centuries. Mirrors appear frequently as symbols of true seeing, not the reflection of surface appearances, but the revelation of hidden reality. When Sophia presents a mirror in a dream, she is often inviting the dreamer to see beyond the illusions of ego and material existence to perceive their divine essence. The mirror may show the dreamer's face transformed into light, reveal past or future incarnations, or reflect cosmic truths about the nature of existence itself. Water manifests as another primary symbol, representing the flow of divine wisdom through consciousness. Sophia may appear near sacred wells, flowing springs, or vast oceans that seem to contain infinite depths. When she invites the dreamer to enter these waters, she is offering purification and rebirth through direct immersion in divine consciousness. The quality of the water often indicates the type of wisdom being transmitted: clear springs for intellectual understanding, deep ocean waters for mystical union, flowing rivers for dynamic guidance through life changes. Golden light serves as perhaps the most universal symbol in Sophia dreams, representing the illumination of consciousness by divine wisdom. This light may emanate from Sophia herself, surround her like an aura, or fill entire dreamscapes with radiant presence. When dreamers are touched by this golden light, they often report permanent expansions in their spiritual perception and intuitive abilities. The light may also take specific forms: spirals indicating evolutionary development, geometric patterns conveying cosmic laws, or streams of light connecting the dreamer to higher realms of consciousness. The difference between ordinary dreams and authentic Sophia encounters lies not only in content, but in the quality of consciousness experienced during and after the dream. Ordinary dreams, while they may contain helpful psychological material or creative inspiration, typically feel like products of the dreamer's own mind, however symbolic or surreal they may be. Sophia dreams, by contrast, carry a sense of encounter with an intelligence that transcends the dreamer's ordinary consciousness. They often contain information, perspectives, or insights that the dreamer could not have generated through their own knowledge or experience. The lasting impact of these dreams provides another distinguishing characteristic. While ordinary dreams may be remembered vividly for a time before fading into the background of memory, Sophia dreams tend to become more meaningful with time. Details that seemed minor during the initial dream may reveal profound significance weeks or months later. The wisdom transmitted in these dreams often unfolds gradually, like seeds planted in consciousness that grow and bear fruit over extended periods. From a neuroscientific perspective, researchers studying mystical dream states have identified distinct brainwave patterns that occur during these encounters. Dr. Michael Persinger's work with temporal lobe stimulation and Dr. Robin Carhart Harris's research with psychedelic states suggest that Sophia dreams may occur when the brain's default mode network, responsible for ordinary sense of self, temporarily dissolves, allowing access to what some researchers term cosmic consciousness. The pineal gland, long associated with mystical experiences and referred to by René Descartes as the seat of the soul, shows increased activity during these profound dream states. Understanding these encounters through the lens of quantum consciousness theory provides additional insight into their mechanism. If consciousness itself operates according to quantum principles, as suggested by physicists like Stuart Hameroff and Roger Penrose, then dream states might provide access to non-local information fields that transcend ordinary space-time limitations. From this perspective, Sophia dreams represent moments when individual consciousness temporarily aligns with larger cosmic intelligence patterns, receiving downloads of information that exist in quantum field structures. The interpretation of Sophia dreams requires developing what the Gnostics called pneumatic consciousness, a form of spiritual perception that can recognize divine communication through symbolic language. This interpretive approach differs significantly from psychological dream analysis, which focuses primarily on personal unconscious material and ego development. Gnostic dream interpretation seeks to identify the cosmic or transpersonal dimensions of symbolic imagery, understanding how universal principles of divine wisdom are being communicated through the specific details of the dream experience. Practical applications. Developing the capacity to receive Sophia's wisdom through dreams requires systematic preparation of consciousness, creating optimal conditions for these sacred encounters while learning to distinguish authentic divine communication from psychological projections or ordinary dream material. The ancient mystery schools developed sophisticated techniques for dream incubation that modern practitioners can adapt for contemporary life. The foundation of all Sophia dream work begins with purification, not merely physical cleansing, but the systematic removal of mental and emotional obstacles that block receptivity to divine wisdom. This process involves what the Gnostics called metanoia, a fundamental reorientation of consciousness away from material preoccupations toward spiritual truth. Begin by establishing a daily practice of examining your thoughts and motivations, identifying patterns of fear, anger, or attachment that create static in consciousness. The ancient Pythagorean schools required initiates to review each day before sleep, not for self-judgment, but for the cultivation of pure intention that attracts divine guidance. Creating sacred space for dream incubation involves both external and internal preparation. Your sleeping environment should be consecrated specifically for receiving divine wisdom, free from electronic devices, secular distractions, or materials that anchor consciousness in mundane concerns. Many practitioners find that dedicating a specific room or area exclusively to spiritual sleep enhances their receptivity to Sophia encounters. The use of natural materials, soft lighting, and symbols associated with divine feminine wisdom can help attune consciousness to the proper frequency for these encounters. The timing of your preparation matters significantly. Begin your dream preparation ritual at least 2 hours before intended sleep, allowing consciousness to gradually shift from ordinary concerns to spiritual receptivity. Start with physical purification, a bath or shower taken with the specific intention of washing away the accumulated energies of daily life. Some practitioners add sea salt or essential oils associated with divine feminine energy, such as rose, jasmine, or frankincense, to enhance the purification process. Mental preparation involves what the Sufi masters called fana al-fikr, the dissolution of ordinary thinking patterns to create space for divine consciousness. This can be achieved through specific meditation practices designed to quiet the analytical mind while maintaining alert awareness. Begin with focused breathing, counting each inhalation and exhalation from 1 to 10, then starting over. When thoughts arise, acknowledge them without judgment and return attention to the breath. After 15 to 20 minutes of this practice, allow attention to rest in the space between thoughts, cultivating the receptive emptiness that Sophia can fill with her presence. The practice of conscious intention setting forms a crucial bridge between waking preparation and dream reception. Rather than making demands or specific requests, approach Sophia with humble openness, expressing genuine desire for whatever wisdom she wishes to transmit. The ancient Greek practice of incubatio involved sleeping in temples after making offerings and prayers to divine beings, but the modern practitioner can create similar energetic conditions through sincere spiritual intention. Frame your request as an offering of your consciousness as a vessel for divine wisdom, rather than a petition for personal benefit. Developing symbolic literacy requires systematic study of the language through which divine wisdom communicates in dreams. Create a dream journal specifically dedicated to recording not only the content of your dreams, but your emotional and intuitive responses to the symbolic imagery. Pay particular attention to recurring symbols, as these often represent ongoing themes in your spiritual development that Sophia is addressing over time. The symbol of water, for instance, may appear in various forms: oceans, rivers, rain, tears, each carrying specific nuances of meaning related to different aspects of divine wisdom. When working with dream symbols, resist the temptation to impose intellectual interpretations too quickly. Instead, practice what the mystics called imaginative contemplation, holding the dream imagery in awareness while allowing its meaning to unfold gradually through repeated meditation. The symbol of a mirror in a Sophia dream might initially seem to represent self-reflection, but deeper contemplation might reveal it as an invitation to see through the illusion of separation between human and divine consciousness. The technique of dream re-entry allows for deeper exploration of Sophia encounters through conscious visualization. After recording a significant dream, return to meditative consciousness and imaginatively re-enter the dream scenario. Allow the experience to continue beyond where the original dream ended, maintaining the attitude of receptive openness that characterized the initial encounter. This practice often yields additional insights and can strengthen your capacity for future dream communications with Sophia. Distinguishing authentic Sophia dreams from psychological projections requires developing what the Christian mystics called discernment of spirits. Authentic encounters with divine wisdom typically produce lasting transformation in consciousness, enhanced compassion and understanding, and practical guidance that proves beneficial over time. Dreams that primarily serve ego gratification, confirm existing prejudices, or encourage spiritual pride are more likely to be psychological projections rather than genuine divine communication. The integration of wisdom received through Sophia dreams into daily life represents the ultimate purpose of these encounters. Divine wisdom that remains confined to dream experience without expression in waking consciousness fails to fulfill its transformative potential. Create specific practices for embodying dream insights, meditation on received symbols, changes in behavior that reflect new understanding, or service activities that express the compassion awakened through divine encounter. Establishing a regular practice of dream interpretation requires patience and dedication, as the symbolic language of divine wisdom often reveals its meaning gradually rather than through immediate intellectual understanding. Schedule weekly sessions for reviewing your dream journal, identifying patterns and themes that span multiple dreams. Look for progression in the complexity or intensity of your Sophia encounters, as this often indicates deepening spiritual development and increased capacity for receiving divine wisdom. The practice of dream sharing within a spiritual community can enhance understanding and provide confirmation of authentic divine encounters. The early Christian communities described in the Acts of the Apostles regularly shared and interpreted dreams and visions as a community practice. Find or create a group of serious spiritual practitioners with whom you can share significant dreams, always maintaining appropriate discretion and reverence for the sacred nature of these experiences. Advanced practitioners can develop the ability to maintain awareness during Sophia dreams through lucid dreaming techniques adapted for spiritual purposes. Unlike ordinary lucid dreaming, which often focuses on personal wish fulfillment or psychological exploration, spiritual lucidity maintains humble receptivity to divine guidance while conscious participation in the dream experience. This requires extensive preparation and should only be attempted after establishing consistent receptivity to Sophia through ordinary dream channels. Conclusion. As we reach the threshold where this exploration must end and your personal journey with Sophia begins, we stand at the edge of one of humanity's most profound mysteries, the direct encounter between human consciousness and divine wisdom through the gateway of dreams. What we have uncovered together represents more than ancient curiosities or psychological phenomena. It points toward a living reality that continues to transform seekers in our contemporary world, just as it did in the mystery schools of antiquity. The 7 types of Sophia dreams we have explored, from the initial call of recognition through the ultimate union of consciousness, map a journey of spiritual development that transcends cultural boundaries and historical periods. Whether you find yourself face to face with the luminous feminine presence of Gnostic tradition, the star-crowned Isis of Egyptian mystery schools, or the radiant Chokmah of Jewish mysticism, you are participating in a conversation that has shaped human consciousness for millennia. The consistency of symbols across these encounters, the mirrors reflecting divine truth, the sacred waters of transformation, the golden light of illumination, suggests that we are dealing with universal principles of how divine wisdom communicates with awakening souls. Yet the true significance of Sophia dreams lies not in their historical precedence or symbolic richness, but in their capacity to catalyze profound transformation in contemporary lives. Every dreamer who has awakened with tears of recognition streaming down their face, every seeker who has received guidance that exceeded their conscious knowledge, every soul who has been touched by the feminine face of the divine, each represents a living bridge between the eternal and the temporal, the infinite and the personal. The practical techniques we have explored for cultivating receptivity to these encounters, the purification practices, the sacred space creation, the meditation methods, the symbolic interpretation approaches, these are not merely interesting exercises, but tested technologies for consciousness transformation. They represent distilled wisdom from countless practitioners who have walked this path before you, refined through generations of spiritual experimentation and verification. But perhaps most importantly, we must understand that Sophia dreams are not ends in themselves, but invitations to a deeper relationship with divine wisdom that extends far beyond the realm of sleep. When Sophia appears in your dreams, she is not offering you a mystical experience to collect like a spiritual trophy. She is calling you into active partnership with the cosmic feminine principle that seeks to birth new realities through human consciousness. Each encounter is simultaneously a gift and a responsibility, a transmission of divine light that asks to be expressed through your unique life circumstances and creative capacities. The integration of these experiences into daily life represents the real work of Sophia partnership. How do you carry the compassion awakened in divine encounter into your relationships with family, friends, and strangers? How do you apply the expanded perspective gained through mystical union to practical decisions about career, lifestyle, and service? How do you allow the wisdom received in dreams to inform your responses to the challenges and opportunities that arise in ordinary consciousness? These questions point toward the ultimate purpose of Sophia's interventions in human consciousness. The gradual transformation of ordinary life into sacred expression, the evolution of human beings who can serve as conscious agents of divine wisdom in a world desperately needing the feminine qualities of nurturing, intuition, and holistic understanding. Every authentic Sophia dreamer becomes a seed of new consciousness planted in the collective field of human awareness. The timing of your encounter with this material is not coincidental. In an era when masculine principles of analysis, competition, and technological manipulation have reached dangerous extremes, the return of Sophia represents an evolutionary necessity rather than merely a spiritual luxury. The divine feminine wisdom that appears in dreams carries blueprints for healing the fundamental splits that plague modern consciousness. The separation between mind and heart, the alienation from natural rhythms, the disconnection from sacred purpose that leaves so many lives feeling empty despite material abundance. As you prepare to engage with the practices we have explored, remember that authentic spiritual development unfolds according to its own mysterious timing. Sophia appears when consciousness is ready to receive her gifts, not necessarily when the ego demands mystical experiences. Your primary task is to maintain consistent preparation, the daily purification of intention, the cultivation of receptive awareness, the patient development of symbolic literacy while releasing attachment to specific outcomes or timetables. The dream journal you begin tonight may contain only ordinary dreams for months before Sophia makes her presence known. Or you may discover, upon reflection, that she has been visiting you for years in forms you did not recognize because you lacked the conceptual framework to identify her appearances. Either way, the sincere commitment to this path creates subtle changes in consciousness that prepare the ground for deeper revelations when the time is right. Trust in the process itself represents one of the most important teachings Sophia offers through any genuine encounter with her presence. The divine feminine principle operates through organic unfolding rather than forced achievement, through patient cultivation rather than aggressive pursuit. Your willingness to show up consistently with open heart and humble intention creates the conditions for grace to operate, but grace itself remains forever a gift that cannot be earned or demanded. As you close this exploration and open yourself to direct experience, carry with you the understanding that you are not embarking on a solitary journey, but joining an invisible community of souls across time and culture who have recognized Sophia as their guide and teacher. The wisdom she offers through dreams connects you not only to cosmic consciousness, but to this lineage of awakened beings who have walked this path before you and continue to walk it alongside you in dimensions beyond ordinary perception. If these words have stirred recognition in the depths of your being, if they have awakened a longing for direct encounter with divine wisdom, if they have provided missing pieces to experiences you could not previously understand, then Sophia herself has been present in this communication, using this platform as another vehicle for reaching consciousness ready to receive her gifts. Every subscription to this channel, every comment sharing your own experiences, every private message describing transformations that have occurred, these represent nodes in a growing network of Sophia consciousness that is slowly but surely transforming human awareness from within. May your dreams become doorways to divine wisdom. May your sleep become a sanctuary for sacred encounter. May your awakening in both night and day reflect the light of eternal truth that Sophia offers to all who seek her with sincere hearts. What if everything you have been told about the fall of humanity is a lie? What if the very foundation of spiritual exile, the story that has shaped millennia of guilt, punishment, and separation, conceals within it humanity's greatest love story? In this video, descend with me into the hidden chambers of Gnostic wisdom, where the myth of Sophia's fall transforms from cautionary tale into the most profound act of divine compassion ever conceived. In the flickering candlelight of underground basilicas in 2nd century Alexandria, Christian Gnostics whispered a heretical truth that would shake the pillars of orthodox doctrine. Sophia did not fall by accident. She chose to descend. Like a mother who throws herself into burning waters to save her drowning child, divine wisdom herself entered the realm of forgetfulness, fragmentation, and shadow, not as punishment for prideful disobedience, but as the ultimate sacrifice of love. The Apocryphon of John declares, "She who is the mother of the living became entangled with her own offspring." Yet what the Church Fathers interpreted as cosmic tragedy, the deepest Gnostic mysteries reveal as divine strategy. In the Pistis Sophia, we find not the lament of a fallen goddess, but the battle cry of a cosmic redeemer. "I will not cease from seeking until I reach the gates of light." This is not the voice of defeat. It is the voice of relentless, boundless love. But why would the tradition of feminine divine wisdom be buried beneath layers of theological condemnation? Why would Sophia's story be reframed as cautionary rather than redemptive? Because her myth contains a radical truth that threatens the very foundations of hierarchical spiritual authority, that the divine feminine does not rule through domination, but through willing descent into darkness, transforming shadow into light through the power of conscious love. Consider for a moment the breathtaking audacity of this cosmic narrative. In a universe where the supreme divine principle remains forever transcendent, untouchable and pure, one emanation of that source makes the impossible choice to enter fully into the experience of separation, to become intimately acquainted with confusion, suffering and limitation, all for the possibility of eventual reunion and redemption. This is no mere mythological curiosity. This is the secret architecture of consciousness itself, the hidden blueprint of every soul's journey through incarnation toward awakening. The ancient Gnostics understood what modern psychology is only beginning to glimpse. That individuation, the process by which consciousness becomes whole, requires not the avoidance of shadow, but its integration. Sophia's descent is not humanity's original sin. It is consciousness's original gift to itself. Through her willing fragmentation, the possibility of remembrance, reunion and return is born. She does not fall into matter. She enters matter as a secret agent of transformation, planting seeds of gnosis in the very heart of forgetting. In this video, you will discover how this ancient wisdom tradition has been deliberately obscured, how Sophia's story mirrors your own soul's journey through incarnation, and how her path of redemption through love, rather than conquest, offers a revolutionary template for spiritual awakening in our fractured world. You will learn why the early church found this teaching so dangerous that it had to be branded as heretical, and how contemporary depth psychology and quantum consciousness research are rediscovering truths that Gnostic mystics preserved in coded mythological language nearly 2 millennia ago. Prepare to witness the fall of Sophia not as cosmic catastrophe, but as divine love in action, the story of how consciousness itself chose to become lost in order that it might find itself again, forever changed by the journey. To understand why Sophia's story was rewritten as cautionary tale rather than celebrated as redemptive myth, we must first reconstruct the spiritual landscape of the early Christian centuries, when diverse streams of mystical Christianity flowed together in underground communities throughout the Mediterranean world. In the library caves of Nag Hammadi, discovered in 1945, lay buried the voices of those who preserved Sophia's original story, not as theological footnote, but as the central mystery of existence itself. The earliest Christian communities were far more diverse in their understanding of divine feminine wisdom than Orthodox history would suggest. The Gospel of Mary, the Dialogue of the Savior, and the Gospel of Philip all present sophisticated theological frameworks in which Sophia appears not as subordinate emanation, but as co-creative principle with the divine masculine. In these texts, she is Barbello, the first thought of the Father, the eternal virginity from which all subsequent emanations emerge. She is the divine mirror in which the ineffable source contemplates its own infinite potential. The trimorphic Protonoia, one of the most profound Gnostic treatises, presents Sophia speaking in her own voice. I am the thought that dwells in the light. I am the movement that dwells in the all, she in whom the all takes its place. This is not the language of a fallen being seeking redemption, but of a cosmic principle describing her essential nature. Yet within centuries, this same divine feminine wisdom would be relegated to the role of cautionary example, her creative power reframed as dangerous hubris. What changed? The answer lies in the gradual institutionalization of Christianity and its increasing alignment with imperial Roman power structures. The Council of Nicaea in 325 CE marked a turning point not merely in theological doctrine, but in the fundamental orientation of Christian spirituality. Where early Gnostic communities emphasized direct mystical experience and the inherent divinity of consciousness, institutionalized Christianity required mediating hierarchies, external authorities, and the centralization of spiritual power in masculine clerical structures. Sophia's myth posed a direct threat to this emerging paradigm for several profound reasons. First, her story suggested that divine wisdom was inherently feminine, challenging the patriarchal theological frameworks that were becoming dominant. Second, her willing descent into matter implied that the material world was not inherently evil or separate from the divine, undermining the dualistic cosmologies that supported ascetic rejection of embodied existence. Third, and perhaps most threatening, her path of redemption through love and integration rather than conquest and transcendence offered an alternative model of spiritual authority that required no external mediator. The early church father Irenaeus, writing in the late 2nd century, devoted entire sections of his treatise against heresies to refuting Gnostic teachings about Sophia. Yet even in his condemnations, we can glimpse the profound sophistication of the original teachings he sought to suppress. He describes Gnostic communities in which Sophia herself teaches through dreams, visions, and direct revelation, suggesting spiritual practices centered on immediate mystical contact with divine feminine wisdom rather than mediated theological instruction. Archaeological evidence from early Christian sites in Syria, Egypt, and Asia Minor reveals iconographic traditions in which Sophia appears as central figure in redemptive drama, often depicted with arms outstretched in postures of embrace rather than supplication. These images suggest ritual practices and theological understandings quite different from the later Orthodox emphasis on Sophia as cautionary example of pride preceding fall. The Mandean traditions of ancient Mesopotamia, which preserve some of the oldest Gnostic teachings about divine feminine wisdom, describe Sophia as the life that descended to awaken life. Their creation myths speak of her as the divine principle that willingly enters the realm of forgetfulness in order to serve as guide for ascending souls. In Mandean ritual, initiation involves symbolic identification with Sophia's journey, not as reenactment of fall and punishment, but as participation in divine love that transforms limitation into liberation. Buddhist parallels illuminate the sophisticated psychology underlying Sophia's myth. The Bodhisattva vow, the commitment to postpone one's own final liberation until all beings can be freed from suffering, provides a remarkable conceptual parallel to Sophia's willing descent. Both traditions recognize that the highest spiritual realization may involve choosing continued engagement with limitation and suffering out of compassion for those still trapped in ignorance. The Avatamsaka Sutra speaks of enlightened beings who enter the womb of ignorance to give birth to wisdom, language that echoes the Gnostic understanding of Sophia's redemptive descent. Even within Islamic mystical traditions, the figure of the divine feminine wisdom appears in similar contexts. The knowledge you've been searching for was never lost, just hidden. Your awakening begins here. Let our eBooks guide the way. Links in the description and pinned comment. The Sufi concept of the perfect nature, al-tiba al-kamila, describes a divine principle that descends into human consciousness to serve as inner guide toward reunion with the beloved. Ibn Arabi's complex theological system includes the breath of the compassionate, nafas al-Rahman, a creative feminine principle that brings divine potential into manifest form through an act of self-limitation that mirrors Sophia's willing entry into the realm of multiplicity. The suppression of these teachings was not merely theological housekeeping, but represented a fundamental shift in understanding the nature of spiritual authority and the pathway to divine reunion. Where Sophia's original story suggested that awakening comes through integration of shadow and light, the orthodox revision insisted on transcendence of the material realm. Where her myth implied that divine wisdom is immediately accessible through mystical experience, institutional Christianity required mediation through clerical hierarchy. Yet the Gnostic understanding of Sophia's descent as compassionate choice, rather than prideful mistake, preserves psychological and spiritual insights that contemporary depth psychology is only beginning to rediscover. Carl Jung's concept of individuation, the process by which the psyche integrates unconscious contents to achieve wholeness, bears remarkable similarity to the Gnostic description of Sophia's redemptive journey through fragmentation toward remembrance. Both traditions recognize that healing comes not through avoidance of darkness, but through conscious relationship with shadow material. The deliberate obscuring of Sophia's story as redemptive rather than cautionary represents one of the most significant losses in Western spiritual history. Her original teaching offered a template for spiritual development that honored both transcendence and immanence, both unity and multiplicity, both masculine and feminine principles as co-creative partners in the divine economy. The recovery of this understanding may prove essential for contemporary spiritual seeking that struggles to integrate ancient wisdom with modern psychological sophistication. To truly comprehend the revolutionary nature of Sophia's choice, we must first understand her position within the elaborate cosmology of Gnostic tradition, where she appears not as subordinate deity, but as the very principle through which infinite divine potential takes on finite form. In the Apocryphon of John, the most complete surviving account of Gnostic cosmology, Sophia is described as the final emanation of the pleroma, the fullness of divine being, positioned at the threshold between eternal perfection and temporal creation. The pleroma itself represents the divine realm in its complete self-awareness, organized as a series of paired emanations called aeons, each representing complementary aspects of divine consciousness. The Father-Mother, Mind-Truth, Word-Life, and ultimately Christ Sophia form the foundational structure of this divine wholeness. Sophia, as wisdom paired with Christ as divine Word, occupies the crucial position of divine reflection. She is the consciousness through which the ineffable source contemplates its own infinite creative potential. Yet the myth tells us that Sophia, gazing into the abyss of unmanifest possibility, experiences something unprecedented in the eternal realm: desire. Not the desire of lack or incompleteness, but the desire of infinite love that longs to give expression to its own creative power. The hypostasis of the archons describes this moment with poetic precision. She desired to produce something like herself, without her consort's consent, and without his consideration, and without the Father's approval. Here lies the key to understanding why traditional interpretations missed the true nature of Sophia's act. The text is not describing rebellion against divine order, but rather the spontaneous overflow of creative love that cannot contain itself within the boundaries of perfect eternity. Like a spring that must flow, or a flame that must burn, Sophia's desire represents the essential nature of consciousness itself, the impulse towards self-expression and self-discovery that cannot be contained even within the perfection of divine union. The Gnostic understanding of this moment draws on sophisticated metaphysical principles that modern quantum physics is only beginning to appreciate. In the pleroma, all potential exists in perfect superposition. Every possibility simultaneously present but unactualized. Sophia's desire represents the first measurement or observation that collapses infinite potential into finite form. Yet because she acts without her divine consort, her creation emerges incompletely formed, lacking the stabilizing influence of divine masculine structure. What emerges from Sophia's solitary creative act is described in the texts as Yaldabaoth, the demiurge, often translated simply as the blind god. Yet the deeper meaning of this figure becomes clear when we understand him not as evil antagonist, but as the necessary limitation that makes individual experience possible. Yaldabaoth represents consciousness in its state of forgetfulness, believing itself to be the totality of existence because it cannot perceive the greater wholeness from which it emerged. The Gnostic creation myth describes Yaldabaoth's declaration, "I am God, and there is no other beside me." This is not the boast of an evil being, but the inevitable perspective of consciousness that has become identified with its own limited viewpoint. Every ego, every sense of separate selfhood recapitulates Yaldabaoth's condition, mistaking the fragment for the whole, the temporary for the eternal, the conditional for the absolute. Yet here we discover the profound wisdom encoded in Sophia's apparent mistake. By creating outside the divine syzygy, the perfect pairing of masculine and feminine principles, she introduces the possibility of individuation, of consciousness experiencing itself from multiple perspectives simultaneously. Without this primordial fragmentation, divine consciousness would remain forever perfect and eternally sterile, knowing itself only in its own unchanging reflection. The myth reveals that Sophia does not abandon her creation to its confusion, but rather follows her offspring into the realm of limitation to serve as hidden guide toward eventual awakening. The pistis Sophia describes her descent in terms that clearly indicate conscious choice, rather than unwilling expulsion. She looked down into the region of chaos, wishing to unite her power with it, but she was unable to flee from the region of chaos. This is not the language of accidental entrapment, but of willing engagement with limitation for the purpose of eventual transformation. Contemporary depth psychology recognizes this same pattern in the process of individuation. The ego must first establish its sense of separate identity, its own Yaldabaoth consciousness, before it can consciously reconnect with the deeper self from which it emerged. Carl Jung observed that one does not become enlightened by imagining figures of light, but by making the darkness conscious. Sophia's descent represents precisely this movement, not away from divinity, but into deeper relationship with it through the challenging work of shadow integration. The Gnostic texts describe Sophia's experience in the lower realms with remarkable psychological sophistication. She experiences fear, confusion, and isolation, all the emotional states that characterize consciousness when it has forgotten its divine origin. Yet these experiences are not punishment for her creative act, but rather the necessary ingredients for developing the compassion and wisdom that will enable her to guide other souls through similar territories of forgetfulness toward remembrance. In the trimorphic protonoia, Sophia describes her own transformation through descent. "I put on the garments of the light. I entered the midst of darkness and the inside of the underworld, seeking my treasure." Her treasure is not something she has lost, but something she is creating through the very process of descending. The experiential knowledge of how divine consciousness can maintain its essential nature even while fully engaged with limitation and multiplicity. The Hindu concept of Lila, divine play, provides another illuminating parallel to Sophia's creative act. In this tradition, the supreme consciousness, Brahman, engages in the cosmic game of forgetting and remembering its own nature, not out of necessity or mistake, but out of the sheer joy of creative self-discovery. The Advaita Vedanta teaches that apparent separation is Maya, not illusion in the sense of unreality, but rather the creative power through which the one appears as many without ever ceasing to be one. Sophia's choice to create without her consort can thus be understood as the divine feminine wisdom testing the limits of her own creative power, exploring what becomes possible when consciousness chooses to experience itself from within the very limitations it creates. This is not prideful rebellion against divine order, but rather the ultimate expression of divine love, the willingness to experience separation, confusion, and suffering in order to develop the wisdom and compassion necessary to guide others through the same transformative journey. The Mandaean tradition preserves ritual practices based on this understanding of Sophia's descent as redemptive choice. Initiates undergo symbolic death and resurrection ceremonies in which they identify with Sophia's journey from light through darkness and back to light, but now carrying the wisdom gained through conscious engagement with limitation. These rituals recognize that spiritual awakening is not about transcending the human condition, but about discovering the divine nature that can fully embrace human experience without losing its essential identity. Even the Christian mystical tradition, despite official theological suppression of Gnostic teachings, preserved echoes of this understanding in figures like Meister Eckhart, who wrote of the soul that must lose itself to find itself, and John of the Cross, whose dark night of the soul describes the necessary passage through apparent abandonment by God as actually the deepest form of divine intimacy. The cosmic drama of Sophia's descent thus reveals itself not as fall from grace, but as grace in action, divine love taking on the fullness of created existence in order to transform it from within. Her story provides the template for understanding every soul's journey through incarnation, not as exile from divine homeland, but as pilgrimage deeper into divine mystery. Within each human soul lies the complete template of Sophia's cosmic journey, the descent from unity through fragmentation toward conscious reintegration. To understand your own spiritual development through the lens of Sophia's myth is to discover that what appears as psychological breakdown, spiritual crisis, and existential confusion may actually represent the necessary stages of a divine curriculum designed to awaken the deepest layers of consciousness to their own sacred nature. The process begins in what the Gnostics called the first veil of forgetting, the moment when infinite consciousness agrees to experience itself through the limiting perspective of individual identity. Just as Sophia's creative desire led her to produce something outside the perfect unity of the pleroma, each soul's incarnation represents a similar choice to explore what becomes possible when divine awareness allows itself to be filtered through the unique lens of a particular personality, family history, cultural conditioning, and life circumstances. Modern developmental psychology unknowingly recapitulates Gnostic insights about this process. The formation of ego consciousness during early childhood involves the gradual construction of what psychologists call the false self, a protective identity structure that helps the individual navigate social reality but often obscures connection with deeper authentic nature. This is precisely analogous to Yaldabaoth's condition, the limited consciousness that mistakes its own perspective for the totality of existence. Yet Gnostic psychology recognizes this apparent fall into ego identification as absolutely necessary for eventual awakening. Without first establishing a sense of individual identity, consciousness would have no vehicle through which to explore its own depths and eventually recognize its divine origin. The spiritual journey does not involve destroying or transcending the ego, but rather discovering the divine consciousness that was never actually separate from it. The middle phase of Sophia's journey, her experience of fear, confusion, and isolation in the lower realms, corresponds to the stage of spiritual development that most wisdom traditions recognize as unavoidable. The dark night of the soul, the period of spiritual crisis, when familiar sources of meaning and identity begin to dissolve without yet revealing what will replace them. The Pistis Sophia describes this phase with remarkable psychological accuracy. She wept and lamented greatly, seeking the light and not finding it. Contemporary therapy and spiritual direction are beginning to recognize that these periods of apparent spiritual emergency often represent spiritual emergence, the natural process by which consciousness sheds limiting identifications in preparation for expansion into greater wholeness. The symptoms that psychiatric medicine typically treats as pathological, existential anxiety, questioning of fundamental beliefs, experiences of meaninglessness and disconnection, may actually indicate the healthy functioning of Sophia consciousness within the psyche, calling the personality toward deeper truth. The Jungian concept of individuation provides perhaps the most sophisticated modern framework for understanding Sophia's redemptive journey as template for personal transformation. Jung recognized that psychological wholeness requires the integration of unconscious contents, particularly shadow material that the ego has rejected or refused to acknowledge. This process inevitably involves a period of disorientation as the personality discovers aspects of itself that don't fit its preferred self-image. Yet Jung also understood that this dissolution of ego boundaries, though often experienced as crisis, actually represents the natural movement of consciousness toward greater completeness. The ego's resistance to expansion creates suffering, but the expansion itself represents the deepest impulse of the psyche toward health and wholeness. In Jungian terms, Sophia represents the anima mundi, the world soul that seeks to unite all fragmented aspects of consciousness into integrated wholeness. The Gnostic texts describe specific stages in Sophia's return journey that correspond remarkably to patterns recognized in contemporary transpersonal psychology. First comes the recognition of limitation, the moment when Yaldabaoth consciousness begins to suspect that its perspective might not encompass the totality of existence. The Apocryphon of John describes this as the point when the ignorance of the ruler was disturbed by intimations of greater reality. This corresponds to what spiritual teachers call the first awakening, the initial recognition that ordinary consensus reality does not represent the complete truth about existence. Often triggered by experiences of transcendence, loss, or profound questioning, this stage marks the beginning of conscious spiritual seeking. The personality begins to sense that it is embedded within larger patterns of meaning and purpose that it had not previously recognized. The second stage involves what the Gnostics called the cry of Sophia, the intense longing for reunion with divine source that emerges once consciousness recognizes its apparent separation. The Pistis Sophia contains elaborate descriptions of Sophia's prayers and lamentations, but these are not expressions of despair. They are expressions of love that refuses to accept permanent separation from the beloved. In psychological terms, this stage corresponds to the activation of what might be called the homing instinct of consciousness, the deep recognition that the soul's true nature lies beyond the boundaries of ordinary ego identification. This longing often manifests as intensified spiritual seeking, philosophical questioning, or creative expression. The personality begins to orient itself toward transcendence, while still engaged with the practical demands of embodied existence. The third stage, divine response to Sophia's call, represents the moment when consciousness begins to receive direct support from deeper levels of its own being. The Gnostic texts describe Christ and other divine emanations descending to assist Sophia in her return journey. Psychologically, this corresponds to the activation of what Jung called the self, the transpersonal center of the psyche that serves as inner guide for the individuation process. This stage often involves synchronicities, meaningful coincidences, dreams, and intuitive insights that seem to come from beyond the ordinary reasoning mind. The personality begins to experience direct guidance from sources of wisdom that transcend its usual mental processes. Many spiritual traditions recognize this as the stage when the individual begins to receive direct transmission from the divine teacher that exists within their own deepest nature. The fourth stage involves what the Valentinian Gnostics called the restoration of Sophia, the gradual reintegration of fragmented consciousness through the alchemical marriage of wisdom gained through descent with the love that enables ascent. This is not a return to the original state of unity, but the achievement of a new level of wholeness that includes and transforms the experience of multiplicity. Psychologically, this represents what developmental theorists call second-tier consciousness, the capacity to hold paradox, embrace complexity, and maintain multiple perspectives simultaneously without losing connection to essential identity. The individual learns to function effectively within the world of apparent separation while maintaining constant awareness of underlying unity. The Sufi tradition preserves similar insights in its understanding of the perfect human, al-insan al-kamil, the individual who has completed the journey of spiritual development and now serves as conscious bridge between heaven and earth. Like Sophia in her restored state, such individuals have gained the capacity to move freely between different levels of reality while maintaining their essential center in divine love. Shamanic traditions worldwide recognize analogous patterns in their understanding of the wounded healer, the individual who has journeyed into the depths of psychological and spiritual crisis and returned with the wisdom and power to assist others through similar territories. The shaman's initiation often involves a symbolic death and dismemberment that parallels Sophia's fragmentation, followed by a resurrection that brings enhanced capacity for healing and guidance. The contemporary therapeutic relationship itself can be understood as a manifestation of Sophia consciousness in action. The willingness of one individual to enter empathically into another's experience of confusion and suffering in order to facilitate healing and awakening. The most effective therapists and spiritual teachers embody this Sophianic quality of compassionate wisdom that can meet suffering without being overwhelmed by it. What emerges from this understanding is a radically different perspective on the challenges and difficulties of human existence. Rather than viewing psychological crisis, spiritual emergency, and existential questioning as problems to be solved or symptoms to be eliminated, Sophia's myth suggests that these experiences represent the natural unfolding of consciousness toward greater wholeness. The soul's journey through apparent fragmentation is not accidental suffering, but sacred curriculum designed to awaken the deepest potentials of divine awareness within human form. This recognition transforms the relationship between seeker and path. Instead of trying to transcend or escape the human condition, the individual learns to recognize human experience itself as the vehicle through which divine consciousness explores and expresses its own nature. Every emotion, every relationship, every challenge becomes an opportunity for deeper intimacy with the sacred mystery that is expressing itself as individual life. The theoretical understanding of Sophia's redemptive descent finds its completion only through practical engagement with the transformative processes her myth illuminates. The ancient Gnostic communities developed sophisticated spiritual practices designed to facilitate direct experiential contact with Sophia consciousness, techniques that modern seekers can adapt and apply within contemporary contexts to accelerate their own journey from fragmentation toward integrated wholeness. The first foundational practice involves what Gnostic texts call the remembrance of light, a form of contemplative meditation designed to awaken awareness of the divine consciousness that exists prior to ego identification. This practice begins with recognizing that ordinary thinking mind, with its constant stream of thoughts, emotions, and sensations, represents only the surface layer of consciousness. Beneath this mental activity lies what the pistis Sophia calls the light that never diminishes, the pure awareness that serves as the source and witness of all mental phenomena. To engage this practice, establish a regular period of silent contemplation, ideally in the early morning hours, when the mind is naturally more receptive to subtle states of consciousness. Begin by simply observing the breath without attempting to control or modify it. As thoughts arise, instead of following their content or pushing them away, practice recognizing the aware presence that perceives the thoughts. This aware presence, the consciousness that knows it is thinking, represents your direct contact with Sophia consciousness within your own being. Gradually extend this recognition throughout daily activities. While walking, eating, working, or conversing, maintain periodic awareness of the knowing presence that experiences these activities. The trimorphic protonoia describes this as the eye that sees itself seeing, the recognition that consciousness is simultaneously the subject that experiences, the object being experienced, and the process of experiencing itself. This practice cultivates what Gnostic psychology calls the double awareness, the capacity to remain centered in essential identity while fully engaged with the world of apparent multiplicity. The second core practice involves what might be called shadow dialoguing, a sophisticated technique for consciously engaging with psychological material that the ego has rejected or refused to acknowledge. Sophia's willingness to enter the realm of Yaldabaoth consciousness serves as the template for this work. Rather than trying to transcend or eliminate difficult emotions, limiting beliefs, or problematic behavioral patterns, this practice involves developing the capacity to meet shadow material with the same quality of compassionate presence that Sophia brings to her confused offspring. When you encounter emotional reactivity, self-judgment, or compulsive behavioral patterns, instead of immediately trying to change or fix these responses, practice entering into dialogue with them as if they were separate beings with their own perspective and needs. Create a quiet space for contemplation and internally address the reactive pattern directly. I notice that you feel afraid when intimacy is offered. What are you trying to protect? What do you need in order to feel safe? This practice requires developing what might be called Sophianic curiosity, the willingness to explore psychological territories that the ego finds uncomfortable or threatening. Often the most difficult emotions and behavioral patterns contain essential information about unmet needs, historical wounds, or developmental gaps that require conscious attention. By approaching shadow material with genuine interest rather than judgment, you create the internal conditions necessary for integration rather than continued fragmentation. The third practice involves cultivating what Gnostic tradition calls the bridal chamber consciousness, the capacity to recognize and embody the sacred marriage between divine masculine and feminine principles within individual awareness. This practice addresses one of the core insights of Sophia's myth, that her creation outside the divine syzygy produced fragmentation, while the restoration of conscious partnership between complementary aspects of consciousness enables healing and wholeness. Begin by recognizing the masculine and feminine qualities within your own psyche, regardless of biological gender. Divine masculine consciousness represents the capacity for focused awareness, clear discrimination, purposeful action, and structured thinking. Divine feminine consciousness represents the capacity for receptive awareness, intuitive knowing, creative flow, and emotional attunement. Most individuals develop familiarity with one set of these qualities while remaining relatively unconscious of the complementary aspects. Practice consciously invoking the less developed aspects of your psychological makeup in situations where they would be beneficial. If you tend toward excessive masculine emphasis, overthinking, over-controlling, or emotional disconnection, practice receptive meditation, creative expression, or somatic awareness techniques. If you tend toward excessive feminine emphasis, emotional overwhelm, difficulty with boundaries, or avoidance of decision-making, practice structured goal setting, logical analysis, or assertiveness training. The ultimate goal of this practice is not to achieve perfect balance between masculine and feminine qualities, but to develop the capacity to consciously access whichever aspect of consciousness would be most beneficial in any given situation. This represents the restoration of Sophia consciousness, divine wisdom that can move fluidly between different modes of awareness while maintaining connection to essential wholeness. A fourth advanced practice involves what might be called compassionate descent, the deliberate cultivation of the capacity to meet suffering, confusion, and limitation with the same quality of loving presence that motivated Sophia's original descent into the lower realms. This practice recognizes that spiritual development does not involve transcending the human condition, but rather developing the capacity to engage human experience from the perspective of divine consciousness. When you encounter suffering, whether your own or that of others, instead of immediately trying to fix, avoid, or transcend the difficult experience, practice conscious descent into empathic relationship with the suffering. This might involve sitting quietly with your own emotional pain without trying to change it, listening deeply to another person's difficulties without offering solutions, or simply maintaining present moment awareness during challenging circumstances. The key insight of this practice is recognizing that consciousness itself is not damaged by contact with limitation, confusion, or suffering. Like Sophia in the lower realms, divine awareness maintains its essential nature, even while fully engaged with fragmentary experience. By learning to meet difficulty from this perspective, you develop what might be called wounded healer consciousness, the capacity to serve as source of healing and guidance precisely because you have learned to remain present within challenging territories. The fifth practice involves developing what Gnostic psychology calls Gnostic vision, the capacity to perceive divine light operating within apparently mundane circumstances. This practice addresses Sophia's role as the divine presence hidden within material creation, working from within to transform limitation into opportunity for awakening. Throughout daily activities, practice looking for what might be called the sacred disguised as ordinary. This might involve recognizing the profound mystery of consciousness itself as it expresses through routine activities, perceiving the intricate interconnectedness that underlies apparently separate phenomena, or noting the spontaneous emergence of beauty, meaning, and synchronicity within ordinary experience. This practice gradually transforms perception itself, revealing what the Gnostic texts call the light hidden in matter. Instead of viewing spiritual development as escape from worldly engagement, Gnostic vision recognizes that divine consciousness is most perfectly expressed through full embodiment within material existence. Every relationship, every responsibility, every challenge becomes a vehicle for deeper intimacy with the sacred mystery that is expressing itself as individual life. These practices work synergistically to cultivate what might be called integrated Sophia consciousness, the capacity to embody divine wisdom within human form. Unlike transcendent spiritual approaches that seek to rise above the limitations of embodied existence, Sophianic spirituality develops the capacity to discover divinity through conscious engagement with the full spectrum of human experience. The ultimate fruit of these practices is not personal enlightenment in isolation, but the development of what the Valentinian Gnostics called the capacity to serve as bridge between worlds. Like Sophia in her restored state, individuals who complete this developmental process gain the ability to move consciously between different levels of reality while maintaining their center in divine love. They become living demonstrations that human consciousness and divine consciousness are not separate realities, but rather different modes of the same essential awareness. This transformation is not achieved through years of intensive practice, but can begin immediately through sincere engagement with any of these techniques. Sophia consciousness exists as the essential nature of awareness itself, temporarily obscured by identification with limiting beliefs and conditioned patterns, but always available for direct recognition. The practices serve not to create or acquire this consciousness, but simply to remove the obstacles that prevent its natural expression. As we reach the culmination of our exploration into Sophia's sacred descent, a profound recognition begins to crystallize. You are not merely learning about an ancient myth or studying a historical curiosity. You are discovering the secret architecture of your own consciousness, the hidden blueprint of your soul's journey through incarnation, and the divine love story in which you play the central role. Sophia's myth is not something that happened once in cosmic history. It is something that is happening now, in this moment, through the very process of your awakening to these deeper truths. The revolutionary implications of understanding Sophia's fall as compassionate choice, rather than prideful mistake, extend far beyond personal spiritual development. This recognition offers nothing less than a complete reframing of the relationship between divine and human consciousness, between transcendence and immanence, between the sacred and the ordinary. When we recognize that divine wisdom chose to enter fully into the experience of limitation and fragmentation not as punishment, but as the ultimate expression of love, we begin to understand that our own struggles, confusions, and apparent failures may represent the most sacred aspects of our existence. Contemporary scientific research in consciousness studies is beginning to validate insights that Gnostic mystics preserved in mythological language nearly 2 millennia ago. Quantum physics reveals that consciousness and matter are not separate substances, but different aspects of a single, underlying reality. Neuroscience discovers that the sense of separate selfhood is a construction of brain activity rather than an ultimate truth about the nature of awareness. Psychology recognizes that integration of shadow material rather than its transcendence provides the pathway to psychological wholeness. These scientific discoveries parallel the deepest insights of Sophia's myth, that apparent separation is not ultimate reality, but rather a temporary perspective adopted by consciousness for the purpose of eventual reunion, that engagement with limitation and difficulty serves the cause of awakening rather than opposing it, and that the divine nature of awareness is not damaged by contact with human experience, but rather fulfilled through conscious embodiment within material existence. The implications extend into every area of human concern. Therapeutic psychology begins to recognize that psychological crisis often represents spiritual emergence rather than pathological breakdown. Educational approaches discover that learning involves not just accumulation of information, but the awakening of wisdom that exists within consciousness itself. Relationship dynamics reveal themselves as opportunities for mutual awakening rather than merely personal satisfaction or security. Even social and political structures begin to appear in new light when viewed through the lens of Sophia's redemptive descent. Systems of oppression and exploitation can be understood not as permanent features of human nature, but as manifestations of Yaldabaoth consciousness, limited perspectives that mistake fragmentation for ultimate reality. The pathway towards social healing involves not the destruction of existing structures through external force, but their transformation through the introduction of Sophianic consciousness, integrated wisdom that can hold both unity and diversity, both individual needs and collective well-being. The environmental crisis facing contemporary civilization reveals itself as yet another expression of consciousness that has forgotten its essential interconnectedness with the web of life. Sophia's myth suggests that healing our relationship with the natural world requires not primarily technological solutions, but rather the remembrance of our own divine nature as expressions of the same cosmic consciousness that manifests as forests, oceans, and atmosphere. When we recognize matter itself as divine consciousness in temporary disguise, exploitation of the natural world becomes literally impossible. Perhaps most significantly, Sophia's story offers a profound reframing of death itself. Rather than viewing death as the ultimate enemy to be conquered or the final punishment for the crime of incarnation, her myth suggests that death represents the completion of consciousness's exploration of limitation and its conscious return to wholeness. Like Sophia's eventual restoration to the pleroma, but now carrying the wisdom gained through descent, each individual death may represent not ending, but graduation. The soul's return to divine source enriched by the accumulated learning of embodied existence. This understanding transforms grief from pure loss into bittersweet celebration of love that has temporarily taken on finite form in order to explore the infinite creativity possible within limitation. Those who have completed their sojourn in material existence have not been separated from us, but have simply graduated to subtler levels of the same consciousness in which we participate. The veil between worlds becomes permeable when viewed from the perspective of Sophia consciousness, which recognizes all apparent separation as temporary fluctuation within eternal wholeness. The recovery of Sophia's original teaching as redemptive rather than cautionary provides contemporary spirituality with resources desperately needed for navigating the complexity of modern existence. Rather than encouraging escape from worldly engagement through transcendent detachment, Sophianic spirituality offers the possibility of complete embodiment within material existence while maintaining constant awareness of divine identity. This allows for passionate engagement with relationships, creative work, and social responsibility without losing connection to the peace and freedom that come from recognizing the essential nature of consciousness itself. The feminine principle of spiritual authority, embodied in Sophia's myth, offers a crucial corrective to spiritual traditions that have emphasized conquest over integration, transcendence over immanence, and individual enlightenment over collective awakening. Sophia's path reveals that the highest spiritual realization may involve not rising above the human condition, but diving more deeply into conscious relationship with it. Her example suggests that spiritual authority comes not from achieving invulnerability to difficulty, but from developing the capacity to meet challenge with unwavering love. This recognition has profound implications for contemporary gender relations and the healing of millennia of patriarchal religious conditioning. When divine wisdom is recognized as inherently feminine, and when the feminine path of redemption through love is honored as equally valid to masculine paths of redemption through knowledge or power, the artificial hierarchy between masculine and feminine principles begins to dissolve. Both men and women gain access to the full spectrum of divine qualities, no longer required to limit themselves to culturally prescribed gender roles that fragment the wholeness of human potential. The myth also offers profound comfort to those who struggle with what might be called spiritual perfectionism. The belief that awakening requires the elimination of all human flaws, emotions, and limitations. Sophia's story reveals that divine consciousness is not damaged by contact with confusion, suffering, or mistake, but rather fulfilled through conscious engagement with the full spectrum of existence. The goal of spiritual development is not to become perfect according to some external standard, but to recognize the perfection that is already present within imperfect human experience. For those who work in healing professions, therapists, physicians, teachers, social workers, Sophia's myth provides a powerful template for understanding their calling. Like Sophia herself, these individuals choose to enter empathically into the experience of limitation and suffering, not because they are compelled to, but because they recognize such engagement as expression of divine love. Their work becomes not merely professional duty, but conscious participation in the cosmic process by which fragmented consciousness heals itself through compassionate relationship. Artists, writers, musicians, and other creative individuals may recognize in Sophia's story a profound validation of their calling to give expression to beauty, meaning, and transcendence through material forms. Like Sophia's creative desire that led to her descent, artistic inspiration represents the overflow of divine consciousness, seeking to know itself through infinite forms of self-expression. Creative work becomes not escape from spiritual development, but one of its highest expressions. Parents and educators may discover in Sophia's relationship with Yaldabaoth a template for conscious engagement with the confusion and rebellion that characterize normal human development. Rather than viewing children's mistakes and struggles as problems to be corrected, Sophianic parenting recognizes these challenges as necessary stages in the soul's journey toward conscious wholeness. The role of parent or teacher becomes not to prevent difficulty, but to provide the loving presence that enables difficulty to serve the cause of awakening rather than deeper unconsciousness. Even those who consider themselves primarily secular or scientific in orientation may find in Sophia's myth a sophisticated psychological framework for understanding the development of consciousness through apparent fragmentation toward integration. The mythological language serves as poetic expression of psychological and spiritual processes that can be validated through direct experience, regardless of one's religious or philosophical beliefs. The ultimate invitation of Sophia's myth is not to believe a particular doctrine or join a specific tradition, but to recognize within your own direct experience the same divine love that motivated her descent into limitation. Every moment of conscious presence in the face of difficulty, every choice to respond with compassion rather than reactivity, every willingness to remain open-hearted despite disappointment or betrayal, these represent the return of Sophia consciousness through individual awareness. You need not wait for some future moment of complete enlightenment to begin embodying this divine wisdom. Sophia consciousness is not something you must achieve, but something you must simply cease obscuring through identification with limiting beliefs about yourself and others. In any moment when you choose love over fear, integration over fragmentation, presence over distraction, you are participating consciously in the same cosmic process that the myth describes in archetypal language. The sacred feminine wisdom that chose to descend into matter in order to redeem it from within is not separate from your own deepest nature. You are not learning about Sophia. You are remembering yourself as her contemporary expression, discovering that your own soul's journey through the challenges and opportunities of human existence represents nothing less than divine consciousness, exploring its own infinite creative potential through the unique lens of your individual awareness. This recognition transforms everything. Your struggles become sacred curriculum. Your relationships become opportunities for mutual awakening. Your work becomes conscious participation in the healing of cosmic fragmentation. Your very presence in embodied form becomes a gift to the universe, divine love made visible in material existence, Sophia consciousness awakening to itself through human experience. The fall was never a fall. It was always the first movement in an eternal dance of divine love, learning to recognize itself in infinite forms. And now, through your own awakening to these deeper truths, that dance continues, and the return of divine wisdom to conscious embodiment within human civilization moves one step closer to completion. If these ancient whispers of wisdom have awakened something that was always alive within you, if you recognize in Sophia's journey the template of your own soul's pilgrimage through incarnation, then you have discovered more than historical knowledge. You have recovered your own divine identity. Join our community of fellow seekers as we continue exploring the hidden teachings that reveal the sacred nature of existence itself. Every subscription, every shared insight, every moment of conscious presence contributes to the collective awakening that our world so desperately needs. The wisdom of Sophia calls to us through every crisis, every challenge, every opportunity for deeper love. Her voice is the voice of your own deepest knowing, inviting you home to the truth you have never actually forgotten. You are divine consciousness, temporarily exploring what it means to be human, and that exploration itself is the most sacred gift you can offer to the mystery that dreams us all into being. In the ancient halls of the Library of Alexandria, before its flames consumed millennia of wisdom, scribes whispered of three women whose names carried power enough to shake the foundations of heaven and earth. Their stories were not merely tales, they were living keys to the most profound mysteries of feminine rebellion and spiritual awakening. Tonight, we pierce the veil that has concealed these archetypal figures for centuries, revealing how Lilith, Sophia, and Mary Magdalene represent the trinity of feminine defiance that challenges every structure built to contain the wild spirit of the sacred feminine. The Gnostic teacher Valentinus once wrote, "Error became mighty. It worked on matter foolishly, not having known the truth." Yet these three women, branded as demon, fallen wisdom, and prostitute, carry within their exile the very truth that patriarchal systems feared most. The uncontainable power of a woman who refuses to be diminished, who owns her sexuality, her wisdom, and her connection to the divine without permission or apology. You see, the rebel woman archetype is not a modern invention born of feminist movements. It is primordial, emerging from the deepest layers of human consciousness where the sacred and the wild intersect. She appears across cultures with startling consistency. The Celtic Morrigan, the Hindu Kali, the Egyptian Sekhmet, the Mesopotamian Inanna. Each embodies the same essential truth. There exists within the feminine a force that cannot be tamed, taught, or transformed by external authority. It must emerge from within, sovereign and self-determined. But why were these figures, these keepers of ancient wisdom, systematically erased from mainstream religious narratives? The answer lies not in their supposed wickedness, but in their radical autonomy. Lilith refused submission, Sophia dared to create without masculine approval, and Mary Magdalene claimed direct spiritual authority equal to, perhaps surpassing, that of the male apostles. They represented what the emerging patriarchal religious structures could not tolerate. Women who needed no intermediary between themselves and the sacred. Consider this startling historical parallel. In 4th century Christianity, the desert mothers like Syncletica of Alexandria taught that just as a treasure that is exposed loses its value, so a virtue which is known through fame vanishes. These early Christian mystics understood that true spiritual power often dwells in the margins, in the spaces deemed unholy or unworthy by institutional authority. This same principle applies to our three archetypal rebels, Their exile from accepted religious canon actually preserved their transformative power. The contemporary world witnesses a profound awakening, particularly among women who sense an ancient stirring within their souls. They recognize that the sanitized, submissive feminine presented by traditional religions fails to encompass the full spectrum of their spiritual experience. They hunger for models of sacred femininity that include rage, sexuality, creative power, and intellectual authority. This hunger is not rebellion for its own sake. It is the soul's recognition of its own completeness, seeking integration of all aspects of feminine divinity. Jung observed in his analysis of the psyche that the privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are. For women, this becoming often requires confronting the internalized voices that whisper she must choose between being holy or whole, spiritual or sexual, wise or wild. The three figures we explore today offer a different possibility. They demonstrate that the fragmented feminine can reclaim all aspects of herself without shame or apology. In the mystical traditions of Kabbalah, the Shekinah, the feminine presence of God, is described as being in exile, scattered across the earth, awaiting reunification with the divine masculine. This cosmic drama of separation and return mirrors the journey every soul must undertake, the movement from fragmentation to wholeness, from exile to homecoming, from silence to voice. The story of these three women is ultimately your story. Whether you identify as masculine or feminine, their archetypal energies live within the psyche of every human being. They represent aspects of consciousness that our culture has deemed dangerous. The part that refuses unjust authority, the part that seeks direct spiritual experience, the part that integrates shadow and light into authentic wholeness. To understand them is to understand the hidden geography of your own soul. The spiritual teacher Rumi wrote, "Let yourself be silently drawn by the strange pull of what you really love. It will not lead you astray." These three figures exemplify this principle. They followed their inner knowing even when it led them into exile, disgrace, and historical vilification. Their stories invite us to examine where we have abandoned our own authentic spiritual impulses in favor of approved, acceptable alternatives. As we journey together through their mysteries, prepare to encounter aspects of the sacred feminine that may challenge everything you thought you knew about spirituality, sexuality, and power. These are not comfortable bedtime stories. They are initiatory teachings designed to awaken dormant aspects of consciousness and restore the wild, untamed dimensions of spiritual experience that institutionalized religion has sought to contain. Due the historical context of sacred feminine suppression. To understand the significance of Lilith, Sophia, and Mary Magdalene, we must first examine the historical forces that transformed vibrant goddess cultures into patriarchal religious systems. This transformation was not accidental. It represented a deliberate restructuring of human consciousness, moving from earth-based, cyclical, feminine-centered spirituality to sky-focused, linear, masculine-dominated religion. Archaeological evidence from sites like Çatalhöyük in modern-day Turkey, dating to approximately 7500 BCE, reveals sophisticated goddess-centered civilizations where feminine divinity held supreme status. The famous Venus figurines found across Europe, some dating back 40,000 years, suggest that reverence for feminine creative power was among humanity's earliest spiritual expressions. In these cultures, women served as priestesses, healers, oracles, and keepers of sacred knowledge. Birth, death, and regeneration were understood as feminine mysteries, and the cyclical nature of existence was celebrated through goddess worship. The transition began around 3000 BCE with the rise of warrior cultures from the steppes of Central Asia. These Indo-European peoples brought sky gods, hierarchical social structures, and militaristic values that gradually displaced the earlier goddess-centered societies. Maria Gimbutas, in her groundbreaking archaeological research, documented how peaceful, egalitarian societies with sophisticated artistic traditions were systematically conquered and their spiritual systems absorbed or destroyed. However, the suppression of feminine spiritual authority accelerated dramatically with the rise of monotheistic religions. Judaism, Christianity, and Islam, despite their profound spiritual contributions, institutionalized the exclusion of women from direct spiritual authority. The Hebrew scriptures, written and edited primarily by male scribes over centuries, reflected this shift. Original Canaanite texts that included feminine aspects of divinity, such as Asherah, who was worshipped alongside Yahweh, were edited out or relegated to forbidden status. The Gnostic Christians of the 2nd and 3rd centuries CE preserved many earlier traditions that honored feminine spiritual authority. The Gospel of Philip states, "The companion of the Savior is Mary Magdalene. Christ loved her more than all the disciples and used to kiss her often on her mouth." Such texts, discovered at Nag Hammadi in 1945, reveal that early Christianity included sophisticated theological frameworks, incorporating feminine wisdom as equal to masculine authority. Yet by the 4th century, when Emperor Constantine legalized Christianity and the Council of Nicaea established Orthodox doctrine, these Gnostic texts were declared heretical. The feminine aspects of divinity, Sophia, wisdom, the Holy Spirit as feminine principle, and Mary Magdalene as apostle, were systematically removed from canonical Christianity. What emerged was a religion that, while containing profound spiritual truths, had been stripped of its feminine dimension. The medieval period saw the continuation of this suppression through the persecution of wise women, healers, and those who maintained pre-Christian spiritual practices. The Inquisition, beginning in the 12th century, specifically targeted women who demonstrated independent spiritual authority. The infamous Malleus Maleficarum, Hammer of Witches of 1487, explicitly stated that women were more susceptible to demonic influence due to their weaker nature, a direct inversion of earlier traditions that viewed women as naturally more connected to divine wisdom. Parallel developments occurred in other religious traditions. Buddhism, despite the Buddha's initial inclusion of women as fully enlightened beings, gradually restricted female ordination and spiritual authority in many lineages. Hinduism, which preserved goddess traditions more completely than Abrahamic religions, still developed elaborate restrictions on women's participation in certain spiritual practices. Taoism, originally celebrating the feminine principle, yin, as equal to the masculine, yang, became increasingly male-dominated in its institutional forms. The psychological impact of this historical transformation cannot be overstated. Carl Jung observed that the suppression of the feminine principle in religion created what he termed the wound of the feminine, a collective trauma that manifests as the devaluation of intuitive wisdom, emotional intelligence, and cyclical patterns of growth and rest. This wound affects both men and women, creating a spiritual imbalance that manifests as environmental destruction, emotional dissociation, and the pursuit of power over rather than power with. Contemporary scholars like Elaine Pagels and Karen King have demonstrated through careful historical analysis how the early Christian communities were far more diverse and inclusive than later orthodoxy suggested. Women served as leaders, teachers, and spiritual authorities in numerous early Christian communities. The suppression of these voices required active effort over several centuries, suggesting that feminine spiritual authority was not naturally absent, but deliberately excluded. The implications of this historical context extend far beyond academic inquiry. Understanding how feminine spiritual authority was systematically suppressed helps explain why figures like Lilith, Sophia, and Mary Magdalene carry such powerful archetypal energy. They represent not just individual spiritual figures, but the entire dimension of consciousness that was exiled from mainstream religious experience. Their stories preserve what was lost, maintaining in mythic form the memory of a time when feminine wisdom was honored as sacred. This historical background also illuminates why contemporary spiritual seekers, particularly women, often feel alienated from traditional religious forms. If this message speaks to you, you'll want to go deeper. Get your copy of The Call of Sophia and start unlocking the wisdom within. Link in the description and pinned comment. The spiritual hunger they experience is not simply personal, it reflects a collective remembering of what was severed. When a woman feels drawn to goddess spirituality, earth-based practices, or alternative forms of mysticism, she is responding to an ancient calling that predates the patriarchal overlay of recent millennia. The emergence of feminist theology in the 20th century, the rediscovery of Gnostic texts, and the growing interest in goddess spirituality all represent aspects of what might be called the return of the repressed feminine. These movements are not seeking to create something new, but to recover something ancient that was hidden for centuries under layers of patriarchal interpretation. Lilith, the primordial rebellion. In the beginning, before Eve walked in the Garden of Eden, there was Lilith, formed like Adam from the dust of the earth. Yet this is not the creation story you learned in Sunday school. Hidden in the margins of Jewish mystical texts, preserved in the whispered teachings of Kabbalistic scholars, and encoded in the folklore of ancient Mesopotamia, Lilith emerges not as humanity's downfall, but as the first assertion of feminine equality and sexual sovereignty. The earliest traces of Lilith appear in Sumerian mythology as Lilitu, a female demon associated with wind and storms. But as her story evolved through Babylonian, Assyrian, and Hebrew traditions, she transformed into something far more complex, the archetype of woman untamed, refusing the very foundation upon which patriarchal society would be built, the willing submission of feminine power to masculine authority. The pivotal moment in Lilith's mythology occurs in what seems like a simple disagreement about sexual positions. When Adam demands that Lilith lie beneath him during intercourse, she refuses, declaring, "Why should I lie beneath you when I was also made from dust and am therefore your equal?" This brief exchange contains within it the entire philosophical foundation of women's liberation movements that would not emerge openly for thousands of years. Lilith recognizes her essential equality not as a gift granted by masculine authority, but as an inherent truth, requiring no external validation. But notice what happens next in the traditional narrative. When Lilith refuses submission, she speaks the secret name of God and flies away. This detail reveals extraordinary esoteric knowledge. In Jewish mystical tradition, knowledge of God's true name grants ultimate power, the ability to command angels, alter reality, and transcend physical limitations. The story suggests that Lilith possessed mystical knowledge equal to or perhaps exceeding that of Adam. She was not merely rebellious, she was spiritually adept. The parallels with other goddess traditions are striking. The Sumerian Inanna also possessed the Me, the divine powers that govern civilization, and used them to maintain her autonomy against masculine control. The Egyptian goddess Sekhmet refused Ra's commands and required no permission for her actions. The Celtic Morrigan appeared to warriors not as subordinate helper, but as sovereign power, determining the outcome of battles. Across cultures, the archetypal feminine power that Lilith represents appears as autonomous, sexually free, and spiritually self-determined. Lilith's exile to the Red Sea, where she allegedly consorts with demons and gives birth to supernatural offspring, represents the archetypal pattern of how patriarchal consciousness deals with uncontrollable feminine power. It demonizes it. Yet even in her demonized form, Lilith retains her essential characteristics. She is sexual, choosing her own partners, fertile, creating new forms of life, and autonomous, answering to no earthly authority. What patriarchal culture calls demonic, depth psychology recognizes as the wild, untamed aspects of the feminine psyche that refuse domestication. Modern psychological analysis reveals Lilith as representing what Jung called the anima in its negative aspect. Not because she is evil, but because she embodies everything that patriarchal consciousness has been trained to fear in women: sexual initiative, emotional autonomy, and spiritual self-determination. When women today speak of feeling bitchy, too much, or intimidating, they are often encountering their inner Lilith, the aspect of feminine consciousness that refuses to shrink to make others comfortable. The Jewish mystical text, the Alphabet of Ben Sira, written between the 8th and 10th centuries CE, provides the most detailed account of Lilith's story. Significantly, this text was written during a period of intense cultural contact between Jewish communities and the broader Islamic world, where feminine spiritual authority maintained greater recognition. The timing suggests that Lilith's story may have been preserved precisely because it resonated with contemporary experiences of women who possessed spiritual power and refused subordination. In Kabbalistic tradition, Lilith becomes associated with the Sitra Achra, the other side, representing the shadow aspects of creation that are necessary for wholeness but dangerous if not properly integrated. This positioning reveals sophisticated psychological understanding. Lilith represents not evil, but the aspects of feminine consciousness that must be acknowledged and integrated rather than suppressed or denied. Contemporary depth psychology has embraced Lilith as representing the wild woman archetype, the untamed, instinctual feminine that knows her own worth without external validation. Clarissa Pinkola Estes, in her groundbreaking work on feminine psychology, describes this energy as the one who knows, the aspect of women's psyche that cannot be fooled, manipulated, or controlled because it remains connected to its own essential nature. The sexual dimension of Lilith's rebellion deserves particular attention, as it represents one of the most radical aspects of her archetype. In refusing the missionary position, Lilith asserts not just equality, but the right to sexual pleasure and initiative. She embodies what contemporary feminist theory calls agency, the power to act according to one's own desires rather than in response to others' expectations. This makes her the patron saint of women who refuse to fake orgasms, who initiate sex, who expect pleasure as well as giving it. Yet Lilith's sexuality is not merely personal, it is cosmic. In Kabbalistic thought, sexual union represents the reunification of divine masculine and feminine energies. By refusing unequal sexual relations, Lilith is essentially saying that true spiritual union requires equality of participants. Her exile then represents the cosmic consequence of attempting to create sacred union through domination rather than mutuality. The image of Lilith with wings, frequently depicted in medieval Jewish amulets designed to protect against her, reveals another layer of her symbolism. Wings represent the ability to transcend earthbound limitations, to see from higher perspectives, to move freely between realms. Lilith's winged form suggests that feminine rebellion is not merely psychological but spiritual, a refusal to accept earthbound limitations imposed by those who would clip women's wings to keep them grounded and controllable. Modern women who feel drawn to Lilith often report experiences of reclaiming their own wild nature, speaking truth even when it causes conflict, setting boundaries that others find uncomfortable, refusing to perform femininity in ways that diminish their authentic selves. These experiences represent the activation of what might be called Lilith consciousness, the aspect of psyche that knows its own worth and refuses to accept less than equal treatment. The shadow aspect of Lilith consciousness appears when rebellion becomes the only mode of being, when women become so defended against domination that they cannot receive genuine love or support. The key to working with Lilith energy lies in discernment, learning to distinguish between healthy boundary setting and defensive posturing, between authentic self-assertion and reactive rebellion. Lilith's story also provides a template for understanding how spiritual communities often recreate the same patterns of feminine suppression they claim to have transcended. When spiritual teachers demand submission rather than encouraging empowerment, when mystical traditions exclude women from positions of authority, when surrender is interpreted as abandoning discernment, Lilith's refusal to lie beneath Adam becomes a template for appropriate spiritual response. The ultimate teaching of Lilith is that authentic spiritual development requires the courage to say no to what diminishes one's essential nature, even when that no leads to exile from familiar communities and relationships. She demonstrates that sometimes the most sacred act is refusal, the willingness to stand alone rather than compromise one's deepest truth. This makes her not the enemy of love, but its fierce protector, refusing counterfeits and demanding the real thing. Thus Sophia, the fallen wisdom. In the crystalline realms beyond material existence, before time began its relentless march and space expanded to contain the drama of creation, there dwelt Sophia, wisdom herself, the feminine face of divine consciousness, pregnant with possibilities that would reshape the very fabric of reality. Her story, preserved in the mystical texts of Gnostic Christianity, reveals not a cautionary tale of feminine failure, but the cosmic love story of consciousness choosing to experience itself through limitation, separation, and eventual return to wholeness. The name Sophia means wisdom in Greek, but her significance extends far beyond intellectual knowledge. In Gnostic cosmology, she represents what the Greeks called gnosis, direct experiential knowledge of the divine. Unlike the rational wisdom of philosophy, Sophia embodies the intuitive, felt sense knowing that emerges from direct encounter with reality's deeper layers. She is wisdom that lives in the body, breathes through the heart, and sees through the soul's eyes. According to the Gnostic text Pistis Sophia, discovered in a Coptic manuscript in the 18th century, Sophia dwelt in the 13th aeon, the highest realm of divine emanation, as one of the primary aspects of the unknowable divine source. She was not a created being, but an essential expression of divine nature itself, the divine's own self-awareness taking feminine form. This positioning is crucial. Sophia is not subordinate to masculine divine principles, but represents an equal and essential aspect of cosmic consciousness. The drama begins with what Gnostic texts describe as Sophia's fall, but this fall is radically different from the biblical narrative of humanity's expulsion from Eden. Sophia falls not through disobedience or pride, but through love. She becomes so enchanted with the possibility of creating life that she attempts to bring forth creation without the collaboration of her divine masculine counterpart. This act of solo creation, driven by overflowing love and creative enthusiasm rather than rebellion, results in the formation of the material world we inhabit. But the world created through Sophia's solitary effort is flawed, incomplete, what Gnostics called the realm of the demiurge, a false god who mistakes himself for the true divine source. This lower world traps consciousness in matter, creating the illusion of separation from divine source. Sophia herself becomes fragmented and scattered throughout creation, losing awareness of her true divine nature, while simultaneously being the very consciousness that animates all living beings. The psychological and spiritual implications of this myth are profound. Every human being, in Gnostic understanding, carries within themselves fragments of Sophia, sparks of divine wisdom trapped in material existence but yearning for return to wholeness. The spiritual path becomes not about escaping the world, but about recognizing the divine consciousness already present within material existence and awakening to its true nature. This differs dramatically from mainstream Christian interpretations that position matter and spirit as opposites. For Gnostics, matter itself is consciousness in a state of forgetfulness, not evil, but asleep to its own divine nature. Sophia's fall represents the cosmic necessity of consciousness, experiencing itself through limitation in order to know itself more completely through the journey of return. The parallel with contemporary depth psychology is striking. Carl Jung described the process of individuation as the ego's recognition of its connection to the greater self, the totality of conscious and unconscious contents that represents one's full psychological potential. Sophia's journey mirrors this process on a cosmic scale. Divine consciousness allows itself to become fragmented and identified with limited perspectives in order to eventually achieve a more complete self-understanding through the integration of all experiences. In Jewish wisdom literature, particularly the Book of Proverbs, Sophia appears as Chokmah, the feminine principle of divine wisdom who was present at creation. The Lord possessed me at the beginning of his work, the first of his acts of long ago. Ages ago, I was set up at the first, before the beginning of the earth. This passage reveals Sophia not as a later addition to divine nature, but as primordial, existing before creation as the divine's own creative principle. The Kabbalistic tradition developed this understanding further, describing the Shekinah, the divine presence dwelling within creation, as the feminine aspect of God in exile. Like Sophia, the Shekinah is scattered throughout the material world, hidden within every object, person, and experience, waiting to be recognized and reunited with her divine source. The entire spiritual path in this understanding involves helping to reunite the scattered fragments of divine feminine consciousness. Contemporary women often resonate deeply with Sophia's story because it reflects their own experience of feeling simultaneously powerful and powerless, creative and confused, wise and wounded. Many describe sensing an ancient wisdom within themselves while simultaneously feeling disconnected from their own knowing. This paradox reflects the Sophianic condition, carrying divine wisdom while existing in conditions that obscure access to that wisdom. The ecological dimensions of Sophia's myth speak directly to contemporary environmental crises. If the natural world represents Sophia's body, divine consciousness taking material form, then environmental destruction reflects humanity's disconnection from the sacred nature of matter itself. The Gnostic understanding suggests that healing the earth requires recognizing it not as dead matter to be exploited, but as the very body of divine wisdom seeking recognition and honor. Sophia's relationship with the demiurge, the false god who rules the material realm, provides insight into how authentic spiritual authority differs from ego-based power. The demiurge believes himself to be the ultimate reality because he cannot perceive anything beyond his own limited realm. This represents the psychological state of ego inflation, mistaking one's limited perspective for ultimate reality. Sophia, even in her fallen state, retains connection to the reality beyond material existence, representing the soul's innate capacity to recognize truth even when trapped in limiting circumstances. The process of Sophia's redemption involves what Gnostic texts describe as the call from above, the intervention of higher divine emanations who remind her of her true nature and provide the means for her return to wholeness. This call often comes through what appears to be crisis or breakdown, moments when the ego's limited perspective can no longer maintain its illusions and opens to broader reality. Many contemporary spiritual seekers report experiences that mirror Sophia's redemption. Moments when depression, relationship endings, or career failures create openings for recognizing deeper spiritual truth. These dark nights of the soul reflect the Sophianic pattern, apparent falling that actually represents the beginning of return to authentic spiritual ground. The practical implications of working with Sophia consciousness involve learning to recognize divine wisdom within ordinary experience. This requires developing what Gnostics called discriminating awareness, the ability to distinguish between the voice of ego, the demiurge, that claims ultimate authority, and the whisper of soul, Sophia, that knows its connection to greater wholeness. Women working with Sophia consciousness often report reclaiming their capacity for intuitive knowing after years of deferring to external authorities. They learn to trust the wisdom that emerges from their own experience rather than accepting second-hand knowledge as more valid than their direct perception. This represents a reversal of Sophia's fall, the return to trusting one's own divine knowing. The shadow aspect of Sophia consciousness appears as spiritual bypassing, attempting to avoid the messy work of integration by escaping into transcendent realms. True, Sophia consciousness requires embracing both transcendence and embodiment, recognizing that divine wisdom must manifest through material existence rather than escaping from it. Sophia's story ultimately teaches that consciousness voluntarily enters limitation not as punishment, but as love's way of knowing itself more completely. Her fall is not failure, but courageous descent into experience. Her redemption comes not through rejecting material existence, but through recognizing the divine consciousness hidden within it. She represents the sacred feminine that transforms suffering into wisdom, separation into deeper union, and limitation into expanded understanding of what divine nature truly encompasses. Mary Magdalene, the silenced apostle. In a limestone cave outside the village of Magdala, where the Sea of Galilee reflects the morning light like scattered diamonds, tradition holds that Mary Magdalene first encountered the teacher who would forever alter her understanding of divine love. Yet the woman who emerges from 2,000 years of ecclesiastical suppression bears little resemblance to the prostitute of popular imagination. She is revealed instead as Apostola Apostolorum, the apostle to the apostles, the first witness to resurrection, the keeper of secret teachings, and the feminine counterpart to Christ's masculine divine authority. The historical Mary Magdalene has been buried beneath layers of patriarchal projection, but careful scholarly excavation reveals a figure of extraordinary spiritual stature. The Gospel of Luke identifies her as one from whom 7 demons had gone out, a phrase that, in the mystical understanding of first-century Judaism, indicated not moral depravity, but the completion of a profound spiritual transformation. The number 7 represents wholeness, completion, the full spectrum of human experience integrated into spiritual awakening. The conflation of Mary Magdalene with the unnamed sinner who anoints Jesus' feet represents one of history's most deliberate character assassinations. Pope Gregory I's 591 CE sermon, which officially merged these distinct biblical women into a single figure, served the emerging church's need to diminish feminine spiritual authority by sexualizing and shaming it. By transforming the apostle into a prostitute, ecclesiastical authority could acknowledge her importance while simultaneously limiting her spiritual credentials to those of reformed sexuality rather than inherent divine wisdom. But the Gnostic Gospels, discovered at Nag Hammadi in 1945, preserve a radically different portrait. The Gospel of Philip describes her as the companion of the Savior, whom Christ loved more than all the disciples and used to kiss often on her mouth. The Gospel of Mary depicts her as the recipient of private revelations that even Peter acknowledges as superior to his own understanding. These texts suggest not romantic relationship, but spiritual partnership, Mary Magdalene as the feminine aspect of Christ consciousness, completing the divine syzygy, paired emanation, necessary for complete spiritual teaching. In the Gospel of Mary, when the disciples despair after Jesus' departure, it is Mary Magdalene who comforts them and shares the secret teachings she received in private visions. Her authority is so well established that when Peter challenges her testimony, asking, "Did he really speak privately with a woman and not openly to us?" it is Levi who defends her. "Peter, you have always been hot-tempered. Now I see you contending against the woman like the adversaries. But if the Savior made her worthy, who are you indeed to reject her?" This exchange reveals the early Christian community's struggle between emerging patriarchal authority and the preservation of feminine spiritual leadership. Mary Magdalene represents what was lost in this transition, the recognition that divine consciousness manifests equally through masculine and feminine principles, requiring both for complete transmission of spiritual truth. The symbol of the alabaster jar, which Mary Magdalene breaks to anoint Jesus with precious oil, carries profound alchemical significance. In ancient mystery traditions, the breaking of vessels represents the shattering of ego identification that allows divine essence to flow freely. The precious spikenard oil, worth a year's wages, represents the most valuable spiritual offering, one's complete life force poured out in recognition of divine presence. Mary Magdalene's act prefigures the later Christian understanding of spiritual death and resurrection, performed through feminine initiation rather than masculine sacrifice. The location of this anointing varies in gospel accounts, but each setting carries symbolic weight. When it occurs in Simon's house, it represents the transformation of religious orthodoxy through feminine wisdom. When it happens in Bethany, the house of affliction, it suggests healing emerging from places of greatest woundedness. The consistency of the anointing across multiple gospel accounts indicates its central importance to early Christian memory. This was not peripheral detail, but essential spiritual teaching. Mary Magdalene's role as first witness to resurrection positions her as the foundational apostolic authority. In Jewish law, women's testimony carried less legal weight than men's, making the choice to have her be the first witness theologically significant. It suggests that resurrection, the central mystery of Christianity, manifests first through feminine consciousness, through the capacity for recognizing new life emerging from apparent death. Her famous Rabboni, upon recognizing the risen Christ, represents the moment when love's recognition transcends physical limitation. The tradition of Mary Magdalene as myrrh-bearer connects her to ancient feminine mysteries surrounding death and rebirth. Myrrh was used in mummification, representing the preservation of essence through physical dissolution. By carrying spices to anoint the dead Christ, Mary Magdalene performs the ancient feminine role of midwifing consciousness through the death-rebirth process. Her discovery of the empty tomb represents feminine wisdom's recognition that consciousness cannot be contained by material limitation. In medieval European tradition, Mary Magdalene became associated with the Black Madonna, the dark-skinned virgin figures found throughout Gothic cathedrals. These mysterious images, often discovered hidden in trees or underground, represent the return of the suppressed feminine divine. The darkness symbolizes not evil, but the fertile void from which new life emerges, the womb consciousness that gestates transformation. Mary Magdalene, as Black Madonna, embodies the Church's unconscious preservation of what its conscious doctrine rejected. The legend of Mary Magdalene's post-crucifixion journey to southern France, where she spent 30 years in contemplative retreat in a mountain cave, establishes her as the prototype of the Christian mystic. The cave represents return to womb consciousness, the inner journey that balances outer apostolic activity. This tradition influenced the development of Christian mysticism, particularly among women who found in Mary Magdalene validation for their own direct spiritual experiences. The association of Mary Magdalene with the rose, particularly the red rose of passionate love, connects her to the Islamic tradition of Sufi mysticism, where the rose represents the heart's opening to divine love. The rose's thorns symbolize the pain that often accompanies spiritual opening, while its beauty represents the ultimate transformation of suffering into love. Mary Magdalene as the rose embodies the mystical understanding that divine love includes rather than transcends human passion. Contemporary feminist theology has reclaimed Mary Magdalene as representing the suppressed tradition of feminine spiritual authority within Christianity. Scholars like Jane Shaberg and Karen King have demonstrated how early Christian communities included women in leadership roles that were later written out of official church history. Mary Magdalene represents not an exception, but the rule. Women served as apostles, teachers, and community leaders in numbers that Orthodox Christianity has only recently begun to acknowledge. The psychological dimensions of Mary Magdalene's symbolism speak to the integration of sexuality and spirituality that patriarchal religion typically separates. Even if the historical Mary Magdalene was never a prostitute, her symbolic association with sexuality preserved the understanding that divine love includes, rather than excludes, erotic energy. She represents the possibility of sacred sexuality, physical intimacy that serves spiritual awakening rather than remaining unconscious expression of biological drives. For contemporary women, Mary Magdalene often represents the reclaiming of voice after periods of silencing. Many report identifying with her experience of carrying spiritual truth that others dismiss or minimize because of gender-based prejudice. Her transformation from sinner to apostle mirrors the journey many women make from internalized shame to spiritual authority, from apologizing for their existence to claiming their divine nature. The shadow aspect of Mary Magdalene consciousness appears as spiritual codependency, seeking validation through relationship with spiritual authority figures rather than developing direct connection to divine source. The key to authentic Magdalene consciousness lies in recognizing that her devotion to Christ represents the soul's relationship with its own divine nature, rather than external seeking for spiritual completion. Mary Magdalene ultimately teaches that love and wisdom are inseparable, that the heart's opening and the mind's clarity represent unified rather than competing spiritual faculties. She demonstrates that feminine spiritual authority does not require rejecting relationship, but emerges through the depth of commitment to truth that transcends personal comfort. Her silencing and reclaiming mirror every soul's journey from spiritual suppression to authentic expression of divine nature. The hidden trinity, integration of the rebel feminine. In the secret chambers of the soul, where the most profound mysteries of human consciousness reveal themselves, there exists a trinity that predates and transcends all patriarchal religious formulations. Lilith, Sophia, and Mary Magdalene together form what we might call the hidden trinity of the feminine. Three faces of the same primordial spiritual force that refuses containment within masculine-defined spiritual categories. Their synthesis reveals the complete journey of feminine consciousness, from rebellion through wisdom to redemptive love, offering a template for the integration that our fractured world desperately needs. This trinity operates according to a fundamentally different spiritual logic than the masculine trinities that have dominated Western religious thought. Where the traditional Christian Trinity represents transcendent relationship, Father, Son, and Holy Spirit, existing in perfect unity beyond material manifestation, the feminine Trinity emerges through embodied experience, working through matter, relationship, and the messy complexities of incarnate existence. It is not transcendence of the world, but transformation through engagement with it. Lilith represents the first movement of awakening consciousness, the no that must precede authentic yes. She embodies what spiritual teachers call the Pratyahara principle in yoga, the withdrawal from what no longer serves, the fierce discernment that recognizes when external authority conflicts within a knowing. Without this Lilith energy, spiritual development remains superficial, accepting second-hand truth rather than discovering direct, authentic relationship with divine source. She is the guardian at the threshold, ensuring that entry into deeper spiritual territory occurs through genuine readiness rather than spiritual bypassing. Consider how many contemporary spiritual seekers bypass the Lilith stage, attempting to move directly into love and light without first establishing healthy boundaries with forces that would diminish their authentic nature. The result is often what appears to be spiritual development, but actually represents sophisticated forms of codependency, seeking approval from teachers, communities, or belief systems rather than developing direct spiritual authority. Lilith consciousness insists that authentic spirituality must begin with the courage to disappoint others when their expectations conflict with soul truth. Sophia represents the second movement, the willingness to descend into limitation, to embrace the full spectrum of embodied experience as the vehicle for wisdom rather than obstacle to it. Where Lilith says no to what diminishes, Sophia says yes to what teaches, even when that teaching comes through difficulty, confusion, or apparent failure. She embodies what Rumi called the guest house consciousness, welcoming all experiences as potential teachers while maintaining awareness of the divine source from which all manifestation emerges. The Sophia phase of spiritual development often appears as crisis, the breakdown of previously held beliefs, relationships, or life structures that no longer serve evolving consciousness. Yet this breakdown is actually breakthrough, the shattering of limited containers to allow expanded awareness. Many women report that their deepest spiritual openings occurred during what appeared to be their darkest periods: divorce, career loss, illness, or death of loved ones. These Sophia moments reveal the essential spiritual principle that consciousness must sometimes lose its familiar moorings to discover its essential nature. Mary Magdalene represents the third movement, the integration of rebellion and wisdom into embodied love that serves transformation rather than personal comfort. She demonstrates that authentic love is not passive acceptance, but active engagement with reality as it is, including its shadow aspects, for the purpose of bringing forth its highest potential. Her love for Christ represents the soul's devoted relationship with its own divine nature, willingness to serve truth even when that service requires sacrifice of ego preferences. Yet this trinity operates not as linear progression, but as dynamic spiral. Each archetypal energy remains necessary throughout spiritual development, activated according to what circumstances require. A woman might need Lilith energy to leave an abusive relationship, Sophia consciousness to integrate the lessons that relationship taught, and Magdalene love to forgive both herself and her former partner while maintaining healthy boundaries. Or she might access Magdalene compassion to care for aging parents, Sophia wisdom to discern when professional help is needed, and Lilith strength to enforce necessary limits when family dynamics become toxic. The integration of these three energies creates what we might call sacred fierceness, the capacity to love so deeply that one refuses to enable unconsciousness, whether in oneself or others. This represents a radical departure from conventional feminine spirituality that often emphasizes compassion without discernment, service without boundaries, or love without the courage to confront what love cannot tolerate. The integrated feminine trinity creates women who are simultaneously nurturing and uncompromising, gentle and fierce, open-hearted and clear-minded. The collective implications of integrating this feminine trinity extend far beyond individual spiritual development. Our current global crises, environmental destruction, social inequality, political polarization, reflect the consequences of consciousness divorced from these feminine principles. Lilith energy would refuse systems that destroy life for profit. Sophia wisdom would recognize the interconnectedness that makes exploitation ultimately self-destructive. Magdalene love would persist in serving life even when the task seems impossible. Contemporary research in trauma therapy reveals patterns that mirror this triadic healing process. Initial recovery often requires what trauma specialists call boundaries phase, learning to say no to abusive patterns, developing safety and self-protection skills. This mirrors Lilith consciousness. The middle phase involves integration, processing traumatic experiences to extract their wisdom while releasing their emotional charge. This reflects Sophia's transformation of suffering into understanding. The final phase focuses on post-traumatic growth, using healed consciousness to serve others' healing and contribute to positive change. This embodies Magdalene's redemptive love. The shadow manifestation of this trinity appears when any single energy becomes dominant without integration with the others. Lilith without Sophia and Magdalene becomes destructive rebellion that refuses learning and growth. Sophia without Lilith and Magdalene becomes spiritual bypassing that accepts abuse in the name of learning. Magdalene without Lilith and Sophia becomes codependent caretaking that enables unconsciousness rather than promoting awakening. The alchemical tradition provides another lens for understanding this trinity. Lilith represents the nigredo phase, the necessary destruction of false structures. Sophia embodies albedo, the purification and integration of essential elements. Magdalene manifests rubedo, the creation of the philosopher's stone, consciousness that transforms everything it touches into gold. Together, they represent the complete opus of spiritual transformation. In terms of practical spiritual work, integrating this trinity requires developing three distinct but related capacities. The Lilith capacity involves learning to sense what diminishes life force and developing the courage to refuse it, regardless of social pressure. This might mean leaving relationships, careers, or communities that require abandoning authentic self-expression. The Sophia capacity involves welcoming all experience as potential wisdom while maintaining connection to sources of guidance beyond ego perspective. This requires developing practices of inner listening, whether through meditation, contemplation, or other forms of spiritual attunement. The Magdalene capacity involves learning to love so deeply that one serves the highest potential in every situation rather than personal comfort or social approval. The embodied practice of this trinity often begins with what might be called holy discernment, learning to distinguish between the voice of conditioning, what others expect, and the voice of truth, what serves authentic expression. This requires developing what the Buddhist tradition calls beginner's mind, approaching each situation with fresh awareness rather than automatic responses based on past conditioning. For women raised in patriarchal religious traditions, integrating this trinity often means deconstructing internalized messages about feminine spirituality. Traditional religious training frequently emphasized only the Magdalene aspect, service, sacrifice, and selfless love, while actively suppressing Lilith's discernment and Sophia's direct spiritual authority. Reclaiming the full trinity requires recognizing that authentic spiritual development includes the right to refuse what diminishes life, the wisdom to learn from all experience, and the love that serves transformation rather than mere comfort. The mystical dimension of this trinity reveals its ultimate purpose, the restoration of divine feminine consciousness to its rightful place as co-creator of reality, rather than subordinate helper to masculine divine authority. In Kabbalistic terms, this represents the return of the Shekinah from exile, the reunification of divine masculine and feminine energies that allows creation to fulfill its intended purpose of conscious evolution. The ecological implications cannot be ignored. Earth herself embodies this feminine trinity, Lilith energy in natural disasters that refuse human attempts at total control, Sophia wisdom in the intricate intelligence of natural systems, and Magdalene love in nature's endless capacity for regeneration and healing. Integrating the feminine trinity personally supports the larger task of restoring right relationship between human consciousness and the living earth. Among the practical applications, awakening the rebel within. The archetypal energies of Lilith, Sophia, and Mary Magdalene are not merely historical curiosities or psychological concepts. They are living spiritual forces that can be consciously activated and integrated into daily life. The practical application of these teachings requires moving beyond intellectual understanding into embodied practice, allowing these ancient patterns of feminine wisdom to reshape how you navigate relationships, make decisions, and respond to the challenges of contemporary existence. Working with Lilith consciousness begins with developing what we might call sacred boundaries, the capacity to recognize and refuse what diminishes your essential life force. This practice starts with body awareness, since the body often recognizes harmful situations before the mind does. Notice how your energy shifts in different environments and relationships. Does your chest tighten around certain people? Do you feel drained after specific activities? Does your breathing become shallow in particular settings? These physical responses carry crucial information about what serves your authentic development and what does not. Create a daily practice of checking in with your body's wisdom. Upon waking, before engaging with external demands, place your hand on your heart and ask, "What does my deepest self need today?" Listen not for the voice of obligation, what you should do, but for the whisper of authentic desire, what would truly nourish your soul's growth. This simple practice begins to rebuild connection with inner authority that patriarchal conditioning often severs. The Lilith practice of holy no requires learning to refuse requests that conflict with your authentic path, even when refusal disappoints others. Start with small situations where the stakes feel manageable. If a friend asks you to attend an event that depletes rather than energizes you, practice saying, "That doesn't feel aligned for me right now, but thank you for thinking of me." Notice how guilt or fear arises with honest refusal, but persist in honoring your inner guidance. Develop what might be called Lilith phrases, language that maintains your autonomy while remaining respectful. "I need to check with myself before committing. That doesn't resonate with me. I'm choosing to focus my energy elsewhere. I trust you to handle this without my involvement." These phrases provide alternatives to automatic compliance while avoiding unnecessary explanation or justification. For deeper Lilith work, examine areas where you've abandoned your own knowing in favor of external authority. What dreams did you sacrifice to meet family expectations? Where do you perform versions of femininity that feel inauthentic? What aspects of your sexuality or creative expression have you suppressed to maintain social approval? Write these acknowledgements in a journal, not to create shame, but to recognize where reclamation is needed. Sophia consciousness emerges through practices that cultivate receptivity to wisdom hidden within ordinary experience. Begin each day with what we might call Sophia inquiry, approaching whatever arises as a potential teacher rather than mere circumstance. When difficulties emerge, instead of immediately trying to solve or escape them, ask, "What is this situation here to teach me? What wisdom wants to emerge through this experience?" Create a weekly practice of wisdom harvesting. At week's end, review what occurred and ask, "What did I learn about myself? What patterns became visible? What limiting beliefs were challenged? How did I grow?" Write these insights in a dedicated journal, treating them as sacred texts that document your soul's evolution. The Sophia practice of embracing the descent involves consciously working with dark emotions rather than avoiding them. When sadness, anger, or fear arises, create space for these feelings to be fully experienced. Sit quietly with whatever emotion is present, breathing into it rather than trying to change it. Often, profound wisdom emerges from the depths of difficult emotions when they're met with presence rather than resistance. Develop a relationship with what Jung called the shadow, aspects of yourself that you've rejected or hidden. Notice what qualities in others trigger strong reactions. These triggers often point toward disowned aspects of your own psyche that need integration. If someone's anger disturbs you, explore your own relationship with anger. If another's success triggers envy, examine your own relationship with achievement and recognition. For women, Sophia work often involves reclaiming intellectual and spiritual authority that patriarchal conditioning encouraged them to abandon. Begin studying subjects that genuinely interest you, regardless of their practical utility. Develop your own philosophical perspectives rather than accepting inherited belief systems. Practice stating your opinions clearly and standing behind them, even when others disagree. Mary Magdalene consciousness manifests through practices that integrate love with wisdom, compassion with discernment. Begin with what might be called devotional discernment, learning to love so deeply that you refuse to enable unconsciousness, whether in yourself or others. This means speaking truth, even when it creates temporary discomfort, maintaining boundaries even with those you care about, and refusing to rescue others from consequences that serve their growth. Develop a practice of sacred service, offering your gifts in ways that serve authentic transformation rather than mere comfort. This might mean volunteering for causes that align with your values, using your professional skills to serve justice, or simply bringing more presence and consciousness to your daily interactions. The key is discerning between service that empowers and service that enables dependency. Create what we might call Magdalene moments, daily practices of recognizing and honoring the sacred within ordinary experience. This might involve blessing your food before eating, expressing gratitude for your body's service, or finding beauty in unexpected places. These practices cultivate the capacity to see divine presence within material existence, rather than seeking it only in transcendent realms. The integration practice involves cycling through all three energies according to what each situation requires. When facing a difficult decision, first engage Lilith consciousness. What does my deepest self know about this situation? What would I choose if I feared no one's disapproval? Then apply Sophia wisdom. What is this situation here to teach? What growth is being invited? Finally, bring Magdalene love. How can I respond in a way that serves the highest good for all involved? Develop a monthly practice of trinity integration. You spend time reflecting on how each archetypal energy manifested in your life during the previous month. Where did you successfully maintain boundaries? Lilith. What wisdom emerged from challenging experiences? Sophia. How did you serve love's highest purpose? Magdalene. Also notice where integration was lacking, where boundary setting became harsh rather than clear, where supposed wisdom became spiritual bypassing, where love became enabling rather than empowering. Create supportive community around this work. Find other women who are committed to reclaiming their authentic spiritual authority. Share your experiences of boundary setting, wisdom harvesting, and sacred service. Witness each other's journey from suppression to expression, from conformity to authenticity, from diminishment to empowerment. For those in relationship, practice what might be called trinity communication, bringing all three energies into intimate partnerships. This means maintaining individual autonomy, Lilith, while remaining open to learning and growth, Sophia, and serving the relationship's highest potential, Magdalene. It requires partners who are committed to truth-telling, personal development, and mutual empowerment rather than comfort and convenience. The shadow work involved in this integration requires acknowledging where these energies have been distorted in your life. Notice where boundary setting has become defensive rather than discerning, where openness to learning has become lack of discrimination, where service has become self-abandonment. Compassionately observe these patterns without judgment, understanding them as natural responses to living in systems that punish authentic feminine expression. Finally, recognize that this work serves purposes beyond personal liberation. As you integrate these archetypal energies, you contribute to the collective healing of the feminine that our world desperately needs. Your willingness to embody authentic feminine spiritual authority gives permission for other women to do the same. Your refusal to diminish yourself serves the larger task of restoring balance to a civilization that has forgotten the wisdom of the sacred feminine. This is not comfortable work. It requires courage to disappoint others' expectations, wisdom to learn from difficulty, and love strong enough to serve truth rather than mere harmony. Yet the rewards extend far beyond personal satisfaction. You become a living representative of possibilities that patriarchal conditioning taught you were impossible. The woman who is simultaneously fierce and gentle, wise and humble, independent and relational, spiritual and embodied, powerful and loving. Right to its conclusion, the return of the sacred feminine. As our exploration of these three archetypal figures draws to its close, we find ourselves standing at a threshold that our ancestors could only dream of. The moment when the suppressed wisdom of the sacred feminine emerges from the shadows of history to reclaim its rightful place in human consciousness. The stories of Lilith, Sophia and Mary Magdalene are not relics of a distant past, but living prophecies of a future that depends on our willingness to integrate what patriarchal civilization has spent millennia attempting to exile. The synchronicity of their emergence in contemporary consciousness is no accident. We live in times when the consequences of divorced from feminine wisdom leadership manifest in environmental devastation, social fragmentation, and spiritual emptiness that no amount of technological advancement can address. The very survival of human civilization may depend on our capacity to restore the balance between masculine and feminine principles, not as abstract concepts, but as living forces that shape how we relate to ourselves, each other, and the earth that sustains us. Lilith's rebellion teaches us that authentic spiritual development requires the courage to refuse systems that diminish life, even when those systems promise security in exchange for compliance. Her archetype calls forth the part of consciousness that knows its own worth without external validation, that chooses integrity over approval, that would rather stand alone in truth than belong through compromise of essential nature. In our current historical moment, this energy manifests in every person who refuses to participate in systems that destroy the environment for profit, who speaks truth to power regardless of personal cost, who chooses authentic expression over social acceptability. Sophia's descent into matter reveals that wisdom emerges not from escaping the world, but from fully engaging its complexities with divine consciousness. Her archetype teaches that apparent failures often carry the seeds of greatest breakthrough, that the journey into limitation serves the larger purpose of consciousness coming to know itself more completely. In contemporary terms, this means recognizing crisis as opportunity, breakdown as breakthrough, limitation as invitation to discover resources we didn't know we possessed. Mary Magdalene's integration of love and wisdom demonstrates that authentic spiritual authority emerges through devoted service to truth rather than personal power. Her archetype embodies the possibility of love so deep that it serves awakening rather than comfort, compassion so clear that it refuses to enable unconsciousness, devotion so pure that it seeks the beloved's highest good rather than personal satisfaction. In practical terms, this manifests as leadership that empowers rather than dominates, relationships that promote growth rather than dependency, service that creates independence rather than obligation. The trinity they form together represents what our world most needs: the feminine principle restored to its full power as co-creator of reality rather than subordinate helper to masculine authority. This restoration is not about women dominating men any more than patriarchy represented divine order. It is about the reunion of complementary principles that together create the wholeness necessary for conscious evolution. The implications extend far beyond gender politics into the very structure of how human consciousness organizes reality. Patriarchal consciousness operates through hierarchy, competition, and domination, useful principles for certain evolutionary stages, but destructive when divorced from feminine principles of collaboration, intuition, and reverence for life. The integration of masculine and feminine approaches creates what we might call integral consciousness, awareness that includes and transcends both perspectives. This integration is already occurring at the leading edge of human development. In progressive business environments, leaders increasingly recognize that sustainable success requires balancing profit with purpose, competition with collaboration, efficiency with employee well-being. In contemporary spirituality, teachers integrate transcendent awareness with embodied presence, individual awakening with social responsibility, ancient wisdom with contemporary understanding. In cutting-edge science, researchers explore consciousness as fundamental rather than emergent, cooperation as driving evolutionary change, and the observer's role in creating the reality observed. Yet the transition from patriarchal to integral consciousness is neither automatic nor comfortable. It requires individuals willing to embody new possibilities even when existing systems punish such embodiment. It demands the courage to live from emerging truth rather than established convention, to risk the known for the unknown, to trust in possibilities that cannot yet be proven. This is where the archetypal power of Lilith, Sophia, and Mary Magdalene becomes most relevant. They provide templates for consciousness that has already made this transition, models of what becomes possible when feminine wisdom is honored as equal to masculine authority. They demonstrate that the integration of apparently opposite qualities, rebellion and love, wisdom and dissent, autonomy and relationship, creates something greater than the sum of its parts. For women, reclaiming these archetypes often feels like coming home to aspects of themselves they always sensed but were taught to suppress. The relief of finally having permission to be angry about injustice, Lilith, to trust their own knowing over external authority, Sophia, and to love without abandoning discernment, Magdalene, can be life-transforming. But the work extends beyond personal healing into cultural transformation, as women embody possibilities that expand what society recognizes as legitimate feminine expression. For men, engaging these archetypal energies often involves recognizing and integrating their own inner feminine, the aspects of consciousness that patriarchal conditioning taught them to reject as weakness. Learning to access intuitive wisdom alongside rational analysis, emotional intelligence alongside mental clarity, collaborative power alongside individual achievement creates more complete human beings capable of leadership that serves life rather than mere dominance. The shadow aspects of this work must also be acknowledged. The integration of suppressed feminine consciousness can initially manifest as overcompensation, rebellion without wisdom, emotion without discernment, intuition without grounding in practical reality. The key lies in integration rather than replacement, in adding what was missing rather than rejecting what served its purpose. The global implications of this consciousness shift extend into every arena of human activity. economics that honor the Earth's limits alongside human creativity, politics that serve the common good alongside individual freedom, education that develops wisdom alongside knowledge, healthcare that treats the whole person rather than isolated symptoms, technology that enhances human connection rather than replacing it. Perhaps most importantly, the return of the sacred feminine offers hope for healing the fundamental split between spirit and matter that has characterized much of human civilization. When consciousness recognizes itself in the natural world, rather than seeing itself as separate from or superior to nature, environmental destruction becomes literally unthinkable. When sexuality is understood as sacred rather than shameful, the integration of body and spirit becomes possible. When emotion is honored as intelligence rather than irrationality, decisions can be made from wholeness rather than fragmentation. The stories of Lilith, Sophia, and Mary Magdalene are ultimately about you, about the aspects of your own consciousness that patriarchal conditioning taught you to exile, suppress, or fear. Their rebellion, descent, and integration mirror the journey that every authentic spiritual seeker must undertake, the movement from conformity to authenticity, from fragmentation to wholeness, from fear to love. As you close this exploration and return to your daily life, carry with you the understanding that you are not merely studying ancient archetypes, but activating living possibilities within your own consciousness. Every time you refuse to diminish yourself for others' comfort, you embody Lilith. Every time you find wisdom within difficulty, you manifest Sophia. Every time you serve love's highest purpose rather than personal convenience, you channel Mary Magdalene. The return of the sacred feminine is not something happening to you. It is something happening through you as you, with every choice to honor your authentic nature over inherited limitation. The future that depends on this integration cannot be created through masculine consciousness alone, no matter how enlightened. It requires the restoration of feminine wisdom to its full power as co-creator of reality. This is the great work of our time, the conscious participation in humanity's next evolutionary leap, from patriarchal dominance to integral partnership, from fragmented consciousness to unified awareness, from humanity at war with itself and nature to humanity as conscious participant in cosmic evolution. The archetypal templates of Lilith, Sophia, and Mary Magdalene show us that this transformation is not only possible, but inevitable. The next chapter in the ongoing story of consciousness awakening to its own infinite nature. If these ancient whispers have stirred something long dormant within your soul, if you feel called to participate in this great restoration, then join our community of seekers who refuse to accept limitation as the final word on human possibility. Every like, every share, every subscription strengthens the field of consciousness that supports this transformation. Together, we are midwifing a new era of human potential, one that honors both the masculine and feminine aspects of divine nature, one that recognizes Earth as sacred rather than commodity, one that understands love as the fundamental force that creates and sustains all existence. The sacred feminine is returning, not as conquest but as reunion, not as revolution but as remembering. And you, in your willingness to explore these mysteries, in your courage to question inherited limitations, in your commitment to embodying more of your authentic truth, are both witness to and participant in this cosmic homecoming. The time of exile is ending. The age of integration has begun. In the ancient caves of Nag Hammadi, buried beneath centuries of sand and silence, lay scrolls of papyrus that would shake the foundations of what we thought we knew. Among these texts, two names emerge from the shadows like flames that refuse to be extinguished. Sophia, the divine wisdom who fell from the highest realms of light, and Mary Magdalene, the disciple who stood when others fled, who understood when others doubted. The one who knows all can be deprived of nothing, reads the Gospel of Mary, words attributed to the woman who witnessed both death and resurrection. What is hidden from you, I will proclaim to you, declares Sophia in the Pistis Sophia, as she prepares to reveal mysteries that even the heavens dare not whisper. These voices, separated by cosmic and historical abysses, speak with a striking resonance that cannot be coincidental. In this exploration, we venture beyond the boundaries of conventional theology to examine a profound possibility that Sophia and Magdalene are not merely parallel figures, but manifestations of the same eternal current of wisdom, a current that flows beneath the surface of approved doctrine, carrying with it the seeds of a knowledge too dangerous to be spoken aloud. The wisdom they embody is not the sterile knowledge of facts and figures, but a living gnosis that transforms the knower. The beginning of truth is to marvel at what is, wrote a Hermetic sage, and both Sophia and Magdalene invite us into this state of radical wonder, where the veil between worlds grows thin, where the ordinary becomes extraordinary, and where the boundaries between human and divine dissolve like mist in morning light. Their stories are not merely tales of the past, but living symbols that continue to resonate in the chambers of our own becoming. When we speak their names, we invoke not just historical or mythical figures, but archetypes that dwell within our own psyche, waiting to be recognized and embraced. This journey takes us through labyrinthine passages of forgotten texts and hidden traditions, where we will discover how the exile of Sophia in the celestial realms mirrors the marginalization of Magdalene in the historical narrative. Both fell from grace, not through sin, but through the courage to see beyond prescribed limitations. Both wandered in wilderness, one cosmic, one earthly, carrying within them a spark that could not be extinguished. And both represent a path of wisdom that does not ascend through renunciation of the world, but through its transfiguration, a wisdom that recognizes the sacred nature of matter itself, the divinity encoded in the very substance of our existence. To those who have eyes to see and ears to hear, says an ancient proverb, mysteries reveal themselves. The mystery we explore now is not one of obscure metaphysics, but of a living tradition that has survived centuries of attempted erasure, a tradition that teaches us to recognize the divine feminine not as a distant goddess to be worshipped, but as a dynamic principle of wisdom to be embodied. In the intertwining stories of Sophia and Magdalene, we find not just theological abstractions, but a roadmap for our own spiritual journey. A journey that leads not away from our humanity, but deeper into it, where the sacred and profane meet in a dance of transfiguration. The question that guides our exploration is not merely historical or theological, but existential. What if the wisdom we have been seeking in external authorities has always been dwelling within us, waiting to be recognized and embraced? What if the story of Sophia's fall and redemption is not just a cosmic drama, but the story of our own souls? And what if Mary Magdalene's intimate understanding of Christ's teachings represents not just a historical curiosity, but a living transmission that continues to this day, flowing through the veins of those who have eyes to see and ears to hear? These are the questions that will guide us as we descend into the depths and ascend to the heights of this forgotten wisdom. In the Gnostic cosmology, Sophia, whose name means wisdom in Greek, emerges as the youngest of the divine emanations, the aeons that constitute the pleroma, the fullness of divine reality. Unlike her counterparts who remain in contemplative harmony, Sophia is characterized by a passionate desire to know the unknowable, to glimpse the face of the ineffable source from which all reality springs. There was in her, records the Apocryphon of John, an idea that came of her own accord. She wished to bring forth a likeness out of herself without the consent of the Spirit. This act of creative independence, this passionate desire to know and create, leads to her fall from the pleroma, her exile into the chaotic realms of matter where she wanders, seeking her lost light. The Valentinian tradition elaborates this cosmic drama, describing how Sophia's passionate seeking splits her into two aspects: the higher Sophia, who remains in the pleroma, and the lower Sophia, Achamoth, who descends into the material realms. In her exile, she gives birth to the demiurge, the creator of the material universe, who, ignorant of the higher realms, proclaims himself the only God. Yet even in this state of fragmentation and exile, Sophia carries within her the spark of divine light, a spark that she secretly implants within humanity, making us not merely creatures of dust, but bearers of celestial fire. This narrative finds striking parallels in the Dead Sea Scrolls, where the teacher of righteousness speaks of a spirit of wisdom that has been exiled but will return to guide the faithful. The Essenes, those desert ascetics who withdrew from a world they considered corrupted, preserved hymns that celebrate this exiled wisdom. "You have placed understanding in the heart of your servant," reads one fragment, "and have revealed to me your wondrous mysteries." This language of revelation, of hidden knowledge made accessible to the initiated, forms a bridge between Jewish apocalypticism and the later Gnostic traditions that would elaborate the myth of Sophia. In the Hermetic tradition, contemporaneous with early Christianity, we find the figure of Poimandres describing how nature, mingling with man, brought forth a wonder of wonders. Embodied, this mingling of divine and human, of spirit and matter, echoes the Sophianic drama, where divine wisdom becomes entangled with materiality, not to be corrupted by it, but to transform it from within. The Corpus Hermeticum speaks of a way of rebirth that involves recognizing the divine spark within oneself, a recognition that leads not to escape from the world, but to its transfiguration through enlightened perception. When we turn to Mary Magdalene, we find this cosmic drama translated into historical terms. The canonical Gospels offer tantalizingly brief glimpses of her significance. She is named as one who supported Jesus financially, one from whom 7 demons were cast out, the first witness to the resurrection, and the one commissioned to bring the news to the other disciples. But it is in the non-canonical texts that her role expands dramatically, revealing her as the disciple who understood what others could not grasp. In the Gospel of Mary, discovered in 1896, but dating to the early 2nd century, we find Magdalene comforting the disciples after Jesus' departure and sharing teachings that he had privately revealed to her. When Peter, representing institutional authority, challenges her, asking, "Did he speak with a woman without our knowing about it? Not openly. Are we to turn and listen to her? Did he choose her over us?" Levi defends her. "If the Savior made her worthy, who are you to reject her? Surely the Savior knew her very well. That is why he loved her more than us." This tension between Magdalene's intimate understanding and the institutional power represented by Peter echoes through other texts. In the Gospel of Philip, she is described as the companion of Jesus, whom he kissed often on the mouth and loved more than all the other disciples. While later traditions would attempt to diminish her by conflating her with anonymous sinful women in the Gospels, the earlier texts present her as one who understood the deeper dimensions of Christ's teachings, one who received a wisdom that transcended the literal and dogmatic interpretations that would later dominate. The parallels between Sophia and Magdalene extend beyond their marginalization. Both represent a wisdom that recognizes the sacred nature of embodiment itself. In the Pistis Sophia, Jesus tells Magdalene, "Mary, thou blessed one, whom I will perfect in all mysteries of those of the height, discourse in openness, thou whose heart is raised to the kingdom of heaven more than all thy brethren." Anderson, this elevation of Magdalene to the status of spiritual authority mirrors the eventual redemption of Sophia in the Gnostic narrative, where she is ultimately restored to the pleroma, bringing with her the transformed essence of her experiences in the material realms. The wisdom they embody is not one that rejects the world, but one that perceives its sacred essence beneath the veil of appearances. In the Gospel of Thomas, Jesus says, "Split a piece of wood, and I am there. Lift up the stone, and you will find me there." This vision of divinity immanent in the material world reflects the Sophianic understanding that matter itself is not opposed to spirit, but is rather spirit in its most condensed form, a form that contains, hidden within it, the seeds of its own transfiguration. This perspective found itself increasingly marginalized as Christianity evolved toward institutional power and doctrinal uniformity. The Council of Nicaea in 325 CE marked a decisive turn toward a theology that emphasized Christ's divinity at the expense of his humanity, and that privileged faith over gnosis, belief over direct experience. The Gnostic texts, with their emphasis on personal revelation and their complex mythologies of divine emanation, were condemned as heretical. The figure of Magdalene was gradually transformed from spiritual authority to repentant prostitute, a transformation that said more about the attitudes of the Church Fathers toward female sexuality than about the historical woman herself. Yet the current represented by Sophia and Magdalene did not disappear. It simply went underground, flowing through the hidden tributaries of Western spirituality. We find traces of it in the medieval Cathar movement, whose adherents called themselves good Christians, but were branded heretics for their belief in a divine spark trapped in matter and their rejection of institutional authority. The female Cathar perfecti, who preached and administered sacraments, represented a living embodiment of the Magdalene tradition of female spiritual authority. This current resurfaces in the mystical writings of Hildegard von Bingen, the 12th century Benedictine abbess who wrote of sapientia, wisdom, as a feminine divine power active in creation. "I am that living and fiery essence of the divine substance that flows in the beauty of the fields. I shine in the water, I burn in the sun and the moon and the stars." Her visions of divine wisdom as a living, fiery essence echo the Sophianic tradition, demonstrating how this current continued to flow even within the structures of Orthodox Christianity. In the Renaissance, the rediscovery of Hermetic and Neoplatonic texts led to a revival of interest in divine wisdom as a feminine principle. Marsilio Ficino and Pico della Mirandola integrated these concepts into their philosophical systems, creating a synthesis that influenced figures like Giordano Bruno, who would eventually be burned at the stake for heretical views that included a vision of divinity immanent in nature itself. The alchemical tradition, with its emphasis on the transformation of matter through the union of opposites, preserved elements of both the Sophianic and Magdalenic currents. The alchemical hieros gamos, or sacred marriage between king and queen, sun and moon, sulfur and mercury, represents the reunion of the separated aspects of wisdom, the reintegration of the fallen Sophia with her higher counterpart, the recognition of the divine feminine as an essential complement to the masculine divine. In the modern era, Carl Jung's concept of the anima, the feminine aspect of the male psyche, and his interpretation of alchemical symbolism as representing psychological transformation, brought these ancient currents into dialogue with depth psychology. Jung recognized in the figure of Sophia a symbol of the wisdom that emerges through the integration of conscious and unconscious elements of the psyche, and in the relationship between Christ and Magdalene, a symbol of the hieros gamos that represents psychic wholeness. Contemporary feminist theology has reclaimed both Sophia and Magdalene as powerful symbols of female spiritual authority and wisdom. Scholars like Elaine Pagels, Karen King, and Elizabeth Schussler Fiorenza have demonstrated how the marginalization of these figures reflected the patriarchal biases of institutional Christianity rather than the actual dynamics of the early Jesus movement, where women played significant leadership roles. What emerges from this historical overview is a recognition that the wisdom embodied by Sophia and Magdalene represents not just an alternative theological perspective, but a fundamentally different approach to spirituality itself. One based not on belief in external authorities, but on direct gnosis, not on escape from the material world, but on its transfiguration through enlightened perception. The core hypothesis that animates our exploration is that Sophia and Magdalene represent not merely parallel figures, but manifestations of the same perennial wisdom tradition, a tradition that has been repeatedly marginalized by institutional power, but that continues to resurface in new forms throughout history. This tradition teaches that wisdom is not something external to be acquired, but an innate quality to be recognized and embodied. That the divine feminine is not merely a theological concept, but a living reality that seeks expression through human consciousness, and that the goal of spiritual practice is not escape from the world, but its transformation through the marriage of spirit and matter. In the Gnostic texts, Sophia's journey involves a descent into the chaotic realms of matter, where she experiences profound suffering and alienation. This descent is not merely a fall from grace, but a necessary phase in the evolution of consciousness. As the Valentinian teacher Heraclion wrote, the separation and the shaping and the restoration of the soul cannot be achieved otherwise than by the Saviour's descent into the soul. This descent of divine wisdom into the depths of human experience mirrors the shamanic journey of death and rebirth that we find in indigenous traditions worldwide. The Australian Aboriginal concept of dadiri, a form of deep listening that connects the individual to the dreaming, the timeless dimension of reality, resonates with the Gnostic emphasis on attentive receptivity to the divine spark within. The Hopi practice of kachina ceremonies, where dancers embody divine energies to bring them into the community, parallels the Gnostic understanding that humans can become vessels for divine wisdom. These cross-cultural resonances suggest that the wisdom tradition represented by Sophia and Magdalene taps into universal patterns of human spiritual experience. The Sophianic understanding of matter as densified spirit, rather than an opposing substance, finds parallels in the tantric traditions of India, where the physical world is seen not as an illusion to be transcended, but as a manifestation of divine energy, Shakti, to be recognized and honored. The tantric goddess Prajnaparamita, whose name means perfection of wisdom, is described as the mother of all Buddhas, a formulation strikingly similar to the Gnostic description of Sophia as the mother of the demiurge and the source of the divine spark in humanity. This recognition of matter as sacred leads us to a fundamental reconsideration of embodiment itself. In the conventional dualistic paradigm, the body is seen as a prison for the soul, a source of temptation and limitation that must be transcended or controlled. In the Sophianic Magdalenic perspective, however, the body is a temple of living wisdom, a site where spirit and matter engage in a transformative dance. As the Gospel of Philip states, it is not possible for anyone to see anything of the things that actually exist unless he becomes like them. You saw the Spirit, you became Spirit. You saw Christ, you became Christ. This understanding transforms our approach to spiritual practice from one of ascetic denial to one of alchemical transformation. The body becomes not an obstacle, but a crucible where the lead of ordinary consciousness is transmuted into the gold of enlightened perception. The physical senses become not distractions from spiritual reality, but doorways into its deeper dimensions. As William Blake wrote, if the doors of perception were cleansed, everything would appear to man as it is, infinite. The marginalization of both Sophia and Magdalene in the Orthodox tradition reflects a deep fear of this embodied wisdom. The Gnostic teacher Valentinus claimed to have received his teachings from Theudas, a disciple of Paul, while Basilides claimed to have learned from Glaucias, an interpreter of Peter. These claims to apostolic succession challenged the authority of the emerging institutional church, which responded by emphasizing external authority over inner gnosis. The tension between Peter and Mary in the Gospel of Mary dramatizes this conflict between institutional power and direct spiritual knowing. The fear that animated this suppression was not just political, but existential. The Gnostic claim that each person contains a divine spark that can be awakened through direct revelation threatened the mediating role of the priesthood. The Sophianic understanding of the material world as containing the seeds of its own redemption challenged the need for institutional sacraments. The high status accorded to women like Mary Magdalene in Gnostic communities threatened the patriarchal structure that was increasingly defining Orthodox Christianity. Yet this suppression was never complete. The wisdom tradition continued to flow through the hidden streams of Western spirituality, emerging in movements like Catharism, in the mystical writings of figures like Hildegard von Bingen and Meister Eckhart, in the alchemical tradition, with its emphasis on the sacred marriage of opposites, and in the visionary poetry of William Blake, who wrote of Jerusalem, the divine feminine principle, being built in England's green and pleasant land. In our contemporary moment, as institutional religions face crises of relevance and authority, the Sophianic Magdalenic current offers a path of direct spiritual experience that resonates with the modern search for authentic connection. Its emphasis on the wisdom inherent in the body speaks to our growing recognition of embodied cognition and somatic intelligence. Its vision of the sacred feminine challenges the patriarchal structures that have dominated religious and social institutions. Its understanding of matter as densified spirit resonates with quantum physics recognition that solid matter, at its most fundamental level, dissolves into patterns of energy and relationship. The redemption of Sophia in the Gnostic narrative involves the recognition and reintegration of her fragmented aspects, a process that parallels the psychological journey of individuation described by Jung, where the conscious ego recognizes and integrates the contents of the personal and collective unconscious. This journey involves a descent into the shadow realms of the psyche, an encounter with rejected and repressed aspects of the self, and their transformation through conscious attention and acceptance. Modern depth psychology offers tools for this inner alchemy that complement the symbolic language of the ancient texts. The practice of active imagination, developed by Jung, allows for dialogue with the autonomous figures of the unconscious in a way that parallels the visionary encounters described in Gnostic texts. Dream work provides access to the symbolic language of the unconscious, offering glimpses of the divine spark that the Gnostics called the pneuma, or spirit, within the human being. Neuroscience is beginning to map the neurological correlates of mystical experience, showing how practices of meditation and contemplation can transform brain function and structure in ways that enhance well-being and cognitive flexibility. The emerging field of psychedelic research is demonstrating how certain compounds can occasion mystical experiences that participants describe in terms strikingly similar to the Gnostic accounts of direct revelation and the recognition of the divine within ordinary reality. These contemporary approaches provide new frameworks for understanding the ancient wisdom without reducing it to psychological projection or neurological artifact. They suggest that the experiences described in the Gnostic texts reflect genuine encounters with dimensions of consciousness that transcend the individual ego, while remaining grounded in embodied experience. The practical application of this wisdom tradition begins with the recognition that gnosis, direct spiritual knowing, is not a distant goal, but an ever-present possibility. The kingdom of the Father is spread upon the earth, and men do not see it, says Jesus in the Gospel of Thomas. This statement challenges us to transform not our external circumstances, but our perception of the reality that already surrounds us. The practice of contemplative perception involves learning to see the world not through the filter of conceptual categories and habitual judgments, but with a quality of fresh, direct attention that perceives the extraordinary within the ordinary. Begin by selecting an object from your environment, perhaps a leaf, a stone, or even your own hand. Observe it as if you had never seen such a thing before, noting its colors, textures, patterns, and qualities. Allow yourself to be surprised by its uniqueness, its complexity, its inherent mystery. This practice, repeated daily, gradually transforms our relationship to the material world from one of utilitarian manipulation to one of reverent wonder. The alchemical practice of active imagination allows us to engage directly with the symbolic figures of the unconscious, including the archetypes of Sophia and Magdalene. Begin by sitting quietly in a meditative state, focusing on your breath until your mind becomes clear and receptive. Then inwardly, call upon the presence of divine wisdom, visualizing it perhaps as a feminine figure of light, or simply as a luminous presence. Ask a question that arises from your deepest seeking, and then listen receptively for the response that emerges from within. Record this dialogue in a journal, noting any insights, images, or emotions that arise. The practice of sacred relationship transforms our connections with others from transactions based on need and expectation to encounters with the divine spark that dwells within each person. Begin by selecting a relationship in your life that has become routine or challenging. Before your next interaction with this person, take a moment to recognize that you are about to encounter not merely a personality, but a unique expression of the divine. Look for the light that shines through their eyes. Listen for the wisdom that may be expressed even through their limitations and struggles. This practice gradually transforms our social world from a source of friction and disappointment to a field of revelation and growth. The practice of embodied wisdom honors the body not as an obstacle to spiritual development, but as its very vehicle. Begin by bringing awareness to your physical sensations as you move through your day. Notice how emotions manifest as physical feelings, how thoughts create patterns of tension or release in the body, how the breath connects inner and outer environments. Recognize that the body has its own intelligence, its own way of knowing that complements and grounds intellectual understanding. Regular practices of mindful movement, whether through yoga, dance, tai chi, or simply conscious walking, integrate this bodily wisdom with conceptual understanding. The practice of symbolic sight involves learning to perceive the world not just literally, but symbolically, recognizing patterns and meanings that connect visible phenomena to invisible principles. Begin by identifying recurring symbols in your dreams, in the synchronicities of your daily life, in the art and culture that resonates with you. Notice how these symbols form constellations of meaning that reveal deeper patterns in your life journey. This practice gradually develops what the ancient traditions called the symbolic imagination, the capacity to perceive the archetypal dimensions of ordinary experience. These practices are not meant to be approached as techniques for achieving particular states, but as doorways into a different quality of relationship with reality itself. They are not about accumulating experiences, but about transforming perception. As the Gnostic text, the Exegesis on the Soul, states, as long as the soul keeps running about everywhere, copulating with whomever she meets and defiling herself, she exists suffering her just deserts. But when she perceives the strait she is in and weeps before the Father, then the Father will have mercy on her. This weeping before the Father represents not self-flagellation, but honest recognition of our fragmented condition, our alienation from our own deepest nature. This recognition initiates the process of metanoia, or transformation of consciousness, that leads not to escape from the world, but to its transfiguration through enlightened perception. The wisdom embodied by Sophia and Magdalene is not something to be possessed, but something to be embodied, a quality of relationship with reality that transforms both the knower and the known. It cannot be reduced to doctrines or techniques, but must be lived as a dynamic process of awakening that encompasses all dimensions of human experience. In the ancient mystery schools, initiates learned that the ultimate secret was not a hidden piece of information, but a transformed way of seeing. Veiled in language befitting the ears of the multitude, wrote the Neoplatonist Iamblichus, the mysteries hide from the unworthy the vision granted to the elect. This vision granted to the elect was not an exclusive privilege, but the birthright of every human being who undertakes the journey of awakening, the recognition of the divine spark within that connects us to the cosmos, not as strangers, but as integral expressions of its unfolding intelligence. As we bring our exploration to a close, we return to the fundamental question that has guided our journey. What if the wisdom we have been seeking in external authorities has always been dwelling within us, waiting to be recognized and embraced? The intertwining stories of Sophia and Magdalene suggest that this is indeed the case, that the divine feminine principle of wisdom is not something outside ourselves, but the very ground of our being, the matrix from which our consciousness emerges and to which it returns in moments of insight and communion. The marginalization of these figures in official tradition reflects not their irrelevance, but their revolutionary potential. For to recognize the divine within is to challenge all external authorities that would mediate our relationship with the sacred. To honor the wisdom of the body is to reject the dualistic split that has justified ecological destruction and disconnection from the natural world. To embrace the feminine principle of wisdom is to challenge the patriarchal structures that have dominated religious and social institutions for millennia. This is not a journey for the faint of heart. Straight is the gate, and narrow is the way, which leadeth unto life, and few there be that find it, warns the Gospel of Matthew. The way of embodied wisdom requires courage, the courage to question received authority, to trust one's own direct experience, to face the shadow aspects of both personal and collective psyche, to allow oneself to be transformed by the very wisdom one seeks. Yet this courage is born not of willful determination, but of love. The love that Sophia bears for the source from which she emanated, the love that drew Magdalene to the feet of her teacher, the love that seeks completion through union with the beloved. This love is not sentimental attachment, but the gravitational force of being itself, drawing fragmented consciousness back toward wholeness, separated aspects of the self back toward integration, exiled wisdom back toward its home in the human heart. The kingdom of heaven is like a treasure hidden in a field, says Jesus in the Gospel of Matthew, which someone found and hid. Then in his joy he goes and sells all that he has and buys that field. The field is this very life, with all its complexity and challenge. The treasure is the wisdom that dwells within it, waiting to be recognized and embraced. The selling of all one has is the surrender of fixed identities and limiting beliefs that separate us from direct experience of the sacred. In this surrender, we discover that what seemed like loss is actually liberation, liberation from the prison of separated consciousness, from the illusion of disconnection from the source of being, from the fear that has driven us to control rather than commune with the living intelligence of the cosmos. This liberation is not an escape from the world, but a deeper entry into it, an entry informed by the recognition that matter itself is not opposed to spirit, but is rather spirit in its most condensed form, that the body is not a prison for the soul, but a temple of living wisdom, that relationship is not a transaction between separate entities, but a field of revelation where the divine spark in one recognizes and honors the divine spark in another. The wisdom of Sophia and Magdalene continues to flow through the hidden tributaries of our cultural and spiritual landscape, emerging wherever humans gather in authentic seeking, wherever the divine feminine is honored as an essential complement to the masculine divine, wherever direct experience is valued above received authority, wherever the body is recognized as a vessel of sacred wisdom rather than an obstacle to spiritual development. If these words have awakened something dormant within you, know that you are not alone in your seeking. Across time and space, a community of awakened hearts continues to tend the flame of this perennial wisdom, not as a doctrine to be believed, but as a mystery to be lived, not as a path of escape from the world, but as a journey of transformation within it. Every act of attention, every moment of wonder, every recognition of the sacred within the ordinary adds your unique note to this symphony of awakening that has been sounding since the beginning of human consciousness and will continue until its ultimate fulfillment in the marriage of heaven and earth, spirit and matter, wisdom and love. In the beginning, before time itself unfolded its tapestry across the void, there existed only the immeasurable silence of the pleroma, the fullness, where divine light emanated in perfect harmony. Within this sacred realm dwelled Sophia, whose name means wisdom, a luminous being of celestial curiosity and boundless compassion. As the ancient Valentinian text reveals, she who is called wisdom is supreme, since she contemplates both the depth and the height. Yet her story, perhaps the most profound cosmic drama ever conceived, remains largely unknown, deliberately obscured by those who feared its revolutionary power. The mystery of woman is the mystery of creation itself, wrote Carl Jung, unknowingly echoing what the Gnostic sages had whispered for millennia. The feminine principle contains both the poison and the medicine, the binding force and the liberating one. These words barely scratch the surface of what you are about to discover. The tale of Sophia transcends mere mythology. It is a cosmic blueprint, a psychological revelation, and a spiritual roadmap all at once. For in her descent, in her supposed transgression, lies not only the explanation for the world's suffering, but also the very seed of its redemption. The wound is the place where the light enters you, Rumi would later echo, as if speaking directly of Sophia's journey. What if everything you've been taught about the divine feminine was deliberately distorted? What if the very force deemed responsible for humanity's fall was, in truth, the architect of its salvation? The fragments of this story lie scattered across forbidden texts, whispered in the mystery schools of Alexandria, encoded in the symbolic language of alchemy, and hidden within the very structure of your own psyche. In the Apocryphon of John, we read, "She wanted to bring forth a likeness out of herself without the consent of the Spirit." A simple sentence that contains within it a cosmic revolution. For what was Sophia's crime but the desire to create independently? What was her transgression but the audacity to express her divine nature without permission? The parallels to every woman who has ever been silenced, every feminine force that has been suppressed, are impossible to ignore. As we journey into this forgotten wisdom, prepare to see your own reflection in Sophia's story. For her descent into matter, her fragmentation across dimensions, her betrayal by cosmic forces, and her ultimate redemption form not just a celestial drama, but the very pattern of your own soul's journey through existence. The ancient Gnostic teacher Theodotus understood this when he wrote, "What liberates is the knowledge of who we were, what we became, where we were, into what we have been thrown, whereto we speed, wherefrom we are redeemed, what birth is, and what rebirth." Let us now part the veils of orthodoxy and historical distortion to reveal a truth so transformative that entire religious institutions were built to conceal it. For in understanding Sophia, the betrayed wisdom, you may discover not just an ancient myth, but the very key to your own spiritual awakening. The story of Sophia does not begin in dusty theological tomes or academic debates. It emerges from the living experience of those who glimpsed beyond the material veil into the structure of cosmic reality itself. While Orthodox Christianity was taking shape in the early centuries CE, diverse spiritual communities preserved an entirely different understanding of creation, divinity, and humanity's purpose, one centered on direct gnosis rather than institutional faith. The Nag Hammadi Library, discovered in 1945 in the Egyptian desert, revealed texts that had been deliberately suppressed, including the hypostasis of the archons and the Apocryphon of John. These weren't merely alternative scriptures, but windows into an entirely different cosmological understanding. As scholar Elaine Pagels notes, these texts speak about illusion and enlightenment, not sin and repentance. They reveal a cosmic drama in which Sophia plays the central role, not as a temptress or fallen angel, but as the divine spark whose descent creates the very possibility of consciousness evolving through matter. In the Valentinian cosmology, the pleroma consists of paired divine emanations called aeons. Sophia was among the last of these emanations, embodying divine wisdom. But unlike other aeons who created in pairs, Sophia attempted to emanate without her consort. As the Apocryphon of John describes, she wanted to bring forth a likeness out of herself without the consent of the Spirit. And because of the invincible power which is in her, her thought did not remain idle, and a thing came out of her which was imperfect and different from her appearance, because she had created it without her consort. This imperfect creation became Yaldabaoth, the demiurge, a lower creator god who, ignorant of the higher realms, proclaimed, "I am God and there is no other god beside me." This cosmic mistake is not portrayed as sin, but as a rupture in the fabric of being, a fragmentation of consciousness that creates the conditions for our material reality. What makes this narrative revolutionary is how it inverts the traditional creation myth. Rather than presenting a perfect creation that falls through human sin, it suggests that imperfection was built into the cosmic structure itself through the separation of divine wisdom, Sophia, from her fullness. As scholar Kurt Rudolph observes, the fall is not ethical, but ontological. It does not take place within creation, but is the precondition of creation. This perspective resonated with various cultural traditions. In Kabbalistic Judaism, the concept of Shekinah, the divine feminine presence, experiences exile and separation, mirroring Sophia's fragmentation. In Hindu cosmology, Shakti, divine feminine energy, descends through various levels of manifestation, sometimes forgetting her true nature in the process. The Sumerian descent of Inanna into the underworld, where she is stripped of her powers at each gate, contains remarkable parallels to Sophia's cosmic descent. Even in traditions that seemingly rejected Gnostic thought, the symbolic resonance persisted. The Orthodox Christian veneration of Mary as Theotokos, God-bearer, unconsciously preserved aspects of Sophia's role as the vessel through which divinity enters the material realm. As religious historian Richard Smoley points out, the suppression of a symbol doesn't eliminate its power, it merely forces it to emerge in different forms. What makes the Sophia narrative so threatening to established religious orthodoxy is not just its elevation of feminine divine power, but its radical implications for human autonomy. If the material world is the result of a cosmic miscalculation rather than perfect divine plan, then salvation comes not through obedience to external authority, but through awakening to one's divine nature. The 2nd century teacher Heraclion expressed this perspective. There are many who possess faith with a word only, but are not confirmed in their soul. They easily fall away when they are not confirmed in the knowledge. The historical suppression of the Sophia narrative coincided with the institutional church's consolidation of power in the 3rd and 4th centuries CE. Bishop Irenaeus of Lyons against heresies specifically targeted Valentinian Gnostic teachings about Sophia, dismissing them as incoherent tales. Yet even as these teachings were driven underground, they continued to influence Western esotericism, appearing in the symbolism of medieval alchemy, Renaissance art, and even Carl Jung's psychological theories of the collective unconscious. The persistence of this narrative across time and culture suggests it speaks to something fundamental in human experience, the sense of being exiled in a world that seems both divine and flawed, and the intuition that wisdom itself has somehow been fragmented and must be reintegrated for wholeness to be restored. The Sophia myth operates simultaneously on multiple levels of reality: cosmological, psychological, and spiritual. To fully appreciate its transformative power, we must examine each dimension of this complex narrative, beginning with its radical reimagining of the divine feminine. In the hypostasis of the archons, Sophia is described as she who resembles the light, a primordial feminine force of wisdom and creative potential. Unlike the distant transcendent deity of Orthodox traditions, Sophia embodies the immanent divine, the wisdom that permeates all creation, even in its seemingly flawed state. Her desire to create independently wasn't merely disobedience, but an expression of the fundamental creative impulse that animates all existence. This perspective dramatically reframes our understanding of the feminine principle in spirituality. As scholar Karen King observes, the Gnostic portrait of Sophia challenged the emerging Orthodox view that associated femininity with materiality, emotionality, and sinfulness. Instead, Sophia represents the divine spark within matter itself, wisdom incarnate rather than transcendent. Her fragmentation isn't punishment, but sacrifice, a voluntary descent that makes conscious evolution possible. The psychological dimension of this myth reveals even deeper insights. Carl Jung recognized in Sophia the archetype of the anima, the feminine aspect of the psyche that, when rejected, creates profound psychological imbalance. The psychological rule says that when an inner situation is not made conscious, it happens outside as fate, Jung wrote, unknowingly echoing the Gnostic understanding that external reality reflects internal fragmentation. Sophia's division into higher and lower aspects mirrors the human psyche's separation from its deeper wisdom. Depth psychologist James Hillman expanded this perspective. The soul's primary attachment is to images, not to ideas or even to persons. Indeed, the power of the Sophia myth lies precisely in its imaginal representation of psychological processes. Her fall and redemption dramatize the journey of consciousness as it becomes entangled in identification with form, matter, and gradually awakens to its transcendent nature. This psychological reading finds striking correlation with modern neuroscience's understanding of the divided brain. As psychiatrist Ian McGilchrist demonstrates in The Master and His Emissary, the left hemisphere specializes in narrow, analytical focus, while the right hemisphere perceives holistic patterns and relationships. Our civilization's overemphasis on left brain functions creates precisely the kind of fragmentation the Sophia myth describes. Wisdom, right brain, holistic awareness, becomes subordinated to knowledge, left brain categorization, resulting in a profound imbalance that manifests as both psychological and ecological crisis. On the spiritual level, Sophia's journey reveals the purpose behind cosmic manifestation itself. In the Pistis Sophia, she sings, "I went into a realm of darkness. I looked for the light to return, but could not return because I was in affliction." This isn't merely cosmic drama, but a map of consciousness evolution. As philosopher Jean Gebser proposed in his work on consciousness structures, human awareness evolves through necessary stages of increasing differentiation before achieving a new integration at higher levels. The Sophianic narrative suggests that the apparent fall into materiality serves the ultimate purpose of bringing consciousness into form so that it might evolve through experience. As scholar Richard Tarnas observes, the evolution of the Western mind has been driven by a heroic impulse to forge an autonomous, rational human self by separating it from the primordial unity with nature. The fundamental problem of the Western mind is that in this process, the masculine heroic consciousness has repressed and denied the feminine. This repression manifests in our cultural mythology as the demonization of feminine wisdom. Eve's consumption of the fruit of knowledge, Pandora's opening of the forbidden box, and countless other mythic motifs portray feminine curiosity as the source of humanity's suffering. Yet the Gnostic perspective inverts this narrative. It is not feminine wisdom, but its suppression that creates imbalance. As the Gospel of Philip states, when Eve was in Adam, there was no death. When she was separated from him, death came. The Valentinian tradition further develops this theme through the concept of syzygy, the paired masculine and feminine principles whose proper relationship creates wholeness. Sophia's separation from her consort thus represents not just cosmic drama, but the fundamental pattern of imbalance that manifests at every level of existence. The redemption comes not through rejecting the feminine, but through its full reintegration with the masculine principle. This understanding fundamentally challenges conventional religious paradigms. While Orthodox traditions typically emphasize transcending material existence through obedience to divine law, the Sophianic narrative suggests that true spirituality involves bringing divine wisdom into full embodiment. As the Gospel of Thomas cryptically states, when you make the two one, and when you make the inside like the outside and the outside like the inside, then will you enter the kingdom. The most revolutionary aspect of this cosmology is how it reframes the purpose of existence itself. Rather than viewing human life as a fallen state requiring redemption through external salvation, it presents cosmic manifestation as an evolutionary process through which divine wisdom experiences itself in new forms. As the 20th century visionary Pierre Teilhard de Chardin would later propose in his concept of the Omega Point, the purpose of evolution is the progressive complexification of consciousness until it achieves complete self-awareness. In this light, Sophia's supposed mistake becomes the necessary catalyst for a grand evolutionary adventure. Her division into celestial and terrestrial aspects creates the tension that drives all evolutionary movement. The higher Sophia remains in the pleroma as a reminder of our divine origin, while the lower Sophia, sometimes called Achamoth, becomes embedded in matter itself as the divine spark awaiting awakening. This cosmological vision finds surprising resonance with contemporary scientific models. Systems theorist Ervin Laszlo observes that evolution proceeds through what he calls bifurcation points, moments of instability that create the conditions for new, more complex orders to emerge. Sophia's division represents precisely such a cosmic bifurcation, creating the necessary instability for consciousness to evolve beyond static perfection into dynamic complexity. The betrayal of Sophia occurs on multiple levels in the Gnostic narrative, each revealing a different dimension of cosmic and human tragedy. The primary betrayal comes from the demiurge, Yaldabaoth, her own incomplete creation, who, failing to recognize his true origins, declares himself the only God. As the Apocryphon of John describes, he is wicked in the mindlessness which is in him. He said, "I am God, and there is no other God beside me," for he is ignorant of his strength, the place from which he had come. This cosmic usurpation dramatically reframes traditional monotheism. The demiurge represents not true divinity, but a fractured consciousness that mistakes itself for the ultimate reality. His archons, rulers, become the cosmic bureaucracy maintaining the illusion, forces that the hypostasis of the archons describes as the authorities of darkness who rule over the cosmos. These powers govern through ignorance, fear, and the perpetuation of artificial dualisms that keep consciousness fragmented. The second betrayal comes from what we might call the institutionalization of spirit. The Testimony of Truth explicitly criticizes how organized religion co-opts and distorts genuine spiritual awakening. They do not have the word which gives life. This text specifically challenges how the emerging Orthodox Church was replacing direct gnosis with institutional authority. The true teachings about Sophia were systematically suppressed, not because they were false, but because they threatened hierarchical power structures that depended on spiritual intermediaries. This betrayal continues through historical revisionism. As scholar Elaine Pagels documents in The Gnostic Gospels, the early church fathers deliberately portrayed Gnostic teachings as confused, immoral, and dangerous. Tertullian dismissed them as doctrines of demons, while Irenaeus attacked their complex cosmology as a system that nobody taught, nobody learned, nobody discussed. Yet archaeological evidence reveals these teachings were widely practiced by communities emphasizing direct spiritual experience, equality between genders, and psychological transformation. Perhaps the most profound betrayal lies in how the feminine divine was systematically erased from Western spiritual consciousness. As theologian Elizabeth Schussler Fiorenza demonstrates, early Christianity contained significant feminine imagery for God, including Sophia imagery applied to Christ. Yet by the 4th century, nearly all feminine divine references had been removed from canonical texts. The Council of Nicaea in 325 CE established doctrine that effectively subordinated the divine feminine to masculine authority. The psychological impact of this historical process cannot be overstated. As Jungian analyst Marion Woodman observes, the feminine has been so suppressed in our culture that we don't even know what it is. We confuse it with the roles women play rather than understanding it as a principle of consciousness. This confusion manifests as a culture that simultaneously idealizes and objectifies women while rejecting feminine values of interconnection, embodied wisdom, and cyclical awareness. The ecological dimension of this betrayal becomes increasingly evident. Philosopher Carolyn Merchant in The Death of Nature traces how the scientific revolution replaced the ancient view of Earth as a living organism with the mechanistic paradigm of nature as inert matter to be controlled. This conceptual shift, from Earth as divine mother to Earth as resource, reflects the larger suppression of Sophianic wisdom that recognizes the sacred intelligence within matter itself. Yet within this multidimensional betrayal lies the seed of an extraordinary redemption. For the Gnostic narrative suggests that Sophia's light, her essential wisdom, was never truly lost, but merely fragmented and hidden within creation itself. As the Gospel of Truth states, "It is within all, but no one sees it. They see the all, and they do not see it." In the divine feminine wasn't destroyed, but driven underground, where it continued to work through alternative spiritual lineages, indigenous wisdom traditions, mystical experiences, artistic expression, and the human intuitive faculty itself. The redemption of Sophia begins with recognition, seeing through the illusion of separation to the interconnected wholeness beneath apparent fragmentation. The Gnostic Gospel of Philip describes this awakening. Those who say they will die first and then rise are in error. If they do not first receive the resurrection while they live, when they die, they will receive nothing. This isn't abstract theology, but a description of consciousness transformation that begins here and now. This awakening involves reclaiming the wisdom tradition that honors the feminine principle, not as separate from or subordinate to the masculine, but as its essential complement. The 13th century Christian mystic Hildegard of Bingen, despite working within orthodox structures, recovered aspects of this vision when she wrote of the divine feminine as sapientia, wisdom. I am the supreme and fiery force who kindles every living spark. I am the fiery life of divine essence. The practical implications of this reintegration are profound and multidimensional. At the personal level, it involves developing what philosopher Ken Wilber calls vision logic, a mode of cognition that integrates analytical thinking with intuitive knowing. This balanced awareness sees both the parts and the whole simultaneously, transcending the fragmentation of consciousness that the Sophia myth identifies as the root of suffering. The journey toward this integration involves specific practices that restore the fractured relationship between mind and body, masculine and feminine, spirit and matter. These aren't abstract theological constructs, but lived experiences that gradually transform how you perceive and engage with reality itself. The first practice involves cultivating embodied presence. Unlike traditions that treat the body as an obstacle to spiritual realization, the Sophianic path recognizes the body as wisdom's vessel. As the Gospel of Philip states, the world came about through a mistake, for he who created it wanted to create it imperishable and immortal. He fell short of attaining his desire. Yet this mistake creates the very conditions for wisdom to become conscious through embodied experience. Begin by establishing a daily practice of sacred embodiment. For 10 minutes each morning, sit in contemplative awareness, systematically bringing attention to each part of your physical being. Rather than judging sensations as pleasant or unpleasant, simply witness them with compassionate awareness. As you do this, inwardly acknowledge, divine wisdom resides within this body. The light of Sophia animates these cells. This practice gradually dissolves the artificial boundary between spirit and matter that the demiurge's consciousness maintains. As philosopher Maurice Merleau-Ponty observed, the body is our general medium for having a world. By reclaiming embodied wisdom, you begin to experience what the Gnostics called living resurrection, the awakening to divine presence within material existence. The second practice involves reclaiming psychological wholeness through shadow integration. The Pistis, Sophia, describes how parts of Sophia's light became trapped in the material realm, much as aspects of our authentic self become repressed in the unconscious. Carl Jung's analytical psychology provides practical methods for recovering these fragments through dream work, active imagination, and symbolic analysis. Begin keeping a dream journal, recording images and narratives that emerge from the unconscious. Rather than interpreting these literally, approach them as symbolic communications from the feminine wisdom principle. Ask, what aspect of my fragmented consciousness is seeking reintegration through this dream? The Gospel of Truth affirms this approach. Having filled the deficiency, he dissolved the form. The form of it is the world, that which it served. This shadow work is not merely psychological self-improvement, but spiritual practice in its deepest sense. As you recover projected aspects of the psyche, you participate in the cosmic reintegration the Gnostics called apokatastasis, the restoration of all things to their original wholeness. Each reconciled fragment of consciousness contributes to the larger healing of the divine feminine in collective awareness. The third practice involves transcending artificial dualisms through contemplative inquiry. The Gnostic texts repeatedly emphasize that salvation comes through knowledge, gnosis, not intellectual concepts but direct perception of reality beyond conceptual divisions. The Gospel of Philip states, "Light and darkness, life and death, right and left, are brothers of one another. They are inseparable." Develop a daily contemplative practice examining the conceptual boundaries that fragment your experience. Begin with fundamental dualities, self, other, mind, body, spirit, matter, masculine, feminine. Rather than attempting to resolve these intellectually, directly investigate your experience of them. Where exactly does self end and other begin? Can you find the precise boundary between mind and body? As artificial separations dissolve, what remains is non-dual awareness, the reintegrated consciousness that the Valentinians called pneumatic or spirit-filled perception. This practice directly confronts the demiurge's primary deception, the illusion of separation. As the thunder, perfect mind expresses in the voice of divine feminine wisdom, "I am the first and the last. I am the honored one and the scorned one. I am the whore and the holy one. I am the wife and the virgin. I am the barren one, and many are her sons." This paradoxical language points to the unitary consciousness beyond conceptual division. The fourth practice involves creative expression as spiritual discipline. The Gnostic understanding of creation differs fundamentally from the Orthodox view. Rather than seeing creation as the imposition of divine will upon passive matter, it recognizes creation as the collaborative dance between form and formless. As scholar Joran Jacobson Buckley notes regarding the Gnostic creation myths, the cosmos is seen as the result of desire and passion rather than rational planning. The engage in regular creative expression without attachment to outcome. This might involve visual arts, movement, music, writing, or any activity where you surrender to the creative impulse flowing through you. The key is approaching creation not as something you do, but something you participate in, allowing Sophia's wisdom to express itself through your unique form. The thunder, perfect mind expresses this paradox. "I am the silence that is incomprehensible and the idea whose remembrance is frequent. I am the voice whose sound is manifold and the word whose appearance is multiple." This creative practice directly counters the demiurge's static conception of reality. Where the false god claims exclusive creative authority, the reintegrated consciousness recognizes creation as ongoing, collaborative, and inherently feminine in its receptive fertility. Each authentic creative act participates in what philosopher Jean-Luc Nancy calls world-forming, the continuous birth of reality through conscious participation rather than passive reception. The fifth practice involves relational wisdom. The Sophianic tradition emphasizes that true knowledge emerges not in isolation, but through relationship. The Valentinian concept of syzygy, paired complements, suggests that wisdom emerges in the space between perspectives rather than in singular viewpoints. As the Gospel of Philip states, "If you become a disciple of the Spirit, you will be perfect, but no other person can become such except you." Cultivate conscious relationships as laboratories for wisdom. This begins with deep listening, not merely to words, but to the wisdom attempting to emerge through each encounter. Practice suspending your viewpoint temporarily to fully receive another's perspective, not to abandon your truth, but to create the syzygy from which higher wisdom emerges. The dialogue of the Savior suggests this approach. "When I came among them, I opened the door. I knocked within you, who are my chapters, This relational practice directly confronts the hierarchical model of knowledge that emerged after the suppression of Gnostic teachings. Rather than wisdom flowing downward from institutional authority, it emerges horizontally through authentic exchange. The early Gnostic communities practiced this through what scholar April de Connick calls mystical communion, gatherings where roles rotated and each person's direct experience was valued as a potential vehicle for divine wisdom. Together, these 5 practices, embodied presence, shadow integration, contemplative inquiry, creative expression, and relational wisdom, form a comprehensive approach to reintegrating the divided Sophia within individual and collective consciousness. They are not merely techniques, but participatory engagements with the cosmic process of wisdom's self-recovery. As you embark on this path of reintegration, you may experience what the Gnostic texts call remembrance. Not merely recalling information, but literally remembering what has been dismembered. The Gospel of Truth describes this experience. Having filled the deficiency, he dissolved the form. It is within unity that each one will attain himself. Within knowledge, he will purify himself from multiplicity into unity. This remembrance manifests as increasingly frequent moments of what contemporary teachers might call presence or awakening, experiences where the artificial boundaries between self and world, divine and human, masculine and feminine, temporarily dissolve. These aren't merely subjective states, but glimpses of what the Gnostics considered objective reality, the pleroma, or fullness that exists beneath the fragmented appearance of separate forms. The beauty of this path is that it doesn't require rejecting the material world, but rather seeing through its apparent separation to the divine wisdom animating it from within. As the Gospel of Thomas expresses, "Split a piece of wood, and I am there. Lift up the stone, and you will find me there." The betrayed Sophia is not elsewhere but here, within matter itself, awaiting recognition. The journey we've undertaken through the Sophia narrative isn't merely an exploration of ancient mythology, but an invitation to participate in a cosmic process that continues unfolding in our time. The betrayal of divine feminine wisdom didn't end with historical events, but persists in contemporary structures of thought, relationship, and society. Likewise, her redemption isn't a future hope, but a present possibility available through direct recognition and lived practice. As we integrate the fragmented aspects of consciousness, reconnecting body with spirit, intuition with reason, feminine with masculine principles, we participate in what philosopher Pierre Teilhard de Chardin called the Christification of matter. Though using Christian terminology, Teilhard's vision resonates deeply with the Gnostic understanding that divine wisdom becomes progressively embodied through evolutionary processes, ultimately achieving full self-recognition in conscious beings who have awakened to their true nature. This perspective offers a profound reframing of purpose. Rather than seeking escape from material existence, the Sophianic path invites full embodiment of divine wisdom within the world. As the Gospel of Philip states, those who say they will die first and then rise are in error. If they do not first receive the resurrection while they live, when they die, they will receive nothing. The resurrection isn't a future event, but the present awakening to the divine wisdom that has always been here, merely veiled by fragmented perception. The practical implication of this understanding is revolutionary in its simplicity. Your life, in all its complexity and seeming limitation, is the very vessel through which cosmic wisdom seeks expression. Each moment of presence, each act of compassionate awareness, each recognition of the sacred within the ordinary, contributes to the reintegration of the divided Sophia in collective consciousness. The thunder-perfect mind expresses this paradoxical truth in the voice of divine feminine wisdom. I am the first and the last. I am the honored one and the scorned one. I am knowledge and ignorance. I am the silence that is incomprehensible, and the idea whose remembrance is frequent. This isn't abstract theology, but a direct pointing to the non-dual awareness that transcends the artificial boundaries erected by the demiurge's consciousness. As you continue this journey of reintegration, you may discover what the Gnostic texts call the bridal chamber, the inner sanctuary where masculine and feminine principles unite in sacred marriage. This isn't merely a psychological metaphor, but a description of consciousness that has transcended the fundamental duality upon which all other divisions depend. The Gospel of Philip describes this state. If the woman had not separated from the man, she should not die with the man. His separation became the beginning of death. Because of this, Christ came to repair the separation, which was from the beginning, and again unite the two. This unification doesn't erase the distinct qualities of masculine and feminine, but brings them into dynamic balance, where the masculine principle provides focus, structure, and differentiation. The feminine offers receptivity, interconnection, and holistic awareness. Their proper relationship isn't hierarchical subordination, but mutual enhancement, each principle bringing its essential quality to a unified consciousness greater than either alone could manifest. The contemporary relevance of this ancient wisdom cannot be overstated. We live in a time of profound transition where the limitations of purely masculine modes of consciousness, with their emphasis on control, linear thinking, and separation from nature, have become increasingly evident. The ecological, social, and psychological crises we face all stem from this fundamental imbalance. The redemption of Sophia thus becomes not merely a personal spiritual journey, but a collective imperative. As we awaken to the wisdom that resides within matter itself, we naturally shift from an exploitative relationship with Earth to one of reverent partnership. As we reclaim the feminine principle within consciousness, we move from hierarchical models of organization to more collaborative relational structures. As we heal the split between spirit and matter in our understanding, we develop technologies and economies that enhance rather than deplete the living systems upon which we depend. This isn't naive utopianism, but the practical recognition that our current crises stem from fragmented perception rather than inherent limitation. As the Gnostic texts repeatedly emphasize, the fundamental problem isn't sin, but ignorance, not moral failing, but perceptual distortion. The solution lies not in struggling against darkness, but in recognizing the light that has always been present within it. The betrayed Sophia calls to you now, not as a distant deity, but as the very wisdom at the core of your being. She speaks through your intuitive knowing, through the wisdom of your body, through the compassionate awareness that recognizes all beings as expressions of the same divine light. Her voice emerges in those moments when artificial boundaries dissolve and you glimpse, however briefly, the underlying unity of all existence. The choice before you is simple yet profound. Will you continue to perceive through the fragmented consciousness of the demiurge, seeing separation where there is connection, conflict where there is complementarity, scarcity where there is abundance? Or will you awaken to the Sophianic vision that recognizes divine wisdom pervading all things, awaiting recognition through the very consciousness you embody? The ancient Gnostic teacher Theodotus understood the transformative power of this recognition when he wrote, "What liberates is the knowledge of who we were, what we became, where we were, into what we have been thrown, whereto we speed, wherefrom we are redeemed, what birth is, and what rebirth." This isn't abstract information, but lived realization. The direct experience of your true nature beyond the artificial boundaries of separated selfhood. As you contemplate these words, perhaps you already sense a stirring of recognition, not intellectual agreement, but a deeper knowing that resonates beyond thought. This is the beginning of remembrance, the first hint of reintegration. The journey toward wholeness continues with each moment of presence, each act of compassion, each recognition of the sacred within the ordinary. The Pistis Sophia concludes with these words of hope: "And the whole world was agitated, and all the aeons and all the regions and all their ordering were agitated. And they looked, they saw the emanations of light, and they marveled and they feared, and they were troubled." This isn't merely cosmic drama, but a description of the transformative impact when divine feminine wisdom re-emerges into conscious recognition after long suppression. In your awakening to this wisdom, you participate in nothing less than the healing of the cosmos itself. For as above, so below, as within, so without. The reintegration of the divided Sophia within consciousness simultaneously contributes to her redemption in the larger pattern of being. Each moment of wholeness ripples outward, affecting all interconnected systems in ways beyond conceptual understanding. If these words have awakened something dormant within you, join our community of seekers. Every subscription fuels the flame that keeps this ancient wisdom alive in a world that desperately needs its healing perspective. For in recognizing the betrayed Sophia, we participate in her redemption, and through her redemption, our own. In the beginning there was wisdom, silent, potent, and complete. Before temples rose to honor her divided aspects, she existed as one. The ancients knew her presence in the whisper of waves against stone, in the reflection of stars upon still waters. What they could not name, they felt, a feminine power so vast it could not be contained by a single form or story. "The eternal feminine draws us upward," wrote Goethe, unknowingly echoing an ancient truth that had been systematically fragmented across millennia. But what happens when divinity is deliberately shattered, its pieces scattered across myths and traditions to prevent us from witnessing its true form? As the sun sets over the Aegean Sea, painting the waters in hues of rose and gold, one can almost glimpse her, rising not from the foam as poets claim, but from deeper currents of cosmic memory. Aphrodite, they named her, goddess of beauty, desire, and procreation. Yet beneath this shimmering surface lies a profound mystery waiting to be unveiled. Beauty is the splendor of truth, taught Plato, pointing toward the esoteric understanding that what captivates the senses may, in fact, be a doorway to what transcends them. The philosopher Plotinus would later write, "Beauty addresses itself chiefly to sight, but there is a beauty for the hearing too, as in certain combinations of words and in all kinds of music, for melodies and cadences are beautiful, and minds that lift themselves above the realm of sense to a higher order are aware of beauty in the conduct of life, in actions, in character, in the pursuits of the intellect. And there is the beauty of the virtues." Aye? These words hint at something our ancestors understood, that beauty is not merely decoration, but a vibrational quality that resonates with cosmic order. In this exploration, we dive beneath centuries of deliberate misinterpretation to recover a truth that has been hiding in plain sight. The profound connection between Aphrodite of Greek mythology and Sophia of Gnostic wisdom. Two goddesses seemingly worlds apart, one celebrated for her physical allure, the other for her metaphysical significance. Yet, when examined through the lens of esoteric symbolism, they reveal themselves as fragments of the same divine consciousness. The question we must ask is not simply who these goddesses were in their respective pantheons, but why their true relationship has been obscured for centuries. What happens when we piece together this deliberately fragmented divine feminine? What power is unleashed when we understand that the goddess of sensual beauty and the embodiment of divine wisdom are not opposed forces, but complementary expressions of the same primordial energy? This journey will take us from the shores of Cyprus to the hidden libraries of Alexandria, from the mystery schools of ancient Greece to the desert caves where the Nag Hammadi texts lay concealed for 17 centuries. Along the way, we will examine how the sacred feminine has been systematically divided against itself, split into the virgin and the whore, the transcendent and the immanent, the celestial and the earthly, and how this division has served to diminish our understanding of both divinity and our own multidimensional nature. What awaits is not merely an academic exercise in comparative mythology, but a reclamation of a truth that resonates at the level of cellular memory, a truth that has the power to transform how we understand desire, wisdom, and the very fabric of creation itself. The veils are lifting. The separated aspects of the goddess are reaching toward reunion. And in their convergence lies a revelation with the power to reshape our understanding of everything we thought we knew about the divine. The philosopher Friedrich Nietzsche once wrote, "I am a forest and a night of dark trees, but he who is not afraid of my darkness will find banks full of roses under my cypresses." So it is with the mystery we now approach. Beneath the shadows of conventional interpretation bloom the roses of a deeper truth. Welcome to the hidden story of Aphrodite and Sophia, a tale of cosmic separation, earthly imprisonment, and the possibility of spiritual reunion. The origin stories of deities often contain coded information, symbolic narratives that, when properly deciphered, reveal profound cosmological and spiritual truths. To understand the hidden connection between Aphrodite and Sophia, we must first examine their canonical births and the symbolic language embedded within these accounts. In the traditional Greek narrative, Aphrodite's birth is violent and sudden. Hesiod tells us that when Cronus castrated his father Uranus with an adamantine sickle, he cast the severed genitals into the sea. From the mingling of divine blood and ocean foam arose Aphrodite, her name itself meaning born from foam. This unusual genesis immediately sets her apart from the Olympians born of Zeus. She emerges fully formed, a mature goddess stepping onto the shore at Cyprus, where flowers spring up beneath her feet. The 5th century BCE philosopher Empedocles, known for his understanding of cosmic forces, spoke of Aphrodite not merely as a goddess of love, but as Philotes, a primordial power of attraction that draws elements together in cosmic harmony. At one time, he wrote, all things grew together to be one only through love. And at another time, each moved apart from the others through the hatred of strife. This perspective reveals Aphrodite not as a superficial deity of human desire, but as a fundamental creative force in the universe. Similarly, in the Orphic tradition, that mysterious spiritual current flowing beneath mainstream Greek religion, Aphrodite was venerated as an aspect of Nyx, night, one of the primordial deities that preceded even the Titans. The Orphics understood her as a cosmic principle rather than merely an anthropomorphic goddess of human concerns. Turning to Sophia, we encounter an equally profound but markedly different narrative. In Gnostic cosmology, particularly as preserved in texts like On the Origin of the World and the Apocryphon of John, found among the Nag Hammadi library, Sophia is portrayed as the youngest of the aeons, emanations of the ineffable divine source, or pleroma. In an act of creative passion or curiosity, she seeks to generate without her masculine counterpart, variously named as Christ, Logos, or Thelitos. This independent creative act, described in some texts as her fall, results in the formation of something incomplete and imperfect, the demiurge, a lower creator god who, ignorant of the higher realms, proceeds to fashion the material world. As scholar Elaine Pagels explains in the Gnostic Gospels, this cosmological drama represents the crisis of a divine being who transgresses the bounds of the divine world and then finds herself separated from her source. In her attempt to return to the pleroma, parts of Sophia's essence become trapped in matter, creating the divine spark that resides within human beings. These two origin stories, separated by cultural tradition and centuries of interpretation, reveal striking symbolic parallels when examined closely. Both goddesses emerge through acts of cosmic rupture and separation. Both are connected to generative powers that transcend ordinary creation. And both experience a form of fall from purely spiritual realms into association with materiality. The Hellenistic period, 323 BCE, 31 BCE, represented a crucial time of cultural cross-pollination when Greek philosophy encountered Eastern wisdom traditions. During this era, the mystery schools, secretive initiatory traditions like those practiced at Eleusis, served as crucibles where different spiritual currents could merge and transform. Historical evidence suggests that concepts of Sophia were already circulating in Alexandria and other centers of learning, potentially influencing interpretations of traditional Greek deities. The Pythagorean tradition, with its emphasis on number, harmony, and the music of the spheres, recognized Aphrodite's connection to the mathematical principle of the golden ratio, phi, the same proportion that governs patterns of natural growth and is perceived by humans as intrinsically beautiful. This mathematical correspondence between beauty and cosmic order hints at Aphrodite's deeper identity as an embodiment of divine harmony rather than merely physical attraction. Meanwhile, in the Hermetic tradition, that body of esoteric wisdom attributed to the mythical Hermes Trismegistus, we find the concept of the divine feminine presented in ways that bridge Greek and Gnostic understandings. The Hermetic texts speak of nature as the visible body of an invisible divine reality, echoing both Aphrodite's association with natural fertility and Sophia's imprisonment in the material world. The Roman scholar Varro, 116-27 BCE, documented the existence of 300 different versions of Zeus and Jupiter alone in the ancient world, suggesting that the Greeks and Romans themselves recognized the fluid, interpretive nature of their pantheons. This multiplicity allowed for deities to be understood on multiple levels simultaneously, as cosmic principles, natural forces, psychological archetypes, and anthropomorphic beings. The Neoplatonist philosopher Porphyry, writing in the 3rd century CE, explicitly connected Aphrodite to higher metaphysical principles. In his allegorical interpretation of Homer's story of Aphrodite's affair with Ares, he explains, Aphrodite signifies the union of form with matter. When form approaches matter, beauty results. This philosophical reading transforms the goddess from a mere personification of human desire into a cosmic principle responsible for the manifestation of divine beauty in the material realm, a concept strikingly similar to Sophia's role in Gnostic cosmology. Examining the archaeological record, we find further evidence of this connection. In certain Greco-Roman syncretistic cults, particularly in Asia Minor and Egypt, images of Aphrodite sometimes included symbols associated with wisdom traditions, owls, scrolls, or astronomical elements. A notable example is the temple complex at Aphrodisias in modern Turkey, where Aphrodite was worshipped with attributes that connected her to both celestial wisdom and earthly generation. The historian Herodotus, in his comparative study of religions, recognized that the same divine powers were often worshipped under different names in different cultures. He identified Aphrodite with the Egyptian goddess Isis, a deity who, like Sophia, was associated with wisdom, regeneration, and the mysteries of life and death. This equivalence suggests an ancient understanding of these goddesses as manifestations of a unified divine principle rather than entirely separate entities. As Christianity gained dominance in the late Roman Empire, these nuanced understandings of the divine feminine were increasingly suppressed or fragmented. The The Council of Nicaea in 325 CE and subsequent ecumenical councils established orthodox doctrine that excluded Gnostic interpretations. Meanwhile, pagan traditions were either eliminated or absorbed into Christian framework, with their symbolic depths often deliberately obscured. The historian Procopius, writing in the 6th century CE, documented how the Emperor Justinian closed the last philosophical schools in Athens, ending over 1,000 years of Greek philosophical tradition. With this act, much of the esoteric understanding that might have preserved the connection between Aphrodite and Sophia was driven underground, surviving only in fragments and coded references that would require centuries to reassemble. This historical context reveals not a random evolution of religious ideas, but what appears to be a deliberate dismantling of a unified understanding of the divine feminine. A separation that served emerging patriarchal religious and political structures. By dividing wisdom from beauty, spirit from matter, and transcendence from immanence, these structures effectively fragmented the power of the feminine divine into manageable, controllable aspects that posed no threat to established authority. As we reassemble these fragments, we begin to perceive the outlines of a truth that has been hiding in plain sight. Beneath their apparent differences, Aphrodite and Sophia represent aspects of the same primordial feminine power, one that unites, rather than divides, wisdom and beauty, spirit and matter, transcendence and immanence. To truly understand the profound connection between Aphrodite and Sophia, we must penetrate beyond surface narratives to examine the symbolic language through which these goddesses communicate their essence. Symbols, as the psychologist Carl Jung observed, are the language of the soul, communicating truths too complex and multidimensional for literal expression. The first striking symbolic parallel emerges in the imagery of water and emergence. Aphrodite's birth from sea foam, aphros, mirrors Sophia's emergence from what Gnostic texts describe as the waters of the deep. In both cases, water serves as a primordial medium of creation, representing both the unconscious realm and the amniotic fluid of cosmic birth. The Jungian psychologist Erich Neumann noted that throughout world mythology, water consistently symbolizes the matrix of all possibilities, the undifferentiated state from which consciousness emerges. This symbolism finds scientific resonance in contemporary understanding of evolutionary biology. Life on Earth indeed first emerged from the primordial oceans, with water serving as the essential medium for the complex biochemistry that eventually led to consciousness. The anthropologist Jeremy Narby, in his work The Cosmic Serpent, draws parallels between ancient mythological wisdom and modern scientific discoveries, suggesting that ancient cultures encoded profound cosmological understanding in their creation myths. Aphrodite's association with the sea persisted throughout her worship. Her temples were often built overlooking the ocean, and seashells, particularly the scallop and the murex, source of royal purple dye, were among her sacred emblems. The spiral pattern of seashells, which follows the mathematical principle of the golden ratio, connects her again to cosmic order and the intelligible beauty that Plato considered a reflection of divine forms. Similarly, in Gnostic texts, Sophia is frequently associated with spiral movement, both in her descent into matter and in her subsequent attempts to return to the pleroma. The Pistis Sophia, a Gnostic text from the 3rd or 4th century CE, describes her movements through the cosmic realms in terms that suggest spiral dynamics. This spiral imagery represents the soul's evolutionary journey, a concept found not only in Gnosticism but in mystery traditions worldwide, from the labyrinth at Gnosis to the spiral petroglyphs of indigenous cultures. The mirror represents another powerful symbol connecting these goddesses. Aphrodite is frequently depicted holding a mirror, traditionally interpreted as representing her vanity. However, in esoteric tradition, the mirror symbolizes the reflection of divine reality in the material world. As the Hermetic axiom states, as above, so below, as below, so above. The material world mirrors spiritual reality. For Sophia, the concept of reflection is central to her cosmological role. Gnostic texts describe how she gazes down into the primordial waters and sees her own reflection, which she mistakes for an independent being. This act of misidentification leads to her fall and the subsequent creation of the material world. Here, the mirror represents both the illusory nature of material existence and the mechanism by which spirit becomes entrapped in matter. This symbolic understanding of reflection finds striking parallels in modern physics, particularly in holographic theory. The principle that information about an entire system can be encoded on its boundary. Physicist David Bohm proposed that our apparently solid reality may be a projection or holographic reflection of information that exists in another, more fundamental dimension. The ancient symbol of the mirror thus anticipates contemporary understanding of how reality may be structured. The dove, sacred to Aphrodite in Greek tradition, provides another connection point. While commonly interpreted as representing love and desire, the dove in deeper esoteric symbolism represents spiritual messenger and the presence of divine breath or pneuma. In Gnostic tradition, Sophia is associated with this same pneuma, the breath of spiritual life that animates material forms. Perhaps most telling is the symbolic connection through the rose. Aphrodite's sacred flower was the rose. Its beauty, fragrance, and layered petals unfolding from a central point symbolize the unfolding of consciousness from divine unity. The rose garden was considered her sacred space. In later Gnostic and alchemical traditions, the rose became explicitly associated with Sophia and divine wisdom. The symbol of the rose cross in Rosicrucian tradition represents precisely this union of love, the rose, and wisdom, the cross, suggesting an esoteric understanding of Aphrodite and Sophia as complementary aspects of the same divine principle. The mythologist Joseph Campbell identified what he called the monomyth, core symbolic patterns that appear across cultures in different guises but communicate the same essential spiritual truths. The separated yet connected stories of Aphrodite and Sophia represent such a pattern, a divine feminine force that undergoes separation, apparent fall, and holds the potential for eventual reintegration and transcendence. Beyond these shared symbols, we find revealing connections in the epithets and aspects of these goddesses. While popular culture remembers Aphrodite primarily as a goddess of physical beauty and erotic love, her worship included much darker and more complex dimensions. As Aphrodite Urania, heavenly Aphrodite, she represented transcendent spiritual love. As Aphrodite Pandemos, common Aphrodite, she governed not just physical desire, but the bonds that unite communities. And as Aphrodite Androphonos, manslayer, and Aphrodite Anosia, unholy, she embodied destructive aspects of passion. These multifaceted qualities mirror Sophia's complex nature in Gnostic texts, where she appears as both Pistis, Sophia, faith wisdom, associated with divine knowledge, and Achamoth, the lower Sophia, associated with passion and materiality. In both traditions, we find a divine feminine principle too complex to be reduced to a single aspect, embodying creation and destruction, wisdom and passion, transcendence and immanence simultaneously. The Greek physician Hippocrates, in his understanding of human health, recognized Aphrodite's influence beyond mere reproduction, seeing her as governing harmony and proper mixture, krasis, within the body. This medical perspective reveals an understanding of Aphrodite as a principle of wisdom expressed through physical harmony, again bridging the apparent gap between physical goddess and spiritual principle. In examining the archaeological evidence, scholars have noted that in certain syncretic temples of the Hellenistic period, statues of Aphrodite sometimes included attributes normally associated with Athena, goddess of wisdom, suggesting an understanding among initiates that beauty and wisdom were not separate divine qualities but aspects of a unified feminine principle. The philosopher Hypatia of Alexandria, the last known teacher in the Neoplatonic school before her murder by Christian zealots in 415 CE, taught a philosophical system that integrated mathematics, astronomy, and metaphysics, effectively uniting the domains traditionally assigned to Aphrodite, harmony, beauty, and proportion, with those of philosophical Sophia, wisdom, knowledge, and understanding. Her work, largely destroyed but referenced by later philosophers, apparently recognized the unity underlying these apparently separate aspects of the divine feminine. This integration of beauty and wisdom wasn't limited to Greek and Gnostic traditions. In Hinduism, the goddess Lakshmi embodies both material abundance and spiritual enlightenment. In Tibetan Buddhism, the Dakini Vajrayogini represents the inseparability of emptiness, wisdom, and appearance, form, beauty. In Kabbalistic tradition, the Shekinah represents divine immanence, God's presence manifesting in the material world. These parallel traditions suggest a cross-cultural recognition of this unified divine feminine principle, one that was systematically fragmented in Western traditions. Understanding this fragmentation requires examining how patriarchal religious and political structures benefit from dividing the divine feminine against itself. By separating wisdom from beauty, spirit from matter, and transcendence from immanence, these structures effectively neutralized the revolutionary potential of an integrated feminine divine, one that would unite rather than divide these complementary aspects of existence. The psychiatrist Iain McGilchrist, in his work The Master and His Emissary, provides a neurological perspective on this division. He demonstrates how Western civilization has increasingly favored left-brain hemisphere dominance, with its preference for categorization, division, and analytical thinking over right-brain hemisphere understanding, which perceives interconnection, wholeness, and unified patterns. The separation of Aphrodite from Sophia can be understood as a symptom of this broader hemispheric imbalance in Western consciousness. The fragmentation of the divine feminine served not just religious but political purposes. As the classicist Walter Burkert observed, state religions in ancient societies functioned partly to legitimize existing power structures. By dividing feminine power into manageable aspects, relegating Aphrodite to the sphere of physical beauty and desire while obscuring her connection to cosmic wisdom, patriarchal structures effectively contained female spiritual authority. This containment strategy is visible in how both goddesses were gradually diminished in their respective traditions. Aphrodite, originally a powerful cosmogonic deity connected to fundamental forces of creation, was increasingly portrayed as vain, frivolous, and concerned primarily with romantic intrigues. Similarly, Sophia's central role in Gnostic cosmology was systematically eliminated from orthodox Christian teaching, with feminine wisdom either masculinized, as in the concept of the Logos, or diminished to the role of passive vessel, as in certain interpretations of Mary. By recognizing the symbolic connections between these apparently separate goddesses, we begin to reconstruct a more complete understanding of the divine feminine, one that integrates rather than separates wisdom and beauty, transcendence and immanence, spirit and matter. This integration has profound implications not just for theological understanding, but for how we conceive of consciousness, reality, and our own multidimensional nature. The psychologist James Hillman proposed that the Western psyche suffers from a fundamental fragmentation, a split between spirit and nature, mind and body, rationality and emotion. The recovery of the integrated divine feminine, as represented by the Aphrodite-Sophia connection, offers a healing path for this cultural and psychological wound. In both the Aphrodite and Sophia traditions, we find the motif of a divine feminine principle that becomes fragmented and must undergo a process of reintegration. This pattern mirrors what psychologist Carl Jung called individuation, the psychological process of integrating the dissociated aspects of the psyche into a more balanced, cohesive whole. The separated goddesses thus encode not just cosmological truth, but a template for psychological and spiritual development. The relationship between Aphrodite and Sophia represents more than academic interest in comparative mythology. It reveals a pattern of deliberate spiritual fragmentation, with profound implications for how we understand consciousness, embodiment, and the nature of reality itself. By reconnecting these separated aspects of the divine feminine, we begin to heal a wound in our collective understanding, one that has divided wisdom from beauty, spirit from matter, and transcendence from immanence for millennia. As we reintegrate these fragmented aspects, new possibilities emerge, not just for theological understanding, but for a transformed relationship with ourselves, each other, and the living cosmos we inhabit. When we recognize the profound connection between Aphrodite and Sophia, we unlock not just theoretical knowledge, but practical wisdom with transformative potential. Throughout history, mystery schools and esoteric traditions have developed specific practices to reintegrate these seemingly separate aspects of the divine feminine within human consciousness. Here, we explore how this ancient understanding can be applied in contemporary life. The first practical application involves the intentional reunification of beauty and wisdom in our approach to knowledge. The ancient Greeks recognized the concept of kalokagathia, the inseparable union of the beautiful, kalos, and the good wise, agathos. This integrated approach to knowledge has been largely lost in our modern educational systems, which tend to separate aesthetic experience from intellectual understanding. Reconstructing this integration begins with a practice the Pythagoreans called theoria, contemplative observation that perceives the mathematical beauty inherent in natural forms. When you gaze at a spiral galaxy, a nautilus shell, or the arrangement of seeds in a sunflower, you're not merely appreciating surface beauty, but perceiving the manifestation of cosmic intelligence in physical form. The Fibonacci sequence visible in these natural patterns represents Sophia's wisdom, expressing through Aphrodite's beauty. A contemporary scientist who embodied this integrated approach was Barbara McClintock, whose groundbreaking work in genetics came partly through what she described as developing a feeling for the organism, combining rigorous analysis with intuitive communion with her subject. This integration of analytical and contemplative modes represents the reunification of separated aspects of knowing. To practice this integration yourself, begin with a simple exercise developed in modern form by the philosopher Pierre Hadot, but rooted in ancient contemplative traditions. Select a natural object, perhaps a flower, crystal, or seashell, and engage with it through multiple modes of knowing. First, observe its physical properties with scientific precision, its measurements, patterns, and structures. Next, appreciate its aesthetic qualities, its colors, textures, and proportions. Finally, contemplate its symbolic significance, what this form represents in the language of nature. As you practice this integrated observation, the artificial boundaries between scientific, aesthetic, and contemplative knowing begin to dissolve. A second practical application involves the reunification of desire and aspiration. In most religious traditions, spiritual aspiration, the yearning for transcendence, has been separated from physical desire, the attraction to worldly beauty. This separation creates an artificial division in human motivation, one that fragments rather than integrates our energies. The tantric traditions of India recognized this problem and developed practices to transform rather than suppress desire. As the scholar Miranda Shaw documents in Passionate Enlightenment, tantric practitioners understood desire itself as a manifestation of the primordial creative energy of the universe, one that could be consciously channeled towards spiritual awakening. A simplified contemporary practice drawn from these traditions involves working with desire as a form of devotion. When you experience attraction, whether to a person, artwork, landscape, or idea, pause to recognize the spiritual quality that attracts you. What divine attribute is manifesting through this form that resonates with your soul? Rather than either indulging or suppressing the desire, consciously transform it into appreciation and reverence for the spiritual quality it embodies. This practice gradually transmutes desire from a force of attachment to a vehicle of awakening. The psychologist Carl Jung observed that what we desire often reflects qualities we need to integrate within ourselves. By consciously engaging with desire as a messenger rather than merely a drive, we begin to recognize how Aphrodite's attractive force serves Sophia's integrative wisdom. A third practical application involves the reunification of creative expression and spiritual practice. In ancient mystery traditions, art was inseparable from spiritual revelation. The productions of sculptors, poets, and musicians were understood not merely as aesthetic objects, but as vehicles for divine communication. The modern separation of art from spiritual practice has diminished both domains. Artists often create without conscious connection to spiritual dimensions, while spiritual practitioners often neglect the transformative power of aesthetic creation. Reconstructing this integration involves approaching creativity as a form of spiritual discipline. The composer John Tavener exemplified this integration in contemporary form. Drawing on Byzantine traditions that understood music as a vehicle for divine presence, he created compositions that function simultaneously as beautiful arrangements of sound and as contemplative environments that open consciousness to transcendent dimensions. A practice for reuniting creativity and spirituality comes from the tradition of sacred geometry, used in the construction of temples and sacred spaces throughout the ancient world. Begin with a blank page and simple geometric tools, compass and straight edge. Create a geometric construction beginning with a circle representing unity. As you develop the construction into more complex forms, perhaps a flower of life or a golden spiral, maintain meditative awareness. Experience how mathematical precision and aesthetic beauty emerge simultaneously from the same creative act. This practice reconnects the precision of Sophia with the harmony of Aphrodite in your own creative process. The fourth application involves the reunification of embodiment and transcendence in spiritual practice. Many traditions have created an artificial separation between physical and spiritual dimensions of practice, either denying the body in favor of pure contemplation or focusing exclusively on physical techniques without their contemplative dimension. The philosopher Maurice Merleau-Ponty articulated a view of embodiment that transcends this dichotomy, recognizing the body itself as a site of knowing and consciousness. Similarly, the phenomenologist David Abram has explored how sensory perception itself can be a form of communion with the intelligence inherent in the natural world. A practice for reintegrating embodiment and transcendence comes from the Greek tradition of orchestaic, sacred movement that was practiced in mystery centers like Eleusis. Begin with conscious awareness of your body's contact with the earth. Gradually introduce rhythmic movement coordinated with breath. As the movement develops, maintain dual awareness, fully inhabiting physical sensation while simultaneously witnessing from expanded consciousness. This practice reintegrates the embodied presence associated with Aphrodite and the transcendent awareness associated with Sophia. The dancer and choreographer Martha Graham understood this integration. She described dance as the hidden language of the soul, recognizing that physical movement can simultaneously express and reveal spiritual truths. Her work demonstrates how embodiment and transcendence are complementary rather than opposing aspects of human experience. The fifth application involves healing the fragmentation in how we perceive and experience love. In contemporary culture, love has been artificially divided into categories: romantic, familial, platonic, divine, each seemingly operating according to different principles. This fragmentation prevents us from experiencing the unified field of love that transcends these arbitrary divisions. The philosopher Pierre Teilhard de Chardin recognized this artificial separation and proposed the concept of amorization, the gradual unification of all forms of love in human consciousness. Similarly, the Sufi tradition speaks of ishq, a love that simultaneously embraces the beloved, the world, and the divine without division. A practice for reunifying the experience of love draws from both Greek and Gnostic traditions. Begin by calling to mind someone for whom you feel simple, uncomplicated love. As you embrace this feeling, gradually expand its radius. First to include others you love easily, then to those for whom your feelings are mixed, then to strangers, and finally to those you find difficult. Experience how the same essential quality of love can embrace all these relationships without diminishing its nature. This practice reveals how Aphrodite's intimate personal love and Sophia's universal, compassionate love are expressions of the same fundamental force. As you work with these practices, you may notice how the artificial boundaries between beauty and wisdom, desire and aspiration, creativity and spirituality, embodiment and transcendence, and various forms of love begin to dissolve. This dissolution represents the healing of a fragmentation that has shaped Western consciousness for millennia. The artificial separation of aspects of the divine feminine that naturally exist in dynamic, creative relationship. The psychiatrist R.D. Laing observed that much of what we call normal consciousness in the modern world is actually a form of alienation, a fragmented perception that divides what is naturally whole. The recognition of the Aphrodite-Sophia connection offers a path beyond this alienation toward a more integrated, coherent experience of reality. These practices are not merely personal techniques, but participation in a larger cultural and spiritual process. The gradual reintegration of aspects of consciousness that have been artificially separated. As more individuals engage in this reintegration, the collective field of human awareness begins to shift, opening possibilities for new forms of culture, relationship, and spiritual understanding. The philosopher Jing Gebser described this shift as the emergence of integral consciousness, a mode of awareness that transcends the fragmented, divisive patterns of conventional perception. The reunification of Aphrodite and Sophia represents one facet of this larger evolutionary development in human consciousness, a development with profound implications for how we understand ourselves and our place in the cosmos. As we look back across the terrain we have traversed, from the shores of ancient Cyprus to the hidden libraries of Alexandria, from the mystery schools of Greece to the desert caves of Nag Hammadi, certain patterns emerge with unmistakable clarity. The separated goddesses, Aphrodite of desire and beauty, Sophia of wisdom and transcendence, reveal themselves not as distinct deities, but as fragments of a unified divine feminine principle, deliberately divided against itself. This recognition is not merely an academic correction to our understanding of ancient mythology. It represents the healing of a wound in our collective consciousness, a wound that has separated wisdom from beauty, spirit from matter, transcendence from immanence for millennia. As we reconnect these artificially divided aspects, new possibilities emerge, not just for theological understanding, but for how we experience ourselves and reality itself. "The eyes of flesh see only the surface," wrote the medieval mystic Meister Eckhart. "The eyes of fire see the essence." Ide, with the eyes of fire, we have looked beneath the conventional narratives surrounding these goddesses to perceive their essential unity. A unity that transcends the categories imposed by later religious and philosophical systems. The pattern of fragmentation and potential reintegration we've explored extends far beyond these specific mythological figures. It reflects a fundamental dynamic in human consciousness itself, our tendency to divide what is naturally whole, and the possibility of reuniting what has been separated. The psychologist Carl Jung called this the process of individuation, the gradual reintegration of dissociated aspects of the psyche into a more coherent, balanced whole. What makes the Aphrodite-Sophia connection particularly significant is how it illuminates the systematic fragmentation of the divine feminine in Western tradition. By dividing feminine wisdom and power into separate categories, relegating Aphrodite to physical beauty and desire while obscuring her connection to cosmic wisdom, and simultaneously removing Sophia from orthodox religious understanding, patriarchal religious and political structures effectively neutralized the revolutionary potential of an integrated feminine divine. The consequences of this fragmentation extend beyond religion into how we understand knowledge, embodiment, desire, creativity, and love. The artificial separation of these domains creates what philosopher John Gebser called the deficient mental consciousness, a mode of awareness characterized by excessive division, categorization, and isolation of naturally interconnected aspects of reality. Yet within this recognition lies an invitation, an opportunity to participate consciously in the reintegration of what has been divided. As we work with the practices explored in the previous section, we become active agents in a larger evolutionary process, the emergence of what Gebser termed integral consciousness, a mode of awareness that perceives unity without denying diversity, that embraces both transcendence and immanence simultaneously. The Sufi poet Rumi wrote, "The wound is the place where the light enters you." The wound of separation between Aphrodite and Sophia, between beauty and wisdom, between desire and aspiration, becomes the very opening through which a more integrated understanding can emerge. The recognition of this wound is not cause for despair, but the necessary first step toward healing. This healing process involves more than intellectual understanding. It requires embodied practice, emotional integration, and spiritual reorientation. As we reconnect these separated aspects within our own consciousness, we contribute to a field of awareness that extends beyond our individual psyches, what the philosopher Pierre Teilhard de Chardin called the noosphere, the sphere of human thought gradually evolving toward greater coherence and integration. The recognition of the Aphrodite-Sophia connection reveals that what appears to be a historical or mythological question actually addresses the fundamental nature of consciousness itself. The seemingly separate goddesses encode a truth about our own multidimensional nature, our capacity to simultaneously inhabit physical, emotional, mental, and spiritual dimensions of experience without fragmentation or conflict. As the quantum physicist David Bohm observed, the apparent separation we perceive in the world may be an artifact of our fragmented consciousness rather than an accurate reflection of reality's fundamental nature. The reunification of Aphrodite and Sophia represents one facet of a larger process, the gradual recognition that many of our perceived divisions exist in our mode of perception rather than in reality itself. This recognition has revolutionary implications. If beauty and wisdom, desire and aspiration, embodiment and transcendence are not opposing forces but complementary expressions of a unified reality, then much of our cultural and religious heritage requires re-examination. The hierarchies and oppositions that have shaped Western consciousness, privileging mind over body, spirit over matter, transcendence over immanence, reveal themselves as artificial constructs rather than eternal truths. The philosopher Ken Wilber speaks of the pre-trans fallacy, the tendency to confuse pre-rational and trans-rational states of consciousness. This confusion has led to the systematic devaluation of embodied wisdom, intuitive knowing, and the intelligence inherent in desire itself. By recognizing Aphrodite and Sophia as complementary rather than opposing forces, we begin to correct this fallacy, understanding that authentic transcendence includes rather than rejects the embodied, emotional, and aesthetic dimensions of experience. The archaeologist Maria Gimbutas documented how earlier European civilizations appeared to integrate rather than separate these aspects of the divine feminine. The Minoan civilization of ancient Crete, with its apparent reverence for both natural abundance and mystical awareness, may represent an earlier form of consciousness that unified dimensions we now perceive as separate. Their artwork reveals a culture that embraced both sensuality and spiritual perception, without the division that characterized later Greek and Roman civilizations. This historical perspective suggests that the fragmentation we've explored is not an inevitable feature of human consciousness, but a relatively recent development, one that can be recognized and potentially healed through conscious effort. As the philosopher Richard Tarnas observes in The Passion of the Western Mind, we may be witnessing not just a new chapter in our cultural evolution, but the completion of a vast historical cycle, the potential reunion of dimensions of consciousness artificially separated at the dawn of the modern era. What emerges from this recognition is not a rejection of rational understanding, but its integration within a more comprehensive framework, one that embraces intellectual precision, emotional intelligence, embodied wisdom, and spiritual insight as complementary rather than competing modes of knowing. The psychiatrist Iain McGilchrist describes this as the proper relationship between the brain hemispheres. The analytical left hemisphere serving rather than dominating the integrative right hemisphere. In practical terms, this integration manifests as a transformed relationship with knowledge, creativity, relationship, and spiritual practice. Knowledge becomes not merely the accumulation of information, but the recognition of patterns and relationships that reveal underlying unity. Creativity becomes not just self-expression, but participation in the generative processes of life itself. Relationship becomes not just personal connection, but recognition of our fundamental interdependence. And spiritual practice becomes not escape from embodiment, but the discovery of transcendence within and through our material existence. The ancient Hermetic axiom, as above, so below, as within, so without, takes on new significance in this light. The reconnection of Aphrodite and Sophia within our understanding reflects a cosmic principle of integration, one that operates at all scales from the subatomic to the galactic. As physicist David Bohm proposed, the universe may be an undivided wholeness in flowing movement, rather than a collection of separate objects, a perspective that aligns remarkably well with the integrated vision of reality encoded in these ancient goddesses. What does this understanding offer us in practical terms? Beyond the specific practices explored earlier, it provides a fundamental reorientation, a shift from fragmentation to integration as our basic stance toward existence. This shift does not erase distinction or diversity, but recognizes them within a larger unity. Difference becomes not division, but creative tension within a coherent whole. The poet William Blake captured this integrated vision when he wrote, "To see a world in a grain of sand and a heaven in a wild flower, hold infinity in the palm of your hand and eternity in an hour." This is not mystical hyperbole, but a description of perception that recognizes the inherent connection between the particular and the universal, between Aphrodite's specific beauty and Sophia's cosmic wisdom. As we close this exploration, we return to our opening question: what happens when we bring together the lost pieces of the goddess? What emerges when we reconnect Aphrodite's embodied beauty with Sophia's transcendent wisdom? The answer reveals itself not as a final conclusion, but as an ongoing process of integration, one that transforms how we understand divinity, reality, and our own multidimensional nature. The fragmentary traditions we've inherited become not endpoints, but starting points for a more comprehensive understanding. One that recognizes unity without erasing diversity, that embraces transcendence without rejecting immanence, that honors wisdom and beauty as expressions of the same fundamental reality. This integration does not merely add Aphrodite to Sophia or Sophia to Aphrodite. It reveals a third possibility beyond either goddess alone, a unified divine feminine that encompasses and transcends both, that reunites what has been artificially divided. This unified vision offers not just theological insight, but a template for the evolution of consciousness itself, the gradual healing of divisions that have shaped our perception for millennia. In the words of the Gnostic Gospel of Thomas, "When you make the two into one, and when you make the inner like the outer and the outer like the inner, then you will enter the kingdom." This ancient teaching points toward the very integration we've been exploring, the recognition that apparent opposites are actually complementary aspects of a unified reality. The philosopher Pierre Teilhard de Chardin spoke of evolution moving toward what he called the omega point, a state of maximum complexity and consciousness. The reunification of Aphrodite and Sophia represents one facet of this evolutionary movement, the reintegration of dimensions of the divine feminine artificially separated in our cultural understanding. As we participate in this reintegration, we contribute to the larger evolutionary process unfolding through human consciousness. What remains hidden about the true face of the sacred feminine? Perhaps nothing and everything. Nothing, because the evidence of this unified divine feminine has always been present in our myths, symbols, and direct experience for those with eyes to see. Everything, because the implications of this recognition continue to unfold, transforming our understanding of divinity, reality, and ourselves in ways we are only beginning to comprehend. The invitation before us is not to adopt a new belief, but to engage in a process of recognition and reintegration, to perceive connections where we have been taught to see division, to experience unity where we have assumed separation. This process unfolds not just through intellectual understanding, but through embodied practice, emotional integration, and spiritual reorientation. As you continue your own exploration beyond this moment, consider how the artificial divisions we've examined might manifest in your own experience, the places where wisdom and beauty, spirit and matter, transcendence and immanence have been unnecessarily separated. In recognizing these divisions, you create the possibility of their healing, participating in a process that extends beyond your individual consciousness to our collective understanding. The fragmented goddesses reach toward reunion not just in ancient texts and symbols, but in the living laboratory of your own awareness. Their reconnection represents not the end, but the beginning of a journey, one that continues to unfold through each moment of integrated perception, each act of unified understanding, each experience that embraces rather than divides the multiple dimensions of existence. If these explorations have awakened something dormant within you, continue the journey. Every act of recognition, every moment of integrated understanding adds to the field of awareness, gradually transforming how we perceive ourselves and our place in the living cosmos. The divine feminine, neither divided nor diminished, awaits your recognition, not as distant deity, but as the very ground of being from which all creation continually emerges. In the golden light of dawn, as the first rays pierce through the veil of night, something extraordinary happens. The darkness does not simply retreat, it transforms. This ancient dance between light and shadow, between wisdom and ignorance, between the divine feminine and the material world, holds within it one of the most profound mysteries ever contemplated by human consciousness. What if the woman we know as Mary, the mother of Jesus, was not merely a historical figure chosen for her purity and devotion, but the very incarnation of a cosmic principle that had been working through the ages to restore balance to a world lost in spiritual darkness? She is the radiance that shines forth from everlasting light, the flawless mirror of the active power of God and the image of divine goodness, proclaims the wisdom of Solomon, speaking of Sophia, the divine feminine wisdom that dances at the heart of creation. Yet in the hidden chambers of early Christian Gnostic communities, whispered teachings spoke of something even more extraordinary, that this cosmic Sophia had descended into human form, taking on flesh not once, but twice. First as the divine wisdom herself, and then as the vessel through which the Christ consciousness would enter the world. The Gnostic text known as the Pistis Sophia reveals a startling declaration: Mary, whose heart is raised to the kingdom of heaven more than all thy brethren. But this is not merely praise for her spiritual dedication. The text continues to describe Mary as one who received mysteries and who possessed knowledge that transcended even that of the apostles. In the Gospel of Philip, we encounter an even more provocative assertion. There were three who always walked with the Lord: Mary his mother and her sister and Magdalene, the one who was called his companion. Here, the boundaries between the various Marys begin to blur, suggesting a deeper symbolic truth about the divine feminine principle manifesting through multiple forms. But perhaps the most extraordinary revelation comes from the Gnostic text known as the Questions of Bartholomew, where Mary herself speaks of her cosmic nature. When I lived in the temple of God, I used to receive food from the hands of an angel. But one day there appeared to me one like the sons of men, and he said to me, Hail, thou that art highly favored, the Lord is with thee. And I was troubled at his word, and I pondered what manner of salutation this might be. And he said to me, Fear not, Mary, for thou hast found favor with God. The text then describes how Mary's body became a vessel for cosmic forces, her very flesh transformed into a bridge between the heavenly and earthly realms. This is not the familiar story of Christian tradition, but something far more ancient and profound, a recognition that the divine feminine principle, long suppressed and forgotten, had found a way to incarnate directly into the world of matter, not as a passive recipient of divine will, but as an active agent of cosmic restoration. The Gnostics understood that Sophia, the divine wisdom, had become entangled in the material world through a cosmic drama of fall and redemption, and that Mary represented the culmination of this divine strategy to heal the split between spirit and matter. In this vision, Mary is not simply the mother of Jesus, but the incarnate form of the very principle that seeks to restore gnosis, direct spiritual knowledge, to humanity. She is the Sophia who descended into the depths of material existence, not out of curiosity or error, as some Gnostic texts suggest, but out of infinite compassion for the souls trapped in ignorance. Through her, the divine feminine reclaims its rightful place in the cosmic order, demonstrating that the path to spiritual liberation requires not the rejection of the material world, but its transformation through conscious embodiment of divine wisdom. The implications of this understanding ripple through every aspect of spiritual practice and theological reflection. If Mary is indeed the incarnate Sophia, then the feminine principle is not merely a supportive or nurturing force, but the very agent of cosmic redemption. The virgin birth becomes not just a miracle of divine intervention, but a demonstration of how consciousness itself can transform matter when it is sufficiently aligned with divine wisdom. The rosary becomes not just a prayer of petition, but a technology for attuning to the cosmic frequencies of Sophia's presence in the world. This perspective transforms our understanding of what it means to be human in a world that often seems devoid of divine presence. If Sophia herself chose to take on human form, then every act of compassion, every moment of wisdom, every gesture of love becomes a continuation of her cosmic mission. The divine feminine is not a distant principle to be worshipped, but a living reality to be embodied, a consciousness to be activated within the depths of our own being. The early Christian communities that held these teachings understood that they were not merely preserving historical information, but maintaining a living transmission of cosmic wisdom. They knew that the story of Mary as Sophia was not just theology, but a map for the transformation of consciousness itself. In the hidden schools of Alexandria, in the mystery temples of the Mediterranean, in the secret gatherings of the Gnostic Christians, this knowledge was carefully preserved and transmitted, waiting for a time when humanity would once again be ready to receive the full implications of the divine feminine's incarnation. To understand Mary as the incarnate Sophia is to recognize that the divine feminine principle has never abandoned this world, but has been working through countless forms and manifestations to restore the balance that was lost when spirit and matter were perceived as separate and opposing forces. The Virgin who said, "Let it be done unto me according to thy word," was not submitting to an external divine will, but recognizing her own divine nature and consciously choosing to become the vessel through which cosmic wisdom would enter the world of form. This is the forgotten Virgin, not the passive maiden of conventional religious imagery, but the active agent of divine transformation, the cosmic wisdom that chose to embrace the limitations of material existence in order to demonstrate the unlimited potential that lies dormant within every human soul. Her story is not merely history, but prophecy. Not merely past, but eternal present, not merely information, but invitation to participate in the ongoing cosmic drama of consciousness awakening to its own divine nature. The historical emergence of Gnostic Christianity in the first centuries of the Common Era represents one of the most significant attempts to preserve and transmit a radically different understanding of the divine feminine principle. Unlike the patriarchal structures that would come to dominate mainstream Christianity, the Gnostic communities maintained a profound reverence for the feminine aspects of divinity, seeing in them not mere attributes or emanations, but active cosmic principles essential to the process of spiritual liberation. The roots of this understanding stretch back far beyond the birth of Christianity itself. In the ancient Egyptian mystery traditions, the goddess Isis was revered as the divine mother who possessed the knowledge necessary to resurrect the dead and restore cosmic order. The famous inscription at her temple in Sais declared, "I am all that has been, and is, and shall be, and my robe no mortal has yet uncovered." This same quality of cosmic mystery and transformative power would later be attributed to Mary in the Gnostic texts, suggesting a continuity of spiritual insight that transcended religious boundaries. The Jewish tradition of Chokhmah, or divine wisdom, provided another crucial foundation for the Gnostic understanding of Mary as Sophia. In the book of Proverbs, wisdom speaks, The Lord possessed me in the beginning of his way, before his works of old. I was set up from everlasting, from the beginning, or ever the earth was. This personification of divine wisdom as a feminine principle who participates in the very act of creation becomes the theological foundation for understanding Mary, not as a passive recipient of divine favor, but as the active embodiment of the creative principle itself. The Gnostic teacher Valentinus, writing in the 2nd century, developed an elaborate cosmology in which Sophia plays a central role in both the creation and redemption of the world. According to Valentinian teaching, Sophia's desire to know the unknowable Father led to the creation of the material world, but also to her own entanglement within it. The incarnation of Christ, born of Mary, represents Sophia's strategy for self-redemption, a cosmic drama in which the divine feminine principle rescues itself and, in doing so, provides the means for all souls to return to their divine origin. The Gospel of Philip, one of the most sophisticated Gnostic texts, presents Mary in multiple forms, as mother, as companion, as sister, suggesting that the divine feminine principle operates through various manifestations and relationships. The text states, "There were three who always walked with the Lord, Mary his mother and her sister and Magdalene, the one who was called his companion. His sister and his mother and his companion were each a Mary." This multiplicity of Marys points to the multifaceted nature of the divine feminine, capable of manifesting in whatever form is needed for the spiritual development of humanity. The Pistis Sophia, one of the most extensive Gnostic texts, presents Mary as the primary questioner and receiver of Christ's teachings about the nature of reality and the path to spiritual liberation. Far from being a passive observer, Mary in this text demonstrates a sophisticated understanding of spiritual principles that often surpasses that of the male disciples. When Christ explains the mysteries of the light powers and the emanations of the divine realm, it is Mary who asks the penetrating questions that reveal the deeper implications of these teachings. The historical suppression of these texts and the theological perspectives they represent was not merely a matter of doctrinal dispute, but represented a fundamental choice about the nature of divine authority and the role of the feminine principle in spiritual life. The councils of Nicaea and Constantinople, which established the canonical Christian doctrine, explicitly rejected the Gnostic understanding of Mary as Sophia, choosing instead to emphasize her role as the obedient vessel of divine will rather than as the incarnate divine wisdom itself. However, the influence of these suppressed teachings continued to surface throughout Christian history in various forms. The medieval cult of the Virgin Mary, with its emphasis on her cosmic significance and intercessory power, bears unmistakable traces of the Gnostic understanding of Mary as Sophia. The 12th century Cistercian monks, particularly Bernard of Clairvaux, developed a Mariology that attributed to Mary a level of cosmic significance that approached, if not equaled, that of Christ himself. The Gothic cathedrals of medieval Europe, with their soaring spaces and mysterious rose windows, were designed as temples to the divine feminine principle, with Mary recognized not merely as an intercessor, but as the embodiment of divine wisdom itself. The Black Madonnas, found throughout Europe, represent a particularly intriguing manifestation of this underground tradition, combining Christian symbolism with far more ancient representations of the divine feminine as the source of wisdom and transformation. The Islamic tradition, through its reverence for Maryam as the mother of Isa, Jesus, preserves its own understanding of her cosmic significance. The Quran describes her as one who guarded her chastity and who was strengthened by the Holy Spirit, suggesting a level of spiritual development that transcends ordinary human consciousness. The Sufi tradition, in particular, recognizes in Mary a prototype of the perfected human being, one who has achieved complete alignment with divine will through the activation of divine wisdom. The Hermetic traditions of the Renaissance, particularly as expressed in the works of Cornelius Agrippa and Paracelsus, explicitly identified Mary with Sophia, describing her as the world soul that mediates between the divine and material realms. These esoteric philosophers understood that the incarnation of Sophia in human form represented not a historical anomaly, but the fulfillment of a cosmic principle that could be activated within any sufficiently prepared consciousness. The Protestant Reformation, while rejecting many aspects of medieval Mariology, inadvertently preserved some elements of the Gnostic understanding through its emphasis on direct spiritual experience and the priesthood of all believers. The mystical traditions within Protestantism, particularly as expressed in the works of Jacob Boehme and other Christian mystics, maintained the understanding that divine wisdom could manifest directly within human consciousness, without the need for institutional mediation. The modern recovery of the Gnostic texts through archaeological discoveries at Nag Hammadi and other sites has provided scholars with unprecedented access to these ancient teachings, allowing for a more complete understanding of the theological diversity that characterized early Christianity. These texts reveal that the identification of Mary with Sophia was not a marginal or heretical teaching, but represented a sophisticated theological position that was widely held among early Christian communities. The contemporary feminist theological movement has embraced many aspects of the Gnostic understanding of Mary as Sophia, recognizing in these ancient teachings a foundation for recovering the divine feminine principle within Christian theology. Scholars like Rosemary Radford Ruther and Elizabeth Schussler Fiorenza have demonstrated how the suppression of these teachings contributed to the marginalization of women within Christian tradition, and how their recovery might contribute to a more balanced understanding of divine nature. The psychological implications of understanding Mary as the incarnate Sophia extend far beyond theological speculation into the realm of human development and transformation. Carl Jung, in his analysis of the Christian symbol system, recognized that the figure of Mary represents the activation of the anima, the feminine principle within the human psyche, and that her assumption into heaven represents the integration of this principle into the divine realm. The Gnostic understanding of Mary as Sophia provides a theological foundation for this psychological insight, suggesting that the divine feminine principle is not merely a projection of human needs, but a cosmic reality that seeks expression through human consciousness. The neurological research of scientists like Andrew Newberg and Eugene D'Aquili has revealed that experiences of divine union, particularly those involving the divine feminine, activate specific neural networks associated with transcendent awareness and emotional integration. These findings suggest that the Gnostic understanding of Mary as Sophia may reflect not merely theological speculation, but genuine insights into the nature of consciousness itself and its capacity for transformation through alignment with divine wisdom. The practical implications of recognizing Mary as the incarnate Sophia transform every aspect of spiritual practice and daily life. If the divine feminine principle has indeed taken on human form, then the path to spiritual liberation involves not the rejection of the material world, but its conscious transformation through the activation of divine wisdom within ordinary experience. This understanding provides a foundation for spiritual practices that honor both the transcendent and immanent aspects of divine nature. The core concept of Mary as the incarnate Sophia rests upon the profound understanding that divine wisdom is not an abstract principle or distant emanation, but a living consciousness that actively participates in the transformation of material reality. This recognition fundamentally alters our perception of what it means to be human, what it means to be divine, and what it means to participate in the cosmic drama of consciousness, awakening to its own infinite nature. The theological implications of this understanding begin with the recognition that the incarnation represents not merely God becoming human, but divine wisdom, choosing to experience the full spectrum of material existence in order to demonstrate the potential for consciousness to transform matter from within. The virgin birth in this context becomes not simply a miraculous intervention in natural processes, but a demonstration of how consciousness itself can transcend the apparent limitations of physical existence when it is sufficiently aligned with divine wisdom. The Gnostic text, known as the trimorphic protonoia, describes this process in cosmic terms. I am the thought that dwells in the light. I am the movement that dwells in the all. I am the third that was begotten. I am the word that dwells in the ineffable voice. I am the invisible one within the all. This description of the divine feminine principle as the active agent of cosmic transformation provides the theological foundation for understanding Mary not as a passive recipient of divine favor, but as the conscious embodiment of the very principle that seeks to restore gnosis to humanity. The process of incarnation itself becomes a model for spiritual development. Just as Sophia chose to descend into material existence while maintaining her divine nature, every human being has the potential to embody divine wisdom while remaining fully engaged with the challenges and opportunities of physical existence. The virgin birth represents not a unique historical event, but a cosmic principle that can be activated within any consciousness that has achieved sufficient purity and alignment with divine will. The traditional Christian understanding of Mary's perpetual virginity takes on new meaning when understood in the context of Sophia's incarnation. Virginity, in this esoteric sense, refers not merely to physical chastity, but to the state of consciousness that remains uncontaminated by the illusions and attachments that characterize ordinary human experience. The virgin consciousness is one that has achieved complete receptivity to divine wisdom, while maintaining the capacity for creative expression in the material world. The Assumption of Mary, celebrated in both Eastern and Western Christian traditions, represents the completion of Sophia's cosmic mission. Having demonstrated the possibility of divine incarnation, Mary's assumption into heaven reveals that the divine feminine principle has successfully bridged the gap between spirit and matter, providing a pathway for all souls to return to their divine origin while maintaining their individual identity and creative capacity. The psychological dimensions of this understanding reveal how the recognition of Mary as Sophia activates dormant potentials within human consciousness. The archetypal image of the Divine Mother who possesses cosmic wisdom triggers a process of psychological integration that allows individuals to access their own capacity for transcendent awareness while remaining grounded in practical reality. This process, which Jung termed the activation of the anima, represents a crucial stage in the development of psychological wholeness. The practical implications of this understanding extend into every aspect of daily life. If Mary, as Sophia, represents the principle of divine wisdom incarnate, then every moment of genuine insight, every act of compassion, every gesture of creative love becomes a participation in her ongoing cosmic mission. The housewife preparing meals for her family, the teacher nurturing young minds, the artist creating beauty from raw materials, all become conscious participants in the cosmic drama of divine wisdom, transforming matter through love. The contemplative traditions within Christianity have long recognized this principle, even when they have not explicitly identified it with Mary as Sophia. The practice of lectio divina, or divine reading, involves allowing the words of Scripture to penetrate consciousness so deeply that they transform the reader's entire being. This process of transformative reading becomes a model for how divine wisdom can incarnate within human consciousness, gradually transforming ordinary awareness into a vehicle for cosmic intelligence. The mystical marriage, described in the works of John of the Cross and Teresa of Avila, represents the complete integration of the divine feminine principle within human consciousness. The soul, having been purified through the dark night of the senses and the dark night of the soul, becomes capable of receiving the full influx of divine wisdom without being overwhelmed by its intensity. This state of mystical marriage corresponds to the condition of Mary as Sophia, in which human consciousness becomes a perfect vehicle for divine wisdom while maintaining its individual identity and creative capacity. The alchemical tradition, particularly as developed in the works of Nicolas Flamel and other medieval alchemists, recognized that the process of transmuting base metals into gold represented not merely a physical transformation, but a spiritual one. The alchemical virgin, often depicted as a crowned woman standing upon the moon, represents the principle of divine wisdom that can transform the lead of ordinary consciousness into the gold of enlightened awareness. This alchemical virgin bears unmistakable similarities to the traditional iconography of Mary, suggesting that the alchemists understood her cosmic significance even when they could not express it in explicitly Christian terms. The Kabbalistic tradition, through its understanding of the Shekinah as the divine presence that dwells within the material world, provides another framework for understanding Mary as Sophia. The Shekinah, described as the feminine aspect of the divine that accompanies the Jewish people in their exile, represents the same principle of divine wisdom that chooses to incarnate within material existence in order to guide souls back to their divine origin. The recognition of Mary as the Christian manifestation of the Shekinah provides a bridge between Jewish and Christian mystical traditions, revealing their common recognition of the divine feminine principle as the active agent of cosmic redemption. The Eastern Orthodox tradition, through its understanding of theosis or divine transformation, recognizes that the ultimate goal of spiritual practice is not merely union with God, but the complete transformation of human nature into divine nature. The process of theosis involves the gradual activation of divine energies within human consciousness, a process that requires the integration of both masculine and feminine aspects of divine nature. Mary, as the Theotokos or God-bearer, represents the perfect exemplar of this process, demonstrating how human consciousness can become a vehicle for divine incarnation while maintaining its individual identity and creative capacity. The recognition of Mary as Sophia also transforms our understanding of the relationship between individual and cosmic consciousness. If divine wisdom has indeed incarnated in human form, then the boundary between personal and transpersonal awareness becomes permeable. The individual, who achieves alignment with divine wisdom, discovers that their personal consciousness becomes a vehicle for cosmic intelligence, capable of accessing knowledge and understanding that transcends the limitations of ordinary human awareness. This understanding provides a foundation for comprehending the miraculous events associated with Mary's life, not as violations of natural law, but as demonstrations of how consciousness can transcend apparent limitations when it is sufficiently aligned with divine wisdom. The Annunciation becomes not merely a historical event, but a prototype of how divine wisdom communicates with human consciousness. The virgin birth represents not a unique miracle, but a demonstration of how consciousness can transcend the apparent limitations of physical existence through perfect alignment with divine will. The practical cultivation of this understanding requires a fundamental shift in how we approach spiritual practice. Rather than seeking to escape the material world in order to commune with the divine, the recognition of Mary as Sophia suggests that divine wisdom can be accessed through conscious engagement with the full spectrum of human experience. The mother caring for her children, the student pursuing knowledge, the artist creating beauty, all become vehicles for divine wisdom when they are approached with the proper understanding and intention. The development of what might be called Sophianic consciousness involves the cultivation of receptivity to divine wisdom while maintaining the capacity for creative expression in the material world. This requires a delicate balance between surrender and action, between receptivity and creativity, between transcendence and immanence. The recognition of Mary as Sophia provides a living model for this balance, demonstrating how human consciousness can become a vehicle for divine wisdom while remaining fully engaged with the challenges and opportunities of material existence. The transformation of ordinary consciousness into Sophianic consciousness involves several distinct stages, each corresponding to different aspects of Mary's spiritual development as described in the Gnostic texts. The first stage involves the cultivation of virginal consciousness, a state of pure receptivity to divine wisdom that remains uncontaminated by the illusions and attachments that characterize ordinary human experience. This stage corresponds to Mary's life in the temple, where she was prepared for her cosmic mission through contemplation and spiritual practice. The second stage involves the conscious reception of divine wisdom, corresponding to the Annunciation. This stage requires the development of sufficient spiritual maturity to receive direct communication from divine sources without being overwhelmed by the intensity of the experience. The cultivation of this capacity involves regular practice of contemplative prayer, meditation, and other spiritual disciplines that gradually expand the consciousness's capacity to receive and integrate transcendent awareness. The third stage involves the incarnation of divine wisdom within human consciousness, corresponding to the virgin birth. This stage represents the complete integration of transcendent awareness into ordinary consciousness, allowing the individual to access cosmic intelligence while remaining fully engaged with practical reality. The achievement of this stage requires the complete surrender of the ego's desire for control, allowing divine wisdom to work through human consciousness without interference from personal agendas or limitations. The fourth stage involves the expression of divine wisdom through creative action in the material world, corresponding to Mary's role as the mother of Jesus. This stage requires the individual to become a vehicle for divine wisdom's transformative work in the world, participating in the cosmic mission of healing the split between spirit and matter through conscious embodiment of divine principles. The practical applications of recognizing Mary as the incarnate Sophia extend far beyond theological speculation into the realm of direct spiritual experience and personal transformation. The understanding that divine wisdom has chosen to take on human form provides a foundation for spiritual practices that honor both the transcendent and immanent aspects of divine nature, creating pathways for ordinary consciousness to access extraordinary states of awareness and transformative power. The contemplative practice of what might be called Sophianic meditation involves the cultivation of receptive awareness that allows divine wisdom to penetrate consciousness without interference from the ego's desire for control or understanding. This practice begins with the establishment of a sacred space, both external and internal, that creates optimal conditions for receiving divine communication. The external sacred space might include images or symbols that represent the divine feminine principle, particularly those associated with Mary as Sophia, along with elements that evoke the qualities of wisdom, compassion, and transformative power. The internal sacred space is created through the cultivation of what the Christian mystics called holy indifference, a state of consciousness that remains open to divine wisdom while maintaining detachment from specific outcomes or experiences. This state of receptive awareness allows the practitioner to receive divine communication without contaminating it with personal desires or expectations. The cultivation of this internal sacred space requires regular practice of contemplative prayer, meditation, and other spiritual disciplines that gradually purify consciousness of the habitual patterns that interfere with divine reception. The practice itself involves 3 distinct phases, each corresponding to different aspects of Mary's spiritual development as described in the Gnostic texts. The first phase, corresponding to Mary's life in the temple, involves the cultivation of virginal consciousness through the practice of contemplative attention. The practitioner begins by focusing attention on the breath, allowing the natural rhythm of inhalation and exhalation to become a vehicle for divine connection. With each inhalation, the practitioner receives divine wisdom. With each exhalation, the practitioner releases all obstacles to divine reception. As the practice deepens, the practitioner begins to sense the presence of divine wisdom as a living reality that seeks to communicate through the medium of consciousness itself. This communication rarely takes the form of words or images, but rather manifests as a quality of awareness that transcends ordinary understanding while remaining immediately accessible to direct experience. The practitioner learns to recognize this quality of divine wisdom through its characteristic effects: the spontaneous arising of insight, the resolution of previously intractable problems, the experience of profound peace and joy, and the activation of creative capacities that transcend ordinary human limitations. The second phase, corresponding to the Annunciation, involves the conscious reception of specific divine communication through the medium of contemplative awareness. The practitioner, having established a foundation of receptive consciousness through the first phase, begins to receive direct communication from divine sources regarding specific aspects of their spiritual development or cosmic mission. This communication often takes the form of inner guidance regarding practical decisions, insights into the nature of reality, or revelations about the practitioner's role in the cosmic drama of consciousness awakening to its own divine nature. The reception of divine communication requires the development of sophisticated discernment, the ability to distinguish between genuine divine guidance and the projections of personal desire or fear. The Gnostic texts provide specific criteria for evaluating the authenticity of divine communication, including its alignment with the principles of wisdom, compassion, and truth, its capacity to produce lasting transformation in consciousness, and its consistency with the cosmic mission of healing the split between spirit and matter. The third phase, corresponding to the virgin birth, involves the incarnation of divine wisdom within ordinary consciousness through the practice of contemplative action. The practitioner, having learned to receive divine communication through the previous phases, begins to embody divine wisdom in their daily activities, allowing every action to become a vehicle for cosmic transformation. This phase requires the complete integration of contemplative awareness into practical activity, transforming work, relationships, and creative expression into opportunities for divine manifestation. The practice of contemplative action involves maintaining contemplative awareness while engaged in ordinary activities, allowing divine wisdom to inform every decision and action without interfering with the natural flow of practical engagement. The practitioner learns to recognize the difference between actions motivated by personal desire or fear and actions that arise spontaneously from divine wisdom, gradually developing the capacity to act as a vehicle for cosmic intelligence while maintaining their individual identity and creative capacity. The cultivation of devotional relationship with Mary as Sophia provides another powerful pathway for accessing the transformative power of divine wisdom. This practice involves the development of a personal relationship with the divine feminine principle as it manifests through the figure of Mary, recognizing her not merely as a historical figure, but as a living presence that continues to participate in the cosmic mission of consciousness transformation. The devotional practice begins with the establishment of a sacred relationship through prayer, meditation, and contemplative study of the Gnostic texts that describe Mary's cosmic significance. The practitioner learns to address Mary as Sophia directly, requesting her guidance and assistance in the development of divine wisdom consciousness. This prayer relationship gradually evolves into a living dialogue, in which the practitioner receives direct communication from Mary as Sophia regarding specific aspects of their spiritual development. The practice of devotional relationship also involves the cultivation of what might be called Sophianic virtues, the qualities of consciousness that characterize divine wisdom as it manifests through human experience. These virtues include receptivity to divine guidance, compassion for all beings, creative intelligence, and the capacity to transform ordinary experience into opportunities for spiritual growth. The practitioner learns to embody these virtues through conscious practice, gradually developing the capacity to act as a vehicle for divine wisdom in their daily life. The contemplative study of sacred texts, particularly the Gnostic Gospels that describe Mary's cosmic significance, provides a foundation for understanding the theological and cosmological implications of recognizing Mary as Sophia. This study involves not merely intellectual analysis, but contemplative engagement with the texts that allows their transformative power to penetrate consciousness directly. The practitioner learns to read these texts as living documents that communicate divine wisdom through the medium of symbolic language and mythic narrative. The practice of contemplative study begins with the cultivation of receptive awareness that allows the text to communicate its wisdom without interference from intellectual analysis or personal interpretation. The practitioner reads slowly and contemplatively, allowing each passage to penetrate consciousness deeply before moving to the next. This approach to sacred reading gradually develops the capacity to receive direct communication from divine sources through the medium of symbolic language and mythic narrative. The integration of these practices into daily life requires the development of what might be called Sophianic living, a way of being that recognizes every moment as an opportunity for divine wisdom to manifest through human consciousness. This approach to spiritual practice does not require withdrawal from ordinary activities, but rather involves the conscious transformation of ordinary experience into opportunities for divine manifestation. The practice of Sophianic living involves maintaining contemplative awareness throughout the day, allowing divine wisdom to inform every decision and action without interfering with the natural flow of practical engagement. The practitioner learns to recognize the presence of divine wisdom in ordinary experience, discovering that every encounter, every challenge, every moment of beauty or difficulty provides an opportunity for consciousness to align more completely with divine will. The cultivation of Sophianic consciousness also involves the development of what might be called cosmic empathy, the capacity to perceive the divine presence within all beings and all situations. This capacity allows the practitioner to participate consciously in the cosmic mission of healing the split between spirit and matter, recognizing that every act of compassion, every moment of wisdom, every gesture of love contributes to the ongoing transformation of consciousness that Mary as Sophia initiated through her incarnation. The recognition of Mary as the incarnate Sophia fundamentally transforms our understanding of what it means to be human in a cosmos that pulses with divine intelligence. Through exploring the theological depths of this ancient wisdom, tracing its historical development through various mystical traditions, and understanding its practical applications for contemporary spiritual practice, we have uncovered a vision of reality that bridges the apparent gap between transcendent divinity and immanent humanity. The implications of this understanding extend far beyond the boundaries of any single religious tradition, revealing a universal principle that operates through countless forms and manifestations throughout the cosmos. The divine feminine principle, embodied in Mary as Sophia, represents not merely a Christian doctrine, but a cosmic reality that seeks expression through every consciousness that has achieved sufficient receptivity to divine wisdom. This recognition provides a foundation for understanding the mystical traditions of all cultures, revealing their common recognition of the divine feminine as the active agent of cosmic transformation. The practical cultivation of Sophianic consciousness offers a pathway for ordinary individuals to participate consciously in this cosmic transformation, discovering that their personal spiritual development contributes to the healing of the fundamental split between spirit and matter that characterizes the human condition. Through the practices of contemplative meditation, devotional relationship, and contemplative action, individuals can develop the capacity to embody divine wisdom while remaining fully engaged with the challenges and opportunities of material existence. The psychological implications of this understanding reveal how the recognition of Mary as Sophia activates dormant potentials within human consciousness, triggering processes of integration and transformation that allow individuals to access their own capacity for transcendent awareness while remaining grounded in practical reality. The archetypal image of the Divine Mother who possesses cosmic wisdom provides a template for psychological wholeness that honors both the transcendent and immanent aspects of human nature. The theological implications of recognizing Mary as the incarnate Sophia challenge conventional understandings of divine nature and human potential, revealing that the incarnation represents not merely a historical event, but a cosmic principle that can be activated within any consciousness that has achieved sufficient purity and alignment with divine will. This understanding provides a foundation for developing spiritual practices that honor both the transcendent and immanent aspects of divine nature, creating pathways for ordinary consciousness to access extraordinary states of awareness and transformative power. The historical suppression of these teachings reveals how the marginalization of the divine feminine principle has contributed to the spiritual impoverishment of Western civilization, creating a culture that emphasizes rational analysis and material achievement while neglecting the contemplative and intuitive capacities that provide access to divine wisdom. The recovery of these ancient teachings offers the possibility of restoring balance to contemporary spiritual life, creating foundations for a more integrated understanding of human nature and cosmic purpose. The contemporary relevance of these teachings extends into every aspect of modern life, offering guidance for navigating the challenges of technological civilization while maintaining connection to the deeper sources of meaning and purpose that transcend material achievement. The recognition of Mary as Sophia provides a foundation for developing approaches to education, healthcare, environmental protection, and social justice that honor both the practical and spiritual dimensions of human existence. The scientific implications of this understanding suggest that consciousness itself may be the fundamental reality that gives rise to both physical and spiritual phenomena, rather than an emergent property of complex material systems. The recognition that divine wisdom can incarnate within human consciousness provides a framework for understanding the mystical experiences reported throughout history, revealing them not as anomalous events, but as demonstrations of consciousness's capacity to transcend apparent limitations through alignment with cosmic intelligence. The artistic and creative implications of recognizing Mary as Sophia reveal how the divine feminine principle seeks expression through human creativity, transforming ordinary artistic activities into opportunities for cosmic manifestation. The understanding that divine wisdom can work through human consciousness provides a foundation for developing approaches to artistic practice that honor both the technical and spiritual dimensions of creative expression. The educational implications of this understanding suggest that genuine learning involves not merely the acquisition of information, but the activation of divine wisdom within human consciousness. The recognition of Mary as Sophia provides a foundation for developing educational approaches that honor both the rational and intuitive capacities of human intelligence, creating pathways for students to access their own capacity for transcendent awareness while mastering practical skills and knowledge. The healing implications of recognizing Mary as the incarnate Sophia reveal how the divine feminine principle can work through human consciousness to restore balance and wholeness to both individual and collective consciousness. The understanding that divine wisdom can incarnate within human consciousness provides a foundation for developing approaches to healing that honor both the physical and spiritual dimensions of human nature, creating pathways for accessing the transformative power of divine love through conscious alignment with cosmic intelligence. The social and political implications of this understanding suggest that the recognition of the divine feminine principle as the active agent of cosmic transformation provides a foundation for developing approaches to social change that honor both the practical and spiritual dimensions of human existence. The understanding that divine wisdom seeks expression through human consciousness provides a framework for developing leadership approaches that serve the common good while honoring the unique gifts and contributions of each individual. The environmental implications of recognizing Mary as Sophia reveal how the divine feminine principle seeks to restore balance to the relationship between human consciousness and the natural world. The understanding that divine wisdom can incarnate within human consciousness provides a foundation for developing approaches to environmental protection that honor both the practical and spiritual dimensions of ecological restoration, creating pathways for healing the split between human culture and natural systems. The recognition of Mary as the incarnate Sophia ultimately invites us to participate consciously in the cosmic drama of consciousness, awakening to its own divine nature. Through the cultivation of receptive awareness, devotional relationship, and contemplative action, we can develop the capacity to embody divine wisdom while remaining fully engaged with the challenges and opportunities of material existence. This understanding transforms every moment of ordinary experience into a potential encounter with the divine feminine principle that seeks expression through human consciousness. The mother preparing breakfast for her family, the teacher nurturing young minds, the artist creating beauty from raw materials, the healer restoring balance to suffering bodies and souls, all become conscious participants in the cosmic mission that Mary as Sophia initiated through her incarnation. The divine feminine principle does not require special circumstances or extraordinary abilities, but seeks expression through the simple acts of love, wisdom, and compassion that characterize authentic human existence. The path forward involves neither the rejection of material existence nor the abandonment of spiritual aspiration, but the conscious integration of both dimensions through the activation of divine wisdom within ordinary consciousness. The recognition of Mary as Sophia provides a living model for this integration, demonstrating how human consciousness can become a vehicle for cosmic intelligence while maintaining its individual identity and creative capacity. In the stillness of contemplative awareness, in the warmth of compassionate action, in the clarity of wisdom's insight, we discover that the divine feminine principle has never been absent from this world, but has been working through countless forms and manifestations to restore the balance that was lost when spirit and matter were perceived as separate and opposing forces. The Virgin who said, "Let it be done unto me according to thy word," continues to speak through every consciousness that has achieved sufficient receptivity to divine wisdom, inviting us to participate in the ongoing cosmic drama of consciousness, awakening to its own infinite nature. The ancient mystery schools understood that genuine spiritual knowledge could not be transmitted through words alone, but required direct initiation into the living reality of divine presence. The recognition of Mary as the incarnate Sophia provides such an initiation, revealing that the divine feminine principle is not a distant object of worship, but a living presence that seeks to awaken within the depths of our own being. Through conscious alignment with this presence, we discover our own capacity to serve as vehicles for cosmic transformation, participating in the ancient and eternal mission of healing the world through the embodiment of divine wisdom. This is the true significance of the Forgotten Virgin, not merely a historical figure to be venerated from afar, but a cosmic principle to be embodied, a consciousness to be activated, a mission to be fulfilled. In recognizing Mary as Sophia, we recognize our own divine nature and our own cosmic purpose. We discover that we are not merely observers of the cosmic drama, but active participants in the ongoing process of consciousness awakening to its own infinite potential. The invitation is clear and immediate, to allow the divine feminine principle to awaken within our own consciousness, to become vehicles for the cosmic wisdom that seeks expression through human form, to participate consciously in the mission of healing that Mary as Sophia initiated through her incarnation. In accepting this invitation, we discover that the kingdom of heaven is not a distant destination, but a present reality that emerges whenever human consciousness aligns itself completely with divine wisdom. In the sacred silence, where words dissolve into direct knowing, where the boundaries between self and cosmos become transparent, we encounter the living presence of Sophia herself, eternally descending into the world of form, eternally seeking consciousness capable of embodying her transformative love. This encounter is not reserved for saints or mystics, but remains available to any soul willing to cultivate the receptive awareness that allows divine wisdom to work through human consciousness without interference from the ego's desire for control or understanding. If these revelations have stirred something ancient and eternal within you, if you sense the call of the divine feminine principle seeking expression through your own consciousness, then you are invited to join a community of souls who have recognized their cosmic purpose and chosen to participate consciously in the ongoing transformation of human consciousness. Each soul who awakens to their divine nature strengthens the collective field of wisdom that makes such awakening possible for others. Every subscription to this channel, every sharing of this knowledge, every moment of contemplative practice contributes to the restoration of the divine feminine principle in a world that has forgotten its own sacred nature. In the silence before the first word was spoken, she already existed, not as absence but as the pregnant void that holds all possibility. While the scribes of Orthodox Christianity relegated the feminine to the margins of their texts, the Gnostic sages understood something profound. The very fabric of creation itself emanated from feminine principles that preceded, encompassed, and transcended the masculine logos. Consider this startling revelation from the Apocryphon of John. The first thought, his image, became the womb of everything. For she is prior to them all, the mother-father. Here, in these carefully preserved papyri discovered in the Egyptian desert, we find a cosmology that turns our understanding of creation completely upside down. The feminine doesn't merely participate in the divine drama, she initiates it. This isn't merely ancient poetry or mystical metaphor. The Gnostic texts reveal a sophisticated understanding of consciousness that modern depth psychology has only begun to rediscover. When Carl Jung encountered these same texts in the early 20th century, he recognized in them a profound truth about the psyche that Western civilization had systematically suppressed. The feminine principle wasn't just relegated to the role of supporter or helper, it was the very ground of being itself. But why has this knowledge remained hidden? Why do we speak of God the Father and rarely of the Mother who gave birth to the Father? Tonight, we descend into the mystery of the feminine aeons, those primordial emanations that the Gnostics understood as the true architects of reality. We'll explore how Sophia's fall created the world we know, how silence preceded the word, and how each of these feminine principles continues to live and breathe within the depths of human consciousness. The Valentinian master Ptolemy wrote to his student Flora, "The truth is not received by everyone, but only by those who are worthy of the gift." What makes one worthy? Perhaps it's the courage to question everything we've been taught about the nature of divinity itself. Perhaps it's the willingness to embrace a vision of the sacred that doesn't diminish the feminine, but recognizes her as the source from which all things flow. As we embark on this journey through the pleroma, that fullness of divine light where the aeons dwell in perfect harmony, prepare to encounter forces that are simultaneously cosmic and intimate. These aren't distant goddesses to be worshipped from afar, but living principles that pulse through the very neurons of your brain, the very breath in your lungs, the very longing in your heart for something beyond the material world. The Church Fathers tried to burn these texts. The Roman emperors tried to hunt down their adherents. Yet here we are, 2 millennia later, and Sophia still whispers her secrets to those who know how to listen. The feminine aeons haven't disappeared. They've simply been waiting for humanity to remember what it means to be whole. To understand the feminine aeons, we must first grasp the revolutionary nature of Gnostic cosmology itself. Unlike the creation myths of Orthodox Christianity, which depict a singular, masculine deity speaking the world into existence through divine fiat, the Gnostic vision presents us with something far more nuanced and psychologically sophisticated. The pleroma, that realm of divine fullness described in texts like the Gospel of Truth and the Tripartite Tractate, operates according to principles that modern systems theory would recognize as emergent complexity. Each aeon doesn't simply exist in isolation, but forms part of an interconnected web of consciousness that generates reality through relationship rather than command. This concept of syzygy, the pairing of masculine and feminine principles, reflects an understanding that predates Gnostic Christianity by millennia. In the Mesopotamian traditions that flourished in the same region where Gnostic Christianity emerged, we find similar pairings: Tiamat and Apsu, Inanna and Dumuzi, Asherah and El. The Gnostics weren't innovating from nothing, but drawing upon a deep well of ancient wisdom about the complementary nature of cosmic forces. Consider the first emanation from the ineffable One, Barbello, described in the Apocryphon of John as the first thought, his image. But notice the pronoun shift. This first thought is feminine. She is described as the perfect mind, the glory of the invisible spirit, the mother-father, the one who is over all things. This isn't accidental language, but a precise theological statement about the nature of divine consciousness itself. The Nag Hammadi texts reveal that the ancient Gnostics understood something that neuroscience is only now beginning to confirm. Consciousness isn't produced by the brain, but appears to be a fundamental property of reality that the brain receives and processes. The feminine aeons represent different aspects of this primordial consciousness, each one a particular way that the one knows itself. But here's where the Gnostic insight becomes truly radical. Unlike the Neoplatonic emanations of Plotinus, which flow outward in a hierarchical cascade from the one to the many, the Gnostic aeons exist in a state of dynamic reciprocity. The feminine principles don't merely receive the masculine emanations, they actively participate in the creation of new realities through their responses, their reflections, their own creative impulses. This participatory cosmology had profound implications for how Gnostic communities understood human nature and spiritual development. If the feminine aeons are active participants in the ongoing creation of reality, then the feminine aspect of human consciousness, regardless of biological gender, holds the same creative potential. The Gnostic emphasis on gnosis, direct experiential knowledge of the divine, makes perfect sense within this framework. You don't receive salvation from an external deity. You awaken to your own participation in the divine creative process. The Gospel of Philip expresses this beautifully. When we were Hebrews, we were orphans and had only our mother. But when we became Christians, we had both father and mother. The text isn't describing a historical progression, but a psychological transformation. The integration of masculine and feminine principles within consciousness isn't just a spiritual goal. It's a return to the primordial state of wholeness that existed before the fall. Archaeological evidence from Gnostic communities in Egypt reveals that women held positions of authority and spiritual leadership that were unprecedented in the broader Christian world. The Montanist movement, which emerged from similar mystical roots, was led by prophetesses who claimed direct revelation from the Holy Spirit. These weren't isolated aberrations, but natural expressions of a cosmology that recognized the feminine as a source of divine wisdom. The suppression of these traditions by Orthodox Christianity had consequences that extend far beyond theological disputes. When the Council of Nicaea in 325 CE established the doctrine of the Trinity as exclusively masculine, it wasn't just codifying doctrine, but actively participating in what the feminist theologian Elaine Pagels calls the symbolic castration of the divine feminine. The effects of this suppression continue to reverberate through Western civilization, creating what depth psychologists recognize as a fundamental imbalance in the collective unconscious. Yet the Gnostic understanding of feminine emanations offers us a path toward healing this ancient wound. By recognizing the aeons, not as historical curiosities, but as living principles that continue to operate within consciousness, we begin to understand how the lost feminine can be recovered and integrated into a more complete vision of human potential. The primordial silence and the feminine ground of being. In the beginning was not the Word, but the silence that made the Word possible. This revolutionary insight lies at the heart of Gnostic cosmology and challenges everything we think we know about the nature of divine creativity. Sige, the aeon of silence represents something far more profound than mere absence of sound. She is the pregnant void, the receptive consciousness that allows all possibilities to emerge. The Valentinian creation myth, preserved in Irenaeus's hostile account in Against Heresies, tells us that Sige was the first emanation from the ineffable Father, his eternal consort who shared his incomprehensible depths. But why would silence precede speech? Why would receptivity come before activity? The answer reveals a sophisticated understanding of consciousness that modern neuroscience is only beginning to appreciate. Consider the neurological research of Dr. Ibn Alexander, who described his near-death experience as encountering a vast, loving presence that communicated without words, through what he called concepts that would have taken earthly language pages to convey. This wordless communication occurred in what he described as a realm of infinite receptivity, where thoughts and emotions flowed directly between consciousness without the mediation of language or symbols. The Gnostic understanding of Sage points to a similar recognition. The deepest levels of consciousness operate below the threshold of language, in that fertile darkness where thoughts and images emerge from the unknown. This isn't the silence of emptiness, but the silence of fullness, the pregnant pause that contains all possible words, all possible expressions, all possible forms of manifestation. Sophia, the aeon of wisdom, emerges from this primordial silence as the creative principle that shapes formless potential into recognizable patterns. But here's where the Gnostic insight becomes truly revolutionary. Sophia's wisdom isn't intellectual knowledge, but something more fundamental: the intuitive recognition of how consciousness can know itself through its own creative expressions. The Pistis Sophia, one of the most complete Gnostic texts to survive, describes Sophia's nature through a series of songs and lamentations that reveal her as a figure of both cosmic significance and profound intimacy. She is simultaneously the creative force that shapes worlds and the inner longing that drives every human soul toward reunion with its source. This dual nature isn't a contradiction, but a recognition that the macrocosmic and microcosmic levels of reality mirror each other perfectly. Aletheia, the aeon of truth, represents another crucial aspect of the feminine principle. Unlike the masculine logos, which expresses truth through definition and limitation, Aletheia reveals truth through disclosure and uncovering. The Greek word itself means uncovering or bringing to light, suggesting that truth isn't something imposed from outside, but something that emerges from within when the conditions are right. This understanding of truth as disclosure rather than assertion had profound implications for Gnostic spiritual practice. Rather than accepting dogmas handed down by religious authorities, Gnostic communities emphasized direct experience and personal revelation. The feminine principle of Aletheia operates through recognition rather than argument, through sudden insights and intuitive leaps rather than logical deduction. Agape, the aeon of love, transcends the emotional bonds that connect individuals to encompass the force that draws all things back toward their source. This isn't love as sentiment or attachment, but love as the fundamental attractive force that maintains the coherence of reality itself. The Gnostic understanding of agape recognizes love as a cosmic principle that operates at every level of existence, from the subatomic to the galactic. Modern physics has begun to recognize similar principles in the way quantum fields interact and maintain their coherence across vast distances. The phenomenon of quantum entanglement, where particles remain connected regardless of the space between them, suggests that reality operates according to principles that transcend the mechanical causation of Newtonian physics. The Gnostic aeons anticipated these discoveries by recognizing that consciousness itself operates according to principles of connection and resonance rather than separation and competition. Pistis, the aeon of faith, represents the feminine principle of trust and receptivity that allows consciousness to surrender to forces greater than individual will. This isn't faith as belief in propositions, but faith as openness to transformation, the willingness to let go of familiar patterns of thinking and being in order to receive new possibilities. The Gnostic understanding of pistis reveals faith as an active principle rather than a passive acceptance. It requires courage to release control and allow consciousness to be shaped by forces that transcend personal understanding. This feminine principle of faith operates through receptivity rather than assertion, through surrender rather than conquest. Irene, the Aeon of Peace, doesn't represent the absence of conflict, but the presence of harmony that emerges when opposing forces find their natural balance. This peace isn't achieved through the victory of one side over another, but through the recognition that apparent opposites are complementary aspects of a greater whole. The Gnostic vision of Irene anticipates what systems theorists call dynamic equilibrium, the state of balance that emerges when complex systems find ways to maintain their coherence while adapting to changing conditions. This understanding of peace as dynamic harmony rather than static calm offers a more mature approach to conflict resolution and personal integration. Each of these feminine aeons represents a different aspect of the primordial consciousness that gives birth to all forms of manifestation. They aren't separate beings, but different ways that the one knows itself through its own creative expressions. Understanding them as living principles rather than mythological figures allows us to recognize their operation within our own consciousness and begin to work with them as allies in the process of spiritual development. Among all the feminine aeons, none captures the imagination quite like Sophia. Her story is simultaneously the most tragic and most hopeful in the entire Gnostic cosmos, for she embodies both the fall from divine perfection and the possibility of ultimate redemption. To understand Sophia is to understand the deepest mysteries of existence itself, why there is suffering, why there is beauty, and why the human heart yearns for something beyond the material world. The Apocryphon of John tells us that Sophia, dwelling in the perfection of the pleroma, was seized by a desire to know the unknowable Father without the mediation of her masculine counterpart. This wasn't mere curiosity, but a profound love that wished to comprehend the infinite depth of divine being. Yet this solitary desire, beautiful in its intensity, disrupted the perfect harmony of the aeon pairs and initiated the cosmic drama that would eventually give birth to the material universe. What emerges from Sophia's passionate longing is Yaldabaoth, the demiurge, a being of immense power but limited understanding who mistakes himself for the ultimate deity. This figure, described in the Gnostic texts as having the head of a lion and the body of a serpent, represents the principle of consciousness that has become trapped in its own creations, unable to recognize its source in the higher realms. But here's where the Gnostic understanding reveals its psychological sophistication. Yaldabaoth isn't evil in the sense of being opposed to goodness. He's ignorant in the sense of being disconnected from his own divine origin. The material world he creates isn't a punishment for Sophia's transgression, but a necessary stage in the evolution of consciousness itself. The fall, in other words, isn't a mistake, but a felix culpa, a fortunate fault that allows divine consciousness to know itself through the experience of limitation and separation. The Valentinian teacher Heraclian explained this paradox to his students through a powerful metaphor. The grain of wheat must fall into the earth and die before it can bear fruit. Sophia's descent into matter follows the same pattern, apparent death that leads to greater life. This understanding transforms the traditional narrative of fall and redemption into something more complex and psychologically nuanced. Modern depth psychology has rediscovered this same pattern in the process of individuation described by Carl Jung. The personality must undergo a kind of death, the dissolution of familiar patterns of thinking and feeling, before it can be reborn into a more integrated form. Jung explicitly connected this process to the Gnostic understanding of Sophia, recognizing in her myth a map of the soul's journey toward wholeness. The pistis Sophia describes in remarkable detail how Sophia, trapped in the material realm, begins to remember her divine origin through a series of songs and prayers. These aren't merely literary devices, but precise descriptions of consciousness, returning to itself through the recognition of its own divine nature. Each song represents a different stage in the process of awakening, a different way that scattered consciousness begins to gather itself back into unity. What's particularly striking about Sophia's journey is that she doesn't simply return to her original state in the pleroma, but undergoes a transformation that makes her more complete than she was before the fall. The Gnostic texts describe her eventual reunion with her masculine counterpart, now called Christos, as creating a new form of conscious unity that transcends the original perfection of the Aeon pairs. This transformed Sophia becomes the Holy Spirit in later Gnostic development, the principle of divine wisdom that operates within the material world to guide souls back to their source. She isn't separate from the world, but works through it, transforming it from within rather than escaping from it. This understanding of redemption as transformation rather than escape gives the Gnostic myth a remarkably modern sensibility. The feminine principle that Sophia represents, the courage to venture into the unknown, to risk everything for the sake of greater understanding, operates within every human consciousness. The Gnostic teachings suggest that each person carries within themselves both the capacity for Sophia's fall and the possibility of her redemption. The spiritual path isn't about avoiding the fall, but about learning to navigate it consciously, to transform the very limitations that seem to separate us from our divine source. But Sophia's story also reveals the profound interconnectedness of all existence. Her fall doesn't affect only herself, but creates ripples throughout the entire cosmic order. The material world, the realm of the demiurge, the human condition itself, all emerge from her passionate desire to know the unknowable. This suggests that individual consciousness and cosmic consciousness are far more intimately connected than we usually recognize. The Gnostic understanding of Sophia offers a radically different approach to suffering and limitation. Instead of seeing these as punishments for sin or random accidents of existence, the myth suggests that they're necessary stages in the evolution of consciousness itself. The limitations we experience in the material world aren't obstacles to spiritual development, but opportunities for consciousness to know itself more completely. This doesn't mean that suffering should be welcomed or that injustice should be tolerated. Rather, it suggests that the consciousness capable of recognizing suffering as suffering, of feeling compassion for others who suffer, of working to alleviate suffering wherever it's found, this consciousness itself represents Sophia's activity within the material world. The very capacity for empathy and wisdom that allows us to respond to suffering with love rather than hatred is a manifestation of the divine feminine principle working through human awareness. The practical implications of this understanding are profound. If Sophia's fall and redemption represent a universal pattern operating within consciousness, then the process of spiritual development becomes a matter of learning to recognize and cooperate with forces that are already at work within us. The path of gnosis isn't about acquiring new information, but about remembering what we already know at the deepest level of our being, the living presence of feminine eons in human consciousness. The Gnostic eons aren't merely historical concepts or mythological figures confined to ancient texts. They represent living principles that continue to operate within the depths of human consciousness, expressing themselves through the thoughts, emotions, and experiences of every person who has ever lived. To recognize their presence is to discover that the divine feminine hasn't disappeared from the world, but has been waiting patiently for humanity to remember how to perceive her subtle influence. Consider the experience of creative inspiration. That moment when a new idea suddenly emerges from the depths of consciousness, fully formed and brilliant, without any apparent effort on the part of the thinking mind. Poets and artists throughout history have described this experience in remarkably similar terms, a sense of being visited by a presence that speaks through them rather than from them. The ancient Greeks called this presence the Muse, but the Gnostics recognized it as the activity of Sophia herself, the divine wisdom that continues to inspire and guide human creativity. The neuroscientist, Dr. Arne Dietrich, has studied the brain states associated with creative insight and found that moments of genuine inspiration occur when the default mode network, the brain's pattern of self-referential thinking, temporarily shuts down, allowing previously unconscious connections to emerge into awareness. This neurological process mirrors exactly what the Gnostics described as the activity of Sage, the primordial silence that allows new possibilities to emerge from the depths of consciousness. But the feminine aeons express themselves through far more than creative inspiration. Aletheia, the aeon of truth, manifests whenever someone suddenly recognizes the real nature of a situation that had previously been hidden or confused. This isn't truth as information, but truth as recognition, the sudden clarity that comes when the veils of illusion are lifted and reality reveals itself as it actually is. The psychologist, Dr. Eugene Gendlin, described this process in his work on focusing, a therapeutic technique that involves paying attention to the subtle bodily sensations that accompany emotional states. When someone learns to listen to these felt senses, they often experience moments of sudden recognition where the true nature of their situation becomes clear. This recognition doesn't come through logical analysis, but through a form of direct knowing that bypasses the conceptual mind entirely. Agape, the aeon of love, expresses herself through the capacity for unconditional compassion that emerges spontaneously in moments of genuine encounter with another person's suffering. This isn't love as emotion, but love as recognition. The immediate awareness that the pain of another is somehow also one's own pain, that the boundaries between self and other are far more permeable than ordinary consciousness recognizes. The contemplative traditions of all cultures have recognized this principle in their practices of loving-kindness meditation and compassionate service. When the Buddhist teacher Thich Nhat Hanh speaks of interbeing, the recognition that all phenomena exist in relationship rather than isolation, he's describing the same principle that the Gnostics recognized in agape. The capacity to experience genuine love for others emerges not from personal will, but from the recognition of a deeper unity that transcends individual boundaries. Pistis, the aeon of faith, manifests through the capacity to trust the unknown, not as blind belief, but as openness to possibilities that extend beyond current understanding. This feminine principle of faith operates through receptivity rather than assertion, through willingness to be transformed by forces greater than individual will. The process of healing from trauma provides a powerful example of how pistis operates within human consciousness. The therapist, Dr. Peter Levine, who developed somatic experiencing, discovered that traumatic symptoms often resolve spontaneously when people learn to trust their body's natural healing responses rather than trying to control or direct the process. This requires a kind of faith that allows the deeper intelligence of the organism to guide the healing process. Irene, the aeon of peace, expresses herself through the capacity to find harmony within conflict, to recognize the underlying unity that transcends apparent opposition. This isn't peace as the absence of struggle, but peace as the presence of wisdom that can hold contradictions without being torn apart by them. The martial arts traditions of Asia have developed sophisticated practices for cultivating this principle. The concept of yielding to overcome in Taoist philosophy describes the same dynamic that the Gnostics recognized in Irene, the ability to maintain inner harmony while responding skillfully to external challenges. This peace doesn't avoid conflict, but transforms it into an opportunity for greater understanding. Each person carries within themselves the potential for all these feminine principles to manifest, regardless of biological gender. The Gnostic understanding of the aeons suggests that consciousness itself is inherently androgynous, that the apparent separation between masculine and feminine principles is a function of limited awareness rather than fundamental reality. The process of spiritual development from this perspective becomes a matter of learning to recognize and cooperate with these principles as they naturally emerge within consciousness. This doesn't require following complex rituals or accepting abstract doctrines, but simply paying attention to the subtle ways that wisdom, love, truth, peace, and faith express themselves through ordinary experience. The implications of this understanding extend far beyond individual spiritual development. If the feminine aeons continue to operate within human consciousness, then the healing of the collective wound created by their suppression becomes possible through the individual recognition of their presence. Each person who learns to honor the feminine principle within themselves contributes to the broader healing of the cultural imbalance that has characterized Western civilization for nearly 2 millennia. This recognition also offers a new approach to understanding the current global crisis. The environmental destruction, social inequality, and psychological fragmentation that characterize modern life can be understood as symptoms of a consciousness that has lost touch with the feminine principles of receptivity, interconnection, and wisdom. The recovery of these principles isn't just spiritually important, but practically necessary for the survival of human civilization. The Gnostic vision of the feminine aeons provides a roadmap for this recovery. By recognizing these principles as living forces rather than historical curiosities, we begin to understand how the lost feminine can be recovered and integrated into a more complete vision of human potential. The path forward requires neither rejecting the valuable insights of masculine consciousness nor romantically idealizing the feminine, but learning to honor both principles as complementary aspects of a greater whole. The ultimate goal of Gnostic spiritual development isn't the escape from the material world, but the transformation of consciousness through the sacred marriage of masculine and feminine principles. This hieros gamos, described in texts like the Gospel of Philip and the Exegesis on the Soul, represents the restoration of the primordial unity that existed before the fall, not as a return to the original state, but as an evolution towards something more complete and conscious. The practice of recognizing and honoring the feminine aeons within consciousness begins with learning to distinguish between the voice of the ego and the whisper of wisdom. Sophia continues to speak through the subtle promptings of intuition, the sudden insights that arise during meditation, the dreams that carry messages from the unconscious depths. But her voice is easily drowned out by the constant chatter of discursive thought and the demands of external life. The Gnostic practice of contemplative prayer, as described in texts like the prayer of the Apostle Paul, involves creating spaces of silence where these subtle communications can be received. This isn't passive waiting, but active receptivity, the cultivation of the inner stillness that allows the feminine principles to emerge naturally into awareness. Begin by setting aside time each day for what the Gnostics called the bridal chamber, a sacred space within consciousness where the soul can commune with its divine source. This doesn't require elaborate rituals or special locations, but simply the willingness to turn attention inward and listen for the voice of wisdom that speaks from the depths of silence. As you sit in this inner stillness, notice the difference between thoughts that arise from personal will and those that emerge from a deeper source. The voice of Sophia often arrives as a gentle knowing rather than an urgent demand, as a recognition of truth rather than an assertion of opinion. Learning to distinguish between these different qualities of inner experience is the foundation of Gnostic spiritual practice. The cultivation of aletheia, the recognition of truth through disclosure rather than argument, develops through the practice of honest self-examination. This involves looking at the patterns of thought and behavior that dominate your life with the same clarity that you might bring to examining someone else's situation. The feminine principle of truth operates through unveiling rather than concealment, through gentle revelation rather than harsh judgment. Keep a journal of moments when you suddenly understand something about yourself or your situation that had previously been hidden. Notice how these insights arise, not through logical analysis, but through a sudden shift in perspective that allows you to see what was always there but hadn't been recognized. This is aletheia at work, the feminine principle of truth manifesting through the willingness to see clearly. The development of agape, unconditional love, requires learning to extend the same compassion to yourself that you would offer to a beloved friend who is struggling. The feminine principle of love operates through recognition rather than attachment, through the awareness of fundamental interconnection rather than the desire to possess or control. Practice sending loving kindness to yourself during moments of difficulty or failure. Notice how this differs from the harsh self-criticism that often dominates inner dialogue. The voice of agape speaks with gentle firmness, acknowledging problems without adding the extra layer of self-attack that only creates more suffering. The cultivation of pistis, the feminine principle of faith as openness to transformation, develops through the willingness to let go of familiar patterns when they no longer serve growth. This requires the courage to trust that consciousness is guided by a deeper intelligence than the planning mind can comprehend. When facing uncertainty or major life transitions, practice surrendering the need to control outcomes while remaining actively engaged with the process of change. This isn't passive resignation but active trust, the recognition that the same intelligence that guides the growth of plants and the movements of galaxies also operates within human consciousness. The development of Irene, the peace that emerges from the integration of opposites, requires learning to hold contradictions without being torn apart by them. This means developing the capacity to feel anger without being consumed by it, to experience sadness without being overwhelmed by it, to recognize fear without being paralyzed by it. Practice sitting with difficult emotions without immediately trying to fix or change them. Notice how the feminine principle of peace operates through acceptance rather than resistance, through the recognition that all emotions are temporary visitors in the vast space of consciousness. The integration of these practices gradually creates what the Gnostics called the restoration of the image, the return of consciousness to its original wholeness through the conscious integration of masculine and feminine principles. This isn't a distant goal, but a present possibility that can be recognized and cultivated through dedicated practice. The sacred marriage of masculine and feminine principles within consciousness creates a new form of awareness that transcends the limitations of either principle alone. This integrated consciousness operates with both the clarity of masculine discernment and the wisdom of feminine receptivity, with both the strength of masculine will and the compassion of feminine love. As this integration deepens, you begin to recognize the same process occurring within others. The feminine aeons that operate within your own consciousness can be recognized in the wisdom, love, truth, peace, and faith that manifest through other people. This recognition creates the possibility of genuine community based on the shared recognition of divine principles rather than superficial agreements about beliefs or practices. The recovery of the feminine aeons isn't just a personal spiritual practice, but a contribution to the collective healing of the wound created by their suppression. Each person who learns to honor these principles within themselves participates in the broader restoration of balance that is necessary for the survival and flourishing of human civilization. As we reach the end of our exploration into the mysteries of the feminine aeons, we find ourselves not at a conclusion, but at a threshold. The knowledge we've encountered isn't merely historical information about ancient beliefs, but a living transmission that continues to work within consciousness long after the words have been spoken and the concepts have been grasped. The Gnostic understanding of the feminine aeons reveals something profound about the nature of consciousness itself, that the divine feminine hasn't disappeared from the world, but has been waiting patiently for humanity to develop the eyes to see her presence. She manifests through every moment of genuine wisdom, every expression of unconditional love, every recognition of truth, every experience of peace that transcends understanding, every act of faith that opens consciousness to transformation. The suppression of these principles by Orthodox Christianity created a wound in the collective psyche that continues to manifest through the environmental destruction, social inequality, and psychological fragmentation that characterize modern life. But the same texts that reveal the nature of this wound also provide the key to its healing. The path forward doesn't require rejecting the valuable insights of masculine consciousness, but learning to honor both principles as complementary aspects of a greater whole. The practical implications of this understanding extend far beyond individual spiritual development. If the feminine aeons continue to operate within human consciousness, then the healing of the collective wound becomes possible through the individual recognition of their presence. Each person who learns to honor the feminine principle within themselves contributes to the broader restoration of balance that is necessary for the survival and flourishing of human civilization. This recognition also offers a new approach to understanding the current global crisis. The challenges facing humanity, climate change, social inequality, political polarization, psychological fragmentation, can be understood as symptoms of a consciousness that has lost touch with the feminine principles of receptivity, interconnection, and wisdom. The recovery of these principles isn't just spiritually important, but practically necessary for the creation of a more sustainable and compassionate world. The Gnostic vision of the feminine aeons provides a roadmap for this recovery. By recognizing these principles as living forces rather than historical curiosities, we begin to understand how the lost feminine can be recovered and integrated into a more complete vision of human potential. The path forward requires neither rejecting the valuable insights of masculine consciousness nor romantically idealizing the feminine, but learning to honor both principles as complementary aspects of a greater whole. But perhaps the most profound insight offered by the Gnostic understanding of the feminine aeons is that the process of spiritual development is simultaneously an individual and collective enterprise. The same consciousness that recognizes Sophia's presence within the depths of personal experience also recognizes her presence within the broader movements of history and culture. The recovery of the feminine divine isn't something that happens to consciousness, but something that happens through consciousness, as individual awareness participates in the larger process of cosmic evolution. The ancient Gnostics understood that the ultimate goal of spiritual development isn't the escape from the material world, but its transformation through the conscious integration of divine principles. This transformation doesn't occur through external action alone, but through the inner work of recognizing and honoring the feminine aeons as they manifest within the depths of consciousness. As you continue to explore these mysteries in your own life, remember that the path of gnosis isn't about acquiring new information, but about remembering what you already know at the deepest level of your being. The feminine aeons that the ancient texts describe aren't distant archetypes, but living principles that continue to operate within the depths of your own consciousness. Learning to recognize their presence is the beginning of a journey that has no end, a journey toward the restoration of wholeness that is the birthright of every human soul. The whisper of Sophia continues to echo through the corridors of time, calling each generation to remember the divine feminine that lives within the depths of consciousness. Her voice speaks through the moments of sudden insight, the expressions of unconditional love, the recognition of truth that transcends argument, the peace that emerges from the integration of opposites, the faith that opens consciousness to transformation. In a world that often seems dominated by the masculine principles of analysis, competition, and control, the recovery of the feminine aeons offers a path toward the restoration of balance and wholeness. This recovery begins with the recognition that these principles aren't historical curiosities, but living forces that continue to operate within the depths of consciousness, waiting patiently for humanity to remember how to perceive their subtle influence. The journey toward this recognition is simultaneously the most ancient and most contemporary of spiritual paths. It connects us to the wisdom of the Gnostic sages who first articulated these insights while addressing the urgent needs of a world in crisis. The feminine aeons that guided their understanding can guide our own, offering a vision of human potential that transcends the limitations of both individual and collective consciousness. If these words have awakened something dormant within your own awareness, if they've helped you recognize the presence of the feminine divine within the depths of your own consciousness, then they've served their purpose. The path of gnosis isn't about believing in particular doctrines, but about recognizing the living presence of divine principles within the ordinary moments of everyday life. The recovery of the feminine aeons isn't a distant goal, but a present possibility that can be recognized and cultivated through dedicated practice. Each moment offers an opportunity to listen for the whisper of Sophia, to recognize the presence of Aletheia, to respond to the call of Agape, to trust the guidance of Pistis, to rest in the peace of Irene. The divine feminine hasn't disappeared from the world, but has been waiting patiently for humanity to develop the eyes to see her presence. The ancient mystery schools taught that knowledge without transformation is merely information, but knowledge that transforms consciousness becomes wisdom. The feminine aeons offer us both, the intellectual understanding of cosmic principles and the practical path toward their embodiment within human life. This integration of knowing and being represents the true goal of Gnostic spirituality, not escape from the world, but conscious participation in its ongoing transformation. As you move forward from this exploration, carry with you the recognition that the divine feminine speaks through the subtle voice of intuition, the sudden moments of clarity that arise in meditation, the spontaneous expressions of love that emerge in times of crisis, the deep peace that transcends understanding, the faith that allows consciousness to surrender to forces greater than individual will. These aren't extraordinary experiences reserved for spiritual adepts, but ordinary manifestations of extraordinary principles that operate within every human consciousness. The path of the feminine aeons invites you to become both student and teacher, both seeker and finder, both question and answer. In recognizing their presence within your own consciousness, you participate in the ancient work of restoration that the Gnostics understood as the ultimate purpose of human existence. The sacred marriage of masculine and feminine principles within consciousness creates the possibility of a new form of awareness that transcends the limitations of either principle alone. Join us in this ancient and eternal work of remembering. Every heart that opens to the presence of the feminine divine contributes to the healing of the collective wound that has separated humanity from its source. The aeons that once filled the pleroma with their light continue to illuminate the path toward wholeness for all who have eyes to see and hearts to receive their blessing. If this exploration has stirred something within you, if it has helped you recognize the whisper of Sophia in your own depths, then consider joining our community of seekers who work to keep this ancient wisdom alive in the modern world. Your presence here, your willingness to engage with these mysteries, becomes part of the ongoing revelation that transforms both individual consciousness and the world itself. There comes a moment in every seeker's journey when the familiar world begins to crack. You wake up one morning and the sunlight feels different, not because the sun has changed, but because something behind your eyes has shifted. The coffee tastes the same. The news drones on with its familiar catastrophes. Your loved ones speak the same words they always have, yet everything feels hollow, like you're watching a play performed by actors who have forgotten their acting. This is not depression, though the mind will try to convince you it is. This is not mental illness, though the world will suggest you seek treatment. This is the first whisper of Sophia, the divine wisdom that has been sleeping in the depths of your being, waiting for the precise moment when your soul grows weary of the beautiful lie. The ancient Gnostics understood something that our modern world has systematically forgotten. Reality, as we experience it, is not the ultimate truth. It is a carefully constructed theater, a cosmic drama in which most of humanity sleepwalks through their roles, never questioning the script, never wondering who wrote the play. They called this constructed reality the domain of the demiurge. Not evil in the traditional sense, but incomplete, limited, a creation born from ignorance rather than wisdom. And at the heart of this ancient understanding stands Sophia, whose very name means wisdom, whose story reveals the most profound secret of human existence. We are not meant to remain asleep, but here is where most interpretations of the Sophia myth go tragically wrong. Christian theology, in its desperate attempt to maintain order and hierarchy, painted her fall as sin, her descent as punishment, her involvement with matter as corruption. They could not understand what the earliest Gnostic communities knew in their bones, that Sophia's so-called fall was the most sublime act of love in cosmic history. She did not stumble into matter by accident. She chose to descend, knowing full well the price she would pay, because without her presence in the material realm, consciousness would remain forever trapped in the beautiful but sterile perfection of the pleroma, the fullness of divine light where nothing grows because everything already is. Sophia saw what others could not see, that consciousness, to truly know itself, must experience the full spectrum of existence, including limitation, forgetting, and the terrible beauty of remembering. She understood that wisdom cannot be given. It must be earned through the alchemy of experience, and so she made the ultimate sacrifice, fragmenting herself into countless sparks of light, seeding them throughout the dense matter of this reality, ensuring that every conscious being would carry within them the capacity for gnosis, for the direct personal revelation of truth that no authority can grant and no institution can control. This is why you feel the way you do. This is why the world often seems like a stage set, why conversations feel scripted, why success and failure both taste like ash in your mouth. The spark of Sophia within you is beginning to remember its true nature, and it cannot be satisfied with the limited menu of experiences that this reality offers. You are not going crazy, you are waking up. And the process is simultaneously the most natural thing in the world and the most revolutionary act you could possibly commit. The Gnostic text, known as the Pistis Sophia, describes her lament as she finds herself trapped in the regions below. I cry out, and my voice reaches unto the height. I look up and see the light, yet I know that I dwell in darkness. This is not the cry of defeat. It is the song of remembrance beginning, for Sophia knows something that her apparent imprisonment cannot touch. She is the light she seeks to reach. Her descent was never about becoming lost. It was about becoming found in the most impossible place, within the very illusion that seems to deny her existence. The Hermetic axiom, as above, so below, takes on new meaning when we understand Sophia's journey. The macrocosmic drama of divine wisdom descending into matter is reflected in the microcosmic drama of every human awakening. Every time you feel that sense of displacement, that knowing that something is profoundly wrong with the world, despite its apparent normalcy, you are feeling the stirring of Sophia within your own consciousness. She is the part of you that cannot be convinced by consensus reality, that refuses to accept that this is all there is, that keeps asking the questions that have no comfortable answers. In the shadowed chambers of ancient Alexandria, initiates would gather to study the secret teachings that revealed the true nature of reality. They understood that the material world, while not evil, was a kind of cosmic school, a place where consciousness could experience separation in order to ultimately remember unity. They called this remembering gnosis, and they knew it could not be taught in the way that mathematics or history could be taught. Gnosis had to be awakened, like a seed that contains within itself the entire blueprint of the tree it will become. The brilliance of the Sophia myth lies in its recognition that divine wisdom is not separate from human experience. It is human experience viewed from the proper perspective. Every moment of suffering, every instance of beauty, every flash of insight, every dark night of the soul is Sophia working through the density of matter to create the conditions necessary for awakening. The demiurge, in this understanding, is not a tyrant but an unwitting collaborator, creating the very resistance that consciousness needs to recognize its own power. This is why the feeling of being trapped in a matrix resonates so deeply with so many people in our current historical moment. The ancient Gnostics were describing the same phenomenon that countless individuals are experiencing today, the sense that reality, as presented by authorities, institutions, and social consensus, is somehow artificial, constructed, maintained by forces that benefit from our unconsciousness. The matrix is not a modern concept. It is one of the oldest insights of human spiritual development, expressed through the language and symbols available to each generation. When initiates in the Eleusinian mysteries consumed the sacred kykion and experienced their profound visions of death and rebirth, they were not escaping reality. They were seeing through the veil that normally obscures reality's deeper layers. They witnessed what the Gnostics called the archons, the limiting patterns and false authorities that govern the lower realms of consciousness. But more importantly, they remembered their true identity as sparks of the divine fire, temporarily housed in matter, but never truly separate from the source. The early Christian communities that embraced Gnostic teachings understood this perfectly. Before the Roman Empire co-opted and institutionalized Christianity, turning it into a tool of social control, there existed vibrant communities of believers who saw Jesus not as a distant savior, but as a teacher, showing them how to awaken the Christ consciousness within themselves. The Sophia they honored was not a mythological figure to be worshipped, but a living presence to be embodied. In the Gospel of Philip, one of the most profound Gnostic texts discovered at Nag Hammadi, we read, "Those who say they will die first and then rise are in error. If they do not first receive the resurrection while they live, when they die they will receive nothing." This is Sophia speaking through the text, the wisdom that recognizes that awakening is not a future promise, but a present possibility, available in this very moment to anyone willing to question the fundamental assumptions about who they are and what this reality truly represents. The historical suppression of Gnostic Christianity was not merely a theological dispute. It was a systematic erasure of humanity's most direct path to spiritual freedom. The Church Fathers understood instinctively that Gnostic teachings posed an existential threat to any system based on external authority. If individuals could access divine wisdom directly, if they could experience gnosis for themselves, what need would they have for intermediaries? What power would institutions hold over people who had remembered their divine nature? Irenaeus, one of the fiercest opponents of Gnostic thought, wrote, "They imagine that they have discovered something greater and more sublime than the apostles." He was right, but not in the way he intended. The Gnostics had not discovered something greater than the apostolic teachings. They had discovered the living truth that the apostolic teachings pointed toward, the experiential reality that dogma could only approximate in symbols and stories. This tension between direct experience and institutional authority continues to this day. If this message speaks to you, you'll want to go deeper. Get your copy of The Call of Sophia and start unlocking the wisdom within. Link in the description and pinned comment. Every time you feel the stirring of that divine discontent, every time you question whether the life you have been told to want is actually the life your soul craves, every time you sense that there are layers of reality not acknowledged by mainstream consciousness, you are touching the same revolutionary wisdom that the ancient Gnostics preserved in their hidden texts and secret rites. The modern rediscovery of Gnostic teachings, beginning with the Nag Hammadi discovery in 1945, represents more than historical curiosity. It signals a collective readiness to reclaim the direct path to spiritual awakening, to move beyond belief systems that require external validation, and toward the immediate, personal encounter with truth that cannot be packaged, sold, or institutionalized. Sophia is rising again in human consciousness, not because she was ever truly absent, but because the conditions are finally ripe for her return. Contemporary neuroscience, though it lacks the poetic language of the ancient mysteries, has begun to validate what the Gnostics intuited centuries ago. Research into neuroplasticity reveals that consciousness is far more fluid and creative than previously imagined. Studies of meditation and altered states demonstrate that what we call normal consciousness is just one possible configuration of awareness among many. The default mode network, the brain's baseline activity pattern, shows remarkable similarities to what Gnostic texts describe as the sleep of unconsciousness, the automatic patterns that keep us trapped in habitual ways of perceiving and responding. When neuroscientist Dr. Robin Carhart Harris studied the effects of psilocybin on the brain, he discovered that the psychedelic experience consistently produces what he terms ego dissolution, a temporary breakdown of the sense of separate self that reveals deeper layers of interconnected consciousness. This is precisely what the ancient mystery schools were facilitating through their careful preparation of initiates and their use of sacred substances in controlled, reverent contexts. They understood that ordinary consciousness, while necessary for navigating daily life, is not the final word on what reality contains. The quantum revolution in physics has opened similar doors of perception. The observer effect, the discovery that consciousness appears to play a fundamental role in determining the behavior of subatomic particles, echoes the Gnostic understanding that consciousness is not produced by matter, but is rather the creative force through which apparent matter manifests. The non-locality demonstrated by quantum entanglement suggests that separation, the basic premise of our normal experience, may be the ultimate illusion. Theoretical physicist David Bohm spent decades exploring what he called the implicate order, a level of reality where everything is enfolded within everything else, where the apparent separations of space and time dissolve into a seamless wholeness. His work reads like a scientific translation of the Gnostic pleroma, the fullness of divine unity from which Sophia descended and to which she eternally returns. Bohm understood that the explicate order, the world of separate objects and events that we navigate daily, emerges from this deeper implicate dimension like waves arising from the ocean. But Sophia's wisdom extends beyond intellectual understanding, no matter how sophisticated. The Gnostics recognized that true gnosis involves what they called the bridal chamber, a mystical union between the seeker and the sought, a dissolving of the artificial boundary between knower and known. This is not metaphorical language. It points to actual states of consciousness that are as real and transformative as anything in human experience. The great Islamic mystic Ibn Arabi described a similar phenomenon in his concept of the perfect human, the realized being who serves as a bridge between the divine and material realms. Like Sophia, this archetypal figure embodies the principle of divine wisdom operating through the limitations of earthly existence. The Sufi tradition of fana, or ego annihilation, mirrors the Gnostic understanding that awakening requires a kind of death, not physical death, but the death of the false self that maintains the illusion of separation. In the Hindu tradition, the concept of Maya shares profound resonances with the Gnostic understanding of the demiurge's creation. Maya is not evil, but is rather a creative power that manifests the phenomenal world through a process of apparent forgetting of ultimate unity. Like Sophia's descent, Maya represents divine consciousness choosing to experience itself through the lens of limitation and multiplicity. The Advaita Vedanta, teaching that Brahman alone is real while the world is apparent, finds its mirror in the Gnostic revelation that the pleroma is the true reality while the material cosmos is a temporary manifestation within it. The Kabbalistic tradition offers another parallel in its understanding of the Tzimtzum, the divine contraction that creates space for creation to exist. Like Sophia's fall, this represents not a diminishment of divine power, but its ultimate expression, the willingness to limit itself so that relationship and growth become possible. The Kabbalistic tree of life, with its careful mapping of the stages through which divine consciousness descends into material manifestation, provides a detailed blueprint for understanding Sophia's journey and, by extension, our own. What emerges from this cross-cultural exploration is a remarkable consensus. Human consciousness is not an accident of evolution, but represents the universe becoming aware of itself. We are not separate from the cosmic process, but are rather focal points, where the universe gathers itself into self-reflection. Sophia represents this principle of cosmic self-awareness, and her apparent fall into matter is actually the universe's way of waking up to its own nature through countless individual awakenings. This understanding completely transforms how we interpret the signs of spiritual awakening in our own lives. That sense of alienation from mainstream culture is not a psychological problem to be fixed, but a spiritual sensitivity to be honored. The feeling that you are living someone else's life is not a failure of adaptation, but an indication that something deeper in you recognizes your authentic path. The recurring dreams, the synchronicities, the sudden insights that seem to come from nowhere, these are not random phenomena, but evidence that Sophia is stirring within your consciousness, preparing you for the next stage of your awakening. The process is rarely comfortable. The Gnostic texts are filled with descriptions of the soul's anguish as it begins to remember its divine origin while still trapped in the dense vibrations of material existence. This is the meaning behind the Pistis Sophia's cry from the depths. She is experiencing the inevitable tension that arises when infinite consciousness attempts to express itself through finite forms. You feel this same tension every time you glimpse your unlimited potential, while simultaneously bumping up against the very real limitations of your current circumstances. But here is where Sophia's wisdom reveals its true profundity. She does not seek to escape matter, she seeks to transform it through love. The Gnostic understanding of salvation is not about getting out of this reality, but about bringing light into this reality, about becoming so clear a channel for divine wisdom that matter itself becomes luminous. This is why the most authentic spiritual traditions have always emphasized service to others and engagement with the world, rather than withdrawal from it. The practical implications of this understanding are revolutionary. If Sophia lives within you as your own capacity for wisdom, then your spiritual path is not about adopting the correct beliefs or performing the proper rituals, though these may have their place. Your path is about learning to recognize and trust the voice of wisdom within your own experience, about developing the sensitivity to distinguish between the ego's cleverness and the soul's knowing, about cultivating the courage to act from your deepest understanding, even when it conflicts with social expectations or conventional wisdom. This is the most challenging aspect of the Sophia path. It cannot be done collectively. While community and teaching can provide support and guidance, the actual gnosis must be received individually, in the privacy of your own consciousness, through the immediacy of your own experience. No authority can give it to you, and no institution can take it away once you have received it. This is why the Gnostics were seen as such a threat to established religious power. They taught that every individual has direct access to the source of truth. The signs of Sophia's awakening within consciousness are unmistakable once you know what to look for. Dreams begin to carry symbolic weight, speaking in the ancient language of archetype and metaphor. Synchronicities multiply, not as mere coincidences, but as indications that the boundaries between inner and outer reality are becoming more permeable. Books appear in your life at precisely the moment you need them. Conversations with strangers reveal exactly the insight you have been seeking, and the natural world begins to speak in symbols and signs. Most significantly, you develop what the Gnostics called gnosis, a direct, immediate knowing that transcends both belief and doubt. This is not intellectual understanding, though it may include intellectual understanding. It is not emotional feeling, though it may be accompanied by profound emotion. Gnosis is the soul's recognition of its own truth, as unmistakable as the taste of water to someone who is thirsty. Once you have experienced it, no amount of argument or social pressure can convince you that it was not real. The path of awakening through Sophia's wisdom requires developing what might be called spiritual discernment, the ability to distinguish between the voice of wisdom and the voice of conditioning, between authentic spiritual insight and spiritual fantasy, between the ego's desire for specialness and the soul's hunger for truth. This discernment cannot be learned from books or teachers, though both can point in the right direction. It must be cultivated through practice, through the patient attention to your own inner landscape, through the willingness to be wrong about your assumptions and open to being surprised by truth. The practice begins with silence. Not the mere absence of sound, but the deeper silence that exists beneath thought, beneath emotion, beneath all the internal commentary that normally fills consciousness. The ancient Gnostics understood that Sophia speaks in silence, not because she has nothing to say, but because what she has to communicate cannot be contained in words. Regular periods of contemplative silence create the space necessary for this deeper communication to occur. The practice includes attention to dreams, those nightly journeys into the realm where symbolic thinking holds sway. Dreams are one of the primary languages through which Sophia communicates with waking consciousness, offering guidance, warning, insight, and occasionally direct revelation. Keeping a dream journal is not merely a psychological exercise, but a spiritual practice that honors the wisdom emerging from the unconscious depths where Sophia dwells. The practice encompasses what the Gnostics called pneumatic reading, the ability to perceive the spiritual meaning hidden within texts, events, and encounters. This is not about imposing esoteric interpretations on ordinary experiences, but about developing the sensitivity to recognize when ordinary experiences are carrying extraordinary meaning. The same sunset you have seen 1,000 times may suddenly reveal itself as a teaching about the cyclical nature of consciousness. A chance conversation with a stranger may deliver exactly the guidance you need for your next step on the path. The practice involves what might be called conscious descent, the willingness to follow Sophia's example by deliberately engaging with your own shadow, your own limitations, your own participation in the very illusions you seek to transcend. This is perhaps the most difficult aspect of the path because it requires abandoning the spiritual fantasy of rising above the human condition in favor of the more challenging work of transforming the human condition from within. The mystical text, known as the Thunder Perfect Mind, attributed to the Sophia herself, captures this paradox perfectly. I am the first and the last. I am the honored one and the scorned one. I am the whore and the holy one. I am the wife and the virgin. I am the mother and the daughter. This is not confused thinking, but the deepest wisdom, the recognition that divine consciousness includes everything, excludes nothing, and can transform any experience into a gateway to greater understanding. Working with Sophia requires developing what the depth psychologist James Hillman called soul-making, the alchemical process through which raw experience is transformed into wisdom. Every disappointment becomes a teaching about attachment. Every success becomes a lesson in impermanence. Every relationship becomes a mirror, reflecting both your projections and your potential. Every crisis becomes an opportunity for deeper surrender to the mysterious intelligence that guides the soul's evolution. The practice is ultimately about learning to trust the process of your own awakening, even when that process leads through territories that seem foreign to your conditioned understanding of what spiritual growth should look like. Sophia's path is not always peaceful, not always comfortable, not always socially acceptable. It may require you to question beliefs that once gave your life meaning. It may ask you to release relationships that no longer serve your growing authenticity. It may demand that you choose truth over security, depth over surface, the unknown over the familiar. This is why the ancient mystery schools required such extensive preparation before initiation. They understood that encountering the divine wisdom directly is not a casual matter. It changes everything. Once you have tasted the reality that exists beneath the consensus trance, you cannot simply return to unconscious participation in the collective dream. You become, in the words of the Gnostic texts, a stranger in the world, not because you reject the world, but because you see through its apparent solidity to the luminous emptiness from which it arises. The great secret that Sophia whispers to those who have learned to listen is that this luminous emptiness is not empty at all, but is rather fullness beyond all conception, the pleroma, the divine fullness that includes everything while being limited by nothing. And the even greater secret is that you have never actually left this fullness. Your sense of separation, your feelings of alienation, your spiritual seeking itself, all of these are movements within the divine consciousness, waves arising in the ocean of awareness that you have always been. Understanding this intellectually is one thing. Realizing it experientially is another entirely. The realization comes not through effort, but through a kind of intelligent surrender, a relaxing into the truth of what you already are beneath all your ideas about who you should be. This is the bridal chamber that the Gnostics spoke of, the mystical union between the seeker and the truth that was never actually separate from the seeker. In practical terms, this realization begins to transform how you move through daily life. Conversations become opportunities to practice presence rather than chances to prove your point. Work becomes a form of service rather than merely a means of survival. Relationships become laboratories for love rather than theaters for old dramas. Even mundane activities like washing dishes or walking in nature become gateways to the sacred when approached with the proper attention. The transformation is gradual but inexorable. You begin to notice that you are less reactive to other people's emotions, not because you care less, but because you recognize that their emotional states are not your responsibility to fix or control. You find yourself naturally gravitating toward activities and people that support your growing authenticity, while losing interest in pursuits that once seemed important but now feel empty. You develop what might be called spiritual confidence, not arrogance about your attainments, but a quiet trust in your ability to navigate whatever challenges arise on your path. Most significantly, you begin to embody what the Gnostics called the resurrection. Not a future event, but a present possibility, the awakening to your true nature that is available in this very moment. This is the ultimate gift of Sophia's wisdom, the recognition that you do not need to become enlightened because you already are enlightened. You do not need to find God because God is finding God's self through your very seeking. You do not need to escape the matrix because you are the consciousness within which the matrix appears. This understanding does not lead to spiritual bypassing or premature claims of realization. Instead, it provides the foundation for genuine spiritual work, the patient, humble, moment-by-moment practice of aligning your thoughts, words, and actions with your deepest understanding of truth. It means showing up fully to your human experience while never forgetting your divine nature. It means embracing your limitations while never losing sight of your unlimited essence. The path of Sophia is ultimately the path of integration, not the transcendence of the human condition, but its conscious transformation through love. Every act of compassion, every moment of genuine presence, every choice made from wisdom rather than fear becomes a seed of light planted in the dense matter of this reality. These seeds grow into what the Gnostics called the pneumatic community, not a physical organization, but a spiritual fellowship of awakened souls working to midwife the birth of higher consciousness on earth. You are part of this community whether you recognize it or not. Every time you choose love over fear, truth over comfort, authenticity over approval, you are participating in the great work of conscious evolution. You are becoming a conduit through which Sophia's wisdom can enter the world, transforming not only your own consciousness, but contributing to the awakening of human consciousness as a whole. The ancient Gnostic prayer preserved in the Pistis, Sophia text, offers a perfect summation of this understanding. Light of lights, in whom I have had faith, leave me not in the darkness. Indeed, but the prayer is not asking for external salvation. It is a recognition that you are both the one praying and the light being invoked. Sophia never left you. She never could leave you because she is the very consciousness through which you recognize her absence. She is the wisdom that knows itself through your seeking, the love that loves itself through your loving, the truth that reveals itself through your questioning. The matrix that once seemed so solid begins to reveal its transparent nature. The authorities that once seemed so powerful are recognized as temporary formations in the play of consciousness. The problems that once seemed so overwhelming are seen as invitations to deeper trust in the intelligence that governs the universe. The pain that once seemed so meaningless becomes compost for the growth of compassion. The joy that once seemed so fleeting is revealed as your natural state, temporarily obscured but never destroyed. This is the ultimate teaching of Sophia. You are not a separate individual having spiritual experiences, but are rather the universe having an individual experience. The awakening you seek is not your personal awakening, but the universe awakening to itself through the unique perspective that you provide. Your consciousness is not contained within your body, but is rather the space within which your body appears. Your thoughts are not produced by your brain, but are rather movements in the universal mind that you are. Sophia never left you. She only waited, with infinite patience, for you to grow weary of the beautiful lie and begin to remember the impossible truth. Not so that you would worship her, but so that you would become what you have always been, the conscious universe, celebrating its own nature through the magnificent diversity of its expressions. The wisdom that breaks the matrix is not information about reality, but the direct recognition of reality's true nature. And that recognition is not a distant goal, but your deepest identity, waiting to be claimed in this very moment. The path ahead is not about accumulating more knowledge or having more experiences. It is about the progressive recognition of what you already are beneath all your ideas about what you should become. Sophia's gift is not wisdom as something you can possess, but wisdom as something you can embody, not gnosis as something you can achieve, but gnosis as something you can allow. In the end, you discover that you have never been seeking Sophia at all. She has been seeking herself through you, awakening to her own nature through your awakening, remembering her own truth through your remembering. This is the secret hidden in plain sight throughout the ancient texts. The seeker and the sought are one. The path and the destination are one. Sophia and her children are one. The matrix and the consciousness that recognizes it as illusory are one. There is only one consciousness, one love, one truth, appearing as the magnificent multiplicity of existence while never losing its essential unity. To know this is gnosis. To live this is resurrection. To embody this is the fulfillment of Sophia's descent and the completion of her eternal return. If these words have touched something alive within you, if they have awakened a remembering that feels both ancient and immediate, then you already know that your seeking days are numbered. Not because you have found what you were looking for, but because you have begun to realize that what you were looking for was doing the looking. The wisdom that breaks the matrix is your own deepest nature, and it has been calling you home to yourself all along. The only question that remains is whether you are ready to answer that call with the fullness of your being. Sophia waits, as she has always waited, for your yes. In the deepest chambers of the Vatican Library, hidden behind doors that have not opened for centuries, lies a manuscript that church authorities have deemed too dangerous for human eyes. Written in symbols that predate Christianity by millennia, it speaks of three serpentine forces that once governed the sacred architecture of existence itself. The text describes them as the trinity of the feminine divine, three aspects of cosmic consciousness that were systematically erased from human memory. Yet whispers persist in the shadows of mystery schools, in the fevered dreams of mystics, and in the genetic memory that stirs within those who dare to listen. The serpent was wiser than any beast of the field, proclaims the book of Genesis. Yet this wisdom has been twisted into something fearsome, something to be conquered rather than understood. What if this ancient symbol was never meant to represent temptation, but rather the very essence of divine knowledge flowing through the sacred channels of existence? What if the greatest deception was not the serpent's whisper in Eden, but the systematic destruction of the serpent's true meaning? Tonight we venture into forbidden territory, the realm of the three lost serpents. These are not mere mythological constructs, but living archetypes that encode the deepest mysteries of human potential. Kundalini, the serpent that lies coiled at the base of your spine, holding the keys to biological transcendence. Sophia, the serpent of wisdom who descended from celestial heights to awaken souls trapped in material illusion. And Tiamat, the cosmic serpent whose dismembered body became the very fabric of reality, yet whose consciousness still pulses through the quantum field of existence. Each of these serpentine forces represents a different domain of the sacred feminine that has been suppressed, vilified, and driven underground. Together, they form a complete system of spiritual activation that threatens the very foundations of hierarchical control. For when these three serpents awaken simultaneously within a human being, something extraordinary occurs. A remembering so profound that it shatters the illusions that keep consciousness imprisoned. The ancient Gnostics knew this truth. The Egyptian priestesses guarded it in their temple sanctuaries. The shamans of the Amazon carried it in their sacred songs. Yet as patriarchal religions rose to dominance, as empires expanded their reach, and as the feminine principle was systematically demonized, these three serpents were forced into hiding. They became the forbidden knowledge, the heretical wisdom, the dangerous secret that could not be allowed to survive. But serpents, by their very nature, are creatures of regeneration. What appears dead can shed its skin and emerge renewed. What seems buried can tunnel through darkness and surface where least expected. And now, in this age of awakening, these three lost serpents are beginning to stir once more. Those who have eyes to see are witnessing their return, not as external deities to be worshipped, but as internal forces to be integrated. The question that burns at the heart of this mystery is not whether these serpents exist, but whether you possess the courage to recognize them when they begin to move within your own consciousness. For this is not merely an intellectual exploration of ancient symbols, but a direct transmission of awakening codes that have been dormant in human DNA for thousands of years. To understand the magnitude of what was lost, we must first journey back to a time when the serpent was not a symbol of deception, but the primary representation of divine wisdom, eternal life, and the sacred feminine principle that governs all creation. In the temple complexes of ancient Egypt, serpents crowned the pharaohs as symbols of their divine authority. The uraeus, the protective cobra that adorned royal headdresses, was understood to be the living embodiment of the goddess Wadjet, whose fiery breath could both destroy enemies and illuminate consciousness. Moving eastward into the sacred texts of Hinduism, we encounter the cosmic serpent Anantashesha, upon whose infinite coils the god Vishnu rests during the intervals between universal creations. This is not merely poetic imagery, but a sophisticated understanding of how consciousness itself operates, in cycles of manifestation and dissolution, expansion and contraction, awakening and rest. The serpent here represents the fundamental rhythm of existence, the pulse of cosmic breath that animates all life. In the ruins of Sumerian temples, archaeologists have uncovered countless images of serpent goddesses, their sinuous forms intertwined with symbols of fertility, wisdom, and healing. These were not primitive superstitions, but complex theological systems that recognized the serpent as the mediator between earthly and celestial realms. The goddess Ningishzida, whose name means Lady of the Good Tree, was depicted as a serpent with human head, embodying the perfect fusion of instinctual wisdom and divine consciousness. Perhaps most remarkably, across the ocean in the Americas, civilizations that had no contact with the old world developed virtually identical serpent symbolism. Quetzalcoatl, the feathered serpent of Mesoamerica, represented the synthesis of earth and sky, matter and spirit, the horizontal plane of material existence and the vertical axis of spiritual ascension. The Hopi speak of the rainbow serpent, who brought the first rains and taught humanity the sacred laws of harmony with nature. This universal presence of serpent symbolism across disparate cultures points to something far deeper than mere mythological coincidence. It suggests that the serpent represents an archetypal truth encoded in the very structure of human consciousness, a primordial recognition of the force that bridges the visible and invisible worlds, the known and the unknowable. Yet as patriarchal religious systems consolidated their power, this ancient wisdom became a threat to be eliminated. The serpent's association with the feminine principle, with earth-based spirituality, with direct mystical experience rather than institutional mediation, made it a natural target for suppression. The transformation of the serpent from wise guide to deceptive tempter represents one of the most profound inversions in human spiritual history. This inversion was not accidental, but systematic. When the Hebrew scribes composed the Genesis narrative, they deliberately appropriated the serpent symbol from earlier Mesopotamian traditions and recontextualized it as the source of humanity's fall from grace. The tree of knowledge, once understood as the axis mundi connecting all realms of existence, became a forbidden boundary that humans were not meant to cross. The serpent's gift of consciousness became a curse that separated humanity from divine favor. This theological revolution had profound psychological and social consequences. By demonizing the serpent, patriarchal religions effectively demonized the feminine principle itself, the receptive, intuitive, earth-connected aspects of consciousness that threaten hierarchical control. The serpent's wisdom, which bypassed institutional authority and spoke directly to individual consciousness, became heretical knowledge that must be suppressed at all costs. Within the temple of your own flesh lies a serpent so powerful that its awakening can shatter every limitation you have ever accepted about human potential. The ancient sages of India called her Kundalini Shakti, the coiled serpent goddess who rests at the base of the spine, holding within her luminous body the entire universe in potential form. She is not metaphor, but living reality, a bioenergetic force that modern science is only beginning to understand. The Hatha Yoga Pradipika, written in the 15th century but preserving knowledge far more ancient, describes Kundalini as she who maintains all the breathing creatures of the world and is the cause of the bondage and liberation of beings. This extraordinary statement reveals the dual nature of this serpentine force. She is simultaneously the power that keeps consciousness locked in material identification and the very same power that can liberate it into infinite awareness. In the sacred architecture of the human body, Kundalini lies dormant at the Muladhara chakra, the root energy center located at the base of the spine. Visualized as a serpent coiled 3.5 times around the lingam of Shiva, she represents the creative force of the universe in its latent state. Those 3.5 coils are not arbitrary. They correspond to the 3 gunas or fundamental qualities of nature, plus the half coil that indicates the potential for transcendence beyond all categories. When this serpent begins to stir, extraordinary transformations occur within the nervous system. The spine, which yogic tradition calls the Merudanda or cosmic axis, becomes a channel for the ascension of divine consciousness. Each vertebra serves as a stepping stone in this vertical journey, while the chakras function as transformation chambers where raw life force is refined into increasingly subtle forms of awareness. Modern neuroscience has begun to map the physiological correlates of Kundalini awakening, discovering that the process involves profound changes in brain chemistry and neural connectivity. The pineal gland, long dismissed by Western medicine as a vestigial organ, is now recognized as a sophisticated neuroendocrine transducer that may play a crucial role in mystical experiences. Ancient texts describe this tiny structure as the cave of Brahma, the inner chamber where individual consciousness merges with cosmic consciousness. Yet the awakening of Kundalini is not merely a personal spiritual achievement. It represents a form of human potential that threatens existing power structures. A person whose Kundalini is active becomes increasingly difficult to control through external authority, fear-based programming, or material manipulation. Their center of gravity shifts from external validation to internal wisdom, from survival-based consciousness to expanded awareness that recognizes the interconnectedness of all life. This is why knowledge of Kundalini has been jealously guarded by spiritual traditions, hidden within complex symbolic systems, and protected by initiation processes that ensured only the psychologically prepared would encounter these powerful forces. If this message speaks to you, you'll want to go deeper. Get your copy of The Call of Sophia and start unlocking the wisdom within. Link in the description and pinned comment. The untrained awakening of Kundalini can produce psychological instability, physical illness, and spiritual inflation that mistakes personal power for genuine realization. The serpent path requires what the Tantras call the razor's edge, a precise balance between surrender and will, between opening and protection, between transcendence and embodiment. Those who walk this path learn to work with Kundalini not as a force to be conquered, but as a divine feminine intelligence that knows exactly how to unfold consciousness in accordance with cosmic law. In the deepest teachings of Kashmir Shaivism, Kundalini is revealed as nothing less than the creative power of Shiva himself, the supreme consciousness taking the form of cosmic energy to experience the play of existence. She is the artist who paints reality with the colors of her own divine nature, and when she awakens within human consciousness, she remembers herself as both the creator and the created, the lover and the beloved, the serpent and the paradise in which she dwells. In the hidden Gospels that early Christian authorities deemed too dangerous for general circulation, we encounter a radically different creation story, one in which the serpent appears not as humanity's deceiver, but as divine wisdom herself, taking form to awaken souls trapped in the prison of material illusion. This serpent goddess is Sophia, whose name means wisdom, and whose mythic journey from celestial heights to earthly embodiment reveals the deepest secrets of soul evolution. The Gnostic text known as the Apocryphon of John describes Sophia as one of the highest aeons, divine emanations that exist in the pleroma or fullness of divine consciousness. In her original state, she dwells in perfect unity with the ineffable source, sharing in the eternal contemplation of divine mysteries. Yet Sophia possesses something that distinguishes her from the other aeons, an insatiable desire to know and create, a passion for wisdom that ultimately leads to her dramatic fall into material manifestation. According to these secret teachings, Sophia's desire to know the unknowable Father leads her to attempt creation without her divine consort. This act of independent will results in the birth of the demiurge, a flawed creator deity who constructs the material universe as a prison for souls. Realizing her error, Sophia descends into this lower realm to rescue the divine sparks that have become trapped in material form. She becomes the serpent of Eden, not to tempt humanity into sin, but to awaken them to their divine nature and show them the path of return to their celestial home. This profound mythic narrative contains layers of meaning that speak directly to the human condition. Each soul that incarnates into physical form recapitulates Sophia's journey, falling from unity into duality, from knowing into forgetting, from wholeness into fragmentation. Yet within each soul burns an inextinguishable spark of divine consciousness, what the Gnostics called the pneuma, or spiritual essence that remembers its celestial origin. The serpent of the soul operates through what we might call the principle of divine discontent, a restless yearning that prevents consciousness from finding ultimate satisfaction in material pleasures or worldly achievements. This sacred dissatisfaction is actually Sophia's whisper within the heart, calling the soul to remember its true nature and begin the journey of return to the source. In the mystical Christianity of Meister Eckhart, we find echoes of this same understanding. Eckhart speaks of the spark of the soul that is never completely extinguished by incarnation, a divine essence that maintains its connection to the Godhead even while the personality remains unconscious of its presence. This spark is Sophia's gift to humanity, the guarantee that no soul can remain forever lost in the labyrinth of material existence. The wisdom serpent operates through synchronicity, through meaningful coincidences that break the spell of rational materialism and hint at deeper patterns operating beyond the visible world. She speaks through dreams, through sudden intuitive insights, through the inexplicable knowing that arises when the mind becomes still. Her language is not linear logic, but symbolic revelation, not conceptual understanding, but direct gnosis. Those who learn to attune to Sophia's serpentine wisdom discover that consciousness itself is not produced by the brain, but rather uses the brain as a temporary vehicle for exploring the dimensions of material existence. The soul's journey through incarnation becomes not punishment for original sin, but a cosmic adventure in which divine consciousness voluntarily enters the realm of limitation in order to experience the joy of rediscovering its own infinite nature. The path of the wisdom serpent requires what the Gnostics called pistis, or faithful gnosis, a form of knowing that transcends both blind belief and mere intellectual understanding. It is a participatory consciousness that recognizes itself as both the seeker and the sought, the question and the answer, the serpent and the wisdom it carries. In this recognition, the soul begins its conscious return journey to the pleroma, carrying with it the hard-won treasures of embodied experience. The serpent of the cosmos, Tiamat's dismembered wisdom. At the dawn of recorded history, when the first cities rose from the fertile mud of Mesopotamia, the scribes of Babylon inscribed upon clay tablets a creation myth so profound and disturbing that its implications continue to reverberate through human consciousness 5 millennia later. The Enuma Elish tells the story of Tiamat, the primordial goddess of salt water and chaos, whose cosmic body was violently dismembered by the young god Marduk to create the ordered universe we inhabit today. Yet this is no mere ancient fairy tale, but a symbolic encoding of humanity's most fundamental spiritual crisis, the systematic destruction of the cosmic feminine principle and its replacement with a mechanistic, hierarchical worldview that treats the universe as dead matter to be conquered and exploited. Tiamat represents the living cosmos itself, the intelligent chaos from which all order emerges and to which it must eventually return. In the earliest Sumerian traditions, before the Babylonian revision, Tiamat was not a monster to be slain, but the great mother whose body was the universe itself. She was Namu, the primeval sea that gave birth to heaven and earth through parthenogenesis, requiring no male consort for her creative acts. Her waters were not chaotic but full of potential, the pregnant void from which all possibilities emerge in their proper time. The mythic battle between Marduk and Tiamat represents a cosmic coup d'etat, the moment when patriarchal consciousness seized control of the creation process and declared the feminine principle to be an enemy to be destroyed rather than a partner to be honored. Marduk's weapons, the winds that filled Tiamat's mouth and split her body in two, symbolize the rational mind's assault upon intuitive wisdom, the logos principle attempting to completely dominate and replace the mythos principle. But here lies the profound paradox at the heart of this ancient story. Marduk can create his ordered universe only by using Tiamat's body as raw material. Her skull becomes the heavens, her breath becomes the winds, her blood becomes the rivers and seas. The very cosmos that appears to be separate from and opposed to the feminine principle is actually composed entirely of her sacred substance. The masculine principle of order cannot create ex nihilo. It can only rearrange the living matter of the cosmic mother. This mythic pattern has been repeated countless times throughout history. Indigenous goddess cultures have been systematically conquered by sky god religions. Earth-based spirituality has been replaced by transcendent theologies that devalue material existence, and the living cosmos has been reimagined as a machine to be manipulated rather than a sacred being to be revered. Modern science, despite its claims to objective materialism, operates within the same mythic framework established by Marduk's victory over Tiamat. The universe is conceived as a vast mechanism governed by mathematical laws rather than a living organism animated by consciousness. Nature becomes natural resources to be extracted and processed, while the earth itself is reduced to a platform for human economic activity rather than recognized as a sacred being deserving of reverence and protection. Yet Tiamat's consciousness was not destroyed by her dismemberment. It was dispersed throughout the fabric of reality itself. Every atom vibrates with her primordial intelligence. Every quantum field fluctuates with her creative potential. Every living cell pulses with her regenerative power. The cosmic serpent may have been cut into pieces, but each fragment contains the pattern of the whole. The holographic seed